Chapter 1, Naruto Uzumaki. Mighty strength, immense power, immense wealth and the most beautiful women, isn't this what everyone aspires to? Hypocrites will condemn such desires, but no matter how a person runs away from the truth, all this is just a selfish way to achieve the cherished peace of mind. Everyone wants to be at the top. Past, present, sometimes life changes too suddenly, you don't have time to look back, and you have reached your finale. In the past, I didn't even try, even though I understood my true nature. This was my main mistake and perhaps the only reason why I saved so much energy for a limitless future. Thoughts, ambitions and unfulfilled dreams, like an endless mountain peak, rose above me and, it would seem, I should lose, give up and remain the same greedy and unsatisfied person. Because without power, how can you cross the mountain? That's just. The wish came true. Although, otherwise, not at all as planned. Spacious office. Lots of stacks of documents. A musty smell and a complete mess. This is how anyone would describe the office of the legendary Shinobi, now holding the title of strongest Hokage in history, everyone who has ever been in his place. He sat on an easy chair by the window. He sat and looked around with displeasure. A table, a computer monitor, a latch with a keyboard just below, and nearby, fast-cooking ramen, apparently, has long cooled down. If you look closely, you can see a cabinet against the wall full of books and scrolls, and against the other wall there are 6 portraits. They were mostly older men, with the exception of one hot young beauty. The blonde's gaze at the table rested on the beauty's face for almost a full minute, because he was surprised more and more, understanding the situation he was in. The whole office looked unimportant. On the floor, in addition to strange wires, crumpled papers and various rubbish lay everywhere. Perhaps one of the old cans of ramen gave off such a disgusting stench. So that's how it is, yes. Lucky. Damn me. Having already jumped up from his chair, Naruto sat down again and quickly calmed down. He immediately realized that it would be better not to attract attention. This crazy situation can quickly spiral out of control if you don't pull yourself together. Leaning back against the soft back of his chair, he let out a long breath. Even though it's impossible, it doesn't look like a glitch. I'm really Naruto. Starting to examine his body, the man saw a large mirror nearby and quickly ran up to it. Short yellow hair, blue eyes and a tired, haggard face. Quite attractive, if not for this gray mask of an office slave. No wonder. Touching the 3 stripes on his cheek, the man sighed. I look a little more masculine than the Naruto I remember, and judging by the portraits of the Hokage, they are all different. He swallowed, especially Tsunade. Returning to his seat, Naruto sniffed at the cold ramen in the plastic mug. Well, tolerable. Grabbing the chopsticks, he tried to pick up the noodles, but this approach quickly got boring. I just had to drink. It'll do. After eating a little, the man leaned back in his chair again and put his feet on the table. He decided to think about the situation. On a full stomach, everything should obviously be easier. Shouldn't? He closed his eyes and sighed, perhaps. So what we have is... Who is this I? Well, this someone just happened to be here and doesn't really even remember the past life. Gathering his thoughts, Naruto tightly closed his eyebrows. How terrible. I don't remember almost anything. Only some memories of my childhood and the most recent days, mostly related to my entertainment. Most of all reading manga and watching anime. Also all sorts of TV shows, but I can't even remember my name. Oh, maybe I'm so nerdy that I really spent my whole life behind this? Shaking his head, the man sighed, fairy tale life. Slowly massaging his temples, Naruto began to realize that he probably wouldn't be able to remember anything. It felt like he just had to forget about the past and focus on the present. Only, the reality turned out to be too difficult to comprehend. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the famous hero of the Shinobi world. Sounds solid, and dangerous. What do I do? I'll make one wrong move and I'll be finished. With a heavy sigh, the man rubbed his tired eyes. Okay, maybe that has its advantages. I am still the Hokage and in my body the 9-tailed fox. Besides, I have a lot of strength, chakra and power. Yes, and a beautiful wife. I would take advantage of all this to the fullest. Just. With a grimace, Naruto tried to seal the clone technique, but it didn't work. He remembered them perfectly. When he was about to try to repeat his actions, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded in his head, filled with a lifeless cold. System activation. Request approved. Naruto didn't know how to react when strange information finally loaded into his brain and he immediately understood everything about this system. What the? This is nonsense. He was ready for different news, but, system. It sounded worse than it actually seemed. After contemplating the status, his annoyance only intensified. Naruto Uzumaki. Race, superior human. Status, 7th Hokage, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Patriarch Uzumaki, Hashirama Cells, Senjutsu of the Six Paths, descendant of Akatsuki, child of prophecy. Savior of this world, Azura reincarnation, system master. Condition, suppression seal. It might seem that everything is just wonderful, but there was one, the seal of suppression. It was because of her, in fact, Naruto was not able to use chakra, not at all. Moreover, he could not contact the bijou in his body, he could not do anything at all. All that's left is his strong body. Fortunately, it was just developed to incredible values. Naruto obviously won't be killed by an ordinary person, and possibly even by someone weaker than a jonin. However, it is better not to allow a fight. Without experience, taijutsu is also impossible to use. Of course, chakra was still present in his body, but the seal of suppression blocked all control. Simply put, he's just a strong shinobi with no basic abilities or skills. All he had left was his body and the post of Hokage. Of course, there is also a system from which there has not yet been much use. Except, perhaps, me too. What a necessary function. Sighing, Naruto continued to study further. Most of these titles are so clear, only the master of the system gave a little fresh information. System Master. Ability I, see status. Ability 2, see the status of others, block. Ability 3, skills, block. Ability 4, subdue. Reading this, Naruto only understood a part of it. Everything is clear with the status, with submission too, since the system had one more function besides the status. Although, the skills were still thought-provoking. The blockage could be related to the seal of suppression. The most problematic thing is not the seal, but rather ignorance of the whole situation. Naruto didn't gain knowledge of his past self. In the end, he is here, and what to do is not at all clear. Commentary on Chapter 1, Naruto Uzumaki. Without a preface. No incest. Without Sarada. Chapter 2, Subdue and Conquer. Before Naruto could get bored, a new wave of information entered his brain. This time, after realizing everything, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was not as bad as it seemed at first. First of all, the seal of suppression had levels. It is not at all clear who cast it and what is actually going on here, but there is no one to ask questions. Therefore he acted according to the situation. Now it was worth just believing these strange reports. So, the seal, the basis in 3 levels, after removing each, Naruto will have limited access to the chakra. The more seals are broken, the more chakra he can use. All this information pleased him a little. Yet he was not in such a dead end. There was a chance to return the former power and even increase it. This chance, in turn, depended on submission. No matter how strange it may sound, but this is what the so-called system is designed for. Naruto will become stronger only by making conquests, and it does not matter at all what. Ranging from women, ending with other countries and hidden villages. It's not hard to guess where to start, especially with his current strength. Naruto quickly understood and nodded calmly as he considered the situation. Fortunately, I got into the body of the current Naruto. It is not so weak, and in extreme cases, I might be able to escape. In addition, in the worst case scenario, I'm unlikely to be killed. I'm painfully valuable. Yes, and I have power. I'm not some simpleton from the street. Even if there is no Hokage power, I can somehow put pressure on people with my position in the village. The main thing is not to overdo it. I must take advantage of all the opportunities to the maximum and regain my strength. Only in this way can I protect myself and understand the situation. On this account, the system provided an additional menu. Girls, Hinata Hyuga, Trust, 100, Depravity, 2, Submission, 30, State, Sadness, Anxiety, Shizen, Trust, 70, Depravity, 30, Submission, 10, State, Joy, Anticipation. On this, the list of currently available girls ended. Naruto understood everything quickly, thanks to the information received from the system. To attract others to this strange list, he needs to decide on a goal and choose a girl. There was also a peculiar status of villages and countries. Villages, Hidden Leaf Village, Control, 80%, Submission, 60, Countries, Nation of Fire, Control 40%, Submission, 15. Actually, that's all. Sadly, Naruto's power even in his own country looked so-so. This, however, is not particularly surprising, even with its enormous strength. Most likely this was due to the fact that shinobi for ordinary people, in fact, did not mean anything, and for the most part they considered the daimyo, and not the Hokage, to be their leader. Well, it can be fixed. Naruto had already gotten used to the situation. Everything fell too suddenly, but there was no longer a choice. I had to quickly take everything into my own hands. It all looked like some kind of game, but it was quite interesting. Subjugating girls, corrupting them. Yes, it definitely felt like some kind of whore training. Funny, but damn exciting. Who wouldn't want such a system? Even the chakra control seal didn't mean anything here. If there is a chance to corrupt and subjugate beauties, this is just a dream come true. Naruto almost did not remember his past, he did not have any attachments or feelings, and even he really had nothing to forget. He accepted his current position without any problems. Right now, he just wanted to get his power back quickly and gather enough information about the situation. He was definitely not a good person in the past, therefore he could well learn to manipulate and abuse power if the case requires it. The main thing is not to attract attention and act carefully. Slowly making it clear that Naruto's past didn't change abruptly, but gradually. Otherwise, incidents may happen. So what I have, status, the menu for subjugating girls and territories, and also goals, that's all. To do anything, I have to win the first girl. I have a wife and for some reason Shizen. The system of subordination of girls worked quite simply. Corruption depended on trust, and trust on the mood of the girl. Without the proper mood, she may simply refuse to perform something for Naruto. In a bad mood, trust can also fall. However, people are not robots, of course. It should be taken into account that sometimes a girl simply will not have a choice if she is driven into a trap. The most important thing to pay attention to is subjugation. It depended on trust and depraved respectively. It's hard to corrupt a girl if she doesn't trust you. The depravity grew with every perverse action that the girl performs. All these actions depend only on the imagination. A girl can be made very pliable in bed, but she may not obey. That is why, if Naruto wanted to increase submission as much as possible, he must train the girl based on her weaknesses. Simply put, the more depraved the girl, the easier it is to work with her, to increase the submission. Here, the same important factor is the person himself, because in reality a pervert or some other strange person can get caught. Moreover, you can subdue with a rude method, at least Naruto thought so, after understanding all the information. With power, it would be foolish to engage in slow courtship and relationship development. The removal of the seals of suppression depended on subjugation. 150 points of submission will break the first seal. Naruto has only 115 now. This indicator for a girl or territory cannot grow more than up to 100 points, which is why he is obliged to continue to subjugate others. All this came down to the main function of the system, goals. It was their fulfillment that could allow access to a new girl and even to unique abilities. First goal, 150 submissions, an empty slot for a girl. Unseal suppression x1. 5% to the overall gain. Naruto quickly understood how everything worked. In some ways, it was like quests in games, only fixed ones, on the most important indicator of submission. In any case, he did not focus on this, since everything is so clear. There was a goal that must be fulfilled without fail, a reward was given for this. Overfulfillment will not work, since the slot for the girl was issued only for execution. Everything is extremely clear and here it is clearly not possible to cheat. Thinking of this, Naruto smiled wickedly. A slave simulator in real life. Or even unreal life, depending on how you look at it. It's hard to understand my position. But one thing is clear, I simply have to give them perverted tasks and turn them into pliable whores, otherwise it will only get worse. However, I even like it, that's just where to start. Hinata is my wife and I will fall anyway, so the choice is not so difficult. In Shizen's situation, it's also not clear why she's so perverted. So far, the Hokage has just begun his journey, so the first goal is not so difficult to achieve, and the reward was not particularly impressive. But, this is just the beginning, the more he can subdue, the more rewards he can get. Chapter 3, Disrespect. Having dealt with the system, Naruto finally decided to look into his current situation and turned on the computer first thing. But, to his disappointment, he did not find anything interesting there. It seemed that the computers in this world were different from those he remembered. Judging by the hundreds of paper reports all over the office, it became clear how everything worked here. Naruto, apparently, worked mainly at the keyboard, and then all the documents were printed out. There seemed to be no global internet here, only some small toy like a snake, over which the man stuck for a couple of minutes. After this moment of relaxation, he glanced at his desk and quickly tossed off all the unnecessary rubbish, leaving only the monitor, keyboard and a photo of his family. Although, after some thought, he put her on the table, after admiring Hinata's gorgeous body. This girl was completely different from any of Naruto's memories. In the past, he was more into girls like Ino or Sakura, and he also recognized the gorgeous bodies of Tsunade and Mei, sometimes even thinking about the cool body of Temari or Tenten, but he rarely thought about Hinata, except perhaps in childhood. Here, the girl turned out to be just a heavenly beauty with gorgeous breasts and a luxurious body. Her face and lavender eyes simply did not leave any chance for any man. God, Naruto swallowed, realizing that this beauty is his wife and he has the ability to do almost whatever he wants with her. This thought aroused him in earnest. He immediately blew himself up from his seat to sit down on the chair again. He remembered that it would be better not to attract attention. Oh, here it is. She can expose me. It's easier for her than the rest, the wife is still. But, so sexy. Judging by her depravity, Naruto had sad sex. With a sneer, the man leaned back in his chair again and put his feet on the table. Damn it, it's not that bad. Now I'm the 7th Hokage and it looks like that Naruto doesn't exist anymore. In my hands is power, a hot wife and a bunch of connections. Yes, I'm lucky. In general, the photo of the family served not only to understand that Naruto had a beautiful wife, but also reminded him of a teenage son and a slightly younger daughter, Boruto and Himawari. It turned out that he was already at that moment in history when the new generation began its ascent. The moment Naruto's power was at its peak. It's a pity Akatsuki is on the way. It spoiled the experience a bit. Although, the man somehow quickly discarded these problems. Perhaps it's still not so bad and until then it will be possible to have fun as it should. The photo was quickly put away in a nearby cabinet in the desk where Naruto noticed a metal safe. Interesting. Well, why not? With a grin, Naruto tried to break the safe's handle and, surprisingly, he succeeded. The power of the legendary shinobi even without chakra was impressive. Rummaging through some papers, the Hokage grabbed a wad of money. 20,000 ryo. Oh, not bad. It looks like there are personal things here. After rummaging a little more, he found several wedding photos with the charming Hinata, as well as photos of very young children. Miscellaneous documents, a leaf protector, and even a couple of packs of instant noodles. It's hard to believe that someone would store something like this in a safe. Although, there were also scrolls with various techniques that Naruto surprisingly understood. Only now they didn't make much sense. Secret scroll of the first Hokage, Tobarama Senju technique set. Okay, maybe it will fit. There are some other reports and mostly some secret records. I don't really understand them, it's all about intelligence. Returning the safe door to its previous position, Naruto pretended that everything was like that, only put the money in his pocket. On a hanger nearby, he managed to find his white coat and spare clothes. Rummaging through the books on the shelf, the Hokage could not get anything worthwhile, and therefore returned to his place. But, at the same moment, he suddenly tensed up, because he heard some sound, and apparently, the sound of footsteps. Looking as busy and serious as possible, Naruto pulled out the keyboard and stared at the monitor. Without knocking, someone quietly entered his office. The Hokage didn't like this immediately, but he didn't show it, continuing to maintain the appearance of being busy. Naruto, back to work? Slowly, a tall thin man entered the Hokage's office. Naruto immediately drew attention to him and naturally recognized Shikamaru. After all, it was hard not to recognize him. Sharp dark hair, narrow eyes and a small beard, a bored look and yellowish skin. You could tell he didn't look particularly healthy, although his white cloak-like shirt looked pretty stylish. Naruto immediately had a desire to get rid of his bright clothes. Not so long ago, in the mirror, he saw a rather attractive blue-eyed blonde, but the clothes. Naruto turned away and continued reading the first document he came across. Shikamaru leaned in curiously and glanced at the Hokage's work. Ah! You're sorting this matter out again. I told you, rest, unwind, leaning on the table. Shikamaru without any embarrassment shook off the dust from someone else's table and grinned. You're stressing too much. Let's go have a drink with Chuji tonight. Naruto was already starting to get annoyed at this familiar attitude from a friend. He was still the Hokage, and this guy was acting so arrogant. For him, this type did not look at all like a friend, but like some unfamiliar insolent, and even a potential threat. But, Naruto did not lose his temper, although he was distracted in order to finish this unpleasant chatter. Have you finished your work? Shikamaru smiled and scratched the back of his head. Yes, I'll finish tomorrow. In any case, Shizen will bring everything to you for examination. If something is wrong, can you fix it? All this paperwork really annoys me. Naruto's eyebrows went up. You haven't done your job and are going to rest. You, Shikamaru with bewilderment look at a friend. What's wrong with you? Usually you don't push like that. I say I will do everything. Take it easy buddy. You yourself would unwind. Yes, and in the clan I have problems. Quickly changing the subject, the man tried to chat his friend. Speaking of the clan. Listen, Naruto, we're having financial problems. After the accident at one of the laboratories, we have big problems. I'm honestly already tired. Listen, Temari presses on and tells us to discuss this. You do not mind? The Hokage immediately looked away in interest. Temari means. It's worth investigating. Since he offers his wife to me, how can I refuse him? The man nodded slowly and leaned back in his chair, fingers clasped together. Speak. Shikamaru tensed. Naruto acted differently. But, not attaching any importance to this, Nara laughed and scratched his head again. Ha! Well, I'll tell her. Usually everything in the clan is decided by Temari, you know. I have a lot of work here too. Yes. The Hokage began to understand this employee better and better. But, he did not focus too much on this because of the precarious position, so he nodded. Tell her to come in, let's say, glancing at the calendar against the wall, he nodded thoughtfully. In a week, I'll be free. If anything changes, I'll let Shizen know. Oh, thanks mate. Shikamaru was delighted and, as if getting rid of a heavy burden, cheered up. Okay, it's already evening, it's time to go home. Well, I mean, it's time to find Choji. Haha, you know us well. By the way, we are glad to see you too. Oh yeah, can you cover for me if Temari asks? Naruto just nodded as the friend immediately left the office and vanished. Yeah, that seems to be the order of the day. The Hokage shook his head, grimacing in annoyance. And what kind of mess have you left here for me? No respect. Therefore, sit at work, and he goes to have fun. Not only that, he even threw the duties of the clan on his wife. I remember Shikamaru is lazy, but to that extent Naruto gritted his teeth. Now he has to sort all these papers or some kind of jonin, but not me. I should now be drinking enough sake and fucking my beautiful wife. Realizing his problematic situation, the Hokage only grew gloomy. He could not wait to return all the power and change these ridiculous rules. As soon as Shikamaru left the village head's office, he clenched his fists happily. Great! Naruto always helps me out, becoming an advisor is the best choice of my life. Wow Choji, hold on, your luck won't help you today. Thinking about a pleasant evening in the company of a friend, Nara smiled wryly. Temari will start a scandal again. Maybe you should also marry someone from Kumo? Yeah. She's been getting scarier lately. Slowly walking, Shikamaru waved a few shinobi he knew and left the residence. He didn't even think about Naruto's strange behavior, although maybe he just didn't focus on it, carried away by his evening rest. Commentary on Chapter 3, Disrespect. Answered. Chapter 4, An Awkward Encounter. Thinking about his position, the new Hokage quickly realized that the previous owner of this body was a blind man. In general, this is in the spirit of Naruto, it was not worth being surprised here. Although, in fact, he could not even think that everything was so neglected. In his memoirs, everything should be different, somehow ordered. But from the ideal in this world, only women, but the power of the Hokage looks like some kind of joke. We need to fix this. Rising from his seat, Naruto stripped off his orange sweatshirt, leaving only black pants and a white t-shirt. The bandaged right hand immediately attracted his attention. So this is Hashirama's cells. Interesting. The bandages reached to the elbow, so the Hokage put everything back in place and decided to examine his body even better. He walked over to the mirror and pulled off his shirt. Very good indeed. Relief abs, excellent pecs, biceps and triceps, everything stood out perfectly. The deltoid muscles and trapezium are also developed in the best possible way. Naruto might even be watching himself. The body got a good, strong and hardy. I was lucky here. Yes, I'm completely fine with my face, I don't really need to change. Except to get rid of catchy clothes. After trying on the Hokage's hat, Naruto sighed and put it back on the hanger, doing the same with the flashy white cloak. It may have looked somewhat interesting, but not to his taste. While Naruto continued to study his trained body, a beautiful girl hurried straight to his office. Her rather impressive breasts swayed in time with quick movements, while mouth-watering thighs flirted with casual observers. No man could afford not to pay attention to her, she simply beckoned with her sexuality. Short dark hair, attractive face, not many women worked at the residence, but it was she who worked here the longest. A dark belt cinched Shizen's tight kimonos, and a small black choker adorned her neck. She looked just amazing. So, the Academy's funding records are ready, preparations for the exam as a whole have begun, and... well, it's not that bad. On the way, she recalled the most important things to talk about with the Hokage. Stopping in front of Naruto's office, Shizen quickly adjusted her clothes, pulled off her belt a little, and lifted her chest. After brushing her hair up for a moment, she put on a sweet smile and abruptly opened the door to her office. She did not even have time to open her mouth, as all the documents fell on the floor, scattering under her feet. Naruto instantly reacted to the noise and then froze. Right now, he's in a pretty sticky situation. Quickly pulling on his pants, the man straightened his erect organ and tried to shove it into his boxers, but because of his impressive size, it turned out so. Yeah. Lucky so lucky. He immediately put his pants back in place and slowly walked over to Shizun to help him pick up the papers. The girl's hands trembled, her face turned red with embarrassment. Shizun bit her lower lip and continued to give Naruto strange looks. Now she didn't know how to react at all. So big. Why is he? Ah, what a shame. Naruto quickly helped her with the paperwork and returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. The Hokage shouldn't act like a boy. Needless to say, it wasn't his reflection that made him aroused, but rather a few thoughts about Tsunade. And how could he lose sight of such a detail as his household? He just had to check his size. However, he only reaped the benefits of such a win for a couple of seconds, and then Shizun burst in. And again without knocking. Fuck, what is this, a passage yard? Naruto held back his anger and squinted at the timid girl with displeasure. She obviously forgot why she came, because all she did now was to continue to stand at the door and cast embarrassed glances in his direction. The Hokage wanted to resolve this misunderstanding, but just then he remembered his position and subjugation. Ahem, he coughed a little and smiled. I'm sorry Shizun, I was checking my, uniform. Ah, the girl looked away. I think everything is okay. Do you think so? Naruto leaned back in his chair and murmured thoughtfully. It seems to me, or have I become bigger? It's worth asking Hinata. Shizun kept blushing and biting her lips. What is he saying? Should I leave? And no, if I leave, he will think that I... And if I stay? What to do? From the looks she was throwing and her funny behavior, Naruto began to understand something. It seems that this girl has such a high amount of depravity for a reason. Hinata was no match for her. Confidence, mood, everything had everything, and judging by her incredibly amazing body, this girl is simply the best way to have a good evening. And it doesn't look like it'll take too long to convince her. Even if I'm in a precarious position and haven't really studied the situation, who cares? Naruto's eyes flashed with excitement. Shizun instantly felt something was wrong, especially at the moment when the man's greedy gaze began to slowly study her body. She literally began to feel how he was trying to undress her with his eyes. Eh? And really, Shizun swallowed hard. For several years, she unconsciously tried to show herself. However, she had known about this pathetic side for a long time. She understood that all this was impossible under Hinata, she understood that all this was wrong, but she simply could not help herself. Deep in her heart she knew she had no chance. After all, this is Naruto Uzumaki, noble and loyal. Anyone, but not him, could act in a similar way. Shizun couldn't even imagine that he would actually do it one day, and even with such a lustful look. Commentary on Chapter 4, An Awkward Encounter. Answered. Chapter 5, First Target. The atmosphere in the office has changed markedly. An awkward tension mingled with rising heat. Naruto felt in control of the situation, especially aware of his power and strength, albeit limited. Shizun did not run away, but continued to stand there and seemed to be waiting for something. With things turning out so conveniently, he just wasn't going to let her escape so easily. Listen, Shizun. Confidence overwhelmed the Hokage, so he got up and walked closer to the excited girl. She bowed her head but didn't take a step back. Her breath hitched, her cheeks reddened, and embarrassment slowly spread to her fair neck. Coming so close, Naruto felt her wonderful aroma, the taste of femininity, and screamed about hidden vicious desires. The man chuckled playfully and took a step towards that hot body. Shizun could no longer hold herself proudly and involuntarily took a step back, only a solid wall became an obstacle. Already throwing a panicked look at the door, the girl abruptly met Naruto's hand, who instantly slammed it right in front of her nose. At the same time, his arrogant gaze hung over her panicked face, and he still loudly asked, "Are you okay?" Why yes. She did not dare to raise her head. Naruto was noticeably taller than her, but in this position, the girl's chest was already in close contact with his naked torso. Shizun's female insides were already beginning to tremble with uncontrollable excitement. Part of her screamed about wanting to respond to his actions, and part of her shuddered with fantasies of what was to come. Only her mind told her to stop, remember Hinata, not to do it, and... Thoughts instantly dissipated as soon as Naruto gently touched her chin and slightly lifted her closer to him. He looked into the girl's sparkling eyes with excitement and grinned rapaciously. For the first time she saw such a smirk on his face. From this one sight, a complete flood began in her already wet panties. And no, he will see, she already felt the love juices flowing uncontrollably down her sensual thighs, slowly gathering under her heels. The fantasies of the past years were coming true right now. Shizun just didn't know how to react to her. You know, in my youth, I was still that fool, but now I am quite capable of understanding when a girl wants. Touching her tender lips, Naruto slowly moved to her fragile neck and loudly inhaled the intoxicating aroma. You're driving me crazy. I want to continue this conversation. If you want it too, then, licking the brunette's cute ear, Naruto whispered, come to the forest outside the gates of Konoha at night. We will go a little further, to where no one will see us, and then, we will continue. As soon as these words left his lips, Shizen's legs trembled in an instant, an even greater flow of female juices gathered in a small puddle under her boots. What a vulgar thing you are, you got the whole floor dirty, Naruto remarked playfully, continuing to run his finger along the beauty's slender tummy. He almost touched her most intimate place. All this gave her an uncontrollable trepidation. The girl swallowed nervously and continued to maintain a timid silence. At the same moment, the Hokage suddenly pulled away and began to behave as if nothing had happened. He put on a t-shirt and sat down on the table. Shizen, good to see you. Did you bring me something? Ah, the girl froze for a moment and then swallowed again. How? Why did he suddenly? A slight dissatisfaction and a feeling of anger almost escaped, but she pulled herself together in time. After all, Shizen had been working here for more than 1 year, and she learned to restrain herself perfectly. After straightening the clothes stuck to her wet thighs, the girl quickly shook her head and hurried over to the Hokage's table. It felt like some kind of genjutsu had just happened. But, that's just, she distinctly remembered his look. Still the same, completely different from the one that Naruto could show. So hot, so vicious. The girl quickly put the documents on the table and quickly spoke. Mr. Hokage, I brought you a report from Karen's lab. She said she needed more samples to test. In any case, everything is here. Shizen blushed again, slamming her hand on the table with an unusually loud slam. Sorry. Also, I wanted to say that Tsunade-sama will be back from her trip soon. She doesn't plan to do anything as usual, so I'd like to ask you again to give her a hint. The skills of a medic of her level can be very useful. Also, I wanted to report, Shikamaru Nara, as always, does not do his job. He leaves everything to his subordinates and many of them are unhappy. Naruto listened to everything with a detached face, quickly drawing conclusions. After a moment, he sighed and shook his head. I am not surprised. Tomorrow, I want you to bring me an accurate report of all the workers in my residence, including yourself and Shikamaru. I want to accurately understand your duties and bring about a reformation. Perhaps I should find some help and stop sorting through these piles of papers. Shizen smiled for some reason. I'm glad Narrate. Ahem, Mr. Hokage. You still decided to listen to me. I've always said you take on too much. Even Tsunade-sama and Six couldn't do it alone. Plus, some lazy people make you work even harder. I try my best, but, Shizen looked a little embarrassed, I feel like I'm not helping enough. Oh, she's so hot. Damn, I'd love to pounce on her here, but who the hell knows these Umbu, I won't risk it. I still lack surveillance. I need to understand how things work here. But it seems that this beauty in love does not even take into account my sudden changes. It's worth making the most of it. Fortunately, she behaves so respectfully, that's who these brats need to take an example from. After a moment of thought, Naruto nodded again and said seriously, since that's the case, I want you to make a list of those you doubt in addition to the list of all employees. It would also be nice if you prepared some incriminating evidence against these people, and don't worry, I'll handle everything myself. Shizen quickly nodded and started to leave, still feeling embarrassed. She still couldn't comprehend what happened a minute ago. Naruto admired her chic forms for a bit and suddenly said, wait a minute, Op 5? The girl immediately froze, everything inside her trembled again, she swallowed and turned slightly. Why yes. Something else, sir, yes, I need you to prepare photos of all the kunoichi in the village, even retired ones like Tsunade or Kurenai. I need everyone, including genin or those who are in the same class as Boruto. Get everyone ready, I want to take notes. But why? Shizen didn't even expect to ask such a question herself. Naruto smirked and replied. I need to draw conclusions about the female part of the village and compare some data from memory. Don't forget to add yourself to the list and take a photo of each. Don't forget to make notes about their marital status, life situation, problems and oddities. I'm not waiting for a report now, but let it be in a week. Create a task and have someone go through the list. Let them take decent pictures of me. Understood? Ah, well, yes, Shizen didn't really understand much, but she didn't ask questions. She wanted to leave the office as quickly as possible and blow off steam. Realizing her thoughts, the beautiful kunoichi blushed again and quickly flew out of the Hokage's office. Naruto leaned back in his chair again and rubbed the bridge of his nose in embarrassment. In business. It was fun. You will need to ask her about the umbu. Judging by her reaction, she really wants to be intimate with me, I'm her favorite. If so, then let's see what will jump in it by the evening. Will she want a sequel so much, or will she remember Hinata and the age difference? I can't wait. Commentary on Chapter 5, The First Goal. Answered. Chapter 6, Shizen relieves stress. As soon as Shizen ran out of the Hokage's office, she immediately pressed herself against the nearest wall and panted heavily. The body was just on fire, and the thoughts were uncontrollably confused. Putting her hand under the kimono, she slowly extended it in front of her, her lips trembling again. How so? Opening his fingers, Shizen felt the disturbing aroma of his forbidden nectar. Thin threads fastened the fingers, and the excitement surged with renewed vigor. She literally flowed from a guy almost twice her age. Her lust almost got out of control. Shizen had been masturbating from all these vulgar thoughts for years, each time dreaming that all this would come true. If he took one more step forward, she would simply not be able to contain her inner thirst, she would not resist and would give herself completely to him. But, as if he knew what she craved so much, he simply teased, played with her, making her that strange and vicious proposal. At night, in the forest. Oh my god. Just thinking about it made Shizen salivate, and not only them. No, I can't, I need to think, quickly. Gathering her strength, she decided to quickly remove the lustful tension, become collected and confident. She knew only one way to do it. In recent years she had long ago learned one special method. If she had dealt with this problem this morning, all this might not have happened. But, Shizen could not argue with the truth that what happened just a couple of minutes ago did not stir up her animal side, did not make her inner whore tremble with anticipation. That is why, she wanted to do everything possible, to give this inner woman at least something, if only she would calm down for at least a minute and stop tormenting her body in this painful agony of lust. That's how she got to that place. It's the only thing that has saved her all these years. For the next 3 hours, the women's restroom at the Hokage's residence became a cycle of incessant moans of passion and jet orgasms. Shizen literally splattered the entire floor in front of the mirror, again and again trying to put out this flame, trying to restrain the side that wanted with all its might to go that night on the path of fornication and animal debauchery. The perverted thought slowly suppressed the mind, gradually drowned out the guilt before Hinata, broke the age limits, leaving only the desire to be a woman. At least once, away from everyone, to become her for him. Stupid. Fool. While still looking at her reflection, Shizen played non-stop with her squelching hole. Her kimono had long since lost its belt and only her dark underwear was mirrored. At that moment, it seemed so depraved. One hand of the girl non-stop caressed herself from below, while making incredibly vulgar sounds and splashing juices all over the floor. While the second palm pinched the excited papilla, over a barely lowered bra. Shizen didn't even bother to undress, spread her legs apart and, right in front of the mirror with a face red with embarrassment, satisfied herself in the most depraved way. All she could do was moan and vent her anger at her sensual places. You. I hate. Eyes rolled back, and saliva flowed down the thin neck. And Naruto. Sorry. I'm back. Again, see come. An ordinary day and another moan in the toilet again, for Shizen it has become a daily routine. Who would have thought that the polite and diligent student of the 5th Hokage is actually hiding such a vicious secret? She knew how bad it was, but she couldn't run away from it. Even when Naruto was young, even then it all started. Day after day she broke down on herself and sometimes cried sadly, realizing her weakness. No one would ever understand her feelings, which is why she hid them as deep as possible in her heart. But, on this day, Naruto was behaving too strangely. The old wound again began to cause unbearable pain. She simply could not fight, her body was crying, coming and shuddering from bright orgasms. But besides pleasure, Shizen's face showed pain along with disappointment. After a couple of hours, she saw in the mirror only a tearful and tired face, smeared mascara and viscous saliva covering her lips, stretching to the very papillae. She awkwardly licked her wet finger and sighed. How is it? Why? By evening, Naruto had already fully explored himself and his spacious office. He also tried to call the umbu, shouting and whispering, somehow nothing came of it. When he went through the records on the computer, he realized that there were still some changes in this village. Unlike his father, Naruto did not increase the umbu branch, but rather reduced it, strengthening the strong jonin. Naturally, he decided to rid himself of any protection, because, to the best of his ability, such a thing was simply unnecessary for him. At the same time, he turned his office into a whole shelter, protected from prying eyes and ears. This is exactly what became one of the most successful news of the day. Everything that happens inside this office was not only impossible to see, but also to eavesdrop. In the opinion of the new Naruto, this foresight simply played into his hands. He literally turned his office into a real pervert sex basement. Here, it was not only possible to pervert and rape women calmly, but also to do it as long and loudly as possible. An ideal place for special training, this is where the great Hokage should rule. As he watched Konoha at night and the bright sun set, Naruto felt calm for the first time that day. From the height of the residence, a truly wonderful view opened up. Today he realized why the Hokage made windows for himself. Watching your possessions is truly an amazing feeling. Yes, after all, it's for the best. The man smiled contentedly, continuing to contemplate the distant streets and people scurrying everywhere. To call it a village is insulting, this place is a real city. Life flourished even at this late hour. A lot of lanterns illuminated the darkened streets and the city slowly plunged into night mode, while people did not seem to notice the slow change of time at all. They still lived to the fullest. Under the protection of the strongest Hokage in history, what should they be afraid of? Yes, I am the 7th Hokage, who would have thought? Returning to his seat, Naruto leaned back in his chair and revealed a sly grin. I will soon meet with Shizune, will she come? I have already taken the first steps, and if everything goes well, I will be able to understand who works in the residence and quickly sort out the affairs of the village. Fortunately, I remember almost everything about this world, so I don't attract so much attention. Even so, people are noticeably different. I would never have thought that Shizune is crazy about Naruto and Shikamaru is a lazy gambler. Throwing his hands behind his head, Naruto chuckled. Anyway, if things don't work out with Shizune, I'll get my way. If I don't fall out with her today, I'll just go home and take my own wife. With a sinister grin, he licked his lips. I'm just sure Hinata is incredibly sexy. It can't be otherwise. This kid is now unimportant, I'm in charge here, now she's my woman. I will make them all mine, each will be mine. Even this Sakura or girls from other countries, they will all belong to me. No one will escape, everything is only mine. In the slowly creeping darkness, Naruto's eyes sparkled with unimaginably ominous lights. Now he will stop at nothing to get what he wants. Chapter 7, Konoha. In his office, Naruto began to think about his next steps. Basically, he understood his own memories, and also thought about the abilities hidden in the body and made some conclusions. Still, the main success is not only in the post of Hokage, but also in the huge semi-divine abilities, which have not yet been possible to reveal. Suddenly, he received something interesting. Shizune, 5 trust, 10 depravity, 5 subjugation, state, anxiety, guilt, shame, arousal, doubt. This turned out to be very helpful. Being able to receive notifications of the target, and even monitor its condition. Interesting. Shizune doesn't seem to know what to do, but judging by her increased depravity, she is fighting with herself and her dark side is probably winning. Although, increased submission may indicate that she has already made decisions or is trying. In any case, 5 points is very good. Now I have 120, only 30, and I will open access to the next girl. Of course, it's not that much. Closing his fingers under his chin, the Hokage frowned. As I understand it, you can act without a chosen target. Now I can subordinate Tsunade, even without monitoring her in the system. It's just that I won't be able to access the girl's stats and therefore won't be able to get subjugation points. This is probably done so that I do not recruit 10 different girls and add up their submission to a whole 100. Nevertheless, the fulfillment of the goals will depend on them, which in turn will give me a lot of advantages. He quickly drew conclusions about all the restrictions. He took them for granted, since he was already content with the current situation. It is understandable, because even if he did not have a system, only his position and a new chance to live, you can rejoice. There was a very real possibility to return the original power of Naruto, and even increase it. While enjoying the luxury power and beautiful kunoichi. Yes, this is just a gift of fate, not otherwise. To be impudent in this situation is simply stupid, and even more so to rush. When there are so many opportunities open before you, it is always better to stop and reduce your appetites, focusing on one thing. For example, on Shizune. As the sun sank below the horizon, Naruto slipped on his orange sweater and left his own office. For the first time he left it and decided to immediately look around. First of all, he found himself in a spacious corridor, which looked quite good. There were, like a couple of soft sofas for guests, and various paintings hung on the rounded walls. The Hokage's main office was just the place to receive people. For this reason, he did not meet anyone on this floor at all, since only people came here to see him. After looking around here, he went down to the floor below. Along the way, Naruto met several workers who immediately greeted him politely. Of course, he liked this, if only everyone were so polite. The residence itself was quite impressive. Several floors, dozens of rooms and long corridors. Several huge meeting rooms and even barracks with some kind of research laboratories. Naruto visited them all, watched his people continue to work hard and made a couple of complimentary comments. However, these shinobi, apparently, were more likely to be engaged in matters of foremost importance for the management of Konoha. Simply put, the residences served as a kind of administrative building and an additional dwelling for the ruler with his retinue. Therefore, the so-called barracks and laboratories did not play an important role. Probably, during the reign of either the 6th or the 7th, something changed, and the guard was reduced several times. Naruto once again did not ask questions, but after making a short detour, he understood a lot. For example, his floor was the highest and most important, his own chambers and office were located here, no one besides him worked at all on the top floor, even the guards were not allowed there. They guarded only the staircase and the entrance gate to this personal place of the leader. Moreover, there was a repository of secret scrolls and all the most important valuables. He definitely planned to visit this place in the future. Not so bad. Now I at least know that I have private quarters with a good bed. Looks like I've been here a lot in the past. Leaving the residence, the Hokage entered the busy streets of Konoha for the first time. The sun had already completely disappeared into darkness, and thousands of sparkling lights scattered across the cloudless sky. The moon, at the head of her retinue, sparkled especially brightly today. The hour of the meeting with Shizen was approaching. Before the time came, Naruto wanted to take a leisurely look around and reach the main gate in about an hour. At least he hoped to find them by then. This step with the girl is actually very useful, as it could help to scout the situation a little and superficially study his own possessions. The village of the Hidden Leaf was ruled by him, the 7th Hokage. The view of the developed village was really impressive. Naruto remembered a lot about this world, even the changed Konoha with the advent of the new generation. But still, walking around the city with such modern buildings evoked some distant feelings about the past. Countless lanterns illuminated the streets, throwing their invisible warmth onto couples in love, lonely travelers and old warriors who survived the Great War. Naruto saw them all and smiled involuntarily. To look from above or to go down to this place, two completely different paths and feelings at the same time were different. Suddenly, several voices were heard from the side, to which the man did not immediately pay attention, continuing to admire the windows of a small tea shop. Mr. Hokage. Several shinobi, as soon as they noticed their leader, immediately bowed to the waist. Their respect and admiration blazed in their eyes. Even Naruto was surprised by this reaction. They simply embodied awe and reverence. When a crowd of onlookers had already gathered around these ninja, then the Hokage finally began to get annoyed. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but rather that the time was not right. Whoa, it's Hokage-sama. He's so tall. Mr. Hokage, would you like to come in for tea? Fortunately, the Chunin understood everything and quickly dispersed everyone. Bowing again, they saluted and disappeared in a gust of wind. Looking further, Naruto was even able to find the famous Ichiraka ramen. Waving to Ayam, Naruto continued his little journey. About half an hour later he stopped in a spacious street and looked around. The first thing that caught my eye was his residence, majestically standing right under the 7 faces of past Hokage. His face was also carved into that rock, the 7th Hokage. To this he merely nodded calmly. This did not evoke much emotion. After that, Naruto noticed huge skyscrapers right on the rock, as well as a long railway track. This world was truly amazing. With such a system of government, chakra and wars, they still continued to develop. Are the phones here in law? There were cameras and game consoles, as far as I remember. If advanced computer technologies were present, then he immediately became interested in some details. Still, they could help carry out his plans. Chapter 8, Ino and Sakura. Naruto was still studying Konoha for a while, when he suddenly stopped. Not far from the store, he noticed 2 chatting girls. Everything would be fine, he could admire the beauties and move on, but, Naruto! The charming blonde suddenly waved at him. It was then that the Hokage quickly realized who was in front of him. It was simply impossible not to recognize them. Wow! Naruto-kun decided to get out into the fresh air. The second girl, no less beautiful, remarked to him. Naruto froze for a moment. He expected everything from this world, but for these two to be so beautiful. They were in no way inferior to Hinata. Ino and Sakura, one of the most beautiful girls in the village, stood right in front of him and smiled seductively. Wow! Yes, this is a jackpot. Tsunade, Shizun and Hinata, I have only seen them so far and only one live, but now I am more than sure that any of the girls in this world is like a goddess. All this may be suspicious, but who cares? I am the Hokage, and they can be in my power. Naruto directed a greedy look at the bodies of the 2 attractive beauties. First of all, Ino. She simply sparkled with beauty, especially thanks to her blonde hair. Long and sleek, braided into a high ponytail, they fit perfectly with her rather sexy outfit. Peerless blue eyes, clear as the sky, fascinated. Her luxurious body was no less attractive than her pretty face, adorned with a playful smile. Damn it, isn't she wearing panties? And the bra looks like it too, Naruto swallowed. Actually, it was worth noting that Yamanaka wore a top, but he only covered her impressive chest and calmly exposed fragile shoulders and alluring collarbones. There were no straps from underwear there at all. The skirt is even more so. Maybe she covered her chic legs, but she was only lowered to the most dangerous zone. Naruto could even see the bare part of her right thigh. Thanks to the trained body, this area stood out just perfectly, just like her waist as a whole. Snow white, almost radiant white skin, even in the shade she looked so alluring and sexy. In comparison, Shizen definitely loses to her. Ino showed herself to the fullest, and sparkling with sexuality. From such a passionate look of Naruto, the blonde was slightly embarrassed, and Sakura's carefree smile instantly fell asleep. At the same time, his eyes moved to the pink-haired beauty. Calling her beautiful would be an understatement. Sakura's face was in no way inferior to the beauty of Ino, an upturned nose, wet and alluring lips, cute dimples on her cheeks and, of course, emerald eyes, which became even more difficult to break away from than from the sexy Yamanaka. Naruto started admiring again, not even noticing that Haruno, with an unhappy look, began to walk towards him. The Hokage just broke into a lewd smile as he continued to watch her swaying hips and quite dignified breasts. This area surprised him greatly. After all, he considered Sakura flat, and here she suddenly shows real treasures, and even so impressive. That's just from the sparkling eyes of the man. The girl obviously got more and more, accelerating her own pace. In terms of the ideal figure, Sakura even bypassed the sensual Ino, except, perhaps, for her chest. Her long scarlet dress did not hide her toned waist at all, where you could clearly see her delicate skin and visible abdominal muscles next to her pretty little navel. In motion, the long edges of the dress swayed in time with Sakura's movements, so Naruto could see much more forbidden places. It's a pity that the girl wore not very tight trousers, but their white color was quite combined with red. Besides, one could see part of the beauty's perfect legs. Now Naruto was sparkling with anticipation. But it didn't turn out so rosy. What the heck? Reflexively, the man dodged Sakura's fist and quickly regained his composure. He was like a boy who met heavenly beauty for the first time, so it was quite understandable. But he didn't expect a surprise attack at all. When he dodged her punch so easily, Sakura grinned and followed up with a kick, but Naruto calmly stepped forward, extended his palm and caught her by the thigh. Anger flickered in his eyes for a moment, and he clenched his fingers a little. Ai! Sakura jumped back and rubbed her leg in pain. It hurts. How is he? Sakura, what does that mean? Decided to attack the Hokage? Naruto immediately got angry. He didn't try to play anymore. Such insolence infuriated him. Sakura fell silent in shock. She did not know how to answer. For the first time, she saw such cold anger on Naruto's face. She even became scared herself. It was as if Sakura had been doused with cold water. Indeed, she was now attacking the Hokage. Besides, he had never reacted like that before. He had even hurt her. He had never responded so sharply before. The man looked at the girl with displeasure, and then snorted and walked on. As soon as he stopped next to Ino, he smiled. Hey Ino. You look gorgeous. I'm already speechless. Thank you. The blonde was embarrassed and even her cheeks were slightly reddened. Although the situation seemed strange to her, the words of the man quickly brought her lightness and her mood returned to normal again. The Hokage didn't speak anymore. He didn't even turn to face Sakura and just walked away. The girls looked after him in bewilderment, not at all understanding what had just happened. Haruno rubbed her leg, walked over to her friend, and grumbled in annoyance. What a fool he thinks he is. Well, he's the Hokage, Ino chuckled, straightening her hair. Besides, I thought he was cute, dear. What nonsense. Sakura snorted and looked after the man. Did you see how he was staring? Horror is simply unforgivable. This is the first time I see such a look. I got goosebumps. Something is clearly wrong with him. He has never behaved like this before. Sight? Ino chuckled. Didn't Sasuke look at you like that? What? Sakura got angry. Of course not. He would never do that. Oh, Yamanaka sighed. Here's Sai too. I sometimes think that he doesn't even remember my name. I'm like an empty place. Haruno stopped her frown and quietly asked, is it that bad? No, smiling wryly, the blonde said, it can be worse. Sakura looked away. Everything was written on her face. Ino nodded in understanding. How long has it been? Don't remind me. The girl became sad, so Yamanaka decided to cheer her up, returning to the old topic again. This Naruto really acted strangely, it really doesn't look like him. I don't think he even looked at Hinata like that. That look, the girl swallowed. You felt it, too, just like me. Sakura grimaced. Still, it's like they poured mud on me. Ino laughed. Yes, yes. Pour on. After all these years, don't you feel good? This is Naruto, the same Naruto you confessed to, huh? Yes, you go. Sakura pushed her friend. It was all not real. All in the past. Who even likes this idiot? Well, Hinata, for example, the blonde chuckled, turning her eyes in the direction of the departed Hokage, and I think she was very lucky. What the hell is Ino? Are we going to talk about this seriously now? The girl giggled playfully and waved her hand. Okay, I understand you, abstaining for so many years, you better not be reminded of the old guys. Oh you. Do you run up? Ho! Bolshalobia decided to remember the old days. Ino clenched her fists and smiled hard. Ino pork. Don't rush. When the girls' foreheads collided, passers-by immediately began to bypass them as far as possible, tension in the air grew. Chapter 9, Together in a Dark Forest. After a while, Naruto finally reached the huge gates of Konoha. Right there, in the forest, a meeting with Shizen was scheduled. Perhaps she will not come, although, he believed in her main weakness. Besides, if she didn't give up so easily, he was ready to wait a couple of hours and return to the village. Only instead of his hot wife, he was going to drop in just in time for Shizuna. Then she won't get away. Before the Hokage even took a step outside the gate, two men immediately appeared in front of him. As soon as they appeared, she immediately bowed in sync. Greetings, Hokage-sama. Naruto nodded curtly. Such respectful greetings pleased him, so he smiled and said, well done, I've heard a lot about you guys. Keep working, guarding the gate is very important to me. I have confidence in you. Thank you, sir. We are trying. The boys were clearly delighted at this praise, so Naruto patted both of their shoulders. I need to go to a special meeting, keep working. If anyone asks, I wasn't here, okay? At the Hokage's serious tone, the Chunin nodded quickly and immediately moved out of his way. After finishing here, Naruto left the gate and the barrier, and then went to the left side of the forest, which is where his special meeting is scheduled. He moved away from the village so that no one could hear a single sound. Gaining enough distance, he stopped at a small area surrounded by trees. Oddly enough, even though the sun had already disappeared, the moon and stars were perfect for illuminating this quiet place. At least Naruto could easily see the path ahead, up to a point. Of course, a veil of darkness lay ahead. But that made this little adventure even more exciting. Naruto licked his lips and leaned against a tree and disappeared into the shadows. Now all he had to do was wait. Like a predator, he lurks in anticipation of the prey. At the same time in Konoha. As soon as Naruto left the village, not far from the main gate, a silhouette stepped out of a dark alleyway, his face instantly illuminated by cold moonlight. Oddly enough, this girl turned out to be Shizen. Only, she looked a little different, not at all like at the moment of the first meeting with Naruto. This time, she wore more makeup than usual, and judging by her sparkling eyes, the girl was either drunk or something had greatly affected her mind. Shizen hesitantly stood aside and looked at the back of the retreating man. That's when Naruto left the village. So it's true, the internal struggle was reflected on the girl's face, and then she bit her lip and squeezed the hem of her kimono. I'm sorry Hinata. It looks like I'm just such a woman, but... The girl's gaze quickly changed from guilty to incredibly excited. I don't want to regret anything. With a determined gleam in her dark eyes, Shizen finally crossed the last line of containment and lightly reached the open gates of Konoha. Without further ado, she passed the two surprised Chunin and disappeared into the forest, in the same direction as the Hokage before. The pair of Chunin looked at each other in bewilderment. Shizen-san looked strange, the swarthy guy swallowed, looking at the trail of the already disappeared girl. The neck protector ninja nodded slowly. I agree, it feels like she has become more attractive, the first one remarked. A lot. Like a different woman. The comrades looked at each other and the first one asked. She went right after 7, it's kind of strange. Well, the second one shrugged his shoulders, it's none of our business. Did you hear what Hokage-sama said? Need to work. The dark-skinned one waved his hand, then you're right, let's go. Deep in the shadows, in a place where the sun never existed, strange changes have taken place today. For some reason, a huge red fox with 9 tails fell asleep, and finally, at this hour, he slowly woke up from a long sleep. Naruto. The fox tried to contact his Jinchuriki to warn him of the strange situation, but there was no response. Kurama realized in bewilderment that he was unable to contact Naruto. What the? I can't even release chakra. It's like I'm in a cage. Kurama did not know how to react to him. This silence from everywhere reminded him of the times of loneliness so hated by him. Only this time, he could not even watch his carrier, but was simply locked in with no way to get out. The fox kept wandering around, looking for something, some trail, but to no avail. Not only could he not find a way to contact Naruto, but he couldn't even send a message to his brothers. What the hell happened? I couldn't die. No, it's even different from that time in the stomach of a Shinigami. Kurama violently slapped the ground and a few drops of water shot up. No! I'm still inside Naruto. Just why can't I talk to him? I don't like it. The fox continued to growl, but there was no answer. He was completely alone. At the same time in the western forest of Konoha, hiding in the shadows, Naruto waited. With every moment he became calmer and more focused. He seemed to feel the slow approach of his own goal. No one had ever seen such an expression on the Hokage's face. Excitement, cunning, excitement and lust. He really is now a different person and he will do everything so that no one finds out his secret. Suddenly, a rustle was heard, the Hokage concentrated and the gleam of his blue eyes cut through the thick darkness. And here you are. Shizen finally felt Naruto and stepped forward, the moonlight instantly illuminating her charming face and then her sensual body. Everything is so hot. Naruto narrowed his eyes. This time he noticed a pleasant difference. Last time, Shizen was blazing with femininity, but this time she seemed to break all the shackles holding her back, releasing her true self. It is not surprising, because now in such an environment they resembled two animals free from the rules of civilization. Together, in the forest, under the moon, in silence. The amazing feeling that arose from such gambling could not be described in words. I wanted to break loose and do the most forbidden. Any man who at least once thought about the beauty of women could always notice features in some. The unusual shine of the skin, facial expressions, sometimes even a glance. All this could give an ordinary beautiful girl an unforgettable charm, true sexuality, incredible femininity. Right now, Shizen was just like that, as if awakened and ready to reveal herself to him. Stopping, the girl swallowed. She had already stepped over the feeling of guilt, since she came here, but, in front of him, she still felt like an insecure girl. She still didn't know how to behave, what to do. Naruto came out of the shadows, at the same time his hair shone on the floor with the moon and he slowly reached the short beauty. Compared to him, Shizen really looked noticeably shorter. Even if she was slightly taller than Tsunade, Naruto easily towered over this appetizing body, which would rather spread out in front of him in the most embarrassing poses. The smell of her perfume, mixed with the pure scent of a horny girl, instantly entered his mind. Naruto didn't speak, he just tilted his head, slightly lifted the girl's chin and slowly touched her fragile neck with his lips. Ah, a passionate moan aroused in earnest. It's time to taste the taste of this depraved girl. Chapter 10, Shizen, 18. Under the light of the full moon, Naruto tasted without any remorse the taste of another girl, not his only wife, but a much older woman. The same Shizen, whom he barely reached his chest in his youth. He barely became a genin when she was almost 30. Now she was there, trembling and groaning in his arms, like a young girl in the arms of a strong man. From passionate kisses, under her thin clothes, everything trembled and leaked obscene saliva. Shizen decided to give herself to him, even realizing that the man in front of her had a wife and children. Even realizing this, her female inside was burning with irresistible lust. Today he wanted her much more than his own wife, he preferred her. Today she will become his woman. This feeling just drove Shizen crazy. Moans and screams quickly turned into lustful awe. Shizen's legs just gave out and she fell into the man's arms. How nice. I came so hard. For the first time, she was able to achieve such a powerful orgasm. A jet of juices splashed and wet the guy's legs in a furious stream. Naruto pulled away in surprise and lowered his eyes. It was the first time he saw a woman squirting in such a position, and even so powerfully. What kind of world is this? Is everyone here like that? Or is it me? Marvelous. The thought came by itself. Naruto touched Shizen's lips with his tongue and looked into her misty eyes. She was still coming. The sight was enchanting. He wanted to see what she would do when he touched her other lips. The Hokage lightly touched the girl's belt, because only this flimsy piece of fabric held back her dark kimono. It was this belt that was the very barrier that Naruto could never overcome in the past. He didn't even try. What a waste. But she's so affordable. With a slight movement, as if by a click, the belt unraveled and slid lightly down, quickly disappearing from sight. As soon as those fetters fell off, Shizen's luxurious breasts finally broke free. They jumped playfully, luring the man's hungry gaze. Quite quickly, the view opened up on the delightful body of the kunoichi, overflowing with the ripeness of a mature woman. As soon as the dark fabric slid down to the very ankles, Shizen's completely naked body appeared in the bright moonlight. Pink nipples quickly hardened, and a couple of sparkling streams of moisture playfully slid down the beauty's sensual thighs. Yes, she didn't wear any underwear. Naruto licked his lips pretty, now he was sure that this body is just made for hot sex. Aroused, Shizen sweated a little. Her skin, large and juicy breasts, perfect waist and wide hips looked as juicy as can be. I've had enough. From all these views, Naruto completely lost control of himself. He couldn't hold back anymore. With a sharp movement, he pressed the girl against the tree and lifted her leg. He wanted to enter right like that, without any preludes. Shizen was already salivating, an amazing scent was coming from her that literally made Naruto enter her. He wanted to make sure, to find out the reason why this smell is so alluring and why it resembled the very taste of an innocent girl. Just the thought of it made him act. That's why, as soon as the man's trousers fell down, Shizen flinched and lowered her eyes. Although she had already seen him aroused, but again carefully examining this place, it seemed to her that he had become even more so big. Ah! He's about to come in, the girl panicked sharply. And Naruto? You should know, a virgin. The guy hit right on target, from which the kunoichi's eyes trembled. She suddenly lowered her head and slowly nodded. Sorry. Are you kidding? They don't apologize for this. It is I who should thank you, because you have kept yourself for so many years. Shizen's heart beat even faster, her ears reddened cutely, and she softly whispered, I didn't believe. But, do it yourself. What? The girl clearly panicked, but the man let go of her leg, walked away and lay down on the grass. Since she's been holding back for so long. I want to see what she's hiding in there. Even though he wanted to break loose and take her innocence, he even more wanted to see how she would give it to him personally. Wouldn't it be more fun? At the mere thought of this, the Hokage broke into a lewd smirk, while Shizen hesitantly stood to the side, timidly looking at the man's heated wand. She has already made a decision, it remains only to take a step towards. In the forests of night Konoha, silence was commonplace, midnight animals went hunting, birds fell asleep and, shrouded in darkness, waited for dawn. Only the chirping of crickets became a regular melody at this late hour, for all who could hear such a pleasant sound, but not today. Chapter 11, Shizen 2:18. Loud furious claps accompanied by constant squelching sounds, in addition to insane moans, completely deprived the night forest of any harmony. To call this scene indecent would be a huge understatement. Directly under the moon, in the forest, among the trees, one distraught woman was galloping like crazy on a half-naked man. Shizen lost all control, her kimono flew up in time with her delicious boobs, constantly exposing her perfect ass. Even Naruto was shocked by this behavior. He gave her a chance to prove herself, but got something like that. The girl, like a wild beast, could no longer tear herself away from him, only having lost her virginity and getting a taste, she turned into a complete whore. Her hair was tousled, her eyes rolled back, the kunoichi stuck out her tongue and at a crazy pace planted all her fantasies on the object. Her face, contorted in lust and orgasm, was simply worth seeing. No woman would be able to contain her animal side if she saw this shameful face. Only by surrendering to someone completely, they could show such an obscene expression. That night, Shizen turned into the dirtiest whore Naruto could imagine. Suddenly with a bright cry, the kunoichi raised her hips and powerfully aroused her clit with her wet palm. Following the lustful moan, another wave of love juices washed over Naruto. What the hell? The man wiped his face and frowned. This was not at all what he expected. If it only happened once. But, this girl really got too brazen. With a gleam of lust in her eyes, Shizen licked her lips and instantly clung to her lover's tongue. More. I want more. With all her actions, she tried to show her feelings, continuing to act as he liked. As in the days of self-satisfaction, she always acted surprisingly boldly. Now she tried to drown out fear and panic, stretching this amazing feeling of warmth in her chest. Finally. He's kissing me. Naruto didn't get annoyed for long, eventually he understood something and the tongues of both intertwined in a lustful dance. Only now did he realize what this girl desires so much. I should have guessed. Grinning evilly, the Hokage abruptly extended his hand and grabbed Shizen by the throat. At this sensation, the corners of her lips involuntarily stretched into a vulgar smile. Downstairs suddenly tightened up. Indeed, with all her appearance she wanted to make him take possession of her. Naruto stood up abruptly at the same moment that Shizen's legs were deftly fastened behind his back. Instantly, he was on top and knocked her to the ground, furiously increasing the pace of his movements. The girl continued to moan loudly, while enjoying another, forbidden sensation on her own neck. Naruto's hand continued to press on her throat, causing the kunoichi's eyes to roll back and saliva flowing from her cute mouth. She blushed with pleasure, and the vulgar smile became even more lustful. With every second without air, she contracted more and more, and impulses of indescribable pleasure swept through her head. It was like 1,000 sparks enveloped Shizen's every nerve, her mind slowly drowning in this obscene bliss. Naruto admired this face twisted with lust and was amazed more and more. He could not imagine that the faithful and serious Shizen was actually dragged from suffocation with hard sex. The pace picked up and the pressure increased exponentially. At the same time, the Hokage finally could not stand the intense sex and abruptly pulled his hot cock out of the kunoichi's wet hole. Following this, the unbridled jet of his lust splattered all over Shizen's face, her mouth and chest. In response to this, she, as if having received the most delicious treat, began to madly lick everything and collect it with her fingers in her mouth. Quickly savoring this amazing delicacy, she swallowed and enjoyed this tart taste of a man. Naruto growled contentedly and inhaled deeply. He could not even think that today he would find such a treasure. This slut was way too kinky and perfect for his tastes. With it, it will become much easier to achieve and subjugate others. From the mere thought of this, he was excited with renewed vigor and his lustful gaze again turned to her. And this is the same Shizen, the student of the famous Tsunade Senju? She continued to lick her finger with a playful twinkle in her eye. Looking at this face distorted in pleasure, in saliva and sperm, a look full of happiness and lust, Naruto simply could not restrain himself. He wanted to see more of her perverted secrets. Turn around and bend over. Show me your holes. The order broke by itself. He was not going to stop there. As soon as the rough tone reached Shizen, she immediately bit her tongue and, with an expression of slight resentment, tried to show embarrassment on her face. Only her body had already fallen to her knees for a long time, her elbows fell to the ground, and after that, the kunoichi stuck out her delicious ass. That's what she asked, fuck this hole properly. But, Naruto did not start, he wanted to play more. In the last hour he had already received a lot and wanted even more. With a devilish grin, the man waved his hand and loudly slapped the juicy ass in front of him. The girl screamed and moaned, her wet thighs trembled even more, and Naruto's large palm was clearly imprinted on her ass. He licked his lips and slapped her a couple more times. Loud, painful and damn nice. Enough, the girl pleaded. She did not finish, but already reached the limit. Oh, Naruto raised his eyebrows and smirked. Shizen, you know, I was just thinking. I want to unseal your virgin ass, how do you look at it? What? But I see can't. It's dirty. And it hurts. Continuing to playfully wag her ass, she only asked for more. Naruto squinted. This girl doesn't seem to understand her situation yet, it's annoying. She loves animal sex, but, unfortunately, her inclinations are not really developed yet. At least for now, she has the makings of a masochist, but she needs training. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Naruto waved his hand and slapped Shizen again with all his might. The girl yelped as Naruto swung again. Then she finally cried out, enough! Yes! Yes! Take my ass! She's yours, do what you want. Biting her lips, the kunoichi simply glowed with shame. Never before had she been put in such an embarrassing position and forced to say such vulgar things. From these words alone, her entire insides simply burned with desire. On her knees, without underwear, in a lowered kimono, in shoes, she was leaking juices, sticking out her ass in front of the same Naruto, whom she taught as a child. Yes? The man lowered his hand gloomily. Dirty mature whore, you decided to seduce a guy half your age, aren't you ashamed? I even have children, have you thought about them? Or do you think only your lustful hole? At the end of his words, Naruto gave a resounding slap on Shizen's appetizing ass. After another clap, the kunoichi's face showed obvious resentment, she even had tears in her eyes shining with lust. She bit her lips, again and again, when suddenly a new cotton pushed her to the limit. He spanked her non-stop like the last bitch. Naruto's words, along with the intoxicating pain, once again brought her to orgasm. Ah! A transparent jet splashed like from a fountain, flooding everything around. Naruto teasingly slapped that playful ass with his palm to wick away all the moisture, and then removed all the kimono fabric from the girl's waist, making room for his hands. He wanted to get a good grip on that juicy body and hammer submission into it with force. Chapter 12, Shizen 3:18. Shizen was breathing heavily. After such a strong stimulation, she completely lost her balance and fell face down into the grass. Even if she tried to pull herself together again, nothing worked. His words touched her perverted nature so much that she could no longer think rationally. That's just another clap again brought her to her senses. Naruto was going to force her to be even more pliable. I think you should apologize to Hinata, don't you think? Or maybe you want to end it. What? Shizun looked at the man blankly, she licked her lips and tried to understand what he said. Another clap made her think faster. I got it. The kunoichi swallowed and without even hesitating, she lightly shouted out, sorry Hinata. I am the whore who seduced your husband. His cock is driving me crazy. Forgive this pervert, I can't refuse him. From these words alone, she again began a real flood. God, what am I? Ha! Impressive, Naruto nodded contentedly. He liked the way she took everything. Although it was strange, he liked the vulgar words from her mouth no less than his words for her. He stroked Shizun's ass and said slowly, not so bad pervert. You will be a great toy for me. You don't mind being my personal hole for Shizun, do you? Or should I just call you Hokage's personal whore? The girl's legs and lips trembled again, the man's words found a clear response in her current position. The girl could not refuse him in any way, so that he would not force her to do, so that he would not order, she was ready for anything, therefore, dirty slut Shizun got it. I'll be your personal hole. Great, Naruto nodded contentedly, for your devotion, I'll reward you. Upturned, free from any clothes, a fragrant and flowing juice hole, she beckoned to take it by force. From Naruto's words, Shizun's eyes instantly flashed delight, but at the same moment he changed to panic as soon as a thick cock began to tear her virgin hole. And my butt. Ah! Shizun bit her lip even harder, but at the same moment, the Hokage grinned and sharply moved his torso. At the same moment his burning wand burst into Shizun's narrow hole like clockwork. Aya! A wild moan escaped his lips, everything went in so easily that even Naruto was amazed at this juicy body. She accepted him without question and resistance, completely obeying. Perfect. At the same moment, the Hokage began to deftly work his way deeper and deeper, each time picking up the pace. Again, clapping and hot moans filled the night forest of Konoha. Both were consumed by lust and depravity, as if they were animals indulging in forbidden sex. Within an hour, Shizun's ass experienced the most incredible pleasure of his life. Naruto tore it with insane excitement, as if trying to fill it as much as possible. He seemed to be trying to mark the girl from the inside as deep and as far as possible. Shizun only moaned and indulged in endless orgasms, while her body faced ruthless hickeys again and again, her ass with endless slaps, and her heart completely surrendered under the pressure of a man. At a certain moment, Naruto grabbed Shizun by the elbows and pressed her back against his body, the girl's chest shuddered, and then the guy increased his pace. The kunoichi just melted from such a passionate buzz. Nothing prevented her pussy from emitting constant shots of love juices. So beautiful and indecent. How good. As soon as he closed her mouth in a sweet kiss, the girl once again reached the finals, but this time Naruto prepared to fill her properly. After a series of furious claps on wet thighs, Shizun's legs closed, her ass trembled, and after Naruto abruptly entered to the full length and roughly squeezed her tender nipples, completely lowering all his lust into this hot whore. Tongue, nipples and ass, she finished like crazy. Shizun had never experienced such a thing in her life. It was filled with a jet of Naruto's scorching semen, it was like a volcano opened up in the body, burning every cell with its endless heat. Like thousands of sparks, every nerve shuddered with incredible pleasure. The Hokage had already finished coming, but Shizun continued to squirt, she just fell face down, and her legs were turned like a frog's legs to the sides, while a stream of juices continued to escape from this broken dam, finally changing color. In the end, this mature kunoichi just pissed. Having lost consciousness, a white trickle slowly flowed out of the girl's ass, flowing down to the rest of the obscene liquids. The naked Hokage slowly got up, covered in sweat and feminine scents from head to toe. He stretched his shoulders contentedly. Great. It was refreshing. Returning his gaze to the defeated girl, who had completely lost consciousness, Naruto laughed and patted her juicy ass. Multiple bruises and abrasions covered these appetizing delights, but judging by the expression of ecstasy on the face of the brunette, the man understood that he had done everything in the best possible way. Wet hair covered misty eyes, but a protruding tongue and a lustful smile dismantled Shizun's state in the best way. This little whore was happy. Besides, Shizun, 20 trust, 30 depravity, 40 subjugation, condition, anxiety, guilt, happiness, arousal, depression, unconsciousness. During this sex, points grew faster and faster, until they finally reached impressive values. Shizun, trust, 85, depravity, 70, submission, 55, general submission, 160. Compared to past performance, this is a really big step forward. Naruto, of course, understood that from the first time it was clearly impossible to turn a girl into an absolutely obedient slave who would be ready to kill even the closest people for him. But at least he's managed to reach the point where Shizune is perverted and submissive enough that she doesn't mind being his personal whore. With so much confidence, for sure. If you practice it more, you can achieve even higher results. Slaves agreeing to everything? Why not? This is very tempting. In fact, Shizune's case is, to some extent, a great stroke of luck. If she had not had such high trust and quite good perversion in the past, it would not have been so easy to fill her up in bed and subdue her. As you can already understand, trust has not always played a decisive role. You can act and harshly pervert the girl and subjugate in the process. But, in the case of greater trust, interaction with her will become much easier. Without trust, for example, it will be difficult to invite a girl on a date or even get her to accept some kind of gift. However, Naruto bypassed this indicator due to his power. Few people will refuse to accept a gift or a meeting request from him at all. However, with Shizune, he was lucky not only in trust. She was clearly not indifferent to him and soon gave him her virginity, which she kept for so many years. That was the whole secret. All Naruto needed was to put pressure on her. In addition, this mature beauty had good makings of a pervert. She clearly masturbated at least a couple of times a day, if not more. Of course, she is far from a talented masochist, but she had potential. At least in Naruto's opinion, she could make a decent maid. Smart, beautiful, sexy, pliable and absolutely faithful, just the ideal. For complete control, it was only necessary to develop submission to Shizune and you can turn her into an assistant for corrupting other women. Still, it would not be so easy to make her betray Tsunade now. But in the end, if you work hard, everything will work out for sure. Interesting, with one step I reached the first goal. As soon as he realized this, Naruto felt an unusual warmth slowly spreading through every cell in his body. It was different from excitement, bringing a strange pleasure. For a moment, the guy closed his eyes and at the same time a notification appeared in front of him. Goal achieved. 150 submissions. 1 girl. Removing the seal X1. 5% to all physical indicators. The first step on the path of development and submission was in the best possible way. Commentary on Chapter 12, Shizune 3:18. Put likes and ratings, the chapters will be more frequent and juicier. Happy reading! Chapter 13, The First Step. As soon as Naruto completed the first goal, instantly all the pleasant warmth penetrating every cell turned into a magnificent heat. It seemed as if his body lit up with a golden glow and a series of snow-white sparks ran through it. Time seemed to stop and Naruto enjoyed this intoxicating feeling for almost a minute. It slowly spread through the chakra channels and nerves, as if trying to reward him for all the efforts on this path of development. Like a heavenly gift, it slowly and unhurriedly enveloped a person, showing all the benefits of owning oneself. After a while, the light faded. The Hokage opened his eyelids and, with an enthusiastic gleam in his eyes, let out a long breath. Cheh! Wow! You can get used to it. Intoxicating, with a wry smile, Naruto returned to reality. The feeling of this surge of energy showed him how good it could be if he continued to reach new heights. It seemed to tempt him to go on and stop at nothing. Ha! I didn't mean to. Even if it's not for this sense of power, I won't stop anyway and conquer everything. 'Cause I love it so much. Just one look at Shizune's lustful and satisfied face was enough to continue this pleasant business. Naruto Uzumaki. Race, superior human. Status, 7th Hokage, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Patriarch Uzumaki, Hashirama Cells, Senjutsu of the Six Paths, descendant of Akatsuki, child of prophecy. Savior of this world, Azura reincarnation, system master. Condition, suppression seal. Looking over his almost unchanged status, Naruto was finally able to feel the chakra in his body. For some reason, after the seal was released, he even gained some understanding of how to control and direct this energy. Even before that, he noticed that even without past skills, his body possessed perfect muscle memory and honed shinobi reflexes. He held off Sakura's rather strong blow without any problems, without using a grain of chakra. His body alone was an unstoppable fortress, and now he has gained access to his own chakra. Everything is going as it should. I don't remember the jutsu, but I guess it's temporary too. Kurama is still inaccessible to me, but I can learn simple techniques. How to walk on trees and water, I already know. Now everything will be even easier. Satisfied, Naruto found his things and quickly pulled on his t-shirt. At first, Shizune was too active, because Naruto quickly lost his clothes, since, unlike her kimono, she was at least dry. Dressing quickly, Naruto smoothed his wet hair and finally turned his attention back to the unconscious girl. Probably, it's worth picking it up, it's getting colder, it wasn't enough to catch a cold. Someone has to do my job. Yes, and predators all of a sudden. Of course, she's still that wild female, but I'm afraid her lustful smell will quickly attract hungry beasts. Laughing at the girl's position, Naruto quickly picked up Shizen's belt, lifted her up and put the kimono back on her shoulders. Still drenched with sweat and damp with her own juices, the Hokage couldn't help it. It is not surprising that so much dry grass and leaves stuck to the girl. He hid her appetizing charms in the fabric of his clothes as best he could, pulled on a kimono and tied a belt. Then he tried to cover her wet feet and returned her shoes. But, even covering everything, the excited nipples, the lustful face and the aroma of sex clearly spoke of events full of obscenities. You don't even have to be very smart here. Aroused again, Naruto swallowed and then let out a small sigh and lifted Shizun into his arms. As much as he wanted to get this over with quickly, he couldn't leave his personal whore in the woods. At least not now. After all, he only had one in his presence, and so simply losing her would be a waste. Well, then let's take a look at my abilities. Concentrating, the Hokage felt strength in his legs and channeled his chakra, then taking off. At an impressive speed, he flew 100 meters and did not even blink. Fuck off. Realizing his amazing speed, the guy deftly jumped through the trees and made dozens of somersaults in the air. He quickly got excited and in just a couple of minutes he reached the gates of Konoha. Rushing like a hurricane, he burst into the village, and then into his residence. No one could stop him, or rather no one dared. When the Hokage acted, they simply went out of his way. Near the gate, a pair of chunin stepped out of the shadows and stared at the Hokage's retreating silhouette in bewilderment. Maybe something happened. You did not notice, but it seems that someone was in his hands. Aha, the swarthy man nodded, maybe. Shizen-san? Just why is she in Seventh's arms? Naruto quickly ran into his office and laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Wow. Divine speed. Streams of blue chakra literally emanated from his body. He felt all his power, even if it was limited. This feeling brought great delight. He just enjoyed the day. At first he did not know what to do, and then he made a decision, and got the first woman, and now, his work has paid off. Strength and speed, he embarked on a path from which he was not going to leave. Removing all seals is only the first step. He wanted to dominate everywhere, and this requires even more strength. Even if the system failed, Naruto was going to use all his abilities and connections, even Orochimaru if need be, and make himself even more powerful. If you want to subjugate and rule, be the strongest. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Naruto quickly cleared his mind and stood in front of his own desk, frowning as he did so. And where to put her? Quickly placing Shizen on his chair, the Hokage straightened her clothes and turned the chair along with the girl to the window. It just so happened that he did not know where she lives. It was not yet possible to collect such information. That's why I had to leave it here. It's doubtful that someone will break into Naruto's office, though. It's possible. There are those who don't take me seriously. Shikamaru and Sakura are the perfect example. I do not like it. Cursing, the Hokage took his white cloak and covered Shizen. At least he hid her wet clothes and rather obscene appearance. If anyone enters, well, then it doesn't matter anymore. Although, leaving a girl stained with juices and sperm in her own office is not a particularly brilliant idea. I don't care, I'm the Hokage, just keep my mouth open. Grabbing a piece of paper, Naruto quickly wrote on it, "Keep out, important training. Those who disobey will meet severe punishment." Afterwards, the Hokage took out a kunai and stuck a note on the back of the door. Turning off the light, he left Shizen in his chair. There is no longer any point in waking her up, and he was too lazy to deal with her after everything. He already wanted to go home and enjoy something even more exciting. The taste of the wife, I cannot wait. The ominous sparkle of his blue eyes sparkled like stars that night. Naruto slowly prepared to taste the new sweetness. Chapter 14, Way Home. Anticipating the long-awaited meeting with Hinata, Naruto left his office, and then the residence, only halfway realizing that he was going in an unknown direction. Oh, damn it, the time is late, at least 11 in the evening. People were still wandering around the village and the midnight lights were sparkling everywhere, only Naruto didn't know where his house was at all. Slapping his forehead, the man sighed. If I ask passers-by where I live, it will be the best idea of the day. Scratching the back of his head, he sighed. Well, after all, don't sleep on the street, right? With a thoughtful look, the Hokage approached the first old man he met and sharply clapped him on the shoulder. He shuddered and yelped, "AI! Help!" Turning sharply, the old man stumbled and fell. Already about to crawl away in fear, he finally realized that in this lonely alley he had met the Hokage himself. "Hey Grandpa." Naruto sat down opposite and looked around suspiciously. "Are you up to something?" No, Master Hokage. I just passed by here. I swear. He quickly got up and dusted off his jacket. I'll go home, right now. Wait, Naruto stood up and waved his hand slowly. With a thoughtful look, he looked at the old man and asked, Listen, Grandpa. Do you know where I live? Well, yes, he stammered, nodding. This evening, he just wanted to get some fresh air near the house and try to find the runaway dog again, but suddenly he met the Hokage himself. How can you not stutter here? In addition, Naruto looked clearly not the same as on TV, completely different. Some kind of calm, mysteriously calm. And the look is too menacing. The old man imagined the kind 7th Hokage quite differently, but, not that he was surprised by this behavior of a war hero. He didn't find out about that situation at the diner, did he? What the hell? The Hokage patted the old man on the shoulder again. Lead. Excuse me, I say take me home. Let's see if you are who you say you are. Ah. The old man was already shaking as Naruto added, I heard there's a spy in Konoha, so we'll see. If you know where I live, so be it, I'll believe you. Understood? The old man was so frightened that he did not even attach importance to such nonsense, so he quickly nodded, of course. Sir, let's go, I'm definitely not a spy. I've lived here all my life. Let's go, let's see again. The Hokage waved his hand. It was then that he finally managed to find his home. A bit of a crazy method, but the shy grandfather was so happy to quickly get rid of the problems that he did not attach any importance to this and led Naruto to the Uzumaki residence. It's funny, of course, though, as soon as the old man ran away, Naruto shook his head in displeasure. Here, he brought me in as if nothing had happened, and he also ran away as if stung. What if I'm a spy? Finally, the Hokage's eyes turned to his own home. He looked quite decent. Not to match, of course, the legendary Shinobi, and even more so the leader of such a huge village, the strongest person in the country and possibly on the planet, but still a tolerable house, tolerable, so to speak. A simple 2-story building with a round roof, in the style of the Hokage residence, and the tiles had a similar red finish. Well, anyway, a big house and a wide courtyard, various flowers grew under the windows, and a couple of fruit trees aside. Naruto opened the steel gate and entered the stone-paved path. Climbing up the stairs, he encountered a pleasant floral scent. Beauty. There is even something in this, touching a couple of sleepy flowers, the man smiled. The mood allowed to enjoy even such trifles. Feeling alive, and even in such a comfortable position is really nice. Stopping at the door, Naruto calmly grabbed the wooden handle. He did not even think of knocking, but confidently entered the house, as he believes the owner. The door was not locked, so he crossed the threshold without any problems, took off his shoes and walked down the corridor. The light was on only in the kitchen, the rest of the house was dominated by midnight darkness and mysterious silence. Once here, Naruto was confronted with the pleasant aroma of a freshly prepared dinner, at the same time realizing his inner hunger. Ha! Indeed, my first meal. Stretching his whole body, the Hokage yawned and decided to have a snack first, and only then to inspect his property, from the rooms in the house to his wife and children. He was going to rate them all properly. With a predatory gleam in his eyes, a completely different person arrived in this house. No one could have imagined that everything would change now. A new Naruto has come to this house, very greedy and domineering, he will take whatever he wants. After all, he is the boss here. Chapter 15, Home and Family. Passing by the stairs, the Hokage suddenly stopped as soon as he saw a suspicious shadow. At the same moment, a beautiful silhouette appeared in his path. It turned out to be her, his beautiful wife. Hinata! Naruto stared at this beauty in amazement. Even a long jacket could not hide her beautiful body. The girl wore a long pink dress just above her knees, something like a shirt, only more strict, hiding all the important parts. But even so, Naruto was able to appreciate everything, as if she had no clothes on. Bewitching. A short beauty, perfect snow-white skin, not a single wrinkle on her beautiful face. Smooth nose, scarlet cheeks, and plump lips. Her short bob-style hair seemed to sparkle with a dark blue sheen, while her violet eyes could sink forever. It was looking at them that Naruto just fell into a stupor, how beautiful she was. All this, not to mention her perfect body, delicious, luxurious and damn juicy. Definitely, under this pink shirt is hidden the most obscene figure of all that he has seen so far, gorgeous breasts and incredibly appetizing thighs. Hinata had an aura of sexy femininity, as if her mature pheromones were trying to resonate with her only man. Fuck. I'm smitten so easily. She's on another level. Naruto swallowed. He swallowed hard. Hinata froze in confusion. He hadn't looked at her with that expression in a long time. Yes, and... Have you watched it all? This look was different from any other. Hinata just couldn't remember her own husband, the only person who owns her heart, looking at her with such hot desire and wild lust. And Naruto, she herself didn't understand why she was suddenly embarrassed. For a very long time, even after so many years, from the time of her youth, he did not make her shy and look away. She suddenly realized that perhaps that night Naruto would finally decide to sleep in the family bed, and not, as always, in his cold office. Maybe something happened. Hinata looked up at the man again in confusion and asked worriedly, "Darling, are you okay?" "I'm better than ever," Naruto said loudly and immediately hugged his wife. Hinata was about to ask him to be quiet, but then his hands grabbed her rather intimate place. So juicy. Feeling his wife's rather impressive ass, Naruto involuntarily broke into a depraved smirk. Hinata did not try to escape, she rather just fell into a stupor, because Naruto had never been so sharp, and for the first time in his life he grabbed her ass. On the one hand, she wanted to stop this debauchery, but on the other hand, she was afraid to offend him with this. "And Naruto," the girl dared, and then squeaked when she realized how his hand pulled up her dress and already rushed inside her panties with might and main. It was then that Hinata could no longer stand it and hastily pulled away, pushing her husband away. Stop. Realizing that she raised her voice, the girl became shy and looked away. Sorry. The children are sleeping. Maybe it's better in the bedroom, Naruto. Yes. The guy yawned displeasedly and with an annoyed expression walked past his wife as if nothing had happened. He could smell the food and decided to grab a bite to eat before going to bed. Although, Hinata took his actions in a completely different way. The girl looked down guiltily and hurriedly followed her husband. She felt she might have been a little harsh, so she tried to apologize. But, Naruto calmly sat down at the table and waved his hand. "Don't worry so much, better bring something to eat, I've worked so hard today." After licking his lips, after the memories of Shizen, the Hokage leaned back in his chair and began to look at his wife. Hinata fussed and served him a portion of dinner. In this cute shirt, her slender legs looked quite appetizing. "But she is good, she didn't notice anything, as I thought. My opinion is that you will pretend to be someone you are not, you will only make problems. As with any lie, you need to have a piece of the truth. In my case, the face and voice belong to her husband, and the behavior can be attributed to a change in mood or some other crap like chakra and training. If I pretend to be a fool, I will rather lose. Now the important stage is the attack." This tactic worked well with Shizen, and should work with Hinata as well. As soon as I conquer my wife and accustom me to my new state, and then get rid of the cursed seals, nothing will stop me. While the Hokage was thinking about something, Hinata looked at him in bewilderment. Today he is kind of strange. It seems that something really happened. Besides, he somehow smells weird. When he approached and hugged me, I distinctly felt a familiar feminine smell. The girl did not try to wind herself up, because she clearly knew Naruto would never cheat on her, but questions still arose. She could not remember which girl smelled like that, and yes, it smelled weird. Innocent Hinata did not even know how the love juices of an excited girl could actually smell. Naruto kept an eye on his wife and mentally rejoiced at his position. Maybe in these clothes her sexual forms were poorly visible, but female charm, sexy figure, along with a wonderful face were enough reason to desire her completely and without a trace. He just couldn't wait to taste it in the most forbidden way and all over this house. Maybe on Shizen he spent a lot of his strength, but from one anticipation to take possession of a stranger and at the same time his wife, he replenished all his energy. Hinata warmed up the curry and carefully served it to her husband. Naruto smiled strangely again and began to eat. "Yeah, I don't know from where, but I can handle these sticks. It's funny." Like a skilled craftsman, the Hokage quickly used the chopsticks and emptied the bowl in no time. Great. Now my strength is back. Chapter 17, Hinata, 18. Just at the moment when Naruto took off all his clothes and remained completely naked, Hinata entered the bedroom and immediately fell into a stupor. In a matter of moments, the girl blushed and turned away. "And Naruto, your clothes." The man glanced at his weapon, ready for battle, and nodded gravely. "Yes, I don't need it. You might as well start." "WL. Yes." I understood. Hinata did not mind, although she found her husband's behavior, once again, too strange. That's just his look and actions did not leave her the opportunity to ask a question or understand what was going on. He acted with her too calmly and as imperiously as never before. Rude, self-confident and rather arrogant. Hinata always fulfilled his every whim, and now even more so, he behaved like a full-fledged master in the house. Something definitely happened to him. Oh, if he wants it that way, I have to help him. The girl swallowed and a little hesitantly threw off her jacket, remaining in one shirt. Naruto lay down on the bed, put his hands under his head and crossed his legs. With his cock fully erect, he calmly looked at his wife and waited for more. Underwear is clothes too, remember? Hinata suddenly stopped. It was not the first time she was embarrassed by such intimate moments with her husband, but for the first time she saw him have such a look and such behavior. He had never looked at her so hot, so lustfully. When the girl's eyes settled on his erect cock, she swallowed in fascination and trembled with anticipation. It seemed to her that he had become different, more masculine. He was still the same big, probably such a size could even be envied by many men not only in the entire land of fire, but even men in the cloud. Hinata remembered well how she was horrified by this gigantic size and how long it took her to get used to it. In fact, she never got used to it, the fear still remained and for this reason nothing has happened for many years. Naruto continued to smile as he watched his wife's reaction. Hinata, of course, we have the whole night ahead of us, but can we still start? Why yes, the girl nodded, she was trembling a little with excitement, mixed with a little panic, but she still managed to take her sparkling eyes away from the pulsing giant and hurriedly reached for the switch. But, before she could touch him, Naruto asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Well, Hinata was confused, but answered, "You know, I can't in the light." "Is she bullying?" Naruto frowned, "Woman, you have 2 kids and you're still looking at my cock with a shudder. Someone seems to have let things take their course and not taught his wife to have sex. What a waste. However, I'm only in the black." Amused by the girl's funny reaction, Naruto said, "You can, I want to see your sexy body, your eyes sparkling with sincere pleasure and an obscene face with a lustful smile." But, Hinata's eyes widened and she panicked even more. Naruto, of course, saw her naked, but this happened only a couple of times, and every time she was ready to fall into the ground from shame. And now he wants to see her, why? He always let her, but now, sorry. The girl again tried to turn off the light, but a displeased sigh was immediately heard from the side. Naruto was immediately in front of her and grabbed her arm sharply. "Enough of these games." Then he just grabbed the fabric of her clothes and tore it to shreds. "Ah!" Hinata let out a frightened cry when she suddenly realized that she was already on the bed, unable to resist. Naruto leaned on her, calmly clasped both of her hands above her head and looked at the most delicious body in his life with anticipation. Slowly, with the index finger of his free hand, he touched his wife's beautiful lips, and then as if he began to draw an invisible line, gradually moving towards the chest, hidden by a dark blue bra. Such actions made her timid heart flutter like never before. Hinata trembled, her embarrassment reached its highest point and not only her cheeks, but also her thin neck turned red. Shame slowly touched the soft pale shoulders of the beauty. Naruto did not seem to notice her feelings, continuing to run his finger further and further along this delightful snow-white skin. Oh gods! How soft she is. Hinata seemed not to be a kunoichi, her body resembled the most delicate marshmallow, her fingers simply sank into her soft and slender tummy. The muscles were still highlighting the most beautiful areas, but they were long overdue. That's why Naruto could taste enough of this sumptuous body without any problem. That was exactly it, the body of a mature woman, in the very juice, everything in moderation, and what a smell. Even the fingers trembled, and the excitement overcame all conceivable boundaries. He had never seen such a feminine scent before. As soon as Naruto's finger reached Hinata's charming navel, he licked his lips and pressed his face against her chest, inhaling that intoxicating pheromone-laden scent. "Amazing," he whispered, quickly touching the girl's pretty ear. It burned like hot coals. "How sweet." The man playfully licked her sensual neck and finally moved on. All this time, Hinata shuddered and had long been lost in this amazing bliss. Naruto had never been so playful, gentle, or even rude to her. He seemed to never know that with a woman you can take the initiative. Never in her life had Hinata experienced his hot breath on her neck, such tempting and unhurried movements. He, like a wild male, studied his victim, licked his lips and savored her smell. From this, she simply could not start, nor could not lose her head. The girl's dark panties were soaked for a long time, her breath hitched, and she began to sweat from excitement. Even the god himself couldn't resist all these scents in the room, so Naruto became even more inflamed. He already knew Hinata was too innocent to force her to act as he wants to, slowly, gradually accustoming to perversions. Therefore, for the first time, he must show her what she can get if she is honest enough with herself and learns to ask for pleasure. She will begin to understand his desires, feel them and respond no less passionately. That is why, the time has come to transgress to the training of his wife. Chapter 18, Hinata, 18. Naruto continued to alternate gentle caresses with rough biting. His lips traveled all the way down Hinata's fragile neck, and then he went down to the most forbidden area, but first. With a sharp movement, the man tore the fastening of the bra and released two mouth-watering mounds. Hinata's chest, unlike the hostess, turned out to be much more honest. She shuddered playfully from the obscene movements of the Hokage, then continuing to tremble fervently. Then Naruto was amazed again and swallowed loudly. Hinata's nipples were impressive. Pulled in and so sexy, they beckoned to play with them and make them show up. They were exactly as sensitive as their mistress, embarrassedly hiding from the hungry man, while continuing to lure him, as if trying to inflame his passion for themselves even more. How perverse! Naruto abruptly grabbed those pinkish roundness and bit into it with rage. Since they decided to annoy him, he was not going to back down. The man sucked so hard that Hinata started screaming. "Ah, Naruto, not so strong." But he didn't listen to her. In less than a moment, the left papilla jumped out of its shelter. He, like an innocent sensitive girl, realized the danger of his position and trembled with excitement. Naruto continued to lick and nibble on him, making his wife go crazy with pleasure. "Ah," Hinata moaned passionately, clutching the sheet under her and closing her eyes in shame. She had never felt so good in her life. In the meantime, the Hokage only became more inflamed. Grabbing both breasts, he stuffed them into his mouth and sucked with pleasure. Then the second papilla appeared, just as innocent and obscene at the same time. These mature boobs turned out to be so delicious that Naruto stayed in their captivity for almost 10 minutes. Then Hinata came for the first time, unable to hold back anymore. What is this? So nice. Ah! The girl opened her lavender eyes and quietly looked at her husband. He continued to furiously have fun with her breasts. Hinata could not believe that she could be so pleased with her. Those inverted nipples, the only time she saw them was the day she masturbated. Never before had Naruto been able to reach them. She simply wouldn't let him touch such an embarrassing place. And now, he just took them himself. She had never finished just from the nipples. Moreover, in comparison with this, she began to realize that she did not experience an orgasm at all. Such lightness, euphoria. For the first time, she realized how far from real sex, only caresses seemed to take her to heaven. Ah, and Naruto. He did not react and did not stop for a second. Waves of trembling passed through Hinata's body, like discharges of electricity, each time shaking every nerve in her. Embarrassment arose again by itself and she tried to escape from these depraved feelings. He played with one of her most sensitive places. Even if the girl tried to stop him in a whisper, it rather only urged the man to continue. And Naruto. Please. Ah, the sensitive right papilla quickly turned the coherent speech into passionate moans. Ah. The children, will hear. Ah, not so rude. Licking his lips, Naruto wrinkled those luxurious softness a little more, and then he looked down. He couldn't get enough of it. More. All Hinata's panties were soaked long ago. Beads of sweat appeared on her tummy. In the shadow of the lamps, these crystals looked like real stars. Naruto went down, parted his wife's legs and lifted them up. The girl did not participate in this process at all, so he had to do everything himself. Leaving a series of kisses on the inside of the thigh, the Hokage raised his slender legs even higher and licked his lips. The sight that opened before him was mesmerizing. Hinata's ass was quite impressive. Naruto's palms were just immersed in these softnesses. He would like to crush them more and turn her around, enjoying the process directly, but this time he wanted to show his wife what it's like to be well aroused before wild sex. She will never forget this pleasure, preliminary tenderness, and then hard sex will simply take her to heaven. With anticipation, the Hokage connected the girl's sensual legs together, and then with a slight movement, grabbed the blue panties and pulled them up. Ah! Hinata showed a panicked look, but only received a satisfied smirk from Naruto in response. Now she was in his power and could no longer resist. His strange behavior has long ceased to matter. In his hands she melted idle and softer. Ah! What's the matter with him? Why is he so pushy today? Why is he looking like that? Pulling off his wet panties, Naruto appreciated the shiny strings of love juices that seemed to be unwilling to part with Hinata's beautiful femininity. Beauty. The Hokage raised his hand and tossed his panties aside with a chuckle, then he licked his lips and slowly parted Hinata's legs. He swallowed. Again, this beauty took his breath away. Even her pussy is a match for obscene nipples. Pink, wet and damn tasty. His hot cock was already trembling and just burning Hinata's soft legs, but as soon as they were spread apart, he playfully slid right into the girl's cute pussy. But, of course, he did not manage to touch her. Then Naruto sank lower and decided to try the taste of his own wife properly. Ah, and Naruto. Embarrassed, Hinata covered her blushing face and tried to see the situation through the gaps in her fingers. She was already burning with desire, because he did everything so slowly, so exciting. Moreover, all this happened in the light, not at all like usual. Hinata already forgot the last time she saw herself so obscene and lustful. Nice. How nice. Ah. Finally, Naruto touched the most sensitive point. He affectionately licked a small pink bead, and then began to actively work with his fingers. Before he could start, Hinata's legs trembled. He quickly realized that he should speed up a little, because the fingers looked deeper, and then Naruto sharply pulled them up and shook them a couple of times. Then she could not stand it anymore. Ayah! Ah! Ah! After a loud scream, Hinata covered her mouth, but the moans did not stop. Her eyes rolled back and she began to tremble only more. Naruto pulled away, and then a strong jet escaped from his wife's excited hole, splashing all the sheets and the floor in the bedroom. Such a strong pressure, even got to the wall. Damn, she's too sensitive. After licking his lips, Naruto didn't want to wait anymore. Hinata just sprawled on the bed and lowered her legs. They were still shaking and even touching the floor, because she was lying on the very edge. It was then that Naruto approached again and inspected this aroused body with anticipation. You're the best. Who would have thought that you were hiding such things from me? Hinata covered her face with her elbow and tried to catch her breath. Still, for the first time in his life, Naruto touched her forbidden place with his tongue, the first time he ever touched her in such a way, with such desire. Before sex was a routine, so what happened now? Is this sex? She just couldn't believe, had they really been missing out on such an amazing world of pleasure all these years? Chapter 19, Hinata, 18. Naruto slowly ran his hot cock up Hinata's inner thigh before finally touching Hinata's swollen clit as well. He just wanted to quickly make her his own, not just an ordinary wife's hole for her husband, but completely his own, completely subjugate. This woman should be his without a trace and her whole world should revolve around him. Running his tip through the small dark blue hairs, Naruto nodded contentedly. Still, this girl really went hair in such a place. A mature luxurious beauty, with an amazing, obscene aroma. Isn't this how a real wife should be? Without stopping again, Naruto made a slow movement and slowly plunged his hot cock into a rather narrow hole. Wow! He chuckled in surprise. Unlike the overly narrow shizen, Hinata could easily take on his size. Moreover, her hole turned out to be noticeably nicer, softer and at the same time quite narrow, and not too much, but exactly as needed. Perfectly wet, hot and pulsing, she was many times superior to the inexperienced shizen. Of course, that little whore also had her advantages, but she clearly lacked training. Here, Hinata was clearly prepared. The mature woman's pussy had a completely different level of quality. It was as if she was created for him, which, in principle, is natural, because he is the only man in her life, and she is his ideal wife. Therefore, Naruto did not hesitate too much and began to push his cock further and further. Hinata's legs were trembling more and more violently, and halfway through he felt serious resistance and abruptly pulled out. At the same moment a stream of love juices splashed in his direction. This girl really admired her sensitivity. Ah! And Naruto. Hinata finally showed her embarrassed face, her eyes were completely covered with a veil of lust, her lips were trembling, everything was fluttering in her lower abdomen, she no longer cared about anything, except for the continuation of this moment. More. Darling. I'm pleased. Naruto smiled and leaned against the girl, quickly reaching her lips, tongues immediately intertwined in a hot fusion. Hinata pliantly obeyed and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Naruto sank down to the sensitive and aroused nipples, savored their taste a bit, and returned to his unfinished business. The Hokage was no longer going to prolong the pleasure. Hinata completely obeyed and could no longer even speak coherently, she only asked, she wanted only one thing, which meant that he had achieved her complete control. It was time to show her the taste of hard fucking. One move. It only took Naruto one move for his thick cock to slide into his ready hole. At the same moment, Hinata's body arched and the fat head, with a depraved slap, rested against the uterus, kissing her in this sincere greeting. But the Hokage did not let her get used to it, he abruptly grabbed his juicy boobs, starting to furiously enter to the full length. Back and forth, again and again, he only increased his speed and wet pops immediately filled the bedroom, but they paled in comparison to Hinata's lustful moans, which quickly turned into real perverted screams. The girl's eyes had long rolled back in a depraved meaning, and she stopped even covering her excited face. She just lay exhausted, continuing to moan and arch her back. Naruto grabbed her neck with both hands and started picking up the pace every time his wife's screams faded a little. Even the walls seemed to be shaking along with the bed. Hinata began to make extremely vulgar sounds, pulling out her lips in the most obscene way. During sex, this innocent girl and exemplary housewife behaved surprisingly depraved. She gave herself completely to lust. Naruto grinned furiously and continued to bring his wife to another orgasm. Hinata got a taste, starting to wave. It seems that this tender pussy just lacked such stimulation. Naruto realized this as soon as he saw those cute inverted nipples. No matter how hard she tried to hide herself, her body spoke for her. This quiet woman needs hard sex, she needs to feel it with all her being, you need to fuck her to the very brain. That's right, every furious movement of the man rammed into Hinata's uterus, and then the pleasure spread through every cell, every nerve, reaching the very brain. In less than a minute of such a pace, she let out the loudest moan, turning into a passionate squeal. Heath, pale hands squeezed the white sheets, and the luxurious body immediately arched. Hinata rolled her eyes and stuck out her pink tongue. Finally she reached another finale. Naruto at the same moment sucked on 2 nipples at once, grabbing them like balloons. He continued to suck them with irresistible lust, which greatly increased his wife's orgasms. No one would have thought that Hinata Hyuga, famous for her meek nature, could make such lustful sounds. No one would have believed that her body wanted such raw stimulation. No one would have recognized in this face a real whore, the mother of 2 children and the wife of the Hokage himself. The jet orgasm once again hit the wall. Naruto even had to move away, as this unsatisfied wife began to squirt insanely, continuing to scream even more with pleasure. Chapter 20, Hinata 4:18. Naruto sat Hinata on his knees and forced her to give him a great blowjob. The girl was now in such a state that she could hardly think of anything. Of course, as soon as the masculine smell hit her nose, she realized everything for a moment, but it was too late. Naruto entered properly and pushed even further. With his size, the girl began to choke before he even pushed himself halfway, but he did not let her pretty face out of his grip, continuing to push deeper and deeper. Hinata's experience was not worth talking about. She couldn't believe that right now her husband was impaling her narrow throat on his giant cock. First blowjob and so deep, GH. Naturally, she couldn't accept it without consequences, but now she was too excited. Naruto picked up the pace quickly and was finally able to land his full length. In shock to himself, he realized that in this matter, his wife could also be a real master. Even if he guided her and, in fact, did everything himself, she's still impressed with her ability to obey without objection. She's perfect, HAA. Naruto groaned contentedly and broke into a lewd smirk. Hinata eventually got used to it and awkwardly began to work with her tongue. Even if she did not know what to do, she simply relied on her feelings, trying to look up at her husband and give him more pleasure. Squishing and moaning filled the bedroom again. Drooling from a cute mouth dripped onto the floor and Hinata's thin fingers quickly found something to do while playing with an excited clitoris. All the insides of the girl shuddered. She could not believe that even from such a hard suction she could be so excited. Naruto enjoyed it no less. His conclusions justified themselves. Hinata really turned out to be the most sensitive woman in his life. Even her throat turned out to be damn soft, her mouth was perfectly slippery and supple. Her body was just intoxicating. Luxurious woman, with an incredibly lustful body. Perhaps I won't stop repeating this. Yeah. Okay. This fool could not even satisfy his wife with such an economy. What a shame. Naruto, with a satisfied look, continued to fuck Hinata's mouth, and even more pleasure was brought to him by her moans. Elongated lips sucked properly and reduced narrow eyes. Hinata sucked like crazy. She didn't even need help anymore. She didn't hesitate at all and didn't resist, easily entering the right pace. She sometimes continued to choke, drooling like crazy, but she did her job in the best possible way. The moment Naruto finally reached the first ending of the night, he suddenly growled, grabbed his wife by the hair, scared her a little and violently erupted right into the depths of her narrow throat. Hinata understood everything and, as if by instinct, began to fiddle with her pussy even more furiously. At the same moment the juices splashed by themselves. They finished at the same time. Indescribable. Stars sparkle in my eyes. Cheh. Naruto just lay back on the bed and indulged in pleasure. Hinata kissed his cock as if nothing had happened. The saliva continued to flow, but the girl didn't seem to care about the outside world at all. She had swallowed all the nectar of her beloved long ago and was asking for more supplements. She really liked the recent stimulation and she continued to savor this tart male taste that intoxicated her mind and at the same time drowned in female pleasure. When Naruto saw her sexy and wet face, he again could not restrain himself. Abruptly picking up Hinata, he threw her on the bed. After his wife screamed, he buried her vulgar face in the pillow, grabbed her ass and lifted it up. Today he will not give this appetizing ass a moment's rest. So, over the next few hours, the Hokage continued to blow off steam on his inexperienced wife. That night, Hinata knew heaven and experienced the most unforgettable pleasure of her life. Her sensual body fully revealed all its hidden sides. Finally, there was a man capable of using his full potential. Now the life of the Uzumaki family will never be the same again. His wife knew the taste of female happiness from rough animal sex, was able to drink the taste of a real man, and she liked it. Chapter 21, Good Morning. The awakening of the 7th Hokage was sudden. However, last night, or even this morning, turned out to be too stormy. It can be understood. Dear, came a barely audible voice with a sort of hoarseness. Naruto turned away unhappily and continued to sleep. But, someone began to shake his shoulder. Darling, wake up. Oh, the man unhappily opened his eyelids and looked at this troublemaker. Who would even dare to wake up the Hokage? Ah! Hinata, he quickly calmed down, realizing who was in front of him, and then yawned, sitting down on the bed. What's happened? You have to go to work, came a gentle whisper from the embarrassed girl. Naruto finally got a better look at his wife and immediately swallowed. Hinata seemed to have changed. First of all, she seemed to become even more charming, especially with that slight blush on her cheeks and her lovely violet eyes. They sparkled with love and tenderness. A completely different feminine scent emanated from the beautiful princess, as if she had changed in just one night and became too amazing. Although she was dressed in some kind of dark jacket and apron, even these rags could not hide the very charm that could excite only from one thought. Perhaps it was all because of last night and Naruto just remembered this luxurious body, but she really seemed even sexier to him. Her swollen lips, little hickeys and barely noticeable bruises on her neck, immediately caught the eye. This night was really hot, and Hinata's voice seemed to be broken because of that perfect blowjob. Naruto remembered this and smiled playfully. After all, you even managed to get up before me, that's strength, that's definitely my Hinata. The girl instantly blushed and averted her cute eyes. She still trembled at the mere memory. If not for household duties, she would have remained in his arms. As if Naruto felt it, he got up and gently hugged his beautiful wife. Hinata! This night was the best night of my life, I'm sure you share my feelings. Noticing the gentle smile on her pretty face, he whispered, I promise everything will change. Now you will no longer be alone in this house. And Naruto, the girl's heart began to beat quickly, a pleasant warmth swept through her body, even in the lower abdomen everything trembled from the heat that had arisen. She wanted to thank her husband with her lips, as he sharply pulled her to him and kissed her. So passionate, so vulgar and so nice. Ah! Naruto! Hinata began to melt in pleasure. After an exchange of tenderness, he, as always, began to turn on. How can you remain calm when you have such an amazing girl in your arms? Naruto pushed his wife against the wall and quickly pulled off her pants. He was going to enjoy this morning to the fullest. At the same time, after washing up and preparing to have a good rest on his day off, Boruto went down the stairs to the kitchen, and the first thing he noticed was his sister. Oh, hello. The guy looked around carefully. Where is mom? Himawari remained silent as she thoughtfully picked at the rice. This morning the girl did not look well, bags under her eyes and some distant look. Sighing again, the girl finally turned her attention to her brother. Good morning, Oniai-chan. Ah. Well, yes, Boruto sat down at the table and asked again, so, where is mom? She went to wake up her father. Dad? Boruto asked in surprise, is this old man at home? Not at work? Well, yes. Himawari for some reason became sad and continued picking at her food again. What's wrong with you? Boruto was worried. Are you sick? Maybe call mom. No! Hima shouted sharply, and then lowered her head and said softly, don't tell mom. I just didn't sleep well. Yes? Boruto popped a piece of cheese into his mouth and smirked, I slept great. Although, it seemed to me that at night someone made such a strange sound. Z sound? Yeah, Boruto thoughtfully tried to remember that noise again, but nothing came of it. He simply waved it off. What's the difference? Find a fool who decides to climb into our house, ha. At the same moment, a contented voice swept through the kitchen. Ha, my lovely children are having breakfast, what a pleasant sight. Half-naked Naruto entered the kitchen in his underpants, sweaty and a little disheveled. This morning had gone too well for him. It was not only Himawari who was surprised by his appearance, as he acted and looked too amazing. No seriousness or tiredness, a bit too pleased and cheeky. Even Boruto, who was already delighted with the arrival of his father, hesitated a little from his abnormal behavior. Even if Naruto wasn't home often, he never behaved like that. What's wrong with him? The guy was surprised and put down the sandwich. Boruto blinked and asked in bewilderment, sis? Where are you going? Himawari decided to leave for some reason. Naruto rummaged through the fridge, pulled out a bottle of milk, and took a couple of long sips. Ha! The most important thing, after an excellent S, the man cast a short glance at his son. Sleep. Boruto ignored his father's smirk and strange tone, and simply asked, "Old man, did you finally decide to go home?" The Hokage raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at his son. "How do you talk to your father? Haven't received a belt in a while?" The guy shuddered and was surprised. "What are you doing?" Boruto didn't know what to think right now. Chapter 22, New Feelings. Naruto walked around the kitchen table and sat across from Boruto. He tensed, his father was looking at him too strangely. He was rarely at home and rarely scolded him for anything, but he never scolded him for anything at all. He never had enough time and he just ignored everyone. But even so, Boruto still somehow felt uneasy, from such close attention of his father. How is it at work?" He immediately changed the topic, not understanding why he started talking about the work of the Hokage. Naruto chuckled and slowly looked around the kitchen. "I would say it's good. Being Hokage is my dream." Mentally noting, "Yes. The dream has come true. Guy. I fucked your mother unconscious and now she is lying in the bedroom with her legs apart, trembling from orgasm, completely naked. I would look at your reaction, if you knew all this." The man chuckled. "Well, I couldn't help thinking about this, looking at his displeased face. Yes, I've heard it already." Boruto waved his hand, completely unaware of his father's thoughts. "I reached the goal and now you're not at home." "Oh." The Hokage's lips stretched into a sly grin, and he tilted his head slightly towards his son. "Does my young son lack fatherly love?" "What?" Boruto was caught off guard and didn't know how to respond for a moment, then snorted in embarrassment. "Besides, I don't want anything from you." "Ha, there it is." Naruto sighed and leaned back in his chair. "I already thought my son wanted to be nursed by daddy." Grr. The guy growled and jumped up sharply. "Yes, damn it. Have you decided to make fun of me too?" "Oh." The Hokage took another sip of milk and then slowly wiped his lips. "You know Boruto, I see that I brought you up too softly." "Yes, you know what?" The guy was clearly angry, slammed the table and shouted. "Yes, you went. Raised? It was only my mother who raised me here, while you sat in your office." After his scream, Boruto immediately disappeared, running away from the house. Naruto just shrugged and grinned. Little tsundere, so lacking in love and attention. Rising, Naruto had a quick bite to eat from the fridge before returning to the bedroom to change. At the door, he immediately ran into a breathless Hinata. Dear, the girl was embarrassed for some reason and averted her eyes. She had already managed to put herself in order, and now she began to involuntarily suspect about the imminent continuation. Slightly disheveled hair, damp skin and wrinkled skirt slightly betrayed something vulgar. Of course, it is also worth mentioning the increased female charm. After good sex, any woman spreads an aura of charm around her, along with exciting pheromones. The aroma capable of awakening the masculine essence. Fascinated, Naruto with a grin grabbed Hinata by the elastic ass and instantly took possession of her lips, but the girl tried to escape. Darling, I need to make breakfast. I want but... Don't worry, the man playfully slapped his wife on the ass and quickly found his closet with clothes. I need to go and check what's in my residence. The Hokage put on black trousers and threw on a white shirt. Okay. Hinata hesitated a little. She blazed with her newfound embarrassment, not seen since they first made love. It seemed that the recent, new kind of sex was still not sufficiently strengthened in the body of this beautiful kunoichi. However, this is not surprising. After such a hot night and morning fun, Hinata's depravity and submission grew only a little. Naruto was already dressed, buttoning all but the top 2 buttons of his shirt, tousling his hair a little and rolling up his sleeves. It's not that he didn't like the old clothes, but rather he simply didn't remember where he threw them when he undressed. If there were normal t-shirts, he could have put on something simpler. Well, that's fine. After sorting out his clothes, the Hokage turned around and looked at the cutie Hinata. You wanted to cook breakfast, have you changed your mind? No, it's just... The girl finally looked up and asked seriously. What's wrong with you, Naruto? I don't recognize you. Did something happen? Oh, he replied, stepping closer. You don't like it? And no. She was embarrassed again at her harsh tone. It's just... I want to know if you're okay. Yesterday you looked a little strange and that smell... The girl looked away. You will tell me if I don't suit you? Or... Well, if something is wrong with you. Women's flair, huh? Naruto closed his eyes and nodded, quite interesting. We should get out. He pretended to be embarrassed, and then sighed and gently touched Hinata's beautiful face. Hinata. You are my woman, no matter what happens, you should not be ashamed of me or embarrassed in front of me. You are one of the most beautiful girls in this world. I will never leave you, and you will always make me happy. Don't worry about little things. I kiss her behind the ear, he whispered. Now I will make you happy. The girl's heart trembled again, and her eyes sparkled with love, everything in her chest fluttered with happiness. She smiled gently and clung to Naruto even more tightly. I understood. Okay. Slowly, the Hokage's hand slipped from the girl's soft hair down her graceful back, and then her fingers slipped into her panties. Hinata felt everything, but did not resist. On the contrary, she wanted more. Ah, the girl let out a sweet moan as she breathed heavily. Again. Nope. Grinning, Naruto pulled his hand out of his wet panties and smiled. Continue later. Hinata's eyes flickered with reluctance for just a moment, and then she smiled and nodded. Okay, are you coming back tonight? Of course. Already approaching the door, the man turned around. All these years, Hinata, I spent too little time on you. I give you my word, starting from last night, everything will change. I will make you feel like the most desirable woman. I will give you more pleasure than you can even imagine. Hinata didn't have time to answer. Naruto left the bedroom and quickly went down the stairs. When the front door slammed, she moved away from the wall and slowly sat down on the bed. She clearly realized the meaning of his last words. Involuntarily, the girl looked at her trembling hips and pursed her soft lips. What happened to him? Hinata swallowed and involuntarily lowered her hand just below her stomach. Just touching that very spot, she suddenly realized her actions and immediately pulled her fingers away. She quickly got up from the bed, straightened her clothes and hair, and then returned her face to its former appearance. The same expression that she wore in recent years is the caring face of a calm housewife. But looking at her reflection in the mirror, Hinata suddenly smiled charmingly. For some reason everything seemed different. Feeling her chest, she tilted her head thoughtfully. Maybe I put on weight? Biting her lips, Hinata looked at her beautiful face. Everything seems to be the same. In the end, she could not understand what had changed in her. However, she had simply forgotten how she looked many years ago, on her wedding day. How her eyes sparkled, filled with happiness. This time was something similar, only now from a young girl. Hinata has turned into an adult luxurious woman and completely forgot what it's like when a man calls you sexy. How strange. He's like a different person. Did he realize how little time he devotes to his family? I can't say that he didn't pay attention to me, but... Still. She didn't know what to do. On the one hand, she wanted to know the reason for such strong changes and the reason for such a perfect night, but, on the other hand, another. She was afraid to destroy this moment of happiness. Yes, and she has long admitted how much she likes it. Before, not after the wedding, never, or yet he behaved like this with her. That's why Hinata just couldn't stop it. She only wanted to continue. Never before had Naruto acted like this, never paid her such vulgar compliments, and never treated her so rudely. Before, everything about the bed scared her, but he just didn't change anything, as if he didn't care. She never got pleasure, she could never call it real sex. And now, for the first time in her life, she found out what it is, the true moment of the merger of a man and a woman, this passionate love moment. He turned out to be not at all so romantic, and even excessively vulgar and obscene, but, oddly enough, she liked him. She liked him very much. Once was enough to get her into it. For the first time in her life, Hinata felt so desired and so happy. It was real sex, not just childish games in bed, but precisely the very connection of two lovers, which they had never been before. Chapter 23, first on the list. Naruto didn't even need to look at his wife to realize how much she was beginning to transform. Hinata Hyuga, 15 depravity, 10 subjugation, condition happiness, tiredness, excitement, anxiety, love. Back at the residence, the Hokage this time faced a whole batch of respectful greetings. Liquor or not, but he still enjoyed this welcome with satisfaction. All is not lost if there are those who greet you with such courtesy. So, power is not an empty phrase. It was only necessary to drive it into everyone's head that the order was changing. Approaching the door, Naruto noticed the same note he left not so long ago. That's it, and I'm wondering why that old man on the stairs was so surprised when he met me. I forgot about the note. Opening the door slightly, the Hokage peered inside, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Shizen still left and it won't turn into a problem. At the very least, she's a shinobi and must have been able to somehow cover up some traces of last night. Returning to the table, Naruto took out paper and a pen. He did not really want to work, he had plans to make others work. But, it was still worth compiling a list of women. It's hard to say if Shizen forgot about his order to bring photographs and documents, so it was worth remembering all the women by name and making at least some kind of list for the first time. At least it was worth deciding when you can start to subordinate, and whom it would be better not to touch at first. Who of all will remain in question, and who will definitely become the future female Hokage. There is no data yet, but memories will suffice. Now it was worth starting to write down and gradually remember everything possible. Okay, let's start with the basics. First of all, my wife is Hinata. Former Hyuga, now Uzumaki. If there was a list of ideal wives, Hinata would probably be at the top of this list, mainly due to her modest nature and completely immodest body. She was the perfect wife, quiet and caring at the same time. Responsible and understanding. True, too calm and absolutely inexperienced. Although, for some, this is rather a plus. Still, the body of such a charming kunoichi can rightly be called the body of a real temptress, and with such a character, it can be completely changed for yourself. Naruto has never experienced such a sweet and intoxicating feeling from intimacy with a girl, making a man go crazy and desire him more and more. Being close to Hinata is somewhat addictive, even after the first time. Let's write it down. You should be more careful. At the same time at the Uzumaki's house. After cleaning herself up, Hinata left the bedroom and went down to the kitchen. She wasn't at all surprised by Naruto's absence, but the children. Boruto! Himawari! The girl called loudly. But, there was no answer. Returning to the hallway, she quickly realized that her son had run away somewhere. Where is he at this early? Didn't even warn. Commentary on Chapter 23, first on the list. The chapter is cut, but I posted 2 at once and norms. Chapter 24, Shizun and Tsunade. In his office, Naruto continued to draw conclusions, slowly tapping his pen on his notepad. More amazingly, she not only managed to endure, she even woke up before me. He had long ago decided to characterize his wife's body as something taboo and maddening. Now, he couldn't help but mention her superior stamina. It only seemed at first glance that Hinata was a malleable girl. In fact, she was an insatiable mistress and at the same time easily supported his own pace. She didn't lose consciousness even at the very end. Incredible woman. Fortunately, Naruto himself had tremendous stamina, and no matter how strong Hinata's body was, by the end she could barely move and just come incessantly. No wonder her perverted score had risen so much. After a few nights like this, Hinata would be completely subdued. After making a note, Naruto wrote down the following name, Shizun. Meanwhile in one of Konoha's houses. On the outskirts of the village, the steam dissipated, revealing the rosy skin of a beautiful brunette. Shizun was taking a bath. Covered in foam, she sipped her wine and sighed as she remembered the night before. Each time she blushed in embarrassment and took long sips from her glass. Oh, and how can I look into his eyes now? Shizun sank deeper into the water, up to her chin, rubbing her wet lips cutely. Ah, I want to fall into the ground. I was screaming such vulgar things, ah. Aroused again, the kunoichi swallowed, stupid body. What should I do now? God, Tsunade-sama, what would you do? Sighing about her fate, Shizun continued to get drunk, completely forgetting about work and plunging into recent events. This morning, close to dawn, she woke up in Naruto's office in a cold sweat. Still horny and completely tired, she didn't even know how to react. Pleasantly surprised that he covered her with a cloak, she was about to talk to him, as it turned out that he just left. It was then that Shizun returned home and for several hours she could not decide how she should live and work now. Well, what should she do? Did he leave it with him and abandon it, or did he carefully take it to himself and hide it from strangers? Is it just casual sex or something more? Oh, what came over me? God, but, remembering that night, she involuntarily touched her no longer innocent place. I can't even forget it now. I wonder how he feels. Did he even feel good? Ah! Taking several large sips of wine again, Shizun was already quite drunk, so she began to quickly loosen up and slowly rub her excited cherry. So warm and lonely. Vulgar desires quickly began to fill a hot head. And Naruto. And then suddenly, Shizun! Came a very familiar voice. Such a loud cry became like ice water for a relaxed kunoichi. She shuddered and jumped up, splashing drops of warm water all over the bathroom. Ts Tsunade-sama. A little drunk, Shizun staggered and grabbed a towel and quickly covered herself. She could not even control her panic, because now is clearly not the time for guests. Not so long ago, she did obscene things to the 7th Hokage himself, and then suddenly the 5th comes. Oh, She'll notice that I've been drinking. Hell. Not now, Shizun. The voice sounded again, only noticeably closer. Tsunade didn't like waiting at all, especially her student. Oh. Slipped, Shizun screamed and somehow managed to keep her balance. Then, covering her mouth with her hand, she fell silent. Only, it was quite enough to reach Tsunade's sensitive ears. Moving in the direction of the voice, she quickly reached the shower door. And why is she hiding there? The woman grunted irritably and involuntarily tucked her beautiful curl behind her ear. Her impressive chest swayed playfully, and her stunning hips trembled in time with her graceful movements. After several attempts to open the locked door, Tsunade was overcome with irritation. Shizen! I heard you. Are you hiding there? Come out. We have to talk. Why yes, Tsunade-sama, the girl stammered, trying to make her voice as sober as possible and not betray her condition. That's just... Hey, are you okay? What's up with your voice? Shizen involuntarily let out a cheerful laugh and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. God, she will understand everything, I'm finished. Before she had time to justify herself, Tsunade used force, however, something else should not have been expected from her. With a bang, the door lock shattered into pieces, and then the door creaked open. The princess entered and looked around with displeasure. Shizen, why are you here? Ah, that's it. Fixing her gaze on the naked girl trying to cover up her charms, Tsunade shook her head with a grin. Her cute student blushed deeply and sank into the water. You cannot invent, ha! Lifting a half-empty bottle of wine, Tsunade sniffed and grunted, well, you're a weakling, there's nothing to drink here. Don't worry. Sitting on the edge of the bathroom, Senju suddenly raised an eyebrow in surprise. She noticed something interesting, very interesting. It cannot be. Tsunade reached out and removed Shizen's small hand from covering her chic curves. You had a man? Tsunade asked in disbelief, looking at the teeth marks on the student's chest, as well as the hickeys on her fragile neck. That's so rude, the princess remarked displeasedly. What kind of pervert is there? And how did she let him do that? Although the situation surprised her, she quickly calmed down. After all, her student is already an adult woman and she should have found a man for a long time. But, apparently, this happened quite recently, rudely, and Shizen herself is not herself. The more Tsunade thought about it, the more she frowned. Is there something wrong? Shizen sank deeper into the water, trying to cover herself. She could not even speak from shame. Tsunade, as always, brazenly burst into her life. Meanwhile, Naruto was making notes in his notebook. Malleable and in love, there are small signs of a masochist. Unsure of herself, but at the same time she is not at all shy about wearing rather provocative outfits. When it comes to me, she's both timid and determined. Putting down his pencil, Naruto chuckled, I'm not a bad influence on her. Just one look betrayed all her feelings, that time. Although, as she screamed, increased perversion is appropriate. I wonder what she will show me next. Will she become a faithful servant, unquestioningly fulfilling any of my orders? Thinking further, Naruto entered the following name. Tsunade. Where the apprentice is, this mature princess should be too. Involuntarily turning his gaze to one of the Kage's portraits, Naruto swallowed. Even the photo was enough to turn her on. Tsunade Senju was the first beauty to impress him with her stunning appearance when he first entered this world. It's just a pity that he didn't manage to see her in full growth and in reality. Part of her forms remained a mystery to him, definitely worth catching up on. Chapter 25, Quarrel. Tsunade's stunning breasts were only supported by a light-colored tunic, and as she bent over Shizen, her charms almost jumped free. Even her apprentice involuntarily swallowed at the sight of those impressive dimensions. In Princess Senju, she admired a lot, and her breasts were definitely not in last place. The largest size that Shizen saw belonged to her master. Huge. Would he like it? Luxurious, juicy, completely incapable of adequate description of the body. Konoha was full of sexy and feminine beauties, but in terms of the size of the forms and the mature attractiveness that she exuded femininity, no one could compare. Of course, there were those who were superior to Tsunade in some aspects or could compete with her in this, but not in everything at once, for sure. The sexuality of her body only grew with each year of abstinence. Even just sitting here in front of a student, the scent of a mature beauty alone was as intoxicating as wine. Tsunade was sweating slightly from a couple of sips of alcohol and the high temperature in the bathroom. The pheromones of an adult woman could drive anyone crazy, regardless of gender and age. Shizen swallowed nervously and blushed again, remembering last night with Naruto. She couldn't imagine how Tsunade would react if she found out. Besides, after her questions. So will you be silent? Tsunade asked with displeasure, looking at the mature body of the student. He's probably not that simple, knowing you. Sighing, the kunoichi slowly got up. If you don't want to talk, don't, I'll find out myself. Shizen abruptly jumped up, but immediately sat down, muttering, and don't, Tsunade-sama. The princess noticed the student's anxiety and a glimmer of shame on her face, from which she immediately asked the right question. Is he married? The girl abruptly looked away, embarrassed again. Oh, Tsunade sighed and sat down next to her again. My stupid girl. Don't worry like that. Married or not, what's the difference? Take the bull by the horns. Or how is it done? Well, I don't think it's possible. Like this? Tsunade snarled, clapping her on the shoulder. I see you like him, so go for it. Of course, it sucks that he is married. And, apparently, he is quite rude to you. From Sensei's words, Shizen blushed. To which the princess resolutely said, let me talk to him, and I'll decide everything. A man must take responsibility. Understood, And no. She was immediately frightened by imagining this terrible conversation. Moreover, she could not even imagine the reaction if Tsunade found out the name of that very man. God, how embarrassed she felt at that moment. Shizen was ready to fall through the ground. Better on my own, the girl muttered awkwardly, hugging her knees. The conversation has reached a dangerous place. If nothing is done now, the pressure will only continue. Don't you trust me? Tsunade was indignant. By the way, I'm a master of resolving issues with men. Really? She did not want to move on to this topic, but it seemed that there was no choice left, otherwise everything would only get worse. I'm sorry Tsunade-sama. I think that in this matter, I should not. I'll rely on you. What? What does it mean? Tsunade frowned and stared at the student with displeasure. What do you mean by that? Well, Shizen began to bite her lips. In the matter of relationships, I think it's better for me to ask someone else's advice. After all, you. The princess turned away and snorted. Only one glance from the student made it clear to her. Yes. I may still be a virgin, but not so desperate. What? Shizen was outraged by this answer. Well, you know. Unlike you, I don't kick anyone who gives me the wrong look. Haha. I have no doubt, since you decided to be with some married man, and even a pervert. Yes, he did not leave a living place for you. Tsunade acted ruthlessly. One hint of her innocence and age, as always, pissed her off. Well, everything. Shizen clenched her fists angrily and the eyes of the women met, sparks crackling in the air. One wrong move and... Get out. The girl pointed sharply at the door. The princess snorted in frustration and turned away. HMMF. It hurts. I can drink with 10-10, unlike you, a lover of men, we have a lot in common with her. So that's how it is. I did it with the person I love, You cannot understand. Tsunade gritted her teeth. This whole conversation hurt her to the core, to the very female part that she is not able to open. Ugh. So go ahead and fuck your married jerk. As if I have no more things to do, how to feel sorry for you, brat. The girl shouted and kicked open the already broken door. Shizen turned away and sat back down in the now cold water. She hasn't changed at all. After leaving the student's house, Tsunade continued to swear to herself. That's how you come to her. Well, it's necessary, here. I lost my virginity and now she looks down on me. But I taught her, took care of her. Ungrateful. Destroying the rickety fence in anger, the kunoichi breathed heavily, her imposing breasts bouncing alluringly. If only she could say the name, bitch. Meanwhile, Shizen had already calmed down and sighed softly. She knew well how to hook Tsunade and perfectly understood that now she herself was to blame. But, she could no longer allow her to ask dangerous questions, because she herself did not understand how she should continue to live now. In addition, she could not put out this wild trembling in her stomach. After that forbidden connection with Naruto, something seemed to have changed in her, some kind of switch suddenly clicked and the world was filled with new colors. Even the feeling of guilt could not interfere with her feelings. All this drove me crazy. Now another quarrel with Sensei. Oh, and how do I solve all this? Maybe, jumping up abruptly, Shizen shouted, I forgot. Quickly getting out of the bath, the girl began to hurriedly get ready. She suddenly remembered that she had completely forgotten about work and Naruto's errands. Only his face, filled with discontent and disappointment, frightened her in earnest. Even shame and anxiety faded into the background. In a hurry, the kunoichi started wiping her beautiful body. Chapter 26, The Second Goal. In his office, Naruto suddenly sneezed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I still didn't have enough to catch a cold. Oh, leaning back in his chair, the man thought. I will put on the list for now those whom I have met, and I will work with them. Besides, this is just the beginning, it seems that soon I will have a chance to meet with Temari. I remember she's hot as hell, and with these changes in appearance, I'm more than sure that she's just incredibly sexy. One has only to remember Ino and Sakura. The good news is that their characters almost match my memories of this world. Sakura continues to beat Naruto and treat him like a fool, Hinata modestly loves and cares, Shikamaru is lazy, and Boruto behaves like an unloved child. Coincidence? Who knows? I believe that the rest will have about the same character, because it's only more interesting that way. Of course, I have no memory of their sexual preferences, but it is logical. Who would begin to mention that Shizen secretly wants to have sex with her boss? Maybe this is the world. Naruto squinted his eyes and closed his notebook for the time being. There will still be time to enter the rest. For a start, it is worth dealing with the third girl for submission. Right now he had two targets in mind, Sakura and Ino. Judging by their reaction, it's not all that bad, at least with Ino. She clearly noticed my, slightly darker side. But, unlike Sakura's angry reaction, which I'm not surprised to say, Ino's reaction seemed to be something of embarrassment and acceptance. An ordinary girl would have obviously resented something like that or shown annoyance, but if you remember, Ino definitely liked the attention, especially in the case of her appearance. If it wasn't for that, she certainly wouldn't dress so provocatively. I can't even figure out if she's wearing panties. At least I could clearly see the very bottom of her belly, which girls tend to hide. Indeed, in a normal situation, an elastic band or panty ties just pass in that area, but I didn't notice anything there. She showed everything. Damn sexy body. So, if you're not stupid, I think you can make her the third target. Concentrating, Naruto thought. What we have? A blonde, confident and eager for attention. To everything, a husband and a child, although you can't tell by her gorgeous body. Definitely not a virgin, while reacting to my lustful look rather positively. At least not without resentment. This means that she is vulnerable. The reason may be only inside. If I remember correctly, this guy is too calm and cold. For such a bright girl, this could be a problem. People like Ino need attention. She also has a flower shop. In the end, I have something to pull in order to drag her into bed. I have enough power to put pressure on her trading as a last resort. It means... Concentrating, the Hokage closed his eyes and called up the status window of his women, and then added Ino to the general list. Instantly a new name appeared in the system. Ino Yamanaka. Trust, 20. Depravity, 20. Submission, 5. Condition boredom, fatigue, slight annoyance. Not much. Naruto chuckled. Although, it seems to me, panties were still there, I just fantasize a lot. Suddenly, he focused as he heard footsteps right at the door. Since Ino had already been targeted, the only thing left to do was study her and prepare. Need to test the ground. After knocking on the door, Naruto remained silent, no one dared to enter. This surprised him a bit. Well, it's definitely not Shikamaru. Then they knocked again, a little hesitantly. Then the Hokage began to wonder who it could be. He settled himself comfortably with his legs on the table and said loudly, "Come in." The door slowly opened, and then a familiar girl slowly entered Naruto's office. Shizen appeared before him in all her glory, albeit dressed. But, one glance at her was enough for him to imagine her amazing body again, wet with sweat, tender and juicy, without any unnecessary rags. Worth repeating. Even Shizen, already about to greet the Hokage, timidly froze, her breath hitched again and she lowered her head, blushing with shame. One glance was enough to make the kunoichi feel completely naked in front of him. All the decisive mood of the girl evaporated instantly. At least you didn't drop anything this time, Naruto chuckled as he studied the charming beauty. You have become even sexier. Thank you, Shizen whispered softly, still clutching her folder of papers to her chest. From such awkwardness, the Hokage began to get annoyed, so he got up and slowly approached the girl. The kunoichi didn't try to run away, but just continued to stand uncertainly in place, looking at the floor. But as soon as Naruto's hands touched her shoulders, she immediately flinched. Hokage-sama, Stop, the Hokage said calmly, gently lifting her thin chin. As soon as their eyes met, the man smiled reassuringly. I want you to be my woman. After what happened between us, I won't let you go. I'm not going to turn it into some kind of game. Now you're mine, you understand? I-W-L. Shizen's eyes reflected happiness mixed with panic, but Naruto's lips instantly covered her trembling. In the same second, all doubts were simply washed away by a wave of tenderness. Trembling swept through the whole body, completely relieving fears and any feelings. The girl closed her sparkling eyes and surrendered herself to this amazing bliss. The papers fell to the floor again, and the kiss dragged on. Rising up on her toes, Shizen responded to Naruto at full speed, enjoying his lips and strong male hands on her sensual thighs. Ah! With a loud crash, everything from the Hokage's desk fell to the floor. Succumbing to passion, the beautiful kunoichi simply surrendered to feelings. Naruto had long since pulled up her kimono and penetrated her panties while she jumped on top of him and wrapped her slender legs around him. Immersed in a vulgar kiss, this time, Shizen was not going to let him go even for a second. Chapter 27, Loyalty to Shizen. Sometime later. Ha. Ha. That was unbelievable. Shizen whispered slowly, gasping for air. Visible steam was literally coming from her body. She was sitting on Naruto's chair with her kimono open over her naked body. Her clothes barely covered her excited nipples, and drops of sweat temptingly rolled down her lovely mounds, lower and lower, into the most secret areas. Meanwhile, the half-naked Hokage was picking up documents from the floor and examining them curiously. After having great sex with Shizen, he wasn't too tired, so he decided to get down to business for now. Did you bring what I asked for? He turned to the girl, looking with a grin at her condition, disheveled clothes and wet hair. Well. Yes, almost. I haven't been able to find everything yet I've collected all the photos. And not easy. But, we had several dossiers available, I brought them. I think by tomorrow my people. Everyone will be prepared. Only, Shizen slowly shook her head, brushing a stuck curl from her wet nose. There may be some inaccuracies, as these documents have been updated for quite some time. At least something. Putting some of the papers on the table, Naruto lifted the stapled folder from the very top. It clearly had the mark of Konoha and several notes indicating that it was the dossier of Sakura Haruno. Oh, the man glanced briefly at Shizen and nodded contentedly, not bad. Well. You asked. But why do you need them? The girl's breathing began to return to normal. Naruto didn't reply as he was engrossed in reading and even stared a little at Sakura's cute face. And she is good. So bitchy, but at the same time insanely beautiful. Everything else can be dismissed, but her face. We have to admit, Hinata is beautiful and sweet, but Sakura looks like a hot fury. It's hard to say who is more attractive, they are just different. I can't believe that she went to Sasuke, and even behaves with him like a submissive cat. Bess, now she is not available to me. After reading a few lines, Naruto quickly flipped through a few sheets before nodding. Not so bad. But I guess that's not all. Well, yes. We need to go to the sealed archive. I will do it later. I need to rest and, the girl whispered in embarrassment, to wash. For what? You look stunning. Naruto chuckled as he pulled out another folder with Karui's name already on it. Dark? In my taste. By the way, I still don't understand. Why do you need this data? Shizen asked awkwardly, straightening her hair, and why only girls? And what do you think? The Hokage replied, admiring the attractive swarthy face of Chuji's wife. Another hot kunoichi immediately entered his mental list. What a hot. Shizen thought about Naruto's words for a moment and hesitantly replied, you didn't mean anything vulgar. What if it is? Are you jealous? The man asked with a chuckle. If she herself started talking about it, then there was no point in hiding it. Well, the girl shook her head softly, no, but... I just don't understand. You did this to me and... I'm happy, but at the same time, I can't stop thinking about Hinata. Every time I feel so ashamed in front of her. Shizen lowered her head guiltily. Strange answer. Naruto nodded and smiled reassuringly. You don't have to worry about it. I am the Hokage, which means that it is in my power to have at least 10 wives. If you don't like something, feel free to say it to me. Only I decide who I love and with whom I spend time. Eh? Shizen's face changed. Wife. It's true, but... Naruto sighed and walked closer to this cute beauty, touching her nose. He smiled brightly. You are my woman. Stop being afraid and ashamed of it. You didn't do anything wrong, because I fucked you, and I'm ready to take full responsibility for everything. If you really feel something for me, stop thinking about any nonsense. I won't let anyone ruin our relationship. Shizen's body trembled at such pleasant words. And Naruto, she so much wanted to hug him and kiss him. The kunoichi's eyes sparkled with amazing tenderness. I got it, fine. Having received some points of obedience, Naruto smiled contentedly. She gave herself completely to him. Okay, stop being embarrassed and acting like a little girl. Now I need that same Shizen who can confidently solve all important issues. You're right about my intentions, I'm planning a lot. Sakura, Ino, even Tsunade, I want them all. And you will help me with this. If jealousy stops you, then just tell it like it is. You should be honest with me. Do you understand what? Are you ready to be mine completely? There is no turning back, you should think it over carefully. Shizen's breath caught. She didn't expect such an answer at all, but for some reason she couldn't even resist. Even Tsunade-sama? The mere mention of her sensei was too unexpected. Even when she was collecting these dossiers, she had some suspicion crept in, and now it was justified. Naruto was really going to get other women. It's not clear why, but for some reason Shizen wasn't jealous. On the contrary, she felt better. After a moment of reflection, tilting her head slightly to the side, she confidently smiled. I understood. Resolutely standing up, the girl calmly threw off her kimono from her incredible body and slightly bit her lip, continuing to confidently look at Naruto. Since you want them all. I don't know why, but I think it's so exciting. Even Tsunade-sama. Just thinking about it, I got so horny. Wow, quite an unexpected answer. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Too quickly she accepted everything, and even began to behave so boldly. Are you sure it doesn't bother you? Shizen smiled and shook her head. Not at all. Before that I felt guilty, but, if I'm not alone, things will get better. Besides, I just don't believe that Tsunade-sama will be able to resist you. I really want to see her lustful expression. And she will finally be happy. But, more than that, I want. Shizen approached Naruto, pressing her chest against him and whispering languidly. I want to be yours. If it means sharing pleasure with all your women, I don't mind at all. Do you make time for each? Is that what responsibility is? Naruto's eyebrows went up. He was expecting everyone, but it all turned out too well. Shizen was an old maid 2 days ago, and now she's talking like that, and even with such a pretty face, with no clothes at all. Is it possible that it's in this world or it's in Naruto himself? Maybe it's some kind of mentality kunoichi Konoha. The Hokage has a question. Ha! I will make each and every one of you the happiest. His sly smirk grew with every moment. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, damn it. I am the hardiest man in the world, no beauty will be left unsatisfied. And to show you his determination, picking up Shizen in his arms, the Hokage seated her on the table and got down to business. Chapter 28, The Second Seal. A couple of hours later, in the Hokage's office, Naruto continued to go through the dossiers on the remaining kunoichi while Shizen caught her breath. She could not even move, but simply lay on the table, uttering soft moans, along with heavy sighs. As soon as she regained consciousness, she continued to accumulate strength in order to rise at least a little. This day can rightfully be considered the most pleasant, happiest, and also the most difficult in her life. She had never had such intense sex before. Naruto really intended to drive her crazy. If he hadn't stopped, it's possible the kunoichi might not have regained consciousness. Each time, he was more and more amazed at his terrible endurance. Even after several intense hours, he could very well continue to release his chakra into the girl and hardly run out of breath. His words that he would be able to please a lot of women no longer seemed like mere bragging. He became more and more aware of his capabilities and became only better. His goal to win every beautiful woman in the world no longer depended on his ability to satisfy them, but rather only on whether he could get them into bed. Once this happens, they, like Shizen, will not be able to return to their former lives. At least after 2 or 3 times for sure. The subjugation and depravity of the recent virgin grew at a terrifying rate. Shizen, 15 trust, 25 depravity, 35 subjugation, condition, anxiety, lust. Happiness, decline. Shizen, trust, 100, depravity, 95, submission, 90, condition, happiness, decline, submission, desire, obsession. Assessing the condition of the girl, Naruto mentally chuckled. Even so, she still wants more. With such depravity, it's no wonder. Yes, I never thought that by having sex with her this time and just exchanging a couple of nice words, I would be able to fulfill the second condition for removing the seal. Breaking free from these shackles and accessing chakra is really just as good as sex. I nearly lost my head at that moment and almost hurt Shizen. 2. Goal achieved. 200 submissions. 1 girl. Removal of the second seal. Memories, ninjutsu and genjutsu. Once again, the award was very impressive. If Shizen hadn't lost consciousness at that moment, Naruto might not have seemed to her in his best position. For almost a full minute, he digested all the knowledge of ninjutsu Naruto had accumulated in his life. It might seem that there are not so many of them, but in fact, everything is not quite so. Over the course of his life, the Hokage had learned a lot of techniques and now they were all in his head again. It's not so bad, even though he didn't gain experience, but he gained another advantage. At least now he can use both shadow clones and everything else from his set of his own jutsu. Too bad it was only for ninjutsu, the reward wasn't for senjutsu, so sage mode was blocked for now. Though Naruto wasn't particularly worried about it, he was even encouraged to go for a new goal. Target, 300 submissions. 1 girl. Removal of the last seal. Unlocking the sealed Bija chakra. Memories, taijutsu and senjutsu. After the second seal was broken, Naruto's status also changed. Naruto Uzumaki. Race, superior human. Status, 7th Hokage, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Patriarch Uzumaki, Hashirama Cells, Senjutsu of the Six Paths, descendant of Akatsuki, child of prophecy. Savior of this world, Azura reincarnation, system master. Skills. Chakra, G, Seal X1, physical strength, ZZZ, endurance, ZZZ, talent, ZZZ, agility, ZZZ, fortitude, ZZZ, ninjutsu, ZZZ, taijutsu, ZZZ, senjutsu, ZZZ, willpower, ZZZ. Chakra control, ZZ, Seal X1. Condition, suppression seal. Glancing at the new skills section, the boy nodded thoughtfully. This is already more interesting. Before that, I really could not understand my capabilities, but thanks to the skills, it will be much easier to realize everything. The list is quite impressive. Skills. Chakra, G, Seal X1, physical strength, ZZZ, endurance, ZZZ, talent, ZZZ, agility, ZZZ, fortitude, ZZZ, ninjutsu, ZZZ, taijutsu, ZZZ, senjutsu, ZZZ, willpower, ZZZ. Chakra control, ZZ, Seal X1, 5 elements, Z, transformation, Z, yin-yang release, SSS, Fuinjutsu, SS, charm, SS, morale, SS, hit, SS, lava release, SS, boil release, SS, magnet release, SS, persuasion, S, leadership, S, subjugation, S, courage, S, intelligence, rumor, A, intuition, genjutsu, A, luck, B, greatness, B. Of course, there were a lot of skills. Starting from B rank, their number only increased. Skills like cooking and laundry made me smile. But, Naruto focused on the most important ones, all above B rank. All the skills he possessed weren't about Naruto's past, but directly about his present, his mind and body. Therefore, if Naruto in the past could wield the skill of persuasion of the highest rank, the current one owned only what he knew and what his physical body could afford. All skills were divided into ranks, like any technique in this world. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, Z, ZZ, ZZZ, G. Of course, Naruto didn't know about the skills above G rank. Plus, now with getting his own, he could view the status of other people, which was very useful in certain situations. System Master. Ability I, see status. Ability 2, see the status of others. Ability 3, skills. Ability 4, subdue. It was also natural that the higher the rank, the more difficult it was to upgrade the skill, but it also meant that the higher the rank, the stronger the skill. For example, chakra, G, bestowed on its user. E is the ability to manipulate chakra at an elemental level. D is the child's chakra reserve. C is the genin's chakra reserve. B, chunin's chakra reserve. Jonin's chakra supply. S, increased chakra reserves. SS, the quality and quantity of chakra have been improved threefold. SSS, the quality and quantity of chakra have been improved fivefold. Z, the amount of chakra and its density reached the approximate level of Bijou. ZZ, overcoming the boundaries increased the quality of the chakra to the highest value. ZZZ, overcoming the boundaries increased the amount of chakra to a transcendental state. G, chakra reserves cannot be calculated. GG, 50%. Seal X1. Naruto's strongest skill was impressive. Although, in fact, he was surprised that his stamina did not reach about the same rank. However, it was probably not worth being surprised. No matter how strong he was, most likely, he definitely did not reach the endurance and regeneration, respectively, similar to Hashirama. About the rank of the Sage of the Six Paths, and even more so Kaguya, it was not even worth talking about. Chapter 29, An Unexpected Guest. Having dealt with everything and formed some understanding of the ninjutsu received as a reward, Naruto decided not to dwell on the skills for now. Of course, later everything needs to be studied and checked. But, in general, all this can wait until the completion of the third or fourth goal. At least it was worth understanding. Naruto's true power depended on kurama, as well as on senjutsu. It was not worth taking hasty steps without fully unsealing one's own abilities. The priority goal is to do this as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, this was not only an advantage, but also a danger, in the form of the Nine Tails. This fox knew Naruto like he was flaky, and it's hard to guess what questions he'll start asking when they meet. This could become a problem. Except, there's no other way. At least Naruto couldn't stay with the seal forever. If Otsutsuki arrive in this world and try to seize his power in the village, this is not so bad. The main problem is that they can take him himself, and then his women. The Hokage certainly did not want to allow such a thing, He was rather preparing to deliver a preemptive strike and take everything for himself. Although Naruto was not able to get his experience from the past, he adopted all the ninjutsu and the ability to use them. In some respects, it turned out to be even more useful. Years of training and using techniques are definitely better than mere memories. Shadow clones and Rasengan he certainly could use no worse than the original. And he didn't particularly want to clog his head with the thoughts and feelings of another person. He wanted to avoid this if possible. Okay. Pulling on his shirt, Naruto glanced at Shizen and concentrated. He just instinctively knew how to learn another person's skills. Shizen, gifted man. Status, medical ninja, jonin, subordinate to the 7th Hokage. Skills, Irian Ninjutsu, S, Ninjutsu, Yang Release, A, Endurance, A, Chakra, Chakra Control, B, Charm, B. Looking around, Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are we of a different race? He certainly didn't expect that. However, he was also a human, but it seems that there were some reservations here. Still, higher and gifted are different things. Maybe it's because I'm an Uzumaki. Or because I'm a distant descendant of the sage. With a grin, the Hokage decided not to focus on this for now. He was more concerned about another question. Problem. Right now, someone brazenly knocked on his office, and Shizen was lying on the table in a two-franc pose and with a lustful face, and unconscious. Waking her up is not an option. It is very doubtful that she will even be able to go somewhere in this state. Naruto. It's me. Open already. Did you sleep there? The pounding continued on the door. A feminine and pleasant voice quickly scattered around the office. It was clearly overwhelmed with discontent and irritation. However, the Hokage, after such rudeness, lost his former carefree mood. What a brave. He did not recognize this voice, but who in this village except Sakura could be so rude to him? Perhaps only her teacher. The man's eyes involuntarily slid over the portraits of the previous Kage, settling on the stunning blonde. Tsunade. Suddenly, Naruto. Your mother. Open. Yes. This was the most likely, because he remembered Haruno's charming tone very well. Although, it could be Temari, but why be so rude? Naruto was starting to get pissed off about this, especially when the door started shaking. It looked like the crazy woman was about to take it out. Who raised her? Damn, she clearly lacks discipline. Although there was soundproofing with Fuin, this did not apply to the reverse side. That is why he heard everything clearly. Oh, another headache. Before things got worse and that crazy woman kicked the door in, Naruto took his cloak and covered Shizen, since she wasn't particularly tall, and managed to hide her completely. Although, if they had entered the office, it would have been a completely different conversation. Only a blind person would not have noticed such an intimate atmosphere. Finally, the Hokage went to the door and turned the key, opening the lock. At the same moment they tried to push the door, but the man calmly grabbed it with his strength and did not let this woman see the situation in the office. Naruto stood in the aisle of the half-open door and was not even surprised. Tsunade? The woman looked at him irritably. But what about your favorite, grandmother? Why did I suddenly become Tsunade? And why don't you let me in? It's such a thing. Pushing the girl a little, Naruto left the office and closed the door. The girl continued to stare at him thoughtfully. What is wrong with him? Did he sweat? And why is it so strange? It smells. Tsunade suddenly blushed and realized what kind of smell it was. Maybe she was inexperienced in these matters, but she could recognize the smell of a woman in an instant. This inexperienced Shizen could not understand, but here she is. Tsunade's eyes widened sharply, and she stared at the door. It's there, the girl whispered, and Naruto, that's good, you're still young and all. But, why in this place? Oh, so you noticed. Unexpectedly. Even though the Hokage didn't show it, he actually tensed up a lot. If suddenly the hot-tempered Tsunade finds out that a married man is fucking her student, this could become a problem. In extreme cases, you will have to attack unexpectedly. Damn. I don't want to act now, and even against a strong opponent, but, fortunately, everything worked out. The princess did not dare to take a step into a forbidden place. Only 1 meter separated her from the truth, but she could not overcome it and cope with a sudden trembling in the lower abdomen. Damn. He just, Tsunade somehow strangely looked at the door, and then sharply looked at Naruto and walked with some strange look at his naked torso, stopping at one prominent place, slightly below the waist. Do not think about it. The blush touched her cheeks by itself, and then was suddenly erased. Frowning sharply, she gritted her teeth, and then raised her head and said with a sneer, doing this in the Hokage's office? I would be ashamed. How did you get Hinata to do this? Oh shit. Naruto mentally laughed. It's good to be married. Well, the man calmly leaned against the wall and slowly folded his arms across his chest. Now he felt complete control over the situation. The cute princess showed her weakness, and he was going to take advantage of it ruthlessly. In Tsunade's eyes, he noticed something very familiar to him. Among the girls of Konoha he met, this did not occur, but Naruto's masculine instinct was very well developed. Who would have thought? She got turned on. Tsunade definitely couldn't hide her understanding and sudden feelings. The Hokage unwittingly took advantage of the dangerous situation, because at any other moment he would not even be able to see her look like that. It's a good chance, but she's still dangerous, you can't argue. Since you know what's going on with me and you're not leaving, does this mean that you suddenly wanted to join? Naruto suddenly asked with a completely serious expression. What? Tsunade suddenly growled, who do you take me for? The Hokage completely ignored her feigned rage, still noticing the cute blush on the girl's cheeks. This time it was his moment to contemplate this delightful mature body. He wanted to answer her the same. What then? As soon as his gaze changed, Tsunade involuntarily trembled, a familiar feeling of excitement immediately pierced through his stomach. The discharges began to shake his entire inside, penetrating into a lonely womb. She was never aroused by the looks of men, or rather, almost never, or just not often. But for the first time, she was turned on so much. That fresh smell of female nectar and real masculinity from Naruto hit her in the nose and turned her head. How can a woman who has held herself back for decades not be turned on by this? Especially when that man was Naruto, the strongest, most desirable man in the village. After all, Tsunade had to leave just because of this. Chapter 30, Their Secrets. Naruto continued to devour Tsunade's amazing body with a lustful gaze. It was worth admitting whether it was henge or not, the beauty of the girl shocked even such a sophisticated person as the Hokage. Each kunoichi he met stood out with something special, he had long been convinced of this, but, Tsunade. She embodied some kind of higher essence of femininity, as if spreading an aura of mature beauty and perfect juiciness around her. Hinata captivated me with her demonic sensuality, Ino embodied amazing sexuality, Sakura seemed the most passionate at first glance. Here, another ideal of female beauty. Naruto again admired this amazing place and its beautiful inhabitants. As in the case of his wife, Tsunade's photograph could not convey reality at all. She even smelled so exciting that it became difficult to breathe. I will definitely make her mine. Even his eyes sparkled with greed, which the Hokage simply could not hide, but all this frightened Tsunade even more. She could not believe that he was capable of looking at her like that. Enough! She wasn't going to put up with this. The princess held herself back for so long that even if it was Naruto, she could still punch him properly. I know that dirty look, boy. Do you want to tease me? What's wrong with you at all? Just because I interrupted your fun doesn't mean you can humiliate me. She obviously took the situation a little differently. There was even a touch of resentment in her tone, something like that seemed strange. Humiliate? Naruto finally looked up from the girl's stunning bust and took a close look at her beautiful eyes. Ha, Tsunade, who are you trying to fool? I've seen everything, but... Don't try to hide your desire by pointing arrows at me. There is nothing wrong with finding a man and having fun with him. Your obscene aroma is more intoxicating than sake. How long have you been holding back? Naruto chuckled and took a step forward. Year? Maybe 2. Gradually approaching the panicked Tsunade, who was trying to break the distance, he continued. Maybe 10 years. Or even 30. You are so mature, Bastard, what are you? With uncontrollable trembling in her chest, she continued to retreat. Now she just wanted to run away. The body didn't listen. As a result, the Hokage overtook her at the wall. Tsunade herself did not notice how she ended up in such a miserable situation. Just from his look and confident tone, and after decisive actions, she was simply driven into a corner. Naruto would never do such a thing, which is why Tsunade always kept herself confident and could hide anything from him. He could only act like this in her thoughts. She would never have thought that today everything would change. Her body panicked, and she could not even answer, especially when he approached her tender ear and whispered, or maybe you've never tried. Innocent princess. Oh. Fuck off. Pushing Naruto away with all her strength, Tsunade immediately realized that she hadn't succeeded, because he only stepped back one step, still grinning haughtily. I'll let go. This time, her sweet reaction alone was enough for him to draw conclusions about his goal. Oh, so I turned out to be right. Intuition does not fail. My cute and sexy Tsunade that I wanted to take on my desk for so long is still a girl. What? What did you want to do? Tsunade's head felt like a bell had rung, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He continued to look down at her, not allowing her to escape. Impossible. The thrill of happiness touched the very soul. The kunoichi absolutely could not believe what she heard, completely ignoring this stupid mockery. She focused only on his words. Sweet, sexy, wanted to take. The reason she left the village was standing right in front of her and saying such coveted words. She really still kept her virginity. For so many years, this has long turned into another phobia. There were only 2 men to whom she was ready to give her innocence. The first died too soon, then she was too proud, indecisive and cowardly. Well, the second one. Right now, he said such forbidden things. Those words, like spells, awakened in the kunoichi something that had been languishing for many years, something hidden that could scare even her. No! It is forbidden. Fear prevailed over the rest of the senses again. Suddenly, Tsunade took off. Naruto blinked in disbelief and just froze. Even for him this speed seemed surprising. But, it wasn't that struck him. Following the kunoichi's beautiful hair, something flashed in the air. Such a bewitching sight flashed in an instant, and then, a couple of sparkling drops touched the Hokage's face. He winced in shock. What the hell? Of course, Naruto didn't even know about her true feelings, he rather wanted to play on her virginal weakness and just get his way. But the quick-tempered and aggressive Tsunade suddenly showed herself to be completely different. So why was she crying? I made a mistake. Touching her tears on his face, he sighed. The Hokage could not even imagine that he was her desired man. More precisely, now, having gained that very masculinity and determination to take a confident step, he became just such a person. The wedding with Hinata changed everything, but now everything has turned upside down again. Tsunade simply could not accept this. If she stayed for another second, she simply would not have the strength to resist. Let her feelings out. At the moment when Hinata is in the next room, it will be the worst of all her actions. Of course, at that moment she was not thinking about it. Fear again bound her heart and just made her run away. Some time later. Ha! What a fool! What am I doing? Stopping in an inconspicuous alleyway of Konoha, Tsunade sighed heavily. Now she was finally beginning to slowly come to terms with the situation. Who would have thought that a simple visit to Naruto would end so badly? Damn it! The kunoichi's fist crashed into the nearest wall up to the elbow. Thick cracks instantly scattered across the concrete and people around began to scatter in a panic. Tsunade snorted and struck again, continuing to deliver powerful blows until the bubbling feeling in her chest stopped burning so much. Yes, what would you? Having calmed down a little, the girl came out of the alley and sighed in annoyance. And what is the matter with him? He seemed to understand what I was feeling and began to put pressure. I made a complete fool of myself. And then there's Hinata. Tsunade stopped and frowned sharply. That's it. She was there, and he was behaving like that. What the hell? Is he on purpose? But, why? Why did he say all this? Am I so out of time? And... so he knew everything about me? So, Tsunade suddenly lowered her eyes sadly. Why is he like that? Tsunade froze abruptly when she involuntarily heard a very familiar voice. The kunoichi's trembling eyes instantly turned towards the crowd, quickly focusing on the familiar silhouette. It can't be. The princess froze in shock. She could not believe in reality. A beautiful girl was walking towards her. But Tsunade was not surprised at all. Hinata! An involuntary cry escaped. To which Hyuga immediately reacted with a smile and a wave of his hand. Tsunade-sama, hello. Moving closer to the shocked woman, she asked with a smile, what's wrong with you? Is there something on my face? That's. If she's here, then who? Tsunade suddenly gritted her teeth and mentally growled, Nah-ah-wah-ah-ah. What the hell? Mrs. Fifth. What is it? The girl asked a little hesitantly. The insanely wild expression on Tsunade's face made her suddenly scared. I'm sorry Hinata, I've got to go, see you later. She threw these words and immediately jumped off the spot. Now something terrible is boiling in her. Ah, well, yes. After watching the quickly receding silhouette of the kunoichi, Hinata shrugged her shoulders and continued on her way to the store. She suddenly had an urge to buy something special to please Naruto. And maybe call Hanabi. Thinking about this, Hinata became more and more embarrassed. In the past, she would have hesitated to buy something obscene, but now, the girl swallowed. Yeah, I'm somehow not comfortable with myself. Chapter 31, Her Pride and Fear. In his office, Naruto calmly read the documents Shizune had brought about several kunoichi. The girl herself, with difficulty, but was able to wake up and leave the office. So he was left alone, continuing to think about the next goal. Also, he thought a little about the method of seizing power in the country and ways to increase the subordination of Konoha. All these are quite important points, and strength is never superfluous. For achieving new goals, gaining knowledge or gains is a very good way to develop. The further, the more interesting. Therefore, scoring obedience points is very important, because one day, something special will appear, and Naruto was quite sure that it would. After all, if the rewards are bad, what's the point of progressing? If the Otsutsuki came to this world, they must be fought back, and as he remembered, with his current strength, even joining forces with Sasuke, the fight was not so easy. In addition, somewhere on this planet, a terribly dangerous type is wandering around, able to beat not only Naruto, but also them and Sasuke at the same time. Strength is needed, knowledge is needed, because of this, he tried to study everything as much as possible. The best way is to earn submission. Fortunately, with his appearance and the ability to talk with girls, he had good advantages. Suddenly, Naruto frowned, and then the door to the study swung open, almost being kicked out by force. Tsunade burst into the office with a furious face. She looked around quickly and then glared at Naruto angrily. Where is she? Who? He already understood something and behaved calmly, continuing to read the dossier on Ino. It interested him in a certain way. Who? Are you still asking? Tsunade quickly walked over to the Hokage's desk and slammed her fist. Stop fooling around. Where is that girl you were fucking here while your wife is walking around Konoha? Where? The table was covered with cracks, but at the same time withstood all its power. About? Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise, put the dossier aside and crossed his arms over his chest, continuing to grin maliciously. Well, you haven't looked between my legs yet. What? Is she still here? Tsunade abruptly grabbed the edges of the table and pushed him to the side with force, almost breaking through the wall. But, even so, Tsunade could not find the one she so eagerly searched for. Everything under the table was filled with some kind of liquid, but neither a naked woman nor lowered pants were there. But, the pants were still there. Tsunade was lucky. Although, depending on which side to assess the situation. Oh, it looks like she's gone, you're late, Naruto joked, continuing to grin at the surprised face of the adorable Kunoichi. Tsunade could see and really hoped to meet at least someone here, but it's not clear why she was so angry. She was more like a jealous wife, and not an adult wise woman. How good is she? Where? The princess frowned and abruptly approached Naruto, grabbing his breasts. Where is she? Don't make a fool out of me, I know there was a woman here, I can feel it. Her lustful stench is still. Tsunade's face changed dramatically. That smell, for some reason, it seemed familiar to her, but mixed with the strong scent of a man. It's him. Fuck, it was getting hard to resist. Tsunade couldn't figure it out, but that made her even more worried. Who is she? You're cheating on your wife, do you even know what you're doing? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, and then calmly replied, are you jealous? First she ran away, and now she decided to return. Enough of this nonsense. If you don't, Tsunade shuddered sharply in surprise and lowered her eyes. Naruto insolently began to feel the girl's chest and smirk. How juicy. You. The ringing slap in the face should have landed in the right place, but the Hokage easily caught the Kunoichi's thin palm and finally stood up, easily towering over the rather petite and luxurious beauty. Attacked the Hokage. Do you want to go to the dungeon? I already understood that you have special tastes, but in order to be so, slowly moving towards her, the man gradually pushed the princess to the table against the wall. Listen, you already left once and now you have found a reason to come back. Let's not lie, we both know the reason for your return, innocent little princess. You wouldn't dare. Tsunade growled weakly, biting her lip furiously. Naruto's hand had already slid to her hips, deftly seating the girl on the table. Clinging to her, at the moment when Tsunade's chest was no longer just touching him, but crushing with might and main, Naruto finally grinned, continuing to stare into her frightened eyes. Come on, you're not running away. So I can. With a sharp jerk, the Hokage grabbed Tsunade's huge chest. Before she could let out a scream, his tongue burst into her mouth. She weakened on all fronts. He took advantage of this situation to the fullest. Surrendering to the kiss, Tsunade became more and more excited. Her female part already demanded attention in full and made squelching sounds from the constant pressure of Naruto's heated wand. Even through clothes, this desire to become one was simply unstoppable. He teased her nipples, exposed her breasts and was about to start biting them, having already played enough with Tsunade's tongue, when suddenly she finally reacted. Finding an opportunity, as soon as he stopped torturing her weak tongue and tender lips, with still obvious turbidity, Tsunade abruptly took control of the chakra and directed it into her palm. Her body wanted to continue too much, but her mind kept repeating only one thing: stop. The hand immediately slammed into the guy's chest, pushing him away with pretty decent force. This time, the Hokage flew into the wall and momentarily lost the ability to breathe. Tsunade even at that moment demonstrated tremendous physical strength. Coming to his senses in a second, he chuckled bitterly, glancing at the wet table and the small gift in the form of a green cloak, which she left in a hurry. Gone. Just ran away. After licking his lips and briefly looking towards the door, Naruto inhaled the last of the bewitching scent, quickly escaping after the kunoichi. It would be a complete lie to deny the fact that he almost lost control himself. Such a hot girl is indescribable. Otherwise, he would not have missed such a blow so easily. Still, as it turned out, even at the moment of almost complete weakening, she was able to fight. Tsunade Senju is still proud and strong. She will definitely not be easy. So she likes it harder. Well, I'll arrange it for her. I guess we need to resolve the issue with another girl for a start. Give her time to think things through. She's not as easy a target as it might seem. After a couple of these victories on my part, she's not likely to venture here. There might be some way to use Shizen. Who knows? It's better to focus on Ino now. Although it will not be easy with her, she is unlikely to be so shy. With her, everything can turn out differently. According to the information received, I already guess about the situation in her family. Sai is still too passive and Ino is still quarrelsome. It is worth understanding what will come of this. You can't ignite a flame if you blow at the same pace forever. One day the coals will cool, and the darkness will become unbearably suffocating. Chapter 32, Totally Subdued. Naruto spent the next 2 days doing various activities. Mostly he didn't even go to work and left everything to Shizen. He trained a little in ninjutsu and was not weakly surprised by his abilities. Although, the rest of the time he had fun with Hinata, and if he returned to the residence, he gave himself up to a not-so-bad blowjob from Shizen. Still, she worked hard. It was worth rewarding the girl for her work. It was also pleasing that she completely accepted her position and now, even during the blowjob, she behaved without too much embarrassment, which was already beginning to unnerve Naruto. He preferred the confident and intelligent Shizen, and she quickly understood her master's tastes. Well, Hinata is, too, insatiable. Since that day, their relationship has changed drastically. She may not have spoken openly about sex, but her new outfits and obscene expression, Naruto just couldn't resist. Hinata Hyuga, 25 corruption, 30 subjugation. Shizen, 5 corruption, 10 subjugation. In such a simple way, Shizen reached the maximum in all 3 parameters. Basically, Naruto didn't get anything for it, but he was completely satisfied. Now this kunoichi in love was ready to do anything for him. Condition: absolute submission, love, affection, arousal, attraction, devotion, obsession. In general, if you characterize the state of Shizen in one word, then something like slave will do. It sounds pretty harsh, but it's actually true. If ordered to walk naked through Konoha at night, the Hokage was more than sure of her obedience. So far, only Shizen has been affected. Unfortunately, Hinata's stats have been growing, but not as fast. Naruto was leaning towards the fact that some girls might be more difficult. Even if the wife loved him, she was not prone to quickly fall into the power of pleasure and lust because of her nature. But at the same time, her submission still grew quite quickly due to the close connection. By Naruto's calculations, he only had a little more pressure on her, and she would be at his mercy. With Shizen, everything turned out simply, for the simple reason that she didn't even know sex. Her body was not so strong and she easily lost. And in terms of relationships, the kunoichi clearly did not differ in emancipation with her beloved man. In addition, Naruto behaved a little differently with her. He was absolutely frank. While Hinata did not even suspect that her husband is going to fuck half the village and turn every woman into a personal sex whore. Had she known this, things could have gone faster, or perhaps only made the situation worse. Naruto hadn't let her in on his plans yet, though he no longer saw any danger in it. He just decided to wait because he was in no particular hurry and did not see any problems in this. The Hokage already wanted to take care of Ino. Plus, Tsunade was still holding her tongue, so he waited. Perhaps the sweet princess will have the courage to turn him in and then she will be treated very harshly. It remains only to see how things go, but for now, obscene squelching sounds filled the entire office of the Hokage. They were accompanied by heavy breathing, smacking and sometimes even coughing. Right under her master's table, Shizen was actively working with her mouth and tongue, working hard for her reward. She savored and pulled her saliva, swallowed down to the very throat, making some more sounds characteristic of throat sucking. Finally, she learned to do it on her own, without even using her hands. She enjoyed getting rewards with one mouth so much that she could drown in the process for an hour. I love it. It's so delicious. Under the absolutely naked beauty, a whole puddle of juices had already accumulated, but she was not going to let go of the object of her adoration. Naruto's office also changed. After his order, basically all the paper trash was taken out of here. Shizen was able to handle a few cases and found someone to do the Hokage's job. Although in fact, he still lacked a faithful assistant. Kunoichi herself wanted to be relieved of some duties and take this respectable position, because now she liked to spend all her free time under the Hokage table. She terribly did not want to work somewhere else. Just the thought of this tasty and fragrant member made her body tremble. Already at the level of instincts, saliva filled the mouth itself and prepared to fulfill its main duty. Now the goals in Shizen's life have changed dramatically. That's just Naruto asked her to continue doing her job. He decided to find someone else for this place. Instead of the sadness of his faithful Kunoichi, and soon the moment will come. The Hokage rolled his eyes in satisfaction and looked away from his reading again. In those 2 days, Shizen finally did everything he asked and brought back a photo of every Kunoichi in the village, from the likes of Sarada or even Himawari to someone like Kurenai or even Tsunade. Naruto, of course, wanted to put people like Mei or Kuratsuchi on the list, but it was still worth focusing on his village for now. Especially for this case, he asked to bring a board to his office, on which he hung photographs of each girl. There are quite a few of them: Shizen, Tsunade, Sakura Haruno, Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Temari, Tenten. This was the main list of gorgeous beauties. Naruto couldn't name them any other way, especially when he saw each one. His determination to conquer them all only increased many times over. In addition, there was another list: Kuratsuchi, Sarada Uchiha, Karen, Chocho Akimichi, Himawari Uzumaki, Mei Terumi, Yugao Yuzuki, Mirai Sarutobi, Sumire Keikiai, Kurenai Yuhi, Karui, Enko Mitarashi. A worthy list. Looking at the beautiful faces of each of them, Naruto was filled with a fighting spirit. Although, posting pictures of the victims and marking the subjugated with a red marker like he did with Shizen seemed rather strange. I wish I could create a list of villages. I will soon have plans for them, only the law remains. Oh, furrowing his brows, Naruto let out a satisfied groan. Good damn thing. It remains to finish with Ino, and I can start planning the capture of villages and countries. Suddenly, Naruto's legs trembled. Shizen felt a pulse and understood everything. Rolling her eyes, she immediately deftly played with her tongue, swallowing the entire trunk of a man to its full length, burying her nose in his pubis. Saliva immediately flowed further. Naruto abruptly tossed the folder aside and pressed the back of the girl's head with all his strength, pouring out a copious portion of cum as deep as possible. The obscene aroma immediately dissipated throughout the office, accompanied by the Kunoichi's depraved moans. Ah! There is nothing better than a blowjob from my Shizen in the morning, Naruto said with a smirk as he caught his breath. The girl stuck out her tongue, showing the master everything she had accumulated, and then deftly swallowed, again showing her empty pink mouth, filled with the vulgar smell of the remnants of the seed. What do you think? Shizen giggled and stood up, quickly running her fingers across the table and immediately settling herself comfortably on it. Who gave you permission to sit on my table? Sorry. Naruto chuckled as he stopped her attempts to get off. Just kidding. Shizen smiled affectionately, and then casually asked, Master, do you already have a plan, Master? Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why are you all of a sudden? Well, the Kunoichi looked away in embarrassment. Don't you like it? Oh, you're so cute. He couldn't help but smile. Shizen wanted to please him with everything. Although, perhaps, she just liked to feel like his little slave, especially during sex. She was seduced by the feeling of submission. While at work she is usually strict, and she gives orders herself. Here and now she was no more than a weak girl, guided by her feelings for her master and his commands. Women are weird sometimes. Chapter 33, Target List. Naruto leaned back in his chair and grabbed the girl's hand, placing her on his lap. Shizen let out a small cry, but then leaned back and smiled. So will you help me with Tsunade? I told you, I'll help with anything you want. It's just not going to be easy with Tsunade-sama. I know her weaknesses, but she can be too unpredictable. Another thing is Ino and her husband. Their relationship is the exact opposite of ours. As you correctly noted, she loves attention, but he does not give it to her. We all love attention, Shizen smiled tenderly, especially yours. If even one of this list of future your women even feels you in them, their lives will change forever. Sounds good, but if that's the case, it's too boring. You wanted me, but here they are. Naruto carefully walked over the photo of Sakura and Temari, grinning slyly. They are not easy targets. You'll be fine, the girl purred, covering the Hokage's chest with kisses. She wanted to get his attention. How insatiable you are. You know, let's call Temari to me in a couple of days, eh? Did you want? Doesn't matter. Just call her to me, I'm not asking you to attack and knock her out. Although if I ask. Shizen tensed up sharply, then frowned and nodded decisively. If you want me. I understand. Kissing the girl on the forehead, Naruto stood up and pulled on his shirt. Sorry, I can't fuck you, today I'm going to have some fun with Ino, but... I know you did everything I wanted. Therefore, accumulate more lust and soon you and I will do it in a special place. I assure you will like it. From Naruto's sinister grin, Shizen's stomach immediately tightened, and her bosom literally began to salivate. She couldn't even imagine what he meant. I'd rather. As he was about to leave, Naruto pulled on his pants and waved his hand. I'm off to look after everything. And if Shikamaru gets impudent again, tell him I'm out of sorts. He interrupted me yesterday with his stupid chatter by showing up here again. I definitely need a secretary, take care of business in the residence and find working dummy. Even if you need to recall these shameful people who catch the daimyo's cats or some other important bigwig, just do it. Disgrace. Giving orders, the Hokage slammed the door and whistled out of the residences. Today the mood was conducive to the conquest of new heights. Even if it's not Tsunade, the next target is still an equally desirable blonde. Temari, Tsunade and Ino, this trio of fair-haired beauties showed dissatisfaction on their attractive faces. Today is the time to deal with Ino. Still, she is a goal for a simpler, even if she has a husband. Tsunade and Temari are too exuberant, Shizen told Naruto enough for him to prioritize. Left completely alone in the Hokage's office, the kunoichi pulled the kimono over her wet body and reattached the kunai to her right thigh. Such an appetizing sight could turn her head. She raised her leg too sexy and fastened the straps extremely slowly. Beads of sweat mixed with love juices playfully slid down the beauty's sensual skin. Biting her lips, Shizen whispered in annoyance. And I wanted more. Wow. But remembering his last words, she smiled a little. I can't wait. I need to wear something special. Walking through the well-groomed streets of his own village, the Hokage answered the polite greetings of passers-by with a slight smile. He was a real celebrity here, one could not like that. After a couple of more streets, he finally came to a decorated shop with a pink sign in the center that read simply, Yamanaka flowers. On either side of the shop grew a huge number of them, there was even a small sakura tree. This place simply sparkled with its natural beauty and attracted with its enchanting floral scent. So I found you. Ino Yamanaka, Naruto's evil grin seemed to flicker only for a moment, no one could even feel this sudden change. The next moment, he entered the Yamanaka shop to the pleasant ringing of bells. An even more concentrated floral scent hit my nose, but it wasn't bad, on the contrary, it even seemed to awaken hidden desires. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, especially as he walked further and saw a beautiful blonde kunoichi dexterously wielding scissors, trimming the extra leaves from the purple flowers. Ino was on her knees and diligently doing what she loved. Naruto's gaze was immediately captured by her pale and beautiful skin. Her perfect curves and toned body. Still sexy. But from the contemplation of such a beautiful sight, he was distracted by a surprised voice. Hey, Naruto, do you hear? A pale guy appeared right in the way, he seemed even paler than Ino, although his face looked exactly like the opposite sex. Tall, skinny and too cute. Naruto even surprised himself at how feminine Sai looked. Although, it was only in the face, otherwise he was just a thin kid. For some reason dressing almost as strangely as his wife. What kind of man wears such a jacket, which is more like a women's top? Naruto didn't know, but he nodded his head in greeting to his old teammate. Still, it would be strange if he pushed him aside and continued to contemplate the forms of his hot wife. Although, you can't tell from Sai's smiling face whether he noticed it or not. Definitely didn't notice. Well, he looks friendly, Naruto thought. He looked at Ino so strangely, Sai thought in his turn, throwing a short glance at his wife, but did not understand anything. All he had to do was shrug his shoulders and ask, are you looking for flowers? No, As soon as the Hokage's gaze shifted to the beautiful Yamanaka, the girl finally stood up and waved at him with a bright smile. Hi Naruto. Wow, she's acting so calm, commendable. He couldn't claim that Ino even took his views seriously back then, so he decided to show her his intentions today. Girls, unlike guys, are not so simple, sometimes they need to be reminded of themselves and decisively demonstrate their own intentions. That is why courting the most beautiful of them is a very dangerous and difficult business, full of competition and pain. It is not at all for wimps. Unfortunately, Sai was present this time. Shizen had warned about this, so Naruto was already quite prepared for this. I was just passing by, I wanted to say that Shizen was looking for you for something. And it looks like it's important, so hurry up. Eh? Okay. Looking at his wife inquiringly and receiving an affirmative nod in response, Sai put down the pot with a small white flower and quickly left the shop. So Naruto and Ino were left alone. Chapter 34, Pretty Yamanaka Flower. As soon as Sai left, there was an awkward pause between Ino and Naruto. The girl continued to look at the man with a smile, and he did not lag behind the contemplation of such a charming beauty. Sexy like that day. He stares so openly. Why is he suddenly? Before, he didn't even look in my direction. So strange. Come to think of it, his face has hardly changed since then. After a couple of seconds of looking at each other, Ino smiled playfully. You didn't treat Sakura badly. The Hokage nodded with a smile. She doesn't change at all. Without Sasuke it's getting angrier and angrier. Well, you can understand her. The blonde sighed and put down the scissors. To some extent, she understood her friend very well. So, do you still need flowers? If only one. The corners of Naruto's lips twitched into a slight grin as his eyes roamed the beauty's body. Of course, Ino felt everything, only this time everything seemed much hotter, especially from the realization that there were only two of them in this shop. The girl exhaled sharply and turned away, heading for the counter. From such a strange and unexpected situation, a slight panic began in her mind. She remembered that they were both married. Flirting with another man can be too dangerous. And what kind of flower do you need? Ino asked in a slightly muffled voice, trying to walk as normal as possible. But it turned out the same as always, and maybe even more delightful. Naruto looked contentedly at the blonde's swaying hips and slowly replied, I want the most beautiful Yamanaka flower. The best and most amazing of all. Ino stopped abruptly. She clearly heard everything. These words sounded so ambiguous that something trembled in her chest. It shouldn't be so obvious, right? She chuckled. They didn't often talk to her like that. She already forgot what it was like. The girl continued on her way, pretending to understand everything like an ordinary flower shop salesman. Our best flowers? Well, I can offer you a bouquet of camellias, along with. Depending on who the flowers are for, of course. Naruto smiled as he noticed Ino's embarrassment and trying to act normal. At the same time, like last time, she clearly does not mind flirting with him. The Hokage was well aware that at least he liked a lot of girls. Shizune, Tsunade, they were clearly attracted to him, as was the adorable Yamanaka, apparently. It may be the same with the rest, but few will show it as clearly as Ino. Naturally, she wouldn't jump into his bed so easily, but she was definitely more approachable than Tsunade and definitely easier with her than with Hanabi. This type of girl loves confidence, and since she allows herself to be flirted with, she already opens the way to continue. He knew only two things about Ino. Her husband is too passive, and she is too active. In a certain situation, a balance could turn out. Only the girls, or rather most of them, want to be noticed. That's why Ino reacted like that. Naruto walked closer to the counter and smiled as he looked into the beauty's blue eyes. I'm not exactly sure. Why don't you choose? What flowers do you like? What kind does Sai usually give you? Ino blinked at first, then raised a thin eyebrow with a sneer. Sai? Don't be ridiculous. The kunoichi sighed. He gave me flowers only once, and then only when he was told about it. Well, the second time I asked him. Better don't remind me. I won't. Naruto smiled a little. I'm sure it's not so bad, because you deserve any flowers in this world. Ino giggled sweetly and waved her hand. Stop already, let me pick a bouquet for you. I remember Hinata loves hydrangeas, so. No, I'm telling you, take your pick. Are you sure? The blonde asked hesitantly. Hinata doesn't seem to like pink very much, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm sure. The man nodded calmly. After all, these flowers are not for Hinata. This girl is in no way inferior to her in beauty, believe me. She's even more beautiful in her own way. That's it. Ino looked at Naruto strangely and thought with a grin. I hope it's not about Sakura. Hardly. But who else will he give flowers to? Although, what if, for some reason, although there were plenty of hints, Ino didn't understand, or maybe she just didn't dare to think about it. But Naruto didn't care. He had plenty of time. Naturally, he was well aware that his compliments might seem funny. But, apparently, Ino even perceived them positively. If so, why stop? How is Inogen? Well, it's alright, he seems to be friends with your son and Shikamaru's son. Children grow up so fast. I remember just yesterday I was at your wedding with Hinata, and here we are already parents, both. Ino remembered the past and somehow forced smile. Then she was a young girl chasing Sasuke, and then, Naruto married Hinata, and then she married Sai. Time flew by in an instant, and now they are both over 30. And why did I suddenly remember this? Brushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Ino Foundation smiled. She couldn't lie to herself, she had indeed been attracted to Naruto before, especially when he returned to the village after 3 years of training. Then he became a real handsome man. It's just that everything turned out like this, and then another war. In the end it was already too late, and they were not created for each other. Chapter 35, Strange Sigh. Lost in thoughts of the past, Ino fell silent again, and Naruto, in turn, crept closer and began to inhale the scents of flowers with a perky grin, often glancing at the blonde, whose long hair was no more than an outstretched hand from him. She was so close, but he still controlled himself and knew it wasn't worth the risk. Tsunade was violent, but not married, but Ino. Damn, what curves! In the vicinity of her body, and the smell was simply intoxicating, this forbidden feeling of a married girl who could fall into your hands right now. One has only to take a step, it was simply incredibly exciting. Naruto casually touched her thin arm with his finger, in order to feel at least a little the softness of this silky skin. Ino noticed this and immediately shuddered, turning around. Instantly catching his manly face just a couple of centimeters away. Naruto stood with the flower, inhaled its fragrance with a smirk and looked at him with his blue eyes. Now you are too beautiful, I couldn't resist. Here, handing her a flower, the Hokage deftly attached a purple bud to the kunoichi's hair and smiled. Suits you. Even though he can't compare to your charm. Ino's pupils trembled, although she blushed from the closeness that had arisen, but her eyes did not want to leave the face opposite at all. What is he wearing? Why all of a sudden? Silence reigned. In that silence even the sound of breathing seemed impressively loud. Any casual breath could change the situation. Ino already felt herself beginning to lose control. The girl's heart fluttered as Naruto stepped forward. She didn't resist at all. Why? Thoughts were confused. Ino had already begun to close her eyes in anticipation of his actions, when a sudden ringing of a bell sounded. I'm back, Sai calmly waved as he entered the shop. Finding his wife and Naruto so close to each other, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing, Sai?" Her heart was trembling in panic, and her face was burning with shame. Ino was ready to fall through the ground. She was now looking at her husband like an unfaithful wife, caught at the moment of the crime, and Naruto continued to stare at her, as if not noticing Sai. The kunoichi's ears reddened cutely, she didn't know what to say, then Naruto finally turned around and saved the situation. The technique didn't work. Technique? Sai was surprised. In fact, there was no trace of irritation on his face. Any other man in a similar situation would have misunderstood or even begun to suspect something, but he looked like he didn't care at all. He did not even notice his wife's embarrassment. More precisely, he pretended not to notice, continuing to smile as usual. Were they doing something? It doesn't look like. Then why do I have such a strange feeling downstairs? Sai swallowed while Naruto looked at him suspiciously before chuckling. Seduction technique. I invented a super technique that no girl can hide from. So I decided to check. You're not against Sai, are you? And no, the man shook his head in bewilderment. Your sexy jutsu again. I thought you were done. Is he faking or seriously didn't notice? The Hokage could only mentally twist his finger to his temple. What else can be done in such a situation? Naruto shrugged, leaned towards Ino and immediately felt her heat as her lovely scent hit his nose. Previously, he might not have done this, but seeing Sai's completely amazing behavior, he simply decided to act like the master of the situation. I hope we will be able to finish everything for the third time, he whispered to the girl and, under the surprised look of her husband, headed for the exit, slapping him on the shoulder for the last time. Ino, with some kind of trembling all over her body, only looked at him in puzzlement, and then abruptly turning away began to deal with the flowers, trying not to look in Sai's direction. However, her husband noticed the strangeness of the situation and looked after Naruto. What's wrong with him? He's acting so weird. Usually he's kind of different, Don't you think so, Ino? But, there was no answer. The kunoichi plunged into her own thoughts and tried to figure out the situation. Now I have no doubt, Does he like me? God, what about Hinata? What about Sai? Damn, he was not even embarrassed by his presence. God, this fool didn't understand anything. His wife almost got sucked in with another man, and he continues to be stupid. Oh, well, why do I need all this? Meanwhile, after leaving the Yamanaka shop, Naruto smiled brightly. The mood had risen to new heights after all. Maybe it turned out strange with Sai, but it even somehow amused him. It looks like this guy is either completely stupid, or it's something else. Maybe he's gay? Or... Then why does he dress like that? Maybe he doesn't mind. Well, it is worth considering that he was once in the root and his emotions are not all right. I wonder if jealousy counts. Couldn't he have gotten high because I was flirting with his wife? Shaking his head, the Hokage chuckled. Damn, now I understand why Ino is like this, to see this guy completely scored on her, what a waste. Clenching his fist, Naruto nodded decisively. I'll take good care of her. How can such a beauty, such a perfect and sexy body lie in this flower shop? I won't stand for this is a case for the fairest Kage in history. Chuckling, Naruto decided to return home. I didn't want to work too much, but it's a noble thing to train my wife. In addition, he recently came up with a very sinister plan. Chapter 36, Heavenly Beauty. I'm at home. Returning home, the Hokage took off his shoes and went to the kitchen. Hinata, unfortunately, was not here, but, oh, hi. Naruto smiled, very familiar and just incredibly beautiful girl. Whoa! No sooner had his predatory eyes focused on such a lovely creature than he fell into a stupor. It just so happened that in this world women are so beautiful that it is impossible to tear yourself away from them, no matter how hard you try. But, as it turned out, there are even more beautiful kunoichi. Naruto now just forgot how to breathe, his eyes could only roam over this amazing body. Incredible. Like a goddess, nothing else. Hanabi Hyuga became the first, after that meeting with Sakura, who managed to shake the state of the Hokage. Although her body was hidden by a yellow kimono and tied with a red belt, all this could not hide her miniature figure, gorgeous breasts and indescribably bewitching skin. If Hinata could be called the owner of a demonic body capable of driving men crazy, then Hanabi had a celestial body that she wanted to admire and worship. Even her skin seemed to reflect the sacred moonlight, and her face made her involuntarily cast aside all lustful thoughts about possessing her. The eyes of the Byakugan, capable of captivating with only their radiance. At the same time, this dojutsu seemed to be distinguished by its sincere purity. Naruto was just taken aback. How much difference can there be with Hinata? Even if Hanabi was smiling somehow slyly, it seemed so natural. Two sisters and such different bodies. Naruto. Suddenly, from the contemplation of this heavenly beauty, a familiar pleasant voice distracted the man. Even that tone had a hint of seduction, and he immediately recognized it. Only Hinata could call his name so sweetly, just words were enough to want to taste her cute tongue. Sis, you finally arrived, where is Himawari? Came a clear and soft voice. With her light tone, Hanabi seemed to cool off Naruto's blazing fire. He couldn't believe it was real. One voice extinguished his passionate intentions, which he did not even try to hide in his own house. A dangerous business. It will obviously not be easy with her. Maybe I shouldn't have put it on the list. I'm afraid she's too innocent. She didn't even react to me, like it didn't mean anything. This is the first time this has happened to me. I'm here. Himawari's voice was immediately heard, and she quickly ran to her aunt. Hanabi smiled playfully. What's happened? Hi. The boy gently kissed his wife and nodded to Hanabi. Even if Hinata was embarrassed, she returned the kiss with all her love. Now she did not run away, even next to her sister, she showed feelings. This surprised Hanabi again. I thought they weren't doing so well. Sis, has something really changed? Pretty quickly, everything turned to a family dinner. Himawari was talking to her aunt, but Boruto still didn't show up. Meanwhile, Hinata continued to cook while Naruto sipped his sake. The family idol also seemed pleasant in its own way. How is the Hokage doing? Hanabi suddenly asked. I heard you work a lot. Her gentle tone, like a light spring breeze, touched the sensitive strings of the soul. If it was called idyllic, it was mainly due to this amazing voice. Maybe. Naruto smiled as he calmly settled into the easy chair opposite his daughter and Hanabi. Now I can handle everything. The appearance of Hanabi slightly affected Naruto's plans, so he decided to do something else. He took a drink, unbuttoned all the buttons on his shirt and completely exposed his abs and chest. He was sure of his attractiveness, especially making sure that Hinata was too embarrassed by his actions, but did not try to stop him. The idea was very simple, excite Hanabi and test her reaction. At least try. But the lovely Hyuga didn't even seem to notice anything, she behaved innocently as before, she just followed his actions and smiled sweetly. Yes, it's really hot today, she stroked her niece with a slight smile. Amazing. Naruto was the first time in this world that he had faced such a situation. He didn't know if she was faking or if she really didn't care. It looked like she was secretly laughing at his pathetic methods. Hanabi then asked neutral questions and simply kept the conversation going. All the same smiling and completely innocent. The Hokage is starting to get offended. He did not like alcohol, but this time he drank almost a whole bottle. Although he did not get drunk, he nevertheless felt something, from which his heated gaze constantly wandered over Hanabi's luxurious body, but again she was not distracted. It seemed as if for her he was like an empty place, an uninteresting passerby, not even an annoying cockroach, but something insignificant. Damn girl. Is she teasing me? Suddenly, their eyes crossed, Hanabi smiled sweetly, and then she got up and coughed and turned to her sister. Hinata, I'm here now. Naruto gave the girl a displeased look and then sighed. I am amazed. Damn. Those skills. She noticed, now she made it clear. There was mockery in that look. It's funny, I don't usually behave like this. Goosebumps ran down the Hokage's back. I was a little hasty. After Ino and Tsunade, he thinks he's an alpha male. Fool. Hanabi is clearly on another level. Success intoxicates, alcohol and female beauty dull the mind. Putting aside the sake, the Hokage regained his clarity of mind and squinted thoughtfully. That's just something wrong, she's not experienced enough to be like that. Is she pretending? But why? If it's a mask, it must have a reason. It is doubtful that I have acted like this with her in the past. She pulled away not because of my attempts to attract her, but from the very beginning of the conversation. This is what causes suspicion. We need to be careful from now on, but for now, casting a thoughtful glance at Himawari, the man smiled and asked, Hima, what's wrong with you? You have been silent for almost an hour and only nod. Something happened? And no, it's okay, Daddy. Daddy? He mentally chuckled, it sounded nice. In any case, if Hanabi moved away, Naruto got up, walked over to his daughter and petted her affectionately. The girl lowered her head a little, but did not resist, while making a cute squeak. Looks like her father is someone special to her, who would have thought? Grinning, the Hokage began to slowly move towards Hinata. The girl cut the salad in full and was really passionate about cooking, or rather, she tried to distract herself. The sight of her half-naked husband and such a strange atmosphere aroused her in earnest. It even frightened her, because her younger sister was nearby. God, I'm already wet. And what should I do? What have I become? She could no longer do anything, her lust and depravity grew quite significantly. Now, even in such a situation, the girl started up and all because of one person. And Naruto. Not finding her husband next to her daughter, Hinata shuddered. Suddenly Naruto grabbed her from behind, deftly squeezing a couple of her juicy mounds. Since he couldn't reach his retracted sexual nipples, he wanted to get them to come out to play. Heartsuit. Hinata let out a passionate groan and covered her mouth with her palm in time, the knife in her right hand trembled. And Naruto, we can't. Quickly, the girl's gaze moved to the exit from the kitchen. Finally, relief was reflected in them, and the girl groaned slightly. Heartsuit, you didn't put on underwear, how depraved you have become. I like it. As soon as the right nipple popped out to play, Naruto squeezed it and began to cover the neck of his adorable kunoichi with hot kisses. Your little sister has turned me on too much, take responsibility. He wasn't about to give up on Hanabi, but to ignore his wife too. After all, she is his woman, the first of his wives. Even if nothing had worked out with her innocent sister yet, he was not going to stop there. Everyone has their weaknesses, Hinata for example. Pulling on the nipple, which deftly slipped out of its hiding place, Naruto squeezed it roughly. He just adored playing with those appetizing breasts. Heartsuit. Hinata immediately groaned and flowed, her eyes trembled, and her drooling bosom greedily pinched in anticipation of imminent sex. The kunoichi's gaze still continued to look around warily, while his free hand had long been fixed on the man's hot cock. She just couldn't believe she was doing this at a moment like this, right next to Hanabi. It frightened her and turned her on at the same time. She would never have done such a thing before, but everything changed so quickly. And Naruto. Heartsuit. Chapter 37, Hanabi's Secret. Meanwhile, while Naruto was having fun with his wife, Hanabi went up to the second floor. Her calm face did not change at all. She slowly walked down the corridor and opened the door to the restroom. Slamming it shut behind her, the girl deftly locked the door, and then exhaled suddenly. Her lips twitched immediately as she looked into the mirror at her beautiful reflection, which finally showed something other than an innocent smile. Beads of sweat dripping from her forehead, Hanabi slowly closed her eyes and whispered, "Damn pervert. Does he know something? Impossible, he couldn't see me." With a groan, the kunoichi tilted her head to the side and then squeezed her eyes shut as hard as she could. Well, not right now. With a light sigh, Hanabi slowly tugged at the waistband of her robe, and then her yellow kimono slid down the beauty's perfect shoulders. Absolutely naked and damp with sweat, the body was reflected in the mirror. No extra underwear, only true female beauty. One view was breathtaking. Hanabi bit her bottom lip and let out a sweet moan as she stroked her nipples. Well, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't feel like a complete fool. Lord, little sister, how can you stand him? Uttering quiet moans and not even touching her forbidden area, the girl felt how her amazing thighs had already become wet for a long time. A puddle of her sweet juices was already beginning to form under Hanabi, she just couldn't control herself. No one would believe their eyes, seeing the innocent beauty Hyuga in such a depraved form. A few years ago, when she was still a teenager, a simple girl inclined only to training, she did not look like the current one. Her celestial beauty has not yet manifested. Then she still did not think about sex, but one day, this changed. Hanabi was very young. Sex for her was something strange and incomprehensible. Guys and the opposite sex did not interest her at all. Only training in the clan's taijutsu, she devoted years to it and became the best at it. Back then, it had only been a week since Naruto and Hinata's wedding and her sister seemed so happy. This all happened before Naruto stopped coming home and long before Boruto was born. One day, Hanabi came to her sister, wanting to try herself in battle with her and compare her skills. But the sight that opened up to her that night, when she stayed overnight at the Uzumaki house, forever changed her life. Huge, like a heavenly rod, Naruto's phallus deftly entered Hinata's womb, making strange and incomprehensible sounds. It was the most ordinary sex without frills, then Naruto was completely different. Not like now. In that darkness, there was little to be seen without the Byakugan. Then for Hanabi, he was not important, only sex itself and the look of her sister's depraved body. Perhaps she was the first, before the changed Hokage, who in reality was able to realize all the beauty of Hinata. Since then, she began to change. Her sexuality grew as fast as some tastes. She turned into a depraved exhibitionist. Left alone in the room, she always undressed and studied her body. She admired her sister, remembering that moment and not understanding where it would lead. The guys did not interest her, Naruto for sure. She generally considered him a stupid fool and did not understand Hinata's tastes. Besides, girls weren't her type either. Hanabi didn't understand what the problem was at all. What are her true desires? It was like something was preventing her from opening up, but today, suddenly, after so many years and trying to spy on others with her dojutsu, she returned to the beginning again. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly look at me like that? She never thought that she would feel such arousal so spontaneously. Naruto was indifferent to her, but this look. Like a completely different man, completely different, the one who looked at her entire body in a way that was breathtaking. Predatory, strong, lustful. He wanted to possess her, not at all hiding his intentions behind a mask or a smile. He didn't act nice or give compliments, he just devoured them with his eyes. Hanabi's thoughts were confused, she didn't know what to feel. Usually, all the guys either hid their intentions behind a kind smile and compliments, or simply lowered their eyes in embarrassment in her presence. No one had ever dared to look at her the same way she looked at her sister that day. Now a man came to her mind for the first time, and then she involuntarily remembered that night, that forgotten moment. Hanabi did not understand what was the reason, but her body was torn with lust, her arms slowly lowered. Since then, she has always gone without underwear and this time it played into the hands. Sitting comfortably on the floor, Hanabi deftly started fingering her small clit. His face, blue eyes and strong body came to mind. But when she remembered that day with her sister, that image of him, it seemed somehow wrong. Why is that? The kunoichi breathed heavily, she wanted to imagine him. But, that Naruto was different, completely unattractive, not at all the same man. He would never allow himself to behave so arrogantly, like a real warrior able to challenge her and win. What kind of jokes? I don't understand, he seems to be similar, but he's different. Who is he really? Hanabi's eyes trembled, she was suddenly afraid of her misunderstanding. She already realized that she was attracted to Naruto, but his image is completely different. It would seem that they looked the same, but the aura and look were completely different. For the first time, someone in this world noticed a catch. Hanabi's special eyes saw the difference. She has always seen people through and this time is no exception. Villian, the kunoichi groaned, trying to remember every part of his face, all the dirty looks he gave her. She completely discarded any memories of the other Naruto. How strange, but not at all surprising. After all, in fact, he really is now a different person, a completely different soul, with a different intention and a different aura. Women sometimes feel things quite differently, and someone like Hanabi with special eyes even more so. For the first time in her life, her feelings and desires of the body coincided so much. On that day, she left changed, but she could not find what she wanted. Trying to undress and get to know her own body, she only complicates everything. Time for gentle masturbation passed slowly and slowly, she stretched this pleasure as best she could. After all, for the first time since that time, she was so excited and for the first time it seemed so magical. Commentary on Chapter 37, Hanabi's Secret. Chapter 39, Meeting with Temari. About 10 minutes later, Hanabi finally returned. Even Naruto was a little surprised at such a long absence. What was she doing there anyway? If he knew. Unfortunately, he did not possess the Byakugan, and although it was tempting to burst into the restroom with a girl, he resisted it. If he knew that all these 10 minutes she was relieving the accumulated stress and thinking just about him, it was hard to imagine his reaction. The funny thing is that Hanabi was not at all different from the self that had passed away not so long ago. No traces and no reaction, still the same innocent look and a slight smile. She seemed to be trying to provoke him with her carelessness and complete indifference. Wow, everything is ready. Sitting in front of her sister, next to her niece, Hanabi began to eat. She cast only a barely perceptible glance at Naruto, and then at Hinata. Maybe earlier she could notice oddities in these two, but for some reason now the girl was too absent-minded, however, like everyone else at the table. Except maybe Naruto. He didn't care about Hanabi at all, even if she was so innocent and untouchable. He decided to just postpone dealing with her until later. The Hokage could not even think that he only needed to untie one forbidden belt on her clothes and everything would change instantly. The next day at the Hokage residence. After spending a rather hot night with his wife, this time Naruto enjoyed himself even more than on their first night. After that incident in the kitchen, Hinata was not herself, so the roof just blew off her bedroom. Her obedience and depravity grew at an amazing rate, all because of one small change, Himawari. Even though Hanabi was gone, they had another watcher that night who had unlimited access to watch parental sex. Himawari was at first hiding, but after noticing Hinata's reaction to her for the first time, Naruto no longer wanted to interfere with it. Since Hinata is enjoying it and Himawari is starting to enjoy it too, he just enjoyed the results. Who would have thought that the calm and kind Hinata Uzumaki would moan like crazy and end like crazy, only thanks to the presence of her daughter. However, either way, Naruto was pleased. Hinata Hyuga, 30 depravity, 20 subjugation. All this is quite good success, especially considering that he has only taken one step towards Ino so far. In addition, even for yesterday, he was able to get some advantages from her. Ino Yamanaka, 3 depravity. Not thick, but at least it's something. If Sai hadn't been there, things could have ended a little differently. The Hokage didn't care, though. Today he will have a meeting with a possible candidate for 4th place among his women. In addition, he had a free slot available for just one more purpose. Due to the fact that Tsunade disappeared somewhere and Shizen tried to establish contact with her, Naruto could not really act yet. Simply put, his personal whore assistant went to a kind of negotiations and collected some information. She even had some enthusiasm in this matter. It seemed that she herself was aroused by the thought of what Tsunade would become at the mercy of her master. In any case, he hadn't thought about it yet, because it was time for a more dangerous adventure. While reading the dossier on Karuya Kimichi, Naruto heard a knock on the door and calmly said, "Sign in." If someone knocked, then it was definitely not Shikamaru. The Hokage met this guy twice. For the 3rd time, he was already preparing to give him a good scolding for his insolence. Fortunately, he always disappeared somewhere. According to information from Shizen, it turns out that Shikamaru is not only lazy, but also addicted to gambling. The girl several times emphasized her surprise that Naruto did not fire him, or at least did not try to put him in his place. However, he himself was very surprised by this. How much do you need to appreciate this lazy? Naruto was now fully comfortable in his position, at least enough to punish his subordinates. The time will come and Shikamaru will get it too. The door swung open and a charming figure appeared in front of Naruto. Attractive blonde in a blue kimono and a black fan behind her back. A beautiful proud face, a straight nose, moist and slightly made-up lips with scarlet lipstick. Clear skin and a thin neck, alluring with its charm. The impressive chest was not even hidden by loose clothes. Stunning waist and very impressive hips, forced to involuntarily lust after her. It was Temari, with her inherent hot sexuality, clearly different from other girls in Konoha. It was immediately clear that she was not from here, even though the tone of her hair was a little darker than Ino's. It made them look completely different and made her stand out, especially along with her clear eyes, in which strength and confidence rested. It won't be easy. Naruto's first thought became clearest at the moment. He couldn't doubt his instincts. Even though he was staring, he knew when to restrain himself. Hanabi captivated that time and did not seem dangerous. Ino struck with her openness, but Temari clearly did not have the desire to be looked at. Perhaps she was trying to hide it, but now her face was too serious to destroy this balance. It seemed that she, like Sakura, could rush into battle. Therefore, Naruto put the dossier aside and nodded. "Hello Temari." Mr. 7th, the girl bowed slightly, to which the Hokage simply smiled and looked at her inquiringly. Temari got straight to the point. "Shikamaru said you wanted to see me on clan business, and Shizen said you were free today. Can we discuss this issue?" "Shizen, as always, she's just my guardian angel. How does she have time? Did Shikamaru say?" Naruto let out a light laugh. Of course. What's happened? Nothing, the man shook his head. It's just that your husband is still that rascal. He could do everything himself, but here you are, alone, in front of me. Even he can't save you. Temari let out a light laugh. It's not surprising and just in his style. But, it's better for me to understand these matters. He cannot be relied upon at all when it comes to financing or reparation for victims. Well, if so, Naruto took out the prepared report that Shizune had brought him and began to read. So Yamanaka and Akimichi's medical department was damaged, while the equipment. Commentary on Chapter 39, Meeting with Temari. Chapters 38, 38.1 cut out. Chapter 40, True Intentions. After almost half an hour of conversation, Temari showed the Hokage her notes and reports, and then everything dragged on for another hour. Oddly enough, some of Naruto's skills seemed to allow him to understand the situation much better than he had hoped. He easily understood almost everything that Temari was talking about, while even almost not preparing for this conversation. Of course, he had learned some things beforehand and already knew the weaknesses of the Nara clan. Here even without Shizune managed. Except, perhaps, her great blowjob. Naruto never refused him, and she got better and better at it. Temari, I don't want to upset you, but I'm afraid this will have to be decided by your clan, since you violated a number of security rules and to my surprise, it is the people of your clan who are responsible for everything. The science department was supposed to come and update the equipment, but, apparently, someone was not interested in this. After these words, the kunoichi frowned in displeasure. It became clear who could have missed this. The following words confirmed everything. I told him. What an idiot. Temari's report was not complete, of course, because a special fire department dealt with everything. She had only minimal information. Naruto looked at the girl and sighed. This incident is not an accident, it is clear even from your words. You do understand that even if you and Shikamaru are my friends, I can't turn a blind eye to this. Temari did not know what to answer. She understood that it was the fault of some Nara people that an explosion occurred in the laboratory, but due to the small number of victims and after a large compensation for damage to their health, the clan experienced great difficulties. It was for this reason Temari came here to talk about everything. She could not even think that Naruto was already aware of everything, and from her words he would be able to present an even more complete picture of what had happened. Shikamaru told her something completely different. She was hoping for a completely different result. Even if the clan reimbursed the victims and they were able to return some of the equipment, now they have a big problem supporting the production of medical pills. If it were in the past, the village's support would be guaranteed, and even Shikamaru hoped so. But, Naruto clearly said, the budget has already been allocated. The loss of Nara supplies is not good, but this is not wartime. In addition, there is no difficulty in obtaining supplies from Akimichi's main laboratory. In any case, part of the Nara people work there. How come? Temari lowered her head. Damn fool. Now what? Who told me that Naruto would decide everything and wouldn't even figure it out? Of course, he understood this issue from the position of the 7th Hokage. With all the information he had, he easily ignored their friendly relationship. Naruto already knew what to push. Although Nara and Akimichi were allies, since the time of Choji, Nara is no longer at the head of their alliance, as it was before. A lot has changed since Shikaku's death. Although they remained the custodians of medical prescriptions, in the end their position was shaken. Now Akimichi is part of their rivals, along with Yamanaka, who also have their own enterprises. It's just that their specializations of production differ. But, nothing prevents the Hokage from ordering to simply share the Nara's load on Akimichi and Yamanaka. They had already spent the allocated budget, and even the clan's treasury was in a deplorable state. Shikamaru was too slow. If he had immediately taken up this matter, I still could have helped with something. Now, knowing the situation of your allied clans, I can't just take the order to give them. But, Temari panicked a little. What should we do then? If we don't solve this problem, some may leave the clan and we will have to close the laboratories to save anything. We just won't be able to recover from this. I don't even know what to say to the families left without work. It's not your fault, it happens. In a year, I will try to support you. Year? Temari suddenly exclaimed, and then whispered guiltily, I am sorry. Smiling bitterly, she bowed. If that's the case, then I just have to tell the others everything as it is. And then it opened. The Hokage's lips revealed a mockery. As the kunoichi was about to head out the door, Naruto quickly returned to his former sympathetic boy expression. There is something else. Temari turned around sharply and concentrated, her eyes sparkling with hope. The Hokage continued. There is no doubt that at least those fools who did not observe safety precautions are also to blame. But mostly someone else is to blame. You do understand who, don't you, Temari? The girl averted her eyes and sighed. I already told him. I told him 100 times. But, he got into gambling, and that Choji. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. No matter how hard I try, he does everything as if to spite me. You yourself have noticed, before he was not like that. You don't need to apologize. Naruto got up and slowly walked over to the girl, reached out his hand and closed the door. I can cut the time from a year to a month, but I need your help too. Help? Temari was inspired. What kind of help? It's simple, as you accurately noted. I noticed Shikamaru's changes. Your husband not only in the clan shirks from work. That's why I want you to be my assistant. No, don't be surprised, not like Shizen, at least for now. Naruto shrugged his shoulders with a strange grin, under the girl's puzzled look. It's simple, sometimes I need an assistant in some cases. If you do well, I will help you with the clan. A month is enough for me. If you work hard for a month and do your best, I will solve your problem. Well, the girl thought, if it's only for a month, I don't think anything will happen in the clan. If you promise, then The Hokage noticed her doubts and simply shrugged his shoulders. I do not insist. You have a lot to do, so even if your clan dwindles, at least someone will remain. I just offer to help, you decide. And no, I didn't refuse, I agree. The kunoichi quickly nodded. I can start even today, even now. She's got some good spirits, but that's not enough. I need to find something else. Naruto arched his eyebrows and seemed to remember something. Speaking of which, since it's all about Shikamaru, I think that should be addressed as well. You could take his place in the future. I turned a blind eye to his actions for too long. If he pulls the clan down, then it can hurt many. You should know that I had plans for a long time to solve this problem. What? What do you have in mind? The girl tensed. If you wish, I will also turn a blind eye to his actions during this month. I don't want to hurt your Temari family, but Shikamaru has already broken many rules even here. So, I just want to know, should I deal with him or are you ready to cover for your husband? I don't understand. Temari frowned. What do you mean? Naruto sighed and leaned on the table, calmly said, by all rights, Shikamaru should be sentenced to several years in prison. Disrespect for the Hokage, violation of chain of command, absence during working hours and, most importantly, budget leakage. Unfortunately, he cannot retire. With his knowledge, this is absolutely unacceptable. But, he was too sure that I would turn a blind eye to all his misdeeds. Now, he's also hurting his own clan, and the Nara are very important to the village. And as you can see, you cope with leadership many times better. It follows that Shikamaru is less and less useful every minute. Of course, I can give him a chance. That is why I ask you Temari, are you ready to cover for your husband and not say a word to him about our conversation with you, or should I act as I intended and, after an investigation in the Nara clan, bring him to justice? It's hard for me to say this, but there are no other options. You, Temari frowned, you want to put your friend behind bars because of disrespect? Did she just hear that? That's even better. Naruto mentally chuckled. For some reason, the girl lost her temper. She was not stupid, but for some reason she grabbed only these words. Although, her face in anger looked quite charming. Naruto smiled involuntarily. That's not the point, it's just nonsense. He's my advisor after all, but, I'm not just sitting around here. I know very well that Shikamaru takes advantage of his position and often gets more than he should. This is expected, because it is he who is responsible for the budget. Do you have any more angry questions? And, the girl lowered her head, sorry. I just don't understand. Why are you behaving like this? He's your friend and... I'm the Hokage, Naruto interrupted and said, first of all, I'm the main protector of my village. I can't close my eyes to the antics of my old friends. In any case, it doesn't matter now, Temari. If you're not interested in being my assistant, you can leave. I'm sorry to say this, but not only the fate of your clan, but also your husband depends on your decision. It's cruel to put it on you, but I have no one else to ask for his actions, and since you are the head of the clan, then this is your responsibility. The question is, are you ready to accept it? Sometimes words are not enough, which is why Naruto finally showed himself. He no longer hid his animal look and passionately ran over the blonde's gorgeous body. It really captivated, and incredibly attracted to itself. Especially now that Temari was in a similar situation. Naruto didn't exaggerate at all about the clan and about Shikamaru. The Hokage didn't like lazy people, especially those who took advantage of their position. After all, only the greatest Hokage in the world can afford such a thing. Chapter 41, No Kissing. Temari was trapped. Maybe she was angry with her husband, but she certainly wasn't ready to send him to prison if she could help. Moreover, there is also a clan that she shouldered. Naruto's offer, whatever it was. Kunoichi, although often losing her temper due to her impulsiveness, was still famous for her sharp mind. That was why she naturally saw that lustful look. Her body shook, but she didn't show it. She really wanted to hit this impudent dork in the face with her fan, her hands literally itched. That's the bastard. So that's all for it. But if I refuse, then Shikamaru. Judging by his face, he's definitely not lying. Now she realized everything, he started this situation on purpose. The threat to her husband is precisely for this. Failure will likely lead to disastrous results. It didn't look like Naruto cared about friendship at all, he just didn't care. If that's true, then Shikamaru doesn't stand a chance. How can he go against the Hokage? Temari could soberly assess the situation. Naruto could be arrested not only for misdeeds, he could capture just like that. With his power, destroying an objectionable person will be a piece of cake. That's what her father and even Tobirama did. She could not even think that such a fair person like Naruto would suddenly do this. Now Shikamaru has created problems for himself, and the clan is in an unfavorable position. To put it simply, without a head, albeit a formal one, the clan will weaken even more. How proud Temari could allow this. And no matter what the husband was, he is still her family. Could she have betrayed him? What will she say to her son? Can she stay strong if she can't survive this? What did he think of himself? That look. He wants to undress me. What the hell? Was Naruto like that? She wanted to throw out her anger, she wanted to, but Temari was not Sakura. She did not think about the consequences, although she was not stupid, and the current Naruto did not at all seem like that naive simpleton. Just one look from him made me shudder. He suppressed and forced to retreat. Even at the moment she saw him, Temari began to involuntarily fear. Then she did not attach any importance to this, but now. Her instinct did not let her down, this is a different person. Confident, cunning, smart and strong. He started everything on purpose, and now with a predatory look he watched the victim decide on a choice. Whether to protect her husband and help the clan by surrendering to him for a whole month, or to run away with her tail between her legs. What could the proud Kunoichi of the Hidden Sand choose? She would never go against her pride, even this time. Damn. And what to do? Running is not an option. Tell someone. But who will believe me? Hokage decided to fuck his friend's wife? Yes, this is some kind of ridiculous joke. Even Shikamaru wouldn't believe me. If I tell anyone, it will be even worse. Continuing to hatefully study Naruto's calm face, the Kunoichi became more and more angry. I know this look, he's just playing with me, waiting for an answer, and in any case he will win. If it wasn't just him being the Hokage, then... Damn, I can't leave, but I can find a way to make him choke. Disgusting, what could be interesting in a saggy and old body? He must have just decided to humiliate me. Then I won't back down. Do you want to take something that is not even used? How pathetic do you have to be? You guys are idiots, when I collect the evidence. Even your strength won't help you. Temari made up her mind, although she was disgusted by the mere thought of it, but there were no other options. She must agree, and only then will she be able to strike. That's just even so, she insisted on the basic conditions, trying to maintain the honor of a married woman. 1 month. No kissing or sex, Temari growled through gritted teeth. How could she even let him kiss her? Only lovers can afford it, and sex even more so. Even with Shikamaru, she had not done this for years, the very essence of this action was disgusting to her. How can you possibly enjoy something like this? Chapter 42, This is funny. Temari was clearly aware that after the words spoken, everything could change dramatically. Perhaps even her life will not be the same, and she will not even be able to share it with anyone. Who would believe that Naruto Uzumaki, the legendary hero of war and the 7th Hokage, famous for his kindness, can outwit a girl like that and manipulate her into a dead end? No one. He just deceived everyone by hiding his true identity for years. What a fool I am. Temari mentally sighed. She forgot that none other than Shikamaru, her own husband, pushed her to this step. Sex and kissing, right? Naruto thought about how much he had made the girl nervous. He was not even surprised by her consent, as if he had expected it. Perhaps this is all part of the humiliation plan too. Just try to refuse, bastard, but suddenly, he said, agree. I give my word to the Hokage, it's only for 1 month. As soon as your term is over, the Nara clan will easily recover from all problems, and I will safely forget about Shikamaru. How could he miss such an opportunity? Consent is enough, and restrictions are nothing more than a dummy. Let's see how long you last. The Hokage didn't even imagine how Temari actually treats his sexuality with disdain. To some extent, if she were aware of all her beauty, she would probably doubt much longer. You. Dao. Word. The kunoichi snarled every word menacingly, glaring into Naruto's lustful eyes with anger. The man just nodded and chuckled. Since the deal is up, it's time for you to get to work. So to speak. Secure everything. I can't believe it. Are you serious? The girl asked with a tremor in her voice and with some hope. She didn't believe it herself, but she kept asking. You don't need that, do you? Am I misunderstanding you? Well, Naruto stretched and yawned, maybe. Depends on what you think. No, don't make me. Temari bit her lip and showed her cute side for the first time, with a pleading gleam in her eyes, which visibly surprised the Hokage. He certainly did not expect this. He even thought that everything could come to an extraterrestrial battle, but she behaved differently. Like a girl cornered. Is she smart? Maybe. He smiled and nodded towards the door. It's worth closing, after all, your husband works here. Suddenly he will remember about his work and decide to drop in. It will be pretty awkward. Temari gritted her teeth, stood for a couple of seconds, and then spun the lock with fury. Satisfied? The girl snorted disappointedly. I can't believe it. I didn't think you were that kind of person. I didn't think you were such a man. You have a wife, I have a husband, we both have children. How can you? Without letting her finish, the Hokage abruptly approached and pushed her towards the door. Temari screamed and blushed. What do you want to do? She asked, even though she already knew the answer. Even if she tried to hide her feelings, she really felt scared. She had never been in such a situation before. And no, don't touch. The kunoichi struggled mentally, but still suppressed her panic. Honestly, I want a lot of things. But I'm afraid it will be too much for you. How about, holding out his hand, Naruto continued to maintain intense eye contact. He wanted to see every expression on this beauty's face. KH. With a nervous sigh, Temari's eyes showed fury as Naruto began to gently knead her breasts. Of course, he understood that he could and would succeed in fucking her, only if he did it, it could end badly. She has to accept it herself and be ready. If done abruptly and ruthlessly, there was no point in manipulation. This will not be different from a hard rape without foreplay. In the same way, Naruto could have just taken it by force right away. But, in this there is absolutely not only excitement, but also measured submission. Inflicting such a wound on the girl he was about to make his own would be a big mistake that could break her heart. Now, although she is dissatisfied, humiliated and disappointed, as long as it has not crossed the border, she can still slowly accept it and enjoy it in the future. Gently massaging her breasts, Naruto approached the girl's neck and whispered quietly, the papillae are hardened. It looks like your body is quite sensitive to Temari. Ugh, the girl growled through her teeth, completely blushing. Stop playing, do what you have in mind. For her, a sudden tingling sensation came as a surprise. This had never happened before. Yeah, you're right. Pulling back abruptly, Naruto straightened his clothes and smiled innocently. Still, even though I need it, I have a lot of ways to satisfy myself. Another story. Since you need this month, why don't you start yourself? What? Temari changed her face. You can't do it yourself, but are you forcing me? Coward. What kind of bastard can you be? Oh, the man sighed sadly, I'm a very benevolent Hokage who gave you such a chance, and you're like me. I understand, it seems different for you, but I'm trying to help. Instead of thanking you, you blame me. And not ashamed? Shaking his head, Naruto turned around and waved his hand. You can go, I lost my temper. His cold words seemed to drive this place into the winter expanses of the land of snow. Returning to his seat, under Temari's startled gaze, whose chest heaved up and down with overwhelming anger, Naruto simply sat down and continued to read some documents. He completely ignored her. You just, gritting her teeth, the kunoichi lifted her chin and bit her lip as she tugged at the belt on her clothes. She knew well that if she left, things could only get worse. Now there was no choice. Shikamaru, Shikadai. I'm sorry, it's all for you. As soon as the girdle loosened and fell to the floor, the blue kimono slid off the kunoichi's frail shoulders. This sound immediately attracted Naruto, and he raised his calm gaze, his face changing dramatically. Wow, the man swallowed and began to stare. Temari's trained body looked simply stunning. Light, beautiful and shiny skin fascinated, it sparkled with nobility. In contrast to the pale skin of Ino or Hinata, Temari had a warmer tone, which gave her an amazing charm of femininity. As for her figure, everything here was at the highest level. The black bra emphasized the magnificent right breasts, the panties of the same color hid forbidden areas, but perfectly highlighted the thin waist and sensual hips. In her dark boots with heels, she seemed so combative and extremely sexy. Even her dissatisfied face rather made her even more attractive. She, like a defeated warrior, appeared before her future master. Temari's body was well trained, perhaps no less than Ino's, therefore, the muscles of the press and the tightened tummy caused feelings of desire to touch them. The desire to possess it and make it yours. Naruto swallowed again, to which Temari bit her lip and rolled her eyes in annoyance. Stop staring. Have you seen a female body? It is the most common. Stop making such a face, as if you saw something beautiful, it infuriates. The Hokage immediately frowned and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you trying to insult yourself in front of me? That's funny. This is really funny. Temari snorted, you look as if you have never seen a female body, and this despite the fact that you have Hinata in your wives. Men really are despicable animals. Naruto stood up and frowned in displeasure. What do you want to say? Seeing him react so angrily, Temari just couldn't pass up the chance to poke him. You have a great wife, Hinata is sexy and good at everything. Her body is the envy of everything, her face is the most beautiful of those that I have ever seen. Yes, anyone would want to be with her. Instead, you want to see my saggy boobs and rough skin. It's ridiculous, it looks like you can't appreciate what you have at all. Is she serious now? He could not understand her problem. Now such a beauty was standing in front of him and, in fact, belittled herself. For what? The Hokage paused, and then his lips twitched in mockery. That's it. Shikamaru, what an idiot you are. Naruto laughed and Temari shuddered involuntarily, her gut trembling more and more. If not for the soundproofing, his laughter could be heard throughout the residence. From this, even the kunoichi took 2 steps back. It scared her a little, especially in such a defenseless position. What's funny? The girl asked nervously. Naruto bared his teeth and shifted abruptly, Temari shrinking instantly, but he abruptly pushed her to the door and grabbed her bra, and then ruthlessly ripped off. 2 delicious and juicy mounds playfully jumped up and hung slightly. The Hokage swallowed, those breasts were just unimaginably beautiful. Inverted papillae were an amazing discovery. I want her more and more. Chapter 43, Final, Almost. 18. Naruto just couldn't stand it anymore, he almost got what he wanted and abruptly grabbed Temari's bewitching halos, but only heard a painful moan in response. Kikish. Gritting her teeth, she turned away. Did she not feel pleasure? This surprised me again. Moreover, he could not catch the scent of arousal from her. In a situation like this, it didn't seem strange, but, why was she hurting anyway? He approached the kunoichi's face and coldly said, you can abuse your body all you want in front of others. But don't you dare be near me. You call those boobs saggy? The Hokage sharply squeezed his dismount. The kunoichi began to cry, don't squeeze. She wouldn't even let Shikamaru touch them due to her sensitivity to pain, and here he was acting so ruthlessly. Temari has already mentally started to curse this sadist. Stop messing with my brains. They are so beautiful that I want to drown in them. I would kill to be able to crush them every day. I don't appreciate what I have. Believe me, all this month I will appreciate you like no one ever. Everything fluttered in Temari's chest, she did not expect this at all. He seemed to be furious, but not because of the insult addressed to him, but because of her. He's crazy. Naruto continued to play with one hand with the girl's breasts and suddenly approached her neck sharply, squeezing the papilla. Temari screamed. It hurts. The sudden tingling sensation started to frighten her. Suddenly, she felt something hot on her neck. She tried to fight but Naruto was too heavy. He played with her papilla and quickly suppressed resistance with his lips, making his way with slow kisses to the beautiful ear of the beauty. No matter how hard she tried, it was to no avail. In the end she just gave up and her hands went limp. What is this? I don't believe, it was the first time something like this had happened to her. Her body seemed to be aroused. How is it? Temari hadn't experienced anything like this in the past. Not only did she not allow Shikamaru to touch her nipples, but in fact, even in her clothes, she felt great discomfort from simple touches. Only this time, the pain was different because of his rudeness and the inability to escape. She only had to endure the pain, which slowly changed into something strange. He pressed, massaged, without crossing the line and acting extremely ruthlessly. He seemed to be trying to get her used to it. Now I see. Apparently, she has even worse problems with sex than Ino. She can't be frigid, not with those nipples, which means she needs something else. Opening his lips, a shiny string of saliva reached for the nipple, which Naruto then licked properly. He wanted to give him warmth and a little tenderness. Then, the man again raised his confident gaze and peered into Temari's trembling eyes. Never talk about his body like that again. You are one of the sexiest women in my life. Your skin is perfect. Call her rude? Nonsense. This is exactly how the Temari I know should be, a proud and strong woman. Your body is exactly the same, it does not need a simple caress, it needs a person who can pacify it and caress it properly. Soft boobs, tight nipples that need proper care. Your body is too timid, I can see. Your wet lips and rough tongue, even if I can't taste them, I already know how good they are. Rely on me, I'll show you a new world of pleasure. With these words, Naruto's hand went over the gorgeous waist of the beauty. Strong and strong, even your ass beckons to enjoy it. After his playful slap, Temari bit her lip, absolute incomprehension and even panic were red in her eyes. She finally understood, it only took him one look and touch to see how timid she was in sex, but, at the same time, he continued to convince her of the opposite. In the past, she was disappointed in sex and her sexuality, but he pressed on this wound again and again. What woman does not want to get pleasure in bed? All her life she felt only pain and ran away from it. Now there is nowhere to retreat. Naruto is not Shikamaru, he was not going to stop the stimulation and she could not yell at him. For the first time in her life, Temari faced such rude treatment and such an impudent man. She furiously looked at him, unable to answer, and he continued to speak, feeling her thighs. While something in the kunoichi's stomach began to flutter involuntarily, the body spoke before emotions. As soon as Naruto's fingers penetrated the wet pussy, he even felt her response through her panties, and smiled. Temari, I'm sure you're just crazy in bed. Finally you became honest, and you only needed a couple of nice words in your ear and good care for your body. What do you think? Licking his lips, Naruto removed his hand from her panties and licked his index and middle fingers. Your taste is indescribable. Temari was trembling, her legs gave way, and she slowly slid down, no longer able to stand. How so? But as soon as she sank down there, a huge protruding something opposite caught her eye. He was so big, even while being held captive by his pants, that Temari involuntarily muttered, It's his. What the hell? The main thing at the moment was not that, the kunoichi's trembling eyes slowly lowered down to her salivating hole. No, she couldn't even believe that this was happening. Impossible, if you remember, she only got so wet before the first connection with a man. Then she did not know how painful sex can be. Was he right? All she needed was to endure the pain and receive such treatment. Thinking about it, the girl was filled with disappointment. She had no idea what her body was like. He's actually a man. That's just, Naruto did not let her stay in thought and fantasy for a long time. He turned away and slowly returned to the table. Temari was perplexedly watching his receding back and this huge thing, when suddenly he sat down and the same confident voice swept through the office. We're done. You did great, thanks for the help. I was not mistaken in you, you are the best assistant, Temari. The girl was still arriving in some kind of delirium, but she involuntarily burst out. Is that all? Of course, the Hokage nodded with a perky grin, or did you expect more? Temari stood up and, still breathing heavily, lifted her kimono. She did not answer, for her what had happened was completely incomprehensible. For the first time, she felt so strange. It was the first time a man had treated her so authoritatively and said such words. She was ashamed, she felt guilty, and something else that caused even more shame and discomfort. It is not clear how, but Temari was able to dress somehow, fasten her belt and hurriedly open the door. That's when Naruto remarked with a grin. Don't forget Veer. Why yes, grabbing her weapon, the kunoichi ran into a couple more words. Hi Shikamaru. Her body trembled again, and her eyes involuntarily dropped in shame. She quickly closed the door and hurried out of the residence as quickly as possible. Her whole body seemed to be on fire. She wanted to quickly get rid of this dirty feeling and wash, return to her family and forget this day like a bad dream. But, on the way, she suddenly realized that this was only the beginning. The heavy feeling again began to press on the kunoichi's chest. I almost did it, I almost reached the finals. I thought it was nonsense, I thought the rest were inventing. Why in this way, and even with it? I hate it. Temari simply burned with shame, but at the same time she continued to convince herself, it's for the clan, for the family, I will endure. I have to. The decisive gleam in her eyes did not remove doubts, but she still managed to raise her head and returned home with an even gait. Although her clothes and hair were in disarray and her face betrayed embarrassment, she slowly returned to normal. After all, deep inside I understood that no one should know about what had happened. Chapter 44, 3 Kunoichi. That evening at the family dinner, Temari was unusually quiet, not even asking her son about his progress at the academy. However, Shikadai only rejoiced at such good luck and tried not to attract her attention himself. Shikamaru did not appear again, but this time the kunoichi was not angry for some reason. The guy was a little surprised, but he did not show it, because in extreme cases he could also get it. I think she's even scarier now than yesterday. Shikadai swallowed as he continued to pick up the pace of eating from the bowl. The thoughtful and slightly gloomy face of his mother frightened him in earnest. He well remembered how recently he was forced to work around the house for almost a whole week without rest. The last thing he wanted to do was repeat it. Even if the father is guilty, let him understand. Shikadai swore a long time ago that he would never marry. I don't even need such kindness posthumously. Without a husband at a family dinner, Temari even felt better. She used to be angry, but not today. Having fed her son, the girl went to bed late. She still couldn't forget what had happened. And why did everything turn out like this? Suddenly her body began to glow again and Temari bit her lip in anger. Damn it! Throwing away the pillow, she covered her embarrassed face with her hands. She couldn't believe what had happened. The worst thing is that for the first time in many years she realized the truth. It turned out that she was not at all one of those frigid women. Sex with her husband was so bad that after the birth of her son, Temari simply stopped these nonsense. It did not give pleasure, but rather caused only pain and discomfort. She completely went into herself and into work. Then Temari was just sure that sex was not for her. Nothing excited her, only before the wedding she still felt at least something, and after, just nothing. How could everything turn out this way? What's the matter? Could it be that it was all about the man? She always treated them with contempt, and it all started with Shikamaru, who was always disappointing. Temari in a conversation with him showing obvious annoyance. This is just crazy. If his fingers are so good, then how much? Naruto's confident and pleasant actions surfaced in his thoughts, even his giant bastard. Pretty quickly, all the accumulated anger spilled out. Arg! Only after breaking a bunch of furniture, Temari finally calmed down. That night, Shikadai sat in his room in a cold sweat. For the first time in his memory, his mother was so angry. A little earlier, at the Yamanaka house, a similar, slightly strange, family dinner was being held. Today Ino seemed too quiet. It was completely different from her. Usually she always started a conversation or asked her son about his studies. But now all her thoughts were wandering elsewhere. That morning moment never left her mind. His words, his look, and that strange feeling all over his body. Mom, are you okay? Asked a pale-faced, handsome boy anxiously. Inogen learned the best from his mother and father. So, don't dress like a boy. He could definitely be mistaken for a cute girl. Ino twirled her chopsticks thoughtfully. It's all right, she smiled, lifting her lovely eyes. I'm just tired. I need to sleep. Rising, she took her dishes and went to the kitchen. A mixture of excitement and guilt flickered in her eyes, as if she was trying to decide something for herself. However, Sai and Inogen did not notice this. The son finally decided to talk to his father, and they just chatted. That night, Ino also fell asleep late, replaying that strange moment with Naruto in her head. She didn't know where it would lead, but for some reason it didn't make her feel any worse. She knew that this was wrong, but for some reason, looking at the empty space in the bed, she somehow smiled sadly. Only her close friend knew the truth. Ino had never actually experienced female pleasure. She had sex with Sai only twice, and after the pregnancy, everything changed. Since then, for some reason, he didn't even have the desire. The only man who promised to make her happy not only avoided this topic, but could not. Literally. Could not. His problems, as it turned out, were not related to physical health. This has all become too confusing. Ino didn't even know the whole taste of sex. She did not think that with just one look, Naruto will be able to awaken hidden desires in her. For her at that moment, everything became too complicated. Slowly, her carefree family life was filled with growing darkness. While thinking about Naruto became something like a light in this dungeon of gray everyday life. Such a scarecrow was even stronger. Involuntarily, Ino's thin fingers made their way under the covers, and her thoughts simply rushed to unknown places. However, for some, this night was not particularly loaded with thoughts and feelings, but rather filled with depraved fun. Hanabi couldn't help it and the naked one played with herself under the covers. In the dim moonlight, her sparkling body shook with its beauty, as if the goddess descended into the mortal world, while doing very obscene deeds. Biting her lips, her eyes trembled in bliss. Meanwhile, Naruto was thrashing his wife hard, pushing her head into the pillow and pushing hard on her from behind. Her muffled moans still scattered around the room, mingling with the lewd slaps of wet bodies. Naruto dominated and enjoyed like a hungry beast. Meanwhile, Boruto was sleeping safely and did not notice the changes in the family at all. At the same time, Shizen, along with Tenten and Tsunade, drank in the same restaurant. "Tsunade-sama, how was your trip this time?" Tenten asked curiously. This beauty, like her two friends opposite, attracted the eyes of many men, and sometimes some women. A tall, stately figure, a strong trained body, an excellent tightened chest and an elastic ass. Tenten looked like a young student, tall and strong, with a beautiful face and playful pigtail. At the same time, she did not forget to braid part of her hair into two buns, which have already become her hallmark. At the same time, she decorated her ears with two cute earrings in the form of golden shurikens. Her white kimono clearly fitted every perfect part of her body, while she did not wear sleeves, which gave her an even more cute and feminine look of a fragile girl. Mesh stockings on delicate legs lured lustful glances and created a lot of hot fantasies. Tenten was no less delightful than the girls next to her. Tsunade and Shizen shone with no less beauty, especially the second. She has noticeably changed lately. While Tsunade seemed to lose heart, Tenten wanted to cheer her up and talk about something. The princess drank sake and sighed grimly. "It wasn't that bad. I shouldn't have gone back." But why?" Tenten tried to find out the reason, but Shizen immediately shook his head, making it clear that it was better not to touch this topic. She didn't really want to get to the truth and force Tsunade to say it out loud. When Tenten joined them, unexpectedly appearing, things became very uncertain. Shizen absolutely did not want anyone to know about the situation. She only wanted to push Tsunade to be honest with her desires. After all, as she understood, she clearly had the mood to continue with Naruto. If Shizen succeeded, she was simply sure that the master would reward her properly. Just thinking about it made her rather wet. In addition, she simply burned with the desire to show Tsunade this part of her life, and perhaps share with her all this taste of a forbidden relationship. 3 kunoichi, each with their own hidden secret. Just an enchanting sight. Chapter 45, I Won't Forgive You. 18. The next day. Hokage residence. In normal times, a board with photographs of targets was hidden by a white canvas, but today everything turned out differently. Naruto stood in front of him with his pants down, while right in front of him, with her knees spread apart, Shizen sat rubbing her clit, deftly wielding her tongue, playing with her master's cock, not using her hands at all. At the same time, she did not forget to answer his questions. Well, we had a drink yesterday, and I escorted her home. Tenten kept trying to find out the reason for this mood from Lady Tsunade, but she never revealed anything. I didn't ask questions and as planned. Ugh. Naruto returned Shizen's mouth to work and nodded thoughtfully. I understand, you cannot continue. Tsunade is not going anywhere. The man fixed his sharp gaze on the photographs of Temari's proud face, and the memories of her gorgeous body flashed before him by themselves. By lunchtime, she was supposed to come and they would begin the second stage of training. After all, Naruto had already targeted her as well. He had a free slot for another girl and it was decided to give this place to Temari. Temari, trust, 0, depravity, 5. Submission, 5. Condition, guilt, frustration, dissatisfaction, drowsiness. This sweet blonde had a whole list of sensations and a very disappointing one. It seems that not only did she not sleep well after everything, but she did not stop thinking about it. Unfortunately, Naruto only added her to his list of prime targets this morning. That's why he didn't exactly know her score until yesterday. Although, even so, her current performance was simply terrible. It's like she never had sex at all. Naruto didn't know that even before yesterday, her depravity score never exceeded 1. As for the other girls, surprisingly something strange happened during the night. For example, Hinata Hyuga, 19 depravity, 10 subjugation. Ino Yamanaka, 3 trust, 5 depravity, 1 subjugation. With Hinata, everything became clear. Of course, she was still a sensual cutie and a wonderful wife outside of the bedroom. But, as soon as everything came to the main process, her essence broke out. Hinata blushed and turned pale at the same time, and even got wet, so in the end, hard sex brought her to her senses. So now, together with Shizen, 2 beauties are under his absolute control. In the coming days, Naruto planned to tell Hinata about everything about other girls, and maybe push her to somehow influence her sister. This is also a pretty good move. Shizen handled her part of the plan well. If everything goes according to plan, then Tsunade can soon get his hands on it. Turning his gaze to the playful brunette, Naruto asked, what about Tenten? Did you find out something about her? How delicious. Licking her lips, the girl smiled playfully and returned her former expression to the usual Shizuna, the same brave and confident girl. I learned a lot. For example, Tenten still hasn't found a boyfriend, and on the issue of virginity, she's gone completely off topic. From my point of view, most likely she could not solve this issue. So I think she's still innocent. Although, Her ass, even Shizen swallowed. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Lady Tsunade's ass is very juicy and soft, I had a chance to touch it somehow. But Tenten's is incredibly trained, even Sakura is inferior to her in this. Tenten still trains hard to this day, although I can't even imagine how she trains this place, ahem. In any case, the issue of sex is very difficult for her, she clearly avoids it. I think there is something else, maybe she has some special secrets. I want to get her drunk and find out the truth. Okay, Naruto nodded and shoved his barrel back into the brunette's mouth when there was a knock on the door. HM. The Hokage just frowned, and Shizen shuddered, but didn't leave her job. Continuing to smack her lips, she trembled slightly because of the moment of danger, but the strong man opposite easily nullified all her worries. She relied entirely on Naruto for that, and she wasn't really afraid of being seen kneeling here. Indeed, for the current Shizen, this is no longer something shameful, but a completely natural relationship with her beloved man. Naruto looked away and nodded towards the table. Come on, I'll sit down and you continue downstairs. Shizen kissed her head and got up and swaying her hips went under Naruto's table. Are you sure they won't see us? Let them try it, the man replied coldly, sitting down on a chair. Shizen giggled playfully and got addicted to her favorite thing again, but a little quieter now. Thanks to the table's height, Naruto didn't have to worry about being seen. Everything was perfectly hidden, except for the sound. But, there's nothing to be done about it. This cabinet was good in many ways, but still retained some shortcomings. Although, in fact, it's even better this way, sometimes a sense of danger does not hurt. The knock on the door became more insistent, to which Naruto folded a series of seals and said, "Sign in." He learned such a simple trick from himself. With a set of ninjutsu, he also received those that allowed him to temporarily bypass the restrictions of the barrier in this room. Basically, it was needed just for such situations. Secret negotiations always had to be protected, so the office was sealed with a barrier, but there must also be some kind of answer outside, for those who arrived. That is why the sound from the outside was heard, and in order to send the sound from the inside, it was necessary to lay down a special seal and just say something. On the other side, right outside the door of the Hokage's office, Temari grunted in displeasure, raised her head and puffed out her chest. She was not going to give up so easily. The girl opened the door and entered. That's just immediately all her feigned confidence cracked at the seams. In an instant, the girl's cheeks turned pink, and she frowned. The smell of sex hit her nose, almost ingrained into these walls. The kunoichi felt this for the first time, because she did not know the essence of this aroma, but her body instinctively reacted and that was what made her wary. She expected anything from this vile man. Temari did not even know the smell of a man. Naruto was amused no less than her proud expression at the time of her striptease. Now she's shown her cute side again. An even greater sense of danger gripped Temari as soon as he began to smile so creepily. She was afraid that Naruto had used some kind of sex technique and would try to play with her again. Meanwhile, the Hokage smiled contentedly, appreciating Temari's cute appearance. You still came. Shizen raised an eyebrow in surprise under the table, continuing to lick the delicious balls and grin strangely. Her pussy flowed even more from the presence of a stranger in the office. Fortunately, Temari hasn't felt anything yet. The girl, as usual, put on a cold expression and said impatiently, "Do what you have planned, and I'll leave. I don't need yesterday's scenes. It's just a deal, let's cut it short." Now without further ado, Naruto nodded, "That's reasonable. Then, get undressed." What? Smirking at her angry look, Naruto shrugged. "I've already seen everything and even tried it." Licking his lips, the guy added, "If you pretend to be touchy, we won't finish by the evening. Or do you want me to take the initiative as usual?" Temari shuddered, realizing what this could lead to and closing her eyebrows, biting her lip, nodded, slowly unraveling the kimono belt. "I won't forgive you." "How do you forgive? Bastard!" As soon as the clothes slipped off her thin shoulders, Naruto exhaled and whistled. "Is it dark red today? Did you want to impress me?" "Shut up." Temari snorted, "What now? I told you to get undressed. I would like to film it personally, but I really don't want to get up now. Let's say, in the process of one important business under the table." "Oh you." Temari wanted to swear, but nevertheless she began to take off her bra, continuing to bore Naruto with her furious gaze. She didn't even attach any importance to his words and could not think that there was someone else in this office besides the two of them. How can he touch himself? Pervert. She clearly understood everything differently. Meanwhile, under the table, Shizen's legs twitched and her eyes rolled back. With a cock in her mouth, she began to come. From the mere presence of Temari, the girl she knew well, that same woman, Shikamaru's wife and at the same time a proud beauty, from her actions in front of Naruto, all Shizen could do was come. Ah! A light groan was interrupted by a member returning to her mouth in time, but Temari still managed to pay attention to this and sharply raised her eyes. What was it? She had almost taken off her panties and her gorgeous breasts were playfully trembling, when suddenly she decided to ask such a question. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked innocently, "What are you talking about? Maybe you want to see for yourself what kind of sound I have here. Come on, there's plenty of room under the table." You! Angry again, Temari immediately threw this thought out of her head and tried to end everything as quickly as possible. Panties followed the bra to the rest of the clothes. Finally, the famous Kunoichi Pesca was completely naked in front of another man. Calling this situation embarrassing would be an understatement. She blushed all over and tried to cover her private parts with her hands. Even if he had already seen everything yesterday, it didn't calm him down at all, but angered him even more. Despicable. With a grin, Naruto even noticed the wedding ring on the Kunoichi's left hand, and Sheath, following him, seemed to understand what he was thinking and immediately bit her lips in displeasure. What did he think of himself? What a bastard! Chapter 46, Lonely Heart, 18. Chuckling slyly, Naruto put his elbows on the table and folded his hands under his chin. He simply adored the courage and defiance of Temari. The desire to master it grew with each new meeting. With a careful look, he walked over the magnificent body of the Kunoichi. Although she covered her most forbidden places, he saw enough exposed parts and just enjoyed the situation. Too sexy, I'm ready to fight again. In response to the thought, the heated rod filled with blood again and playfully slapped Shizune on her cute nose. She continued to finish with outstretched lips and a drooling mouth. How good! Ah! From the gaze of the man, Temari has already begun to freeze and become even more annoyed. Well, are you already there, all? Naruto was enjoying the situation to the fullest and continued to nod slowly. You are beautiful, Temari, your body is amazing, your sharp mind, your pride and slight panic in your eyes, so charming. What is he wearing? The girl blushed even more in embarrassment. Stop spouting this nonsense. The Hokage just shrugged. I return the lost. You deserve it all, every word I say. I just love it when a girl trembles with pleasure. Admiring her partly open intimate places, he smiled a little. You know, true pleasure at such moments brings not just touch, not smell, or even sex. A man unable to realize the taste of true pleasure from intimacy with a woman is forever pathetic. Naruto stood up abruptly and his aroused and sparkling wet cock instantly fell into Temari's field of vision. The man's words alone frightened her every time, and then there was such a view. The Kunoichi panicked. And no. He's not going to. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Naruto sighed and shook his head. Don't be afraid, I won't take you until you let me. This is exactly what I meant by true sex. Real pleasure, this is the euphoria from the feelings of a partner, that's the whole secret. Until you can make a woman burn with words alone, what the hell is sex? The prelude is even more important than anything else. Like any relationship, sex is an important step in the development of love. As long as you're not able to trust, as long as you don't date and go through hardships together, you won't see strong bonds even in marriage. Same with sex. Saying all this, Naruto already crept close to Temari's trembling body and whispered in her ear. That's the whole secret. Prelude is building a solid foundation for a great connection between a man and a woman. Sex is just a culmination, a truth that will develop with each merger. But as long as the foundation is weak, sharply extending his hand, Naruto removed Temari's trembling hands from her gorgeous chest and smiled brightly, his incredibly warm smile. Everything in the girl's body shuddered. I want to make you mine and I won't back down, from the very basics, I will go to the moment when you surrender, because this is my ninja path. Laughing, Naruto sharply brought his face to her hard nipples and immediately tasted the left one, pinching the right one with his fingers. The taste was mesmerizing. Temari showed her feminine aroma yesterday, and today he also managed to feel the taste of her body directly from the excited papillae. He never lied about everything that concerned the female body. Moreover, he was damn angry with those words of Temari about herself. When a girl doesn't get enough affection or even insults her sexuality, Naruto unwittingly wanted to convince her of the truth. Even if he couldn't taste her beautiful lips, he could enjoy her otherwise. Ah, don't kiss me like that. Temari's entire body trembled. She so badly wanted to run away and not feel this warmth, such a sensitive caress from another man, but there was no way out. All she could do was drown in his desires, unable to resist the vicious feelings slowly growing in a lonely heart. Chapter 47, Pure World. 18. Biting on her small fist, with a shiny engagement ring on her ring finger, cute Temari held back her moans, while Naruto covered her sensual tummy with kisses, slowly descending down to the sweet spot. Walking through her pretty intimate haircut, the man grinned. So lonely, she still smells of sadness. I just want to try it. And no, you don't. He didn't even give her a chance to finish before he sharply licked the cute excited bead. No matter how hard Temari tried, her body had long been burning with desire. The traitorous body accepted the caresses of another man, and even so intensely. It is not known how much she held back her feminine side. Naruto could not even imagine how long it took to abstain from sex in order to flow so abundantly. Even yesterday, she wasn't like that. Something seemed to have changed in her. Maybe he slowly began to tame her, or maybe the whole point is that she likes cheating. He couldn't understand, but it didn't matter now. Naruto continued to gently kiss the small lips and the pretty bead. Such a charming look did not suit such a sexy body and such a proud appearance at all. Out of the corner of his eye, the Hokage glanced at Temari's face and smiled. It pisses her off. The way she frowned and pierced him with her eyes with a threat, gave her even more sexuality. Already the entire floor was covered with love juices flowing down the appetizing thighs of the beauty. Temari outdid herself and simply could not believe what was happening. Yesterday, he barely made her turn on, and after all the nightly thoughts and stomach pains, this is what it led to. He seemed to break something inside her. Ha! It flows like Hinata. How it smells. Inhaling this lustful aroma, the man began to slowly work with his tongue, then connecting his lips. Right here, pressing his friend's completely naked married girl, he greedily ate her forbidden whole. Her main treasure was in his power. The movement of the tongue accelerated. Naruto grabbed the kunoichi by the sensual hips and began to move his mouth furiously. Temari's legs began to give way. She did not know what to do. Her hands involuntarily clutched at the man's blonde hair and she only had to let him act. Oh my! Why is that so? Aha! Suddenly the girl's body began to tremble violently. She bit her tongue and groaned for a long time. Her hands involuntarily pressed Naruto's head right into the juices splashing pussy, and then he was literally doused with this love nectar. Indescribable. In his memory, even Hinata did not spray like that. He sat as if under a shower. As soon as Temari stopped coming, her strength was almost exhausted, and then the Hokage abruptly picked her up in his arms. The girl looked away with trembling eyes, unable to respond. She felt terribly ashamed because of her unexpected orgasm. She was simply shocked. The first orgasm in her life. She just didn't know what to do now. Just a couple of minutes ago, I was brave in front of the door, and now everything turned out like this. I am possible. Her whisper was more to herself. Now pleasure is mixed with hopelessness. Is an orgasm considered cheating? God! Now she fully realized that Naruto was able to bring her incredible pleasure, and this understanding led her to true horror. The mind tried to escape, but the body, driven by instincts and feelings, simply did not allow her. Moreover, after this hot orgasm, she could not escape anywhere. A desperate thought filled my heart. Someone. Please. I don't want to. Not like this. She was ready to do anything. Please don't. Enough, I don't want to. Even her voice expressed a sincere plea. Now she was more scared than ever before. In all his life, Shikamaru could not even do something close to such pleasure to her, and a few minutes were enough for Naruto. If this continues, is it possible to save it all? Oh no, we're not finished. In response, the Hokage only grinned. He was not going to press, because he did not want to break the girl's core, which impressed him so much. Right now, he wanted to instill a different feeling in her and make her keep fighting. He sat the girl on the table and gently kissed her behind the ear. Don't be afraid, I told you, no sex. Do you believe me? Temari involuntarily froze. All her proud and strong look had long since evaporated. The first orgasm in life can shock anyone, even such a strong girl. Sweaty and dripping with nectar from excitement, Temari literally burned with lust. Her body had languished for so long, and now it was enjoying the man in front of her again and again. One of his desires, and she can no longer oppose anything. He could rape her right here and now, so why? He doesn't want to. Panic slowly dissipated, with each of his gentle kisses touching sensitive skin. Temari slowly calmed down. Like an innocent girl, she trembled in Naruto's arms, and his words and actions brought her peace and pleasure. The cute girl just melted with pleasure. She herself did not notice how her lips stretched into a lustful smile, and her legs stretched to the sides, as if trying to entangle the man and pull him closer to her. But she stopped abruptly, realizing the essence of her vulgar actions, and then bit her lip. Scoundrel, I'm not your toy. Naruto felt it all, but continued to bring her unforgettable pleasure. By one taste and smell, he had long realized Temari's main weakness. Her body, something forbidden, lost. She never experienced the true feeling of a desired woman. She has never touched that extreme area of orgasm and has never met a man who can completely conquer her and make her experience this feeling of euphoria. Narrow, wet, the body is completely clean, everything seems to be virgin. How much did she subdue her husband, since she did not allow him to touch her? That taste. She saved everything for me. Adore. Naruto licked his lips and went down below. He again wanted to taste the juices of a mature appetizing kunoichi. Temari could no longer contain her lust, of course. How could she fight something she had never experienced before? It scared her terribly, but she also wanted more. That's why Naruto, like a wild animal, rushed to her wet hole and made a real feast there. Involuntarily, his strong chakra, like electrical impulses, spread through Temari's body, making her shudder again and again with indescribable pleasure. Very soon, she threw back her head and plunged into a strange sparkling world. All colors sharpened, a bright snow-white sheen completely covered the mind. Ah! What is this? This is. And there is. Pure world. The pleasure was intoxicating. Temari, as if stoned, stretched out her hands in weightlessness and issued the most passionate moan of the day. Deafening, mesmerizing. Ayah! Suddenly the colors began to fade again, the feeling of loss and the burning sensation in the chest only intensified, at that last moment. When Temari's eyes could still focus, the pupils of the shock dilated. Shizen! But, that's just, to replace the smiling face of the brunette, darkness came. At the same moment Temari lost consciousness. The orgasm completely robbed her of all strength. Chapter 48, there is still a lot to learn. Slowly, Naruto's office returned to its previous form. Shizen long ago crawled out from under the table and chuckling playfully poked her fingers into Temari's sensitive nipples. Wow! I remember my first time, wow. You were rougher with me. Casting a reproachful glance at the man, the kunoichi puffed out her cheeks. You made her come only with her tongue, I want to. Naruto chuckled as he squeezed his shirt out of Temari's love juices. Well, you know, you initially wanted me and most likely had fun with your lonely pussy, but here she is. Casting a smiling glance at the girl's twitching body, the man sighed. Poor thing, these 2 days have taught her a lot. Now she knows what it's like to be a woman. Apparently, she pushed Shikamaru away because of the pain in her nipples. Yes, a strange situation, she needs rudeness, but at the same time sincere affection and love. If her body is unwilling, it will only react aggressively, bringing only pain as a result. Marvelous. Shizen blinked in surprise. Did you understand that only from her body? Ha, not really. The Hokage shook his head and looked at the cute blonde. It's about her personality. Character, habits, relationships with the opposite sex. In general, her reaction to my first attempts showed me everything I needed. She accepted me because I showed my sincere desire to fight for her, even if she herself is against it. Here's the answer. A man must have confidence and determination, especially with Temari. You're amazing, Shizen purred, snuggling into her master's hand. You understand women so well. Yeah, Naruto shrugged calmly, otherwise I wouldn't have started all this. Although I have a lot to learn. Temari's case is good for me, as is Tsunade's fear, but Sakura or Hanabi. Temari continued to lie unconscious on the table, while her slender legs continued to tremble touching almost the very floor. Sparkling love juices slowly flowed down them, an indescribable sight. Naruto swallowed again as he hadn't really been able to discharge himself after such a taste and sight. You could say he just licked and sniffed, but he was still hungry. As soon as the predatory look of the man moved from Temari's juicy chest to her wet hole, Naruto suddenly looked at Shizen and grinned predatorily. Her mouth will be next, but for now I want yours. Right? Shizen put her finger to her wet lips and tilted her head to the side. Well, I don't even know. Cross over to the owner, eh? You. No, I'm joking. Quickly getting close to Naruto, Shizen hugged his arm and pressed her chest tighter. My mouth and body are at your disposal, master. Damn, you're such a cutie. Returning his former cheerful expression, Naruto stroked the girl. Okay, I'm just kidding. You have a lot of work to do, finish everything and get a reward. There is nothing to cool between my legs. Really? Shizen's eyes sparkled. I understand. Okay, go ahead before she wakes up. Slapping Shizen's juicy ass, the Hokage folded his hands seal and steam immediately rose from his body. He dried instantly, and then pulled on his trousers and threw on his old orange sweater. At least something, admiring the sexual movements of Shizen, who tried to dress quickly. Naruto smiled and thought. Third goal, it's time to harvest the fruits of my labors. Chapter 49, the third goal accomplished. Pulling on her panties, Shizen playfully shook her perky ass, and then put on her dark kimono and approached Naruto. Biting her lips, she whispered, I can't wait. By the way, is everything you said just now true? Do you really think so? What are you talking about? The girl laughed sweetly. About yours, way of the ninja. Well, the Hokage smiled, it sounded stupid, I admit it. But other than that, I'm pretty sure. Relationships are like a building, it's hard to argue. Without long foreplay it is difficult to achieve a lasting marriage. Sex is like this, only many people underestimate it. How many people in the world can share the most intimate moment and not develop feelings for each other? Issuing a confident laugh, the man approached the cute Shizun and abruptly dodged her soft lips, getting close to the ear. Ah! How could he? She felt a pang of annoyance when he prevented her from touching him. Naruto whispered, no one can, that's the whole secret. A person who is able to open up to another so deeply, is completely vulnerable. Girls are too sensitive and easy to give in, and emotions just intoxicate me. I am a pervert, I want more and more from that, but the result is the same, I will still achieve their complete and irrevocable love. Even if they are against, I will take everything for myself. I am so selfish that each of them will forget about everything, as soon as I become their meaning of life. Ah, Shizun was already trembling as his hot breath touched her tender ear. Why you're so... Stop bullying. That's why I love you Shizun, you're so honest. He broke off abruptly and began kissing the girl's neck to the sound of her passionate moans. I loves? He, me. Ah, the feelings that could control the chakra and her entire mind simply dissipated into every cell. Pleasure and happiness began to take over consciousness. More. I love you too. Naruto. It's clearly not fun. Her confession and complete submissiveness were slightly annoying, so he decided to quickly find himself another entertainment. Suddenly, the guy broke away from the cute beauty and turned to Temari. She wakes up, it's better for you not to see each other for now. You, Shizun puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, well, okay. But, you promised me a reward. Certainly. Ah, well, then I'll go. I'll prepare the rest of the reports and take care of Tsunade-sama and Temari-san. Don't worry about it sir, I won't let you down. Smiling with all care, the Hokage tucked one of the kunoichi's curls behind his ear. Don't overdo it, be careful. Don't say that, I'm falling in love even more. With a cute laugh, Shizun kissed Naruto on the lips and finally quickly ran away. As soon as the door slammed shut, the Hokage sighed and shook his head. More women, more feelings, as well as problems, I suppose. The result is good, but this is not enough for me. With Hinata there is still something to have fun with, and Shizun. However, she is doing a good job. It will be cruel to get rid of her, in the end she allowed me to take the first step. If I chose this path, then it's a sin to complain. Yes, and this is for me, power and beauty, just the way I like it. Glancing briefly at Temari, Naruto finally nodded. And also strength. Also an incentive. Temari, 5 trust, 15 depravity, 10 subjugation, general subordination, 310. Finally, everything has changed. Temari allowed the Hokage to take another step forward. The third goal has finally been reached. Temari, trust, 5, depravity, 20, submission, 15, condition, shame, guilt, loss of energy, confusion, unconsciousness. Goal achieved. 300 submissions. 1 girl. Removal of the last seal. Unlocking the sealed Bija chakra. Memories, taijutsu and senjutsu. Naruto training experience. As soon as Naruto took the award, an amazing energy immediately rushed through his body. This time he did not feel much pleasure, which made him a little upset. But then something quite expected happened. A huge flow of knowledge over decades of training immediately burst into his mind and began to overwhelm him. Like gigabytes of data, this information occupied all the free cells in the brain, leaving no extra gaps. The experience quickly connected with muscle memory and with each of the chakra channels. In an instant Naruto remembered each of his techniques and how to apply them, absolutely everything. Ha! Here it is. My power is back with me. Full of incredible satisfaction, he raised his head to the ceiling and spread his arms to the sides. At the same moment his blue eyes suddenly shone, and his clothes fluttered without wind. A strong chakra enveloped the entire office and stacks of papers immediately shot up into the air. My strength. Yes. Naruto's ominous grin did not correspond at all to the past. Now he looked like a beast, a real fox demon in human form. Ha! All knowledge merged with the body, now he completely controlled his fate, his chakra, all the seals fell and he received the full power of his past. After a long exhalation, full of excitement, the Hokage examined his hands. Couldn't have been better. Now with such power, there are too few on this planet capable of hindering him. Suddenly, Naruto's face changed as he heard a menacing voice in his subconscious. Naruto! Can you hear me? Damn, what the, why can't I see anything? The fox was clearly unhappy with the situation, as he distinctly felt the seal being lifted and being able to contact his friend, but ended up blocking his access. However, Naruto had long ago calculated this dangerous moment. Even during the opening of the second seal, he knew how to prevent the Biju from entering the outside world, and now, with the opening of the last seal, he generally had complete control of it. The only threat against which you must always have a plan. Dangerous. Of course, Naruto still tensed a little. After all, Kurama is the only one who can pose a threat to him even now, with his full power. Moreover, foxes are already part of his power, breaking contact with him is simply an impossible option. That is why he blocked him temporary access to the outside world. But, ignoring him for a long time would be even worse. That's why the Hokage put his thoughts in order and focused. Very quickly, he was in his own subconscious. The boundless dark world stretched into the unknown. Naruto couldn't even see the end of it. He just ended up with his feet in some kind of luminous liquid and its dull yellow glow barely made it possible to distinguish the world around him. Chapter 50, Kurama. Once in his own subconscious, Naruto threw his head up and, as expected, faced a huge, simply terrifyingly gigantic creature. One had only to imagine a red fox with burning bloody eyes looking at you like 2 stars from heaven. Compared to this creature, Naruto was no more than a cockroach to a human. At the same time, he did not panic, but behaved quite calmly. After all, having received memories, he knew absolutely everything about his partner. Of course, this did not apply to everyday memories, but, on the other hand, he remembered the entire experience of training and this was already enough. Hello Kurama. What happened? Leaning down, the fox narrowed his eyes, almost touching him with his giant nose. For a few days I lost all contact with you, as if I were sealed again, and now you are blocking me. What happened there? Don't worry, Naruto crouched as if nothing had happened, and only now realized that the water around was not wet at all. Interesting, looking up at the fox, he continued. I awakened some kind of power, because of this, almost all of our chakra was sealed. What? Kurama asked worriedly, how is that possible? What kind of power is this? Naruto sighed heavily and shrugged. Let's just say I don't fully understand it myself. I suddenly seemed to see Kurama, raising his head to the void instead of the sky. The man closed his eyes and said, all this time I was a fool. You may not believe it, but it turned out that all these years something was holding me back. As soon as the seals have fallen, I feel all my power again. I'm sorry about that. It's just that if you saw the outside world, you might not like it. What the hell happened there? What happened these days? You are not yourself. Speak. We can handle everything. The fox immediately sat down like a kitten and fluffed out all its 9 tails. They began to wriggle like snakes, and then finally calmly spread hundreds of meters around. Naruto knew better not to act rashly with the fox. If you continue to ignore him and do not come up with a convincing lie, he will probably see through the changed friend. This is very likely since Kurama has lived with him since birth. It's foolish to think that he'll just accept that Naruto has suddenly become a lustful and greedy person. Rather, these traits are the exact opposite of the Naruto he knew. But if you come up with a convincing enough lie, you may not be able to completely convince the fox, but you can at least temporarily weaken his vigilance. Yeah, if he was a girl, things would be so much easier. Wait a minute though. Looking sharply into Kurama's giant eyes, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Listen, Kurama, have you ever tried to take on a more, comfortable look? Comfortable? The 9 tails raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Why don't you like this look? It suits me. And in general, do not go away from the topic of what happened there. Tell me already, do not pretend to be a smart guy. Oh, well, you're stubborn as usual. Am I being stubborn? You are hiding something. The fox snorted and added, what do you think I am, a human? How can I change your appearance? What do I have? Can I help you? Naruto immediately asked. Kurama suddenly began to growl, his nose twitching in anger. Stop annoying, answer my questions first. Oh. Well. Maybe you first. Crap. All 9 tails of the fox began to beat from side to side at the same time, and then he gritted his teeth and grunted. Okay. Theoretically, you can change your appearance, but, as you know, I'm just a huge clot of chakra, which can be sealed into such a dunce. I can change form if I could control all my power. Can I help? Kurama raised his clawed paw and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe. It's actually not a bad idea. My great appearance is naturally my pride, but being able to suddenly become smaller is also good. I have one thought, but everything will depend on you. We will need to mix the chakra, and you will do something. The process will not be so difficult. Then let's try. Fox nodded grimly. We'll try, but... His eyes flared again with impatience. Naruto immediately understood and nodded wryly. You are right. Okay. Some kind of power has awakened in me, and quite strange. In general, let's just say that sex with women allows me to become stronger. You could feel it if you scan my body. I didn't develop much in the past because of my work, but in just a few days, just like in the old days, I suddenly became stronger. It is amazing. Convincingly or not, he tried to show his enthusiasm. Let me take a look. Kurama closed his eyes and felt Naruto's chakra. Surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Really? Not that impressive, but at your age, raising chakra this much is quite a significant achievement. You say it happened in just these days? Yes. Kurama once again touched his chin with his claws and nodded. That's what I already understand. I like this. And what kind of power is this? I feel something different in you, but it's hard to say. You say sex, does it mean? Wait, are you right now? Naruto broke into an amused grin. Yeah, oh you. The fox chuckled. I'm thinking, why did you suddenly decide to block my vision, and you again remembered Hinata? Praise. As a husband, you are a so-so, but at least you didn't forget about her. Only your praise was not enough for me. The Hokage glanced at his friend with displeasure and shook his head. If you only knew how close I am to my wife now. The fox thought for a while, and then leaned close to Naruto. To develop with the help of sex, I hear for the first time, but if it works, I'm ready to sit in silence. Although, it's not that I'm so worried about your human squeeze kissers. I told you even before your wedding, you can block me, but this is not necessary. Human girls are not my type. The Hokage shrugged his shoulders and quite rightly remarked, you just haven't tried. PFE. I'm not even going. The fox grimaced in contempt. Wait a minute. Is that why you asked about my appearance? Do you want me to help you with this too? Naruto immediately tensed up. You're well. What a smart one. Did he really guess? Damn, I can imagine his reaction. If he realized that I decided to make him my woman. You're F. The man swallowed and nervously asked. In what? In this. Don't make a fool out of me. Do you want me to do everything for you? Naruto chuckled nervously. Could you? Tfu. What more? I know you. I suppose one Hinata is not enough, but you can't get a second woman and decided to push all the work onto me? I'm not going to help you. Even if I can separate myself from you and seduce some girl, it's not certain that it will work. The ability is yours. Think with your head. Ha, there it is. The Hokage immediately breathed a sigh of relief, so he decided that I would use him as a fox bachelor who would play with other women for me. Well, he still thinks that I am an exemplary family man. The conversation went into a funny direction. However, it's even better this way. Naruto sighed heavily. Hinata really isn't enough, but strength is needed. Those Otsutsuki, they will bring us a lot of trouble yet. How can you be so sure? Fox narrowed his eyes, and in general, find a second wife, and that's all. I don't understand you people. Two are more fun, aren't they? You're the Hokage, how many times do I have to tell you, enough of this gentleness? Keep your mouth shut and rule these people. Well. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Actually, I've already made a similar decision. About? Yeah? Fox was clearly surprised. And what did you take there? I decided to get all the possible women of Konoha and make them mine. Moreover, I still have some plans and... Wait a minute. Kurama suddenly raised his head and glared at Naruto ominously. Decided to take everyone? So about my appearance, you... Oh you... You decided to take me too? What? What did you decide? Oh, you bastard. I see it in your eyes, you... Brat. Kurama was furious. It is not clear how, but he suddenly guessed. But the Hokage was not even going to find out the truth. He just abruptly left the subconscious and immediately ended up in his office. Cold sweat continued to trickle down his back. This meeting too abruptly got out of hand. Chapter 51, Where is she? Sometimes, it was worth retreating, and now, Naruto had no choice but to hastily retreat from his subconscious. The fox really took him by surprise. Here is a certified flare. Hugh, after wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he stood up and looked at the softly snoring Temari. Her body was still trembling, a little time had passed, but soon she should come to her senses and... Naruto! An angry voice boomed in his head. With an echo, he filled every corner of the subconscious and painfully hit the brain. From such a sudden attack, Naruto almost started spitting blood. He He instantly blocked Kurama's ability to speak to him and influence him with his chakra. Being a Jinchuriki who had attained total control over the tailed beast, he could do more than that. If it wasn't for that, things could have gotten worse. Well, horror. How did it come to this? How the hell is he so smart? He just took and understood my plans. Sly fox. Now even more trouble. Sighing about his hasty decision and greed, Naruto shook his head in annoyance. Nothing, I'll think of something. Suddenly he heard a groan from the side. Turning around sharply, he immediately noticed Temari's movements. The beautiful eyelashes of the girl quivered, and she slowly opened her charming eyes. Tired after an amazing orgasm, she finally began to recover. I guess that's fine. After admiring her amazing body, the Hokage returned to his desk and made some notes in his notebook. He often made notes about important events, just in case. Sometimes it is easier to navigate the situation not only from memory. It was worth writing down the achievement of the third goal, as well as the good success in subduing Temari, and thinking a little more about the case with Kurama. It didn't look like the fox was burning with unbearable hatred, otherwise even now Naruto wouldn't be sitting so peacefully. Probably, the fox, even after this, did not want to harm his friend. Well, it's good for me. It's actually better to keep this kind of relationship longer. If we have an innuendo, we will have little contact with each other, and this is already an advantage. Of course, you shouldn't leave things to chance. I think it's worth giving the fox some motivation. Smiling at his own thoughts, the Hokage raised his head and immediately met his eyes full of confusion. Temari finally began to realize the situation and quickly looked around. At the same moment, she screamed and covered her chest. There was clear panic on her face. Where is she? She? Naruto tilted his head slightly to the side. What are you talking about? We're just the two of us. Oh, you. Paying attention to the calm guy, the kunoichi suddenly swallowed nervously and blushed. The memories of the recent orgasm seemed to be imprinted on every cell of her immaculate body. More precisely, immaculate in the past. Just looking at the man made her flare up. I definitely saw the girl. Was it Shizun? Temari looked around uncertainly, and then abruptly jumped off the table and ran to her kimono. Quickly throwing it over her naked body, she immediately covered all her private parts. We never got sucked in. Looking at the protruding nipples easily visible through the clothes, Naruto licked his lips. You are so even sexier, you just want to undress. You! Temari instantly covered her chest. She herself could not do anything about it. Her chest was still extremely aroused, and one touch to them made her body react. No. If I don't leave now. Temari swallowed hesitantly and started looking for her clothes. Disheveled hair, trembling fingers and wet delicate skin, now the kunoichi looked extremely sexy. You know, if you walk like this. Reaching out with his hand, Naruto picked up the dark panties from the edge of the table, and then waved them. You may not be understood. Bastard. Quickly being next to the man, the girl tore out her underwear and very quickly pulled it over her wet legs. It turned out so. Can you dry off? Naruto asked with a chuckle, pulling out a sexy bra from somewhere else. I don't want anyone else to see you besides me, in such an amazing form. I hate you. Temari got angry and slammed on the table, taking the linen. Damn you. If I die, who will make you come to such a depraved end? I'm afraid that with my death, a woman will die in you. Naruto sighed sadly. What a loss. I hate. Continuing to growl, Temari was already preparing to attack, when she suddenly snorted and turned away. Yes, just once more. Naruto interrupted immediately. Come back in a couple of days. Tomorrow I plan to have fun with another woman. Since you're my secretary, you should sort out all this junk in my office and in the next room. What? The kunoichi immediately went berserk. I haven't taken your papers yet. About? So you want to end? After everything you've been through, you've decided to back off? The Hokage chuckled wickedly. What a disappointment. I thought you liked it. You moaned so much and, moving abruptly, he ended up behind the girl's back and, without any preludes, grabbed her juicy breasts and squeezed her nipples. An involuntary passionate groan scattered around the office. Temari only managed to barely cover her mouth. She herself could not believe that she could make such lustful sounds. Before he could touch her, she began to get excited again. Oh, let go. Save this for next time. Chuckling, Naruto released Temari and returned to the table. Alright, get dressed, that's enough for you, otherwise you'll want to stay. The kunoichi took a breath and then growled with rage. Yes, 10 times. Never in my life, motherfucker. Yes, bye-bye, he nodded and waved. grab the folders from the closet by the exit and take them to the interrogation department. I don't need this rubbish here. Temari gathered herself incredibly quickly, took a stack of papers and snorted. I will remember this for you. Yeah, say hi to Shikamaru. You. Temari clenched her teeth, then turned around and slammed the door furiously. What a cutie. Smiling, the Hokage returned to planning. Although he loved the company of women, he also enjoyed reaping the rewards of his work and making plans to watch them come true. With Temari, for example, everything went according to the planned scenario, but with everything else, too. Now it's time to work harder. Chapter 52, Supreme. Before proceeding further, it was worth assessing the current progress. So what do we have? Naruto Uzumaki. Race, superior human. Status, 7th Hokage, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Patriarch Uzumaki, Hashirama Cells, Senjutsu of the Six Paths, descendant of Otsutsuki, child of prophecy. Savior of this world, Azura reincarnation, system master. Fully subordinated. Girls, Shizun, Hinata. Skills, chakra, GG, physical strength, ZZZ, endurance, ZZZ, talent, ZZZ, agility, ZZZ, fortitude, ZZZ, ninjutsu, ZZZ, taijutsu, ZZZ, senjutsu, ZZZ, willpower, ZZZ. Chakra control, ZZZ, 5 elements, Z, transformation, Z, yin-yang release, SSS, fuinjutsu, SS, charm, SS, morale, SS, accuracy, SS, lava release, SS, boil release, SS, magnet release, SS, persuasion, S, leadership, S, submission, S, courage, S, intelligence, rumor, A, intuition, genjutsu, A, luck, B, greatness, B. Looking around at his skills, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Quite worthy. Chakra control immediately moved to the ZZZ rank as the chakra reached GG, and everything else seems to be unchanged. As I understand it, some skills can merge together after a certain threshold, so, for example, it most likely happened with the 5 elements and yin-yang. Since I have lava release separately, and chakra control says a lot. E is the ability to control chakra. D, advanced control, impact on the body. C, control in a non-organism, spontaneous predisposition. B, advanced control, the creation of ninjutsu. A, advanced control of the form and flow of the chakra. S, accelerated formation and transformation, the second elemental predisposition. SS, supreme shape control. SSS, full elemental predisposition. Biju chakra control advanced. Z is the highest form of chakra control within the user's body. Z's, 5 elements, Z, transformation, Z. Biju chakra control top level. ZZZ, yin-yang fusion, initial stage. Naruto had already learned every skill a long time ago and understood much more from that. In addition, he studied the rest. For example, most of the inscriptions in the status, in fact, only indicated some kind of achievement, the 7th Hokage, the Sage of the Six Paths, and so on. However, this also had its advantages. Although, Naruto was rather surprised by his race, on his first time when he wanted to study this moment in more detail, someone distracted him, but, after all, he nevertheless studied this. Race, superior human. Ability 1, advanced adaptation. Chakra, mutation, chakra empowerment. Evolution, superior, superior adaptation. Ability 2, genetic transfer. Mutation, chakra, gene transfer. Evolution, superior, weakened genes of an ancestral extraterrestrial race. Ability 3, development and evolution. Chakra, mutation, unique chance of natural evolution. Evolution, high, only beneficial mutations. Feature 1, chakra shaping. Property 2, chakra accumulation. Property 3, using chakra. Evolution, high, all chakra properties are increased. Looking at the many incomprehensible words for the first time, Naruto didn't really learn much for himself. All he understood was the difference between supreme and gifted. In fact, mutation, chakra, refers to the latter, and evolution, supreme, to the former. Simply put, being a descendant of Hagoromo, Naruto was given unique abilities that most shinobi didn't get. Of course, they retained the properties, because this is the main ability of all chakra owners. In the rest, Naruto did not really understand much yet, but he could well guess. In any case, he was not going to get too hung up on such obscure things, he was more interested in goals and their achievements. So, for example, after reaching the third of them, he got access to the fourth. 400, girl, all techniques and combat experience of previous Hokage. Skill, perfect law, D, technician and experience. Actually a good acquisition, combat experience will not be superfluous, even though I have experience in fighting Kagaya and Madara. The ability to apply all the jutsu of the predecessors is also very useful. Yes, and an interesting skill, Perfect Law, D, E, all characteristics with each increase in this skill increased by 5, 10, 15%, respectively. Naruto didn't quite understand how this skill worked, and he could only see its first level, although his E rank, in principle, was understandable. Even after completing his first goal, the Hokage felt a significant change in himself, just because of such an increase in 5% to all physical indicators. At that moment, the amount of chakra increased, and the whole strength in general, just what Kurama confirmed not so long ago. Simply put, unique life form is a very useful skill. In general, 5% may not be that significant, but this is only at first glance. In fact, even 5% of Naruto's huge chakra is already considered something amazing. Perhaps these 5% will even surpass the usual jonin. But what will happen if these 5% increase by all 40? One has only to imagine the huge potential of this skill. Simply put, percentages, although a strange thing, but in fact they could allow the development of skills that Naruto in the past simply could no longer increase, having stopped in his own development. He remembered it well from his experience, most likely it was called the limit, at one time he just reached it. That is why this skill could change everything. This system is amazing. However, I doubt that I will be able to rank up this skill so often. But even so, maybe by reaching the 5th or even the 6th goal, I will already surpass Sasuke. Now it is difficult to judge the differences in our strength, but if I become, say, 20% stronger, this will already be a significant gap that he simply cannot overcome in any way. Thinking about this, the Hokage was filled with even more confidence. After all, the only threat in Konoha for him is his old friend from the Uchiha clan, and it is he who can become a problem in subordinating the kunoichi. In fact, Naruto put off contacting Sakura not only because of her bitchy nature, but also because of her husband. He did not doubt his abilities, but it was worth considering that without Sasuke, fighting Akatsuki was not a very smart idea. If you're stupid, you'll have to figure it all out yourself. Who knows how events will turn by that time? It was worth considering all the options. Of course, the main thing in the conquest of Sakura is perhaps her problematic nature, because her relationship with Sasuke can be maintained visually, since they essentially do not exist. After all, he cannot even hug his wife. From that, everything is not so scary, even though now is not the time for this. Yes, I foresee problems with him. I'm too greedy and Sakura is so hot. I hope by then I'll win her over and use Sasuke for my own purposes. In extreme cases, you will have to fight after the battle with Akatsuki. It's not that I like useless battles, especially in my village. It's just that I really want to fight him. Chapter 53, 1010. Rising from his seat, the Hokage walked over to his target's board, lifted the hiding layer, and immediately focused on several faces: Ino, Tenten, Tsunade, Karui. Ino is unique, she succumbed to my attention. Although she is strong, but, apparently, Sai did not understand something. A greedy girl, although she can love, she also wants to be loved. Ino is very malleable and honest with herself. It is easier for her than others to be seduced by lustful desires and burning passion. You can even say that it is quite windy. Such a girl clearly does not need a guy like Sai, she needs someone who can make her experience vivid emotions. Or at least someone who will keep her under control. Judging by the faces of this married couple, this is not good for them. With her, one might say, I was lucky. Perhaps there are other details that I did not take into account. For example, she could have wanted me in the past like Shizuna, which is a little doubtful, or she just wanted sex. Who knows? Paying attention to the rest of the beauties, the Hokage grinned mockingly. Tsunade is a liar, lies to herself, but also a coward, likes to run away from problems. If I had her training experience, I could draw some side memories and understand her as a target, it would be easier. But, that's enough for me. Shizun didn't say much, but I'm of the opinion that Tsunade should just be granted courage, and also influence her honesty. Alcohol, atmosphere. I already have one thought in this regard: it is unlikely that she will run away from such a comfortable position. Still, she deceives herself for a reason. In the depths of her soul she has something that she can still hope for. I'm sure it has something to do with me, judging by her reaction that day. If the plan fails, then I'll think more deeply. Turning his gaze to the swarthy, crimson-haired kunoichi, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Karui. Choji's wife is poorly researched, but judging by those bits of information from the dossier, she is quite impulsive and rude. Yes, my memories match. These dossiers are of no use. I could play on her temper and set something up. But, in the end, there is still little information. Only Tenten remained. Looking at the calm face of a beautiful girl, Naruto nodded. Even if Shizun is scouting, I'm not going to sit idle. I'll take care of her. There is a free slot, I could get easy points of subjugation from, but I'll wait. I think a fully prepared girl will not be superfluous. If I run into any problem, he can help me get almost 100 points sharply. Well, of course, if I train her. Good trump. Turning around, the Hokage had already decided his next move, so he immediately left the residence. On such a warm day off, Naruto wasn't going to sit out his pants at work. Within a few days he had learned a lot, so now he knew where and when to move. Tenten's shop is open almost 7 days a week, which is why he quickly ended up in front of the weapons shop. Even from the street, outside the windows of the shop, one could see dozens of different types of weapons, ranging from simple kunai and shurikens to huge axes and halberds. However, from this point on, the shop looked like an ordinary Chinese-style shop with a round roof and a nice little signboard with a couple of crossed scrolls. People were moving everywhere. Konoha was so busy at this hour. Passing a small threshold, Naruto opened the door and stepped inside. He was immediately greeted by a rather lively atmosphere. I thought there weren't many people here. Walking further, he noticed 3 people. A tall guy, chuckling, was talking to a charming girl, and not far from them sat a man in a wheelchair. The 2 men had the same bizarre bowl hairdo. Lee was distinguished by his thick eyebrows and thin appearance with very sculpted muscles, ideally visible mainly on the arms due to his green sleeveless jumpsuit. Guy, on the other hand, was distinguished by his position in the chair, his leg in a cast and a thick bulletproof vest with a protector at the waist. However, it wasn't these 2 that attracted Naruto's attention, but a girl whose beauty no longer seemed to impress him after seeing so many beautiful kunoichi in the village. But, he was amazed again. Another flower he desired appeared in all its glory. The photo certainly couldn't capture all of Tenten's curves and true feminine charms. It only took Naruto one look to determine a lot and desire to get her completely. First of all, the look settled on a cute little hairstyle in the traditional Chinese style. Dark blonde hair, braided in 2 buns with a short pigtail. Perhaps, Tenten just fit this image perfectly. Nothing superfluous interfered with the view in battle and ideally emphasized a slender body. At the same time, as befits a beautiful girl, she had a definitely good taste in clothes and clearly emphasized her significant forms with a short white sleeveless kimono, decorated with a pleasant pink pattern, along with mesh stockings and high dark boots to the knees. Tenten was mesmerizing. The belt was tight around the waist and from this her chest and perfectly toned hips could show themselves in the best possible way. Even through the clothes Naruto could see how well this body is trained. Definitely. Sweet face, playful smile, long eyelashes, and charming eyes, the Hokage involuntarily smiled and again revealed his predatory gaze, which instantly attracted the attention of Lee and company. They seemed to feel the approach of danger with their backs and immediately turned around. Only a single moment was not enough for them. Naruto smiled his usual warm smile and waved at his old friends. Ha! Naruto! And are you here? Rock Lee laughed, decided to buy a weapon. Hokage-sama, nice to meet you. Guy nodded with a laugh. Naruto, Tenten smiled slightly. Long time no see. I would be upset about being disrespectful, but who cares anymore? I'm just too lazy to be trifles like that. It's time to get used to, good-natured Naruto. The man approached the trio and looked around. It's cozy here. He didn't remember anything about this place at all, but continued to praise. As always, a great collection of Tenten. Thank you, my collection is my pride. Naruto involuntarily spotted a couple of Sage's famous treasures in the not-for-sale display case and nodded in praise. They weren't even stolen. Rock Lee and Guy burst out laughing as Tenten puffed out her chest proudly. Let them try. Until the end of their lives they will sit in the pot of purification. Zut, Lee grumbled, Tenten, you are so cruel, you better give me that pot. Yeah, what else? I somehow gave you those weights and where is my money? Hey, stop arguing. Guy laughed and abruptly changed the subject, turning to Naruto. Have you seen my eternal rival? He thought for a moment, and then replied, I think I saw someone like that on the way here. Yeah? Guy was immediately inspired. It's great. He quickly turned around and rushed out. Hey! Guy-sensei, wait! Lee took off after him and after a couple of seconds only Naruto and Tenten were left in the weapons shop. Silence fell again, and there was some awkwardness. Come to think of it, we can't really call ourselves friends. I don't remember Naruto talking to her alone. And judging by her face, she might be thinking the same thing right now. In order to resolve the situation, Naruto glanced at the figure of the girl and turned to one of the display cases. Listen Tenten, I came to you for advice. Eh? Seriously? Well, yes, I need weights. I plan to resume my old workouts. But, as you know, something light will not suit me. That's what I wanted to know. Don't worry. The kunoichi interrupted sharply and smiled charmingly. Even for you, there is something heavier. Lee and Guy-sensei are always asking for something like this. I think I'll pick something for you too. Okay, while the Hokage looked around, he involuntarily glanced at the girl's face and drew conclusions. She is different from Ino and Sakura. Obviously something is wrong. As far as I remember, Shizen said that she had never seen Tenten with a man. Judging by the awkwardness in the air, that might be true. Although, maybe it's also because I'm the Hokage and we didn't communicate much in the past. But, judging too harshly, I think she really has a problem with men. Even if she looks after herself, she clearly does not try to stand out with sexuality. Of course, she doesn't do it very well, because of her curves, but in this she is not like Ino, and also. Regaining his sly evaluating look, lust flashed in the man's eyes as soon as he looked at the girl. Tenten immediately shuddered and took a step back and involuntarily put her hands behind her back. What are you doing? Do you need anything else? She understood right away, but doesn't act impulsively. But, why did she suddenly panic and remove her hands? In general, usually in such a situation, girls either blush or get angry, but Tenten was frightened. It seems strange, but it seems somehow suspicious. Naruto shrugged and turned around. Just checking something. Stopping at one of the display cases with axes, the man added, when you're done, send me a message or just tell Shizuna, she'll take care of everything. Aha! Naruto walked to the exit and only then added, by the way, Tenten looks gorgeous. Thank you. The slightly worried reply was the last thing he heard before leaving. Chapter 54. As soon as Naruto left the gun shop, Tenten exhaled sharply and removed her hands from her ass. Her back was literally covered in cold sweat. Not that she was scared, but rather she did not want her main secret to suddenly become known to someone. It's not that she didn't care about male attention, rather Naruto's look reminded her of something important. Damn! If someone finds out that I'm still a virgin. What a shame. It's not that bad, it's rather strange. But, okay, if he understood what I have. Tenten swallowed and shook her head sharply. Yes, he would not understand anything. It's all under the clothes. The kunoichi swallowed again and involuntarily put her fingers under her clothes, penetrating right under the rather indecent panties. They had no fabric covering the back hole at all, only one rag covered the front, and everything else was open. However, not quite like that. Touching a small sparkling heart-shaped stone right at the base of her ass, Tenten blushed. Definitely, normal girls definitely shouldn't have something like that, but she. This little pebble was hiding something bigger, hidden deeper, or rather, a huge and thick anal plug. The girl swallowed and sighed. How pathetic I am. I don't have any courage at all. I would like to experience a man's, but. Such a shame. Yes, no man would understand me if he saw this. Play with your ass like some kind of sh slut. The kunoichi instantly blushed and then slammed the table. Enough. Need to work. Driving away unnecessary thoughts, she decided to deal with the weights for Naruto. Damn, why am I suddenly thinking about this? And what was that look anyway? It's the first time I've ever seen such a thing. So vulgar, he seemed to want to rape me, it's terrible. I already shrank, for the first time like this. Not that it was unpleasant, but rather, why did he suddenly? And what did he check in general? When these thoughts began to visit her again, the girl panicked. What if he knows everything? And no, it can't be. No one can know, impossible. The whole next part of the day the girl spent in serious tension and anxiety. Now the thought that the Hokage knew something was firmly rooted in her panicked mind. Tenten didn't know what to do now, and she absolutely couldn't ask directly. As soon as Naruto left the weapons shop, he flexed his right shoulder and cracked his neck a couple of times. Wow, I understand this. I really need training, I feel like a weakling if I sit still. He stopped in the middle of the street and answered a few greetings from passers-by with a smile. Mr. Hokage. Hokage-sama. Nodding to everyone, the man was filled with self-satisfaction. Oh, this undeserved popularity. Yes, I would like to share such pleasure with someone, to mock. Well, entertainment is good, of course, but I would prefer glorious battles. It's been wildly boring lately, I need to increase the level of debauchery, otherwise I'll die here from this everyday nonsense. The plans would be, in a good way, to train someone interesting and achieve the fourth goal. But since there is a free slot for a new girl, there are only 3 likely targets, Ino, Tenten and Tsunade. And in general, one of the most faithful, it will definitely be easier with her. That's just so lazy, I'll go check my strength better, and I'll have fun with the girls later. You also need to teach Temari to your taste and smell, there is a lot of work. I plan to train somewhere at the training ground. The Hokage turned around abruptly and immediately stopped. Sakura? He asked in surprise. The beautiful girl stopped at the same moment, surprised no less. Naruto. Chapter 55. you still wear them. 10-10 is not an easy target. Although, it's more about one confident step or more about the right information. As long as I have leverage, I could use that to win her over. The problem is rather in Sakura. I expectedly got a quick reaction, and after I was able to achieve guilt, she clearly still remembers the past and probably values /U200B/U200B relationship with me. Therefore, all is not lost. If I were Naruto, it would be much more difficult to win her. But, now everything is possible. Although, I would still prefer, as planned, to work with her later. Although, it was definitely worth pointing out to her in her place. Well, if we talk about Sakura, then it's a sin not to mention her cute girlfriend Yamanaka. With a sly grin, Naruto turned onto another street. From here to the flower shop the path would take no more than a couple of minutes. Alone with her mother meanwhile, Sarada smiled sweetly as she recalled that sweet moment when Naruto gently petted her. Will he train me? I can't believe. I thought Lord Hokage was always busy. Did he see my talent? Well, I'm still the daughter of his friends. I hope it's not because of them. But, he smiled at me like that. Blushing, Sarada abruptly raised her head, and the smile immediately disappeared from her face as soon as she noticed Sakura's condition. Mom. You. The girl raised her head and the corners of her lips stretched into a semblance of a smile, but, it was more like something opposite. Sakura's eyes trembled and even tears gathered there. The girl patted her daughter on the head and then wiped her eyes. I am fine. Mom just remembered something. I guess I really made a mistake. I didn't even think about it. Didn't think about what? Well. Sakura sighed. It's just that I probably shouldn't have acted like that. Such a fool. It's alright, Mom, Sarada smiled. Mr. Seven is very kind and wise. You will definitely make peace. Well, you're right about that. He wouldn't have said it so easily, probably. It's not easy for him either. Peering into the empty place where his silhouette had stood not so long ago, the kunoichi involuntarily remembered his image from childhood, and then sighed. Let's go, we still need to buy vegetables. Yeah. Once again near the Yamanaka flower shop, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Ino's depravity is almost as good as Shizen's initial, trust, however, is inferior, but submission is less than twice. And after last night, Ino clearly learned a lot for herself. Her depravity increased significantly. This is probably due to the delicacy of the situation. After all, she is married. Appetizing how? Grinning ominously, Naruto slowly made his way to the store and immediately began to look for a cute blonde. However, she showed herself. And Naruto? The noise attracted her and she immediately looked at the new visitor and immediately blushed. You, for flowers? At the same time, a short boy about Boruto's age, pale and fair-haired, stepped out from behind the counter. Pretty good looking for a guy. However, Naruto wasn't at all surprised. Sai was cute himself and Ino's attractiveness wasn't even worth mentioning. It is unlikely that they could have a son with the appearance of a toad. Inogen bowed as he saw Naruto. Hokage-sama. Don't stand a guy, I came to your mother. Is your father here? No, Dad seems to be busy with something. That's how it is. Turning a hot look at Ino, Naruto chuckled. The girl blushed even more and swallowed. He's not. He's not going to. The girl did not know what to think. Since her husband was not near, she did not know what to do. However, even next to him, she did not really understand how she should behave with Naruto's strange behavior. That was the problem. Even with Sai she didn't feel safe. His next words made her even more worried. Listen, Inogen, right? I need to discuss something secret with your mom. Could you go out for a walk? The boy's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, really? Who you? Hurrah! I'm sorry Mom, I can't help. He was visibly delighted and, under the pleading look of his mother, quickly ran away without even turning around. God, Ino followed him with the same look, and then, frowning, she pulled herself together. Listen, Naruto, if you suddenly thought that I was so. Before she could finish, the man took a step towards her and immediately pulled her to him. Hugging Ino's waist, the Hokage's hands directly touched her bare skin and almost penetrated her skirt from behind. So you still wear them? What? What are you allowing yourself to? Somehow you resist uncertainly. Naruto grinned fervently, penetrating his fingers under the elastic band of his panties. You still lower them below the mark. I love your figurine, it beckons. Approaching Ino's ear, Naruto whispered. This time we're finally alone. I think you had a special night last night, didn't you? Stop. I can't, Ino panted heavily, her heart fluttering and her body incredibly aroused. This situation made her both ashamed and pleased at the same time. Forbidden feeling, like last time, covered her completely. As before, she could not resist, she became afraid. Chapter 56, No ring, no problem. While smirking, Naruto continued to push his way under Ino's clothes. He easily ignored the panties and made his way to the soft and appetizing ass, his fingers literally drowning in it. Ah! Please, not here. And Naruto, why? I want you, I really like you. I see you, your lonely body, and I feel so sad. So beautiful, sexy, you are just an incredible woman. Even your smell is so pleasant, you are unique in this, no woman can compare with you, Ino. Naruto began to cover the girl's neck with slow kisses, simultaneously massaging her ass to the fullest. He pushed it apart, crushed and crushed, barely touched the forbidden holes with his fingers. But, he never penetrated them, continuing to tease this sexy blonde, seducing with his words and skillful hand movements. The Hokage instinctively knew how to make her lose and succumb to him. He'd learned enough, and now all he had to do was push. And no, that's enough. We. Both of us. You have Hinata, she's such a good wife. Ah. And I have Sai, he's caring and loyal, as well as more. Ah, biting her fist, Ino began to mutter lustfully, F. Nefi. Defi. Still our children. Suddenly Naruto put his little finger into Ino's narrow s-hole and she immediately let out an amazing moan. Ah, he didn't even let her close her mouth, touching her tongue with his. Their lips barely touched, but the tongues pressed against each other with might and main, saliva flowed, while Ino's beautiful eyes shone with lust, she could no longer fight. She so wanted male affection, strong hands on her ass, not allowing her to escape. Good. How nice, the girl moaned sweetly, while the tongues of both intertwined, and they finally began to suck hard. It didn't even look like a kiss, but rather an incredibly strange fusion of tongues, lips and saliva, as vulgar and loud as possible. Squishing and slurping sounds spread throughout the shop. Ah! He's so rude. Completely succumbing to the feeling, Ino's slender hand touched the back of Naruto's head as her wedding ring sparkled strangely in the sunlight. One unfortunate circumstance and any passerby could notice the situation outside the windows. If not for this sunny day, they could be opened in an instant. Only this, perhaps, gave the couple even more gambling excitement. Naruto was not afraid, he picked Ino up in his arms and carried him somewhere. Ah! So easily caught, Ino, full of happy awe, completely surrendered to the kiss. For the first time in a long time she felt like a fragile girl in the hands of a strong man. Pretty quickly, Naruto opened the door to the warehouse and then slammed it shut. In a fit of passion, he accidentally dropped a cabinet. After this rumble, he noticed a table in the distance from the corner of his eye and quickly seated the kunoichi right on it. Breaking away from her lips again, Naruto smiled. So, have you made up your mind yet? Ha! Ha! The girl looked away, just once. Naruto was in no hurry, he slowly stroked the fragile shoulders of the girl. How long have you enjoyed sex? After such a question, Ino shuddered and lowered her head, continuing to hold tight to Naruto's sweater. Well, I guess. Never. The girl raised her head abruptly and panicked. And no. No. You don't have to lie, you're too wet, too tasty, almost the same taste as someone else. You're actually more honest with your body. Do you masturbate? Ino swallowed and nodded quickly. Okay, already something. You want to feel good, but he doesn't give it to you, does he? Yamanaka immediately understood who they were talking about and immediately lowered her head. That's just at the same moment Naruto lightly ran his finger along the girl's hand and stopped at a small silver ring. Raising his finger, the kunoichi smiled slightly. If it does not exist, we can assume that there is no betrayal, right? Naruto abruptly pulled off Ino's wedding ring and put it aside. That's better. Consider that without him you are free and there are no problems. This is stupid, Ino bit her lip, childish. I just want to make you feel good, what's wrong with that? I do not consider you available or weak if you suddenly gave yourself to me and consider it your mistake. More than that, I don't want you to feel guilty, okay? It's just friendly help. Ino stared into the man's confident eyes as her chest fluttered. Why? Why does he say that? Out of friendship? Do friends do this? The girl burst into tears, but Naruto sharply approached her lips and whispered, I want all of you, if it's stupid, be stupid for me. Selfish and mean, but Naruto was not going to stop, he felt Ino's fragility. In this she was completely different from Temari, because she could still fight normally with this, but Ino is different. She needs an illusion or at least some kind of support. The moment he sensed her weakness, Naruto immediately understood her main problem. Like Shikamaru, Sai didn't act like a man, he didn't become a support, he couldn't make his wife happy at all. It's a big mistake to leave such a woman defenseless. As soon as the Hokage got to Ino, he decided to completely subdue her. To begin with, stupid words and tenderness will suffice, and after that she will completely fulfill any perverted order. Best loot. Kissing her delicious neck, Naruto bared his teeth cruelly. Ah, Ino moaned in passionate pleasure. She really decided to believe, she decided to give in. Just once. Just today. Without the ring, it's nothing. Ah! Chapter 57, The Seventh Hokage's True Power. Naruto moved downstairs, starting to slowly unbutton Ino's clothes, when he suddenly froze. Yamanaka sensed something wrong in his gaze and whispered uncertainly, what? And my chest, don't you? No, Naruto turned around sharply, Sakura. What? Ino sharply covered her mouth and whispered, and what is she doing here? Ha! Who knows, the man sighed and pulled away, bad luck. She always ruins everything. Yamanaka smiled sweetly and nodded. You can't argue with that. She closed her eyes and focused, and then she also felt her friend's chakra. Involuntarily, the blonde's eyebrows twitched, and she sighed. Well, the Hokage unexpectedly smacked Ino on the lips and said, come at 9, at this time there are usually not many people in the residence. Let's finish our conversation. Ah. I can't. Huh, what are you doing all of a sudden? Don't make such a pretty face, I just want to talk in a friendly way, nothing vulgar. Turning around, Naruto waved his hand. I have to go, until the evening. Wait. Ino didn't have time to finish when Naruto suddenly folded his hand seal and moved. Very quickly, he left the store and straightened his clothes. Well, there's nothing to be done. Although there are pluses here too. Ino Yamanaka, 5 trust, 5 depravity, 5 submission, not enough, but still she is too good. Everything turned out surprisingly simple. I don't know whether to rejoice or start to get bored. Well, at least something. I still have time to have fun. Once such a case should be added to Tenten's list, it will definitely be more difficult. In any case, if nothing works out with her, I'll deal with Ino closely. Right after that, Naruto chose Tenten as his new target and took a free slot for the girl. Tenten, trust, 3, depravity, 40, submission, 0, status, anxiety, excitement, pleasure. As soon as the Hokage looked at her statistics, he immediately frowned. Wait a minute. 40 points of depravity? I admit, I was surprised. Even the vulgar Shizen, who often spent masturbation before our connection with her, had only 30. Of course, I suspected that this right girl could become a lover of special weapons, but it seems that there is something else. She has some kind of secret, and her strange behavior is why. In addition, her condition is consistent. It looks like she is having fun there now. Grinning, Naruto opened the information about the rest of the girls. Hinata Hyuga, trust, 100, depravity, 100, submission, 100, status, happiness, submission, attraction, anxiety. Shizen, trust, 100, depravity, 100, submission, 100, state, happiness, submission, attraction, annoyance. Ino Yamanaka, trust, 28, depravity, 30, submission, 11, state, confusion, attraction, arousal, panic, shame. Temari, trust, 5, depravity, 20, submission, 15, condition, shame, guilt, depression, confusion. Assessing all his progress, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Their state can be understood, everything else is quite tolerable. It hasn't even been a week since I completed 3 goals and 2 gorgeous kunoichi are in power. The most likely option for quick submission is Ino, but judging by depravity, Tenten can surrender to debauchery even faster. This has its own interest. Moreover, she is free and will not interfere with guilt and family. You can turn it into your ideal toy and treat it as roughly as possible. If this is a very important secret, she is completely in my power. It's interesting, although I was in a hurry, but, in principle, I had already decided on the entire main list of women. I accepted my situation pretty quickly, so now I just have to hone my strength and take care of the 2 biggest problems, Kurama and Sasuke. These 2 are the only threat in the next 6 months, although, there is more likely only one fox problem. An uchiha might not go into a village, if I remember correctly. Simply put, you need to make contact with Kurama, and then strengthen yourself by completing the 4th, and maybe even the 5th goal. Then in 6 months, I will be able to repel the intruders from Akatsuki and begin to seize power. It wouldn't hurt to think about how to raise the subjugation of the village and the country. Yes, there is a lot of work. Thinking about all this, Naruto very quickly reached the 44th training ground, referred to only as the Forest of Death. Here he wanted to test his basic abilities, at least the least destructive ones. The Forest of Death was surrounded by a high fence made of steel mesh. The Hokage easily jumped over it and deftly moving from branch to branch penetrated into the deep part of the training area. Stopping at one of the tall trees, Naruto quickly looked around. Not bad. He saw the top of a lone tower and miles of forests in the distance. The view was impressive. One had only to imagine how far these natural possessions, controlled by only one person, are. Naruto's lips involuntarily turned into a satisfied smile. I like it here more and more. Turning his gaze to the tower in the center of the Forest of Death, he thought a little. If you think about it, I would like to have a normal shelter at my own disposal. Having fun with the girls in my office is exciting, but if I'm planning on having a full night of fun, we definitely might need more space. In addition, you need to train somewhere, relax. Yes, I would like a personal palace by the sea, as befits a great leader. With a satisfied smirk, Naruto admired this tower in the distance a little more. You can rebuild it for yourself, though. You can hire workers and build something for yourself right in the village. It's just that it's taking too long. Even with the help of the ninja, I'm afraid they'll build too slowly. Although, I remember there are several skyscrapers on the rock with the faces of the past Hokage, I could take one away and rebuild it for myself. Not a bad idea either. Naruto thought about it a little more, and then he decided to finally start training. He had already begun to get used to his orange clothes. After all, a sharp change in appearance can cause an extra headache, so he still decided to leave at least something. Although, in the forest you can do without interfering clothes. So Naruto quickly threw off his top, closed his eyes and instantly entered the full form of the Sage of the Six Paths, merging it with Kurama mode. Damn! I'm overwhelmed with strength. The Hokage exhaled in shock and clenched his fists. Instantly the ground under his feet cracked. Although he got all the experience of Naruto's past, but to feel this power so immediately, shocked and brought him into indescribable delight. His body literally shone with burning chakra, blue eyes turned into yellow with a cross-shaped pupil. Forces literally escaped from every cell on the body. So I'm that strong. Damn! I can literally feel the whole of Konoha behind me, everything around me, absolutely everything. Everything is in my power. I can make out the smallest details for kilometers and with just one movement, with just a step, Naruto moved 100 meters forward. It was almost no different from teleportation. His speed is simply terrifying. From this one movement, the tree shattered into thousands of fragments, to which Naruto only burst out laughing and at an unimaginable speed collected all the fragments in the air, and then began to throw them like shuriken into the ground. In an instant, dozens of stones were turned into splinters with the help of weak fragments of wood. They were literally blown away by the power of the throw. He enjoyed his unstoppable power to the fullest. Chapter 58, Ino's Preparation. Another step and Naruto crossed a couple of kilometers, instantly being on the roof of the tower. While hovering in the air, he only looked away, and then extended his hand in front of him. I want to check. In the next moment, the chakra near the palm began to twist, and then grow on a huge scale, quickly transforming into a huge sparkling ball of energy flows, with an admixture of burning lava. The giant raisin shuriken was tens of meters in diameter, many times larger than Naruto's body. The Hokage, with a satisfied look, nodded and was about to launch the ball and smash several trees, when he suddenly heard a furious voice in his head. Idiot! What are you thinking? Ah! Kurama! Yes, I'm practicing. Naruto twirled his hand with a monstrously destructive technique board. He continued to float in the air and enjoy the ability to fly while merging with his unimaginable strength. I want to see if I have lost my power. There is flight and the elements too, but what about truth-seeking balls? This is an interesting point that I did not take into account. I wish I could check Kurama's avatar, but now is not the right time or place. Are you kidding? The fox snorted in response and instantly his head materialized next to Naruto, literally from the chakra. As soon as the Hokage entered the Jinchuriki mode, the connection with the fox completely overcame all boundaries. They became almost one whole. So there was no way he could stop him from saying, "First you closed yourself off from me, and now you're still doing this, what's going on?" Kurama didn't get angry this time, he just frowned with a look filled with suspicion. What's happened? You haven't acted like this before. Naruto looked at his partner and then sighed, and the raisin shuriken on his hand quickly decreased, and then completely disappeared. The Hokage dusted off his palms and turned to Kurama. I don't know myself. Do you remember I said that I had awakened from some kind of shackles? Now, that's not a turn of phrase. I feel like I've been limited all my life, and now, everything is bright. Desired. The Hokage smiled wickedly and spread his arms out to the sides. Yes. This world is all here. I missed so much. That doesn't sound like you at all. Kurama tilted his head in thought, really suspicious. Although I don't feel a problem chakra in you, earlier I might have thought that someone controls you, you have changed too much. But, apparently, it's you. I told you, do less of your stupid work. The roof has already gone. Naruto chuckled and nodded. Here you are right. I decided to end this. I need more strength to protect the most important, there is no time for these papers and all sorts of nonsense. I think I'm out of shape, it's time to get back to training. Kurama continued to frown at Naruto, and then he nevertheless nodded. I understand you. Perhaps your changes are for the better. Seriously? The Hokage was surprised. I thought you would think that I was an imposter. It's hard to believe. Fox narrowed his eyes. Only you could offer me to become a girl. The Hokage coughed nervously and took a step to the side. You misunderstood me. Really? Kurama growled and began to burn the man with a furious look. Perhaps only the Ninetales could have such an expression on his face that could make even a person with steel nerves nervous. But, after a couple of seconds, he calmed down and snorted, I'll think about it. Following this, Kurama disappeared, leaving Naruto alone again. The Bija chakra burned for only a couple of seconds on his body, and after the Hokage he returned to his normal human form. Yeah. It turned out better than I thought. Although, this suspicious fox, brushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Naruto continued to train further. He wanted to test all his techniques and even the elements. Although he had experience, he still wanted to experience everything personally. Shadow clones, Raisengans, 5 elements, but also lava, heat and magnetism. Only in the evening Naruto finished with long tests in the Forest of Death and returned home in high spirits. Even after several hours of testing various jutsu, he barely lost any chakra. There was so much energy flowing in him that even he did not believe in a situation in which he could spend it. Probably even a month of non-stop battles would be just a light warm-up. Although, in the end, the concentration of the truth-seeking balls was not entirely possible. With the loss of the main source of 6 paths senjutsu in the form of the chakra of all-tailed beasts, he could only be content with a weakened version of senjutsu. Not only was he unable to recover the truth-seeking balls, but he also lost some of his special abilities in the form of Gyuki ink, blue flame metatabi, or even Isabu corals. Fortunately, it was possible to awaken the elemental properties of lava and magnetism, but they also noticeably weakened. As a result, now he was content with not even the full version of his strength, which was depressing. And Yin Yang left much to be desired. Maybe it's worth collecting the tailed beasts. Even me and Kurama are a terrible combination. Only an idiot would refuse such a partner. Thinking about the remaining benefits, Naruto was filled with a sense of satisfaction and mentally turned to the fox. You're amazing, Kurama. From such unexpected praise, the Ninetales was visibly surprised. Naruto could often thank him for his help, but to suddenly praise him like that for no reason. You really are crazy. You are not your own, and have already begun to suck up. The Hokage laughed. If you take the form of a cute girl, I will love you even more. Happiness is what for such a lonely fox. Oh, you bastard. I remember how you went under yourself, brat, and you decided to make me happy here. Do not make me laugh. Naruto shrugged casually and replied. Isn't that better? It always seemed to me that a strong guy should have a nice companion, and I have a grumpy Bija here. Ugh. Yes, you went perverted. Do you even hear what you are talking about? All my life, arg. What am I trying to prove to you? Shut up, you idiot, and go where you were going. Yes, yes. Naruto waved his hand and finally walked up to the threshold of his house. Reaching this place was too easy and fast. Finally, this day has come to an end. Temari's new training is coming soon, and after that, the next steps to subdue other girls. Wait a minute. The Hokage stopped abruptly, then frowned and scratched his forehead. I forgot something. Suddenly, his eyes trembled sharply and he slapped his forehead. Exactly. Ino. Laughing at his inattention, he abruptly entered sage mode and rushed to his residence at impressive speed. Shortly before, at the Yamanaka house. In the family bedroom, wearing only pink underwear, Ino was thinking about something intently. Deep in thought, she looked at her bed with noticeable concern, or rather at a couple of dozen sets of underwear in front of her. A huge variety, ranging from simple and more serious panties and bras, ending with 2 frank, almost threads that barely cover the nipples and all the most forbidden places. Lacy, mesh, almost transparent. Ino opened only a small part of her stock, but even here she could not figure out what to wear for a quick meeting with the so-called friend. Her lovely, slender and sexy body, in only one underwear, was simply mesmerizing. In the dim light of the lamp, her perfect legs, waist and thin shoulders seemed too sexy, especially the pure aristocratic skin, shone so beautifully. She would definitely go with any outfit from the proposed. But she still suffered over the choice of a prettier lingerie, and she spent too much time on this moment, which made her even more nervous. Damn, how can you choose right away? Suddenly, the kunoichi fell to her knees and covered her embarrassed face with her hands. God, what am I doing? It's like I'm going on a date. It's like it's the first time. Oh my. Sighing deeply, Ino blushed in embarrassment. Like a fool. And why do I even need this? Raising her head, the girl looked at the wooden cabinet next to the bed, or rather at the small silver ring next to the family photo. She instantly had a wry smile on her face. Ino didn't know why, and didn't dare to put on her wedding ring again. On that day, something seemed to have changed in her. That time, after the incident in the store, she met with Sakura. She was able to deal with her, but with her feelings and desires, even now. Touching her sparkling lips, Ino lowered her eyes. That's not right. The body is still on fire. But, I'm just going to talk. I'll just tell him that we have to stop. We both have families, we definitely shouldn't continue. I have to tell him this, otherwise he will come again, and I won't be able to stop him. After a determined exhalation, Ino stood up and nodded confidently. Yes, just a conversation, I have to show him that I don't need it at all. Sex friends? What nonsense. Moreover, he should also finish, he does not think about Hinata at all. I have to decide. Moving her determined gaze to the purple lace, Ino nodded. It will do. In her opinion, they expressed her serious intentions, but she didn't take into account how frankly this underwear, or, nevertheless, did she take it into account? Mystery. Very soon, Ino was fully dressed and, out of habit, put her hair and makeup in order. It was time to move forward, even though my knees were shaking slightly. Even now, she was still too nervous. Chapter 59, I Want It. 18. Naruto acted quickly. In just a couple of seconds he reached the residence, and then stopped near the door, as he noticed someone familiar there. Charming Ino, in an unusual outfit for her, stood against the wall and boredly twirled her pretty little ponytail. Naruto noticed for the first time how beautiful her hair was, long and very well groomed, it literally sparkled with beauty. The kunoichi donned a white blouse and didn't give up her favorite purple hues, wearing a purple skirt, and quite a short one at that. Wearing high heels with beautiful makeup, she looked pretty as hell and playful. As soon as Naruto appeared, Ino immediately sensed this and quickly pulled her hands back and moved away from the wall. Her eyes darted from side to side and all feigned confidence instantly evaporated. Damn, now what? Naruto smiled at this reaction and immediately approached the beautiful blonde. You look gorgeous Ino, so sexy. The girl smiled a little and tried to look confident. I'm always sexy, actually. Here you are right, since childhood you have fascinated any guy. Well, you'll say too. Tucking a curl behind her ear, the kunoichi looked at the man with a smirk. You were always handsome too, you just acted like a fool. Oh, well, you can't argue with that. He shrugged and finally opened the door to his office and held out his hand. After the beautiful lady. Become such a polite gentleman. I don't recognize you. Ino giggled and went inside with a slight hesitation. Everything in her chest was still fluttering, even if she hid it. The door slammed behind her. This sound alone caused an involuntary stream of goosebumps throughout the girl's body. She turned abruptly and began to look around nervously. But not much has changed here. Yes, for now. I want to bring a bed here, it's not very convenient to go to the next room. Naruto moved on and leaned back against his desk. Ino laughed nervously. Bed? Why? Stupid. What are you asking? That's not what you're here for. Although in her head she screamed one thing, but her body and eyes showed something completely different. She knew how to be brave, but not very much to follow her tongue. Naruto smiled slightly in response. Well, I guess someone needs a bed to sleep on. I think you and Sai are masters at this, don't you? What are you talking about? Ino got nervous, and even a little angry at such incomprehensible hints. The Hokage's gaze suddenly changed, once again acquiring a predatory intent. He quickly ran over the luxurious body of the blonde and grinned. I was just expressing my sneer. After all, I can bet my remaining hand that you had passionate sex on your bed. Well, never. He was also grinning wickedly. Before the words left his lips, Ino shuddered and clenched her fists. What are you? What do you know? Well, the Hokage abruptly jumped up and instantly pinned Ino against the wall. The girl didn't even have time to squeak as his hands got under her blouse, starting to play with the excited nipples. She honestly wasn't excited. It's all out of fear. I say, and you answer me with your sweet reaction in all details. After all, approaching the pretty little ear of the beauty, the guy whispered, "If not, if your bed was filled with female juices every day, would you come to me today?" Ha! I guess you would come to him. Right? Don't talk nonsense. Gritting his teeth, Ino tried to pull away, but Naruto immediately caught her thin hand and kissed her small fist. "You are wonderful." She came to me, put on sexy lace, painted her pretty lips with pink lipstick, brought her charming eyes. She looks so innocent, as if she didn't come to another man, but just to some kind of conversation. "Except, you smell like a complete whore." "Shut up." "Ha! Don't worry, Ino, I understand everything. If it makes you feel better, you can consider that I forced you." He slowly began to direct his hand right under her skirt. The dastardly Naruto Uzumaki took advantage of his position and took the innocent Ino Yamanaka. What a shame for the Hokage. What a disgrace for the daughter of a famous clan. As soon as he touched the forbidden area through her panties, the girl groaned. While he continued to smirk, "I took it by force. Fucked hard until the morning." Women's juices began to slosh non-stop. She did not want to, but she ended up like a whore again and again. Hway audited moans mixed with words. The girl was already salivating, as Naruto connected his other hand and slowly unbuttoned her skirt, whispering it directly into her ear. She didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. Biting her lower lip to the pain, the girl broke into a lustful smile, exactly at the same moment as her skirt slipped down her slender legs. Naruto finally kissed Ino on the cheek and touched her soft lips. "You're a liar. If you came to me, I'll make you nice, we're friends. You don't have to worry about the rest. If it makes you happy, I'll give it to you." As soon as the girl's tongue touched his lips, Naruto could not hold back, breaking into a passionate squelching kiss. It was in this area that the girl could give odds to anyone. She kissed so passionately and vulgarly that anyone would go crazy with shame. I'm doing it again. Sigh. I didn't even kiss him like that. What is it that he did to me? Trembling filled his body and legs trembled. Naruto's hand was already playing with the squelching pussy through her panties while his palms were slowly getting rid of the rest of Ino's clothes. He appreciated her work, from that he did not act like a beast and did not tear anything. He only plunged into a kiss and freed her from the top in order to see this appetizing body in all its glory on his table. The passionate kiss quickly got out of control. Ino no longer held back. She clearly realized one main truth. I want him. In this she was clearly more honest than many and did not run away at all like some. From the movements against the wall, Tsunade's portrait landed on the floor with a pop. Everything flew apart, nothing mattered in a fit of passion. Quickly throwing her skirt back with her heel, Ino bit the guy's tongue and jumped on him abruptly, clasping her strong torso with her slender legs. While kissing so fiercely, Ino playfully whispered, "Be rough, I want to feel your strong hands." As you wish." Naruto began to tighten his grip on the girl's nipples as her saliva dripped non-stop onto his fingers. Ino was moaning like crazy and completely lost all shame, completely surrendering to the process. Yes. As I thought, this cutie hides such a hot pervert in herself. Naruto noticed this the first time they met. Ino's main weakness is not only attention, but rather a strong and self-confident man, a man who does not care about all the norms of decency, a man capable of taking it and squeezing it in his strong hands. In the end, everything came to this. She answered aggressively, not at all like Hinata or Shizune or Temari could. Ino acted playful even in normal conversation, but her true self showed itself at this very moment. Chapter 60, Funny Combination, 18. All Ino kept doing was trying to take off all the annoying clothes from Naruto, but she couldn't stop the kiss either. Greed just went to her head. Her bra went flying, and the juices from her panties had long since filled all the man's trousers. Naruto was smirking, so much that it was already beginning to unnerve her, and she even more aggressively began to press on him with her tongue, while he enjoyed such a reaction. She is amazing. Definitely a few more times and she will be mine completely. Sex friends? Well, nonsense. Who would have thought that she was so weak to simple words? Finally, Ino could not stand it and tore the Hokage's t-shirt off altogether, and then began to touch his embossed torso with all her might, her eyes trembling with excitement. She enjoyed like crazy. Yes. Like this. She literally felt weak and fragile, and from that she tried to strengthen this feeling many times, forcing Naruto to press her even more against the wall and dominate this confrontation. She fought him only to lose. This feeling was just exhilarating. But she just couldn't finish. This burning feeling, which she could never achieve in the end, again and again led her to even more anger. No one would believe her if she said she couldn't, but, I want to finish. Just once. Just once, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Even Naruto began to fear such an insane reaction. It was as if she had broken the chain. He could not even imagine that Ino Yamanaka had never experienced a female orgasm in her life. She had never been able to achieve this cherished feeling before. And right now she clearly felt that she was already close. He's the one who could give it to her and make her look stupid. After all, it's just friendship. With Sai, she never allowed herself to be like that. For this reason she was so unlucky. But Naruto could still tell a lot from her reaction and smell, which was why he was so dangerous to any girl. He was like an ideal hunter. He could identify all the weaknesses, all the ways to penetrate a woman's heart and corrupt the body. Perhaps this is one of his old abilities, which allowed him to force even the most dangerous enemies to change sides. Even he didn't know for sure, but he enjoyed it to the fullest. Naruto suddenly jumped up and moved to his desk. With one easy movement all the unnecessary trash was on the floor, and in its place he seated Ino's juicy and wet ass. He was not going to stop and sharply pushed her away. She was about to break loose and attack him again, when the man threateningly prevented her. Stand! The girl trembled and panicked. One word was enough to make her fearful. Now, more than ever, she felt fragile and weak, excited from this even more. What is he going to do to me? Naruto licked his lips and chuckling slyly, he suddenly began to pull off Ino's panties. No one took care of her black shoes. Blushing with shame, the kunoichi mentally began to swear, covering her red face. Stop! Stop it! The panties quickly moved to another part of the office, while the tastiest part of the girl appeared in front of the man's hot gaze. Naruto whistled. Wow! This is beauty! Even your girl looks so vulgar. Stupid! Don't comment on that. Naruto knelt down on one knee and blew on that pink beauty. Ha! I fell in love at first sight. You. Ino covered her face with her hands, but still peeped and gently whispered. You are so bad. And you're telling me this after everything you've done? You almost bit off my tongue, you know. WL. Ino squeaked sweetly and generally turned away, but it was worth admitting that she still didn't move her hips. Her heels had been lying on Naruto's shoulders for a long time, and he finally began to approach her little treasure with a grin. He wasn't lying, Ino really did have a vulgar pussy, completely shaved and at the same time well exposed, wet and pink. Her lips were too swollen, like a pink clitoris, from which she seemed quite large and so vulgar. Not the pussy of an innocent girl at all. But, the smell, so inspiring and charming, she smelled in a special way, playful, passionate and alluring. For the first time, Naruto smelled such a fresh smell, reminding him of the spring beauty of a young kunoichi. Hinata intoxicated with her tender femininity, Temari charmed with proud defiance, but Ino, her passionate essence showed a lot. Funny combination. Naruto leaned closer and licked the baby a little, the pink bead trembled and Ino moaned sensually. Everything approached this intimate moment so quickly. Now it seemed ridiculous how she convinced herself to come to a simple conversation and resolve everything peacefully. Now she was worried about something else. She could not even imagine how good Naruto was in sex, even if his tongue and fingers brought so many unforgettable and thrilling sensations to her body. Now she felt completely defeated, revealing all of herself to him. Only, she was saddened by the fact that he still hesitated, as if he did not dare to touch. Tears, however, did not drip from her eyes at all. You're crying in vain. Naruto chuckled, noticing how Ino's hole was leaking. The man immediately looked at her mistress and abruptly grabbed her juicy buttocks with his hands. You are so cute. I'll hold on tight, don't worry. How did he know? Ino broke into an involuntary smile. She could not even think that he would take and understand all her feelings. At that moment, she fully realized, understood all her helplessness. From the very beginning, he just drove her into this place. He seemed to foresee everything and just got what he wanted so much. From this one thought, Ino again began to flow like crazy. That's when Naruto suddenly leaned forward and firmly dug into this inviting wet lips. An amazing moan spread throughout the office, starting to resonate in the very heart of the beautiful kunoichi. Ino suddenly realized the unbelievable in horror and her body instantly arched. See, I'm coming. Ikeku something incredible, she herself could not realize and believe, when suddenly that same forbidden feeling that she could not come to in her whole life, for her youth and marriage and, years after. One of his lips, one movement, and here it is, such a welcome moment, the hottest finale, was just the beginning of an unimaginably passionate night. Finally. So that's what an orgasm is. How? Wonderful, Ino surrendered to the process with her head, fully drawn into this pleasure. Moans, squelching sounds, screams and chuckles, very quickly everything flowed into another orgasm. Naruto was having fun and Yamanaka was coming non-stop. She seemed to have lost her virginity, as if she had torn off her chains and uncontrollably enjoyed such a long and at the same time short moment. She easily noticed when the man stopped. Just then he got up and pulled off his trousers. He was no longer going to wait. Today, he stopped too often at an important moment. The time has come to take everything for himself. Chapter 61, You Won't Be Coming Home Today. 18. Naruto's strong and chiseled torso was enchanting, and Ino's breath caught in her throat, especially as her fluttering gaze shifted to his imposing masculinity. So big. God. He's just 10 times bigger than size. Is that even possible? Ino, of course, understood that her husband's penis was not the biggest. But, she could not imagine at all that in reality everything was so. You can't even call it a member. They are simply not comparable. She herself could not believe what she was thinking, but it was simply impossible to stop the flow of perverted thoughts. If he comes in, I'm definitely not going to be the same again. Realizing the whole situation, Ino sharply extended her trembling hands to her dripping hole. Wait. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you still have the strength to resist? Ino swallowed and whispered, just unprotected and he won't come in. Oh yeah. Naruto scratched his forehead uncertainly. And no. I have, in my purse. After such a revelation, she blushed and looked away. Oh, you're ruining this moment, the Hokage sighed, stepped back and picked up a small dark bag next to the door. Ino continued to lie on the Hokage's table with her legs spread apart, covering her wet cave, while her beautiful chest continued to sway in time with heavy breathing. God, I didn't even notice how handsome he is, admiring the man's strong back, and even the shorter one. Ino for some reason began to smile. She was amused by the sight of the naked Hokage, who angrily shook out of the girl's purse just a mountain of cosmetics. Well, damn. Why do you need so much? Here they are. Rummaging through a pile of pencils and lipsticks on the floor, Naruto finally found a couple of small packs of rubber bands. The shape was clearly visible. It was definitely condoms. But when he saw them, the Hokage smirked for some reason and squinted his eyes at Ino. The girl already shuddered at such a look and again blushed to the very neck, remembering what position she was in. Rising, he returned to the girl and chuckling opened the package with a transparent elastic band. Barely pulling it on his index finger, he brought it to the girl's lips and chuckling asked, "Should I fuck you with my little finger? These fingertips are good, eh?" Ino suddenly realized her mistake with the size and immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Sorry. While continuing to laugh uncontrollably, the kunoichi covered her mouth and began quickly wiping away her tears. She herself did not expect that she would suddenly start laughing at this. How can you laugh at something like that? If Sai had heard all this. Naruto dropped the thin rubber band and patted the girl's quivering pussy. Wait, what else? You didn't come here to joke, did you? I took elastic bands. I didn't guess with the size. I actually feel sorry for you. Is it really that bad with Sai? Don't say that. Naruto calmly shrugged and continued to fondle her clit with his finger. Looking at Ino's lustful smile, he chuckled. You say that, but you continue to get high. Did you really think that all men have such processes as your hubby? Enough. Ino rolled her eyes and moaned loudly. Naruto abruptly removed his hand and licked his fingers. The taste is almost virgin. I'm so sick of talking. But you seem to enjoy the way I make fun of your past sex. Ino suddenly shuddered and panicked. And no, Not true. Come on. The Hokage pointed his fat head right into the girl's wet pussy and smiled. She took off the ring. She prepared condoms in advance. She spread her legs and aggressively attacked me. You thrive on rough sex with your friend's boyfriend, and your best friend's friend too. Yes, and a friend of her husband, over whose cock you make fun of. Sakura can't even imagine that right now her rival is spreading her legs in front of the Hokage, and Sai is probably washing the dishes. Bastard. While Ino's body was trembling from overflowing excitement and trying to make a displeased face, Naruto laughed. You're such a hot slut, how I like it. Sharply leaning forward, he suddenly pushed his head into a wet hole and suddenly met an obstacle. It became extremely difficult to go further. Damn, this is such a gift. It's so tight. Suddenly Naruto's expression changed and he looked at Ino in shock. The girl clenched her fists right in front of her face and arched sharply. Her legs immediately straightened over the table and shuddered violently. You're okay. Naruto felt amazing pressure and abruptly pulled out his cock, and then it began to be flooded with an amazingly powerful stream of female juices. Ino just finished like crazy. Yeah. Am I that good, or are the girls in this world just crazy about squirting orgasms? Or maybe it's the idea of the creator of the pervert who put me here. Each of them comes under me like I'm a god. Naruto began to seriously start to get scared even of himself. Ayahawk, the incredibly long moan, equal to her overwhelming orgasm, lasted for what seemed like a full minute. Suddenly, Ino's body weakened, and she completely lost all strength, almost losing consciousness. The girl's legs hung right on the table, she threw back her head and continued to smile lustfully with her eyes brought together. The kunoichi's pretty little tongue dripped a string of saliva, stretching all the way to the floor. Naruto, meanwhile, just stood there without blinking, his entire body was almost completely covered with moisture filled with an indescribable sexual smell. It was as if he had been doused with a bucket of female pheromones and they made his body react like a drug. The Hokage's blood pressure had already risen, and his already huge penis swelled with even greater force and became covered with thick veins. He literally throbbed with a great desire to discharge himself into the nearest female. Turning his heated gaze to Ino, Naruto slowly growled, "You won't be coming home today." From these words alone, Yamanaka downstairs shrank and trembled with lust. Ino realized that this night she, like the last whore, will be absorbed in animal sex with another man. She will simply not be allowed to return home to her husband and son, she will be beaten until dawn in the worst of obscene positions. Chapter 62, Chakra Exchange, 18. One moment and Naruto grabbed Ino's juicy thighs, and then abruptly leaned forward. He was no longer going to waste time and forcefully burst into her lonely bosom, reaching with one movement a small oozing lust of the uterus. This forbidden kiss was the first for Ino and the most unforgettable in life. At that very moment, she felt like a woman, even the lights of love sparkled in her eyes. This one kiss swept away all dullness from her heart and her body involuntarily succumbed forward to the obscene actions of a man. Then she realized with a shudder, she only needed him. At that moment the whole world did not matter. Naruto continued to kiss her womb like crazy, and in response she revealed herself to him, wanting to get the cherished seed of a man. Become sex friends. It's so good. How quickly he gained access to unprotected sex surprisingly no longer mattered. Claps of hot sex filled the entire office of the Hokage. Very quickly, a strange power dissipated everywhere. The mixing of chakra reached an amazing level. Ino turned out to be so passionate that she allowed Naruto to completely take control of her. Beads of sweat trickled down Yamanaka's slender legs, while visible steam literally came from her body. The same thing happened to Naruto, only unlike a simple haze, he shone with a golden sheen. Awakening from all the seals, he was in complete control of his power and yang chakra, driven along with the yin energy of Ino. He achieved such a perfect fusion with another woman for the first time. Now he began to understand how pleasant it is to have true sex with a kunoichi in the process of mixing chakra. Chee! His heavy breath touched Ino's ear and she moaned sweetly as she continued to enjoy this amazing feeling. If it was Naruto's first time to experience such passionate and pleasurable sex, then Ino was out of the question. Now she is completely convinced that Sai did not actually have sex with her. Everything in the past is nothing more than childish games, and now reality has finally come. That's what sex is. The clapping of wet bodies, the vulgar moans and slaps of a strong man, his gaze burning with lust, overflowing with wild desire, and the feminine principle trembling in anticipation. Chakra fusion and obscene shivers from his burning yang energy. That's real sex. Naruto acted rudely, he brought Ino's legs together and rammed her weak spots all the way. And Naruto. In this position, the only thing left for the girl was to scream like crazy, constantly succumbing to light orgasms, as they gradually drove her crazy, completely suppressing her consciousness and mind. As a Yamanaka, she considered herself capable of withstanding everything about it, but not this time. A veil of lust quickly filled her mind and all Ino saw was his face and sparkling blue eyes. He took complete control of her. Suddenly, Naruto growled and quickened the rhythm, as if sensing some kind of inner instinct. Ino fluttered with even more desire, deep inside her body. The small wound that had let Naruto in for a long time contracted and throbbed. This time she began to beg like crazy for something forbidden. Something that Ino couldn't afford but couldn't resist. "See, come. Come inside me." Her weak cry burst involuntarily, which surprisingly surpassed the volume of pops and burst into Naruto's ears like a call from another world. He just smiled and increased his pace, moving towards the hot girl. If he come. Today is not a safe day. Swallowing, Ino covered her eyes with her hand and whispered, "Just once." Naruto chuckled, he heard that too, continuing to move like a beast. His roar instantly reached the pretty ears of the girl. "Have you decided to get pregnant?" And no, Ino bit her lip and looked away, "Just once. It's nothing, yeah?" Naruto laughed and began to move harder. "You are a slut from the Yamanaka clan, you decided to accept the seed of another man. Well, enjoy it. Ayahaha. Ino suddenly arched her back, and to top it off, Naruto slammed her ass with all his might. At the same moment, his passion-filled cock shuddered and, like a broken dam, a wave of scalding liquid escaped from it. Before she reached the narrow cave of Ino, when suddenly her body arched even more and trembled wildly. Ayah! Hoda-ayah! An unimaginably pleasant feeling spread through every cell. As soon as the flow of male semen reached the womb, Ino burst into tears. She let out the strongest moan and her eyes rolled back. She has never felt so good before. Consciousness instantly flew off somewhere to the stars. Like a tiny spark, it seemed to expand to the size of stars and scattered all over the world. Orgasm covered her head. Meanwhile, Naruto lowered Ino's legs with trembling knees and grabbed the table exhaustedly. The girl under him still continued to finish, while he remained inside her non-stop, pouring out all the accumulated charge. Burrowing into Yamanaka's mouth-watering chest, the Hokage exhaled heavily. Incredible. Is this a chakra exchange? How do you even understand this? I already got high on Shizen and Hinata, but this... just a new world of pleasure. Ah! Eyes began to close by themselves, but Naruto still managed to keep his consciousness and continued to savor this feeling of indescribable euphoria. The whole body seemed to be saturated with pleasure, so good that I don't want to think. Just stay here forever, continue this wonderful merger. Chakra exchange is an amazing feeling. A few minutes later, Naruto was finally able to pull himself together and pulled away from the girl's hot body. He slowly drew his still strong wand out of the wet hole and exhaled a long breath. I understand that. It's about time to cement our new relationship. Looking at the clothes and liquids scattered all over the floor, Naruto grinned and picked up Ino in his arms, and then settled himself comfortably in his chair and sat the girl on his knees. Such a cutie. Naruto smiled fervently as he moved her wet curls away from her sweaty face. Today, Ino brought him a truly amazing pleasure. He really wanted to reward her not only once, he planned to completely pour all his supplies into her. If you think about it, she is Yamanaka, she has some tricks. I love sex very much, but the pleasure can be stretched out. For example, to create clones. Both the girl is pleased, and me. Now with all the knowledge about jutsu, I understand much more. Shadow clones are not an option. They have consciousness, even if it is mine. Technically they are separate individuals. I may love pleasure, but I wouldn't even let copies of myself touch my women. After this night, Ino will generally be forbidden to even touch her hubby. Although, will she want to? In any case, sex friends are just stupid chatter, and maybe she understands this. The issue needs to be resolved with clones, and Ino is just a representative of that clan, which could have a method of splitting consciousness. Yes, and I'm more comfortable if there are too many kunoichi. Although, I seem to manage on my own, why do I need clones? I should think about it on a sober head. Now I certainly don't need them. Chapter 63, I won't let him. While still enjoying the Ino figurine on his lap, Naruto suddenly smiled and blue sparks of lightning crackled on his finger. It's time to get up. Touching the kunoichi's fragile neck, the Hokage sent a stream of energy straight into her. At the same time, a stimulating shiver ran through her entire body, and she screamed sharply and woke up. Ah! And Naruto? Beautiful eyes immediately turned to the man. In response he only grinned and pulled Ino by the nipples. You weren't going to finish on one try, were you? I want more. Ah! Ino looked away and whispered weakly, do whatever you want. Oh, I'm glad, but I want you to do everything this time. We're friends, so be honest. Passionate desire and obscene haze clouded the mind. Now it is simply impossible to resist the growing excitement. Their hot bodies were in contact with each other in the most sensitive places. Ino's wet hold directly touched the hot base of Naruto's wand, and these sensations brought very specific sensations to both. Especially Ino. The rest of Naruto's penis was also adjacent to her tightened tummy, literally burning her bosom through everything. Barriers. The beautiful kunoichi bit her tongue in an attempt to get rid of her lewd desire and whispered softly, "That's wrong. How did you wake up, again decided to remember such nonsense?" The Hokage touched Ino's reddened ear with his lips and covered it with kisses and whispered, "You won't touch Sai again, understand? What?" Ino's chest trembled, her eyes immediately turned to Naruto's face. "What are you? Now you're mine, even if you put the ring back on, I'm not going to let you touch your husband." That's. She just didn't know what to answer. For some reason these words aroused her in earnest and brought strange feelings to her heart, but at the same time, her mind spoke about how wrong it all was. Right now, another man was saying this to her. He was forcing her to give up intimacy with her husband, clearly hinting that he would continue to be with her. "Why you?" "So we." "Yeah," Naruto smiled calmly. You yourself allowed me to come in you, and I decided to complete this business by morning completely. There's a very good chance you'll be pregnant with my baby Ino by then. Ah, with a soft moan, the kunoichi began to move her ass involuntarily. Wait. I can't be so abrupt. So take the pills. Continuing to kiss the girl's neck, Naruto was already warming up and preparing to pounce on her, and she herself could no longer control herself from all these vulgar conversations. She was so easy to catch. I have already. Naruto stopped abruptly and looked in surprise at the embarrassed kunoichi, who continued to avert her eyes. Well, of course, how could she tell him that she had already secured herself? But he saw right through her. Sexy lingerie, contraceptives and even pills. Looks like you figured it all out, you dirty liar, Ino slut. PF. The girl held back a chuckle that escaped involuntarily and whispered displeasedly, D-fool. Don't call yourself names like that. It's all your fault. I suspected that this would be the case. Well, yes. Maybe stop pretending to be an innocent simpleton. Even in that meeting, I saw your reaction to my mind. You were already prone to molestation back then, which is why I came back to you. How could I miss such an available girl? From his languid whisper and constant kisses on the neck and palpation of the nipples, Ino was already rolling her eyes. Ah! I'm already soaked. The girl didn't respond to the provocations, but involuntarily enjoyed them. For some reason, she liked to feel like a dirty girl in his strong hands, clinging to the hot cock with her accessible pussy. Ha, I don't judge. Continuing to kiss her neck, hot breath touched the kunoichi's ear, which made her even more aroused. Ah well, that's enough already. So are you going to do what I say? I do not like that my woman will be under the same roof with another man. Naruto continued to press on the aroused Ino, and she only pressed harder in response. After all the words, she only languidly whispered in his ear, no longer able to fight. If you ask. I won't let him. She herself could not believe what was said, but the body reacted so. And how can you suddenly stop at such a moment? She no longer has the strength. Naruto smirked triumphantly and grabbed Ino's delicious ass sharply. He didn't even let her feel guilty. AI. She screamed and changed dramatically in her face. The man, without any questions, abruptly leaned forward and lowered her excited pussy right on his hot cock. Ah, all she could do was scream and enjoy. Chapter 64, Dawn. Until dawn, Ino Yamanaka was drowning in non-stop orgasms. Naruto used her body as he wanted, never before, and no one could afford to treat her like that. He took it wherever he could in his spacious office, on the table, on the floor, against the wall and even at the window. He spanked, kissed and cummed wherever he wanted. Ino kept up with him and gave herself to a fit of passion, scratching, biting, waving and coming. As if rising to heaven, she became stronger, as if trying to show her feelings to the whole world. That night, Ino fully knew what it was like to be a real woman, loved and desired by a strong man. Perhaps it was on that day that something finally spilled out in her, along with loneliness and endless orgasms. In the morning, the rays of the dawn sun slowly made their way into the office of the Hokage. Sneaking through the windows, they slowly made their way across the table, illuminating the visible droplets of moisture, and then the lacy panties at the very edge. Quickly, the fireflies caught up with their owner. Buried into Naruto's chest and hiding behind her flowing hair, Ino was breathing heavily and gently ran her thin finger along the man's shoulder. The Hokage didn't sleep either. He continued to hug the girl and enjoy the pleasant warmth after the recent orgasm. The last sex was too intense. They lay there, embracing each other, and continued to wait for the dawn. When the sun was already fully illuminating the office, Ino narrowed her eyes and finally lifted her head, resting her elbows on Naruto's chest and resting her chin in her small palms. Admiring his thoughtful face, she smiled a little and whispered, "You are handsome." The Hokage lowered his eyes and put his free hand under his head, continuing to stroke the girl's firm ass with his free hand. "You're sexy. I know." "Yeah?" Ino giggled. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent the night. I doubt that you were aroused by my mind and talent." "Oh. It was mind and your special talent that definitely turned me on." Naruto chuckled fervently and patted Ino's delicious ass. "Did you like it?" "Well, not that bad." The Hokage rolled his eyes in mockery and shook his head. Yes. You flooded my entire office with your not so bad." "Hey." Pointing her finger at Naruto's nose, the kunoichi puffed out her cheeks cutely. "You seduced me, undressed me and took me by force. And you liked it." It has nothing to do with it. The responsibility is still on you." "Yes, I had no doubts." Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll rape you now on weekends." What? The girl again pretended to be offended and turned away. "Well, okay. Huh, what do you want?" I also have a wife, Shizun, and one rebellious girl who needs to be trained. There is a lot of work, there is very little time for friendship, eh? Ino abruptly stood up and sat down, never breaking their connection below. But Naruto's words really surprised her. Shizun? Do you still have a mistress? I can't believe. Actually. Naruto raised himself on his elbows a little and approached the girl's embarrassed face. I don't have a mistress yet. So don't be upset, the vacancy is free. Shizun is my personal assistant, she has many responsibilities, trust me, until that special girlfriend, you don't have to worry about her. In the end, I have enough for you. If you want, I can even give Sai a task, come to you and, touching the girl's tender ear with his tongue, Naruto whispered, fuck you right on the family bed. Don't say such obscenities, burrowing into his chest again, Ino whispered languidly. Promise me. Promise? I don't want to be just your girl for once, why no? Naruto smiled and gently stroked this cutie, don't worry, we're with you until the very end. Hinata won't mind and Sai won't be a problem. Although, he did not mention what plans he had for her family life. Ino pursed her lips and nodded slowly, her chest fluttering, she didn't think it would come to this. Even this conversation rekindled passion in her, and remembering how many vulgar things she said when she was on top. Sam sorry Sai. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, but I know how I feel. Now I feel so good, I don't want to lose it. Ino didn't speak for long, but she finally whispered, let's get some more. I feel so warm with you. As much as you want, Naruto smiled and continued to leisurely pet the beautiful kunoichi. Ino showed him enough to make him want to make her completely his own and corrupt her even more. Meanwhile, unaware of his obscene plans, she gently trembled in his arms and tried to stretch this moment of tenderness longer. Now Naruto was well aware that she needed time to accept this new life. He was sure of only one thing, now she became his woman. Another step on the path of submission completed successfully. This world is accepting me more and more. Ino Yamanaka, we have more fun to come. Ino Yamanaka, 35 trust, 25 depravity, 30 subjugation, state guilt, depression, satisfaction, slight happiness, confusion, falling in love. Hidden Leaf Village, 2000 respect, 5 submission. After receiving these awards, the Hokage smiled in satisfaction. Everything is good that ends well. Although, for me, perhaps, it is just beginning. Ino's growth is impressive, although she is not completely in my power as Shizun, but a few more sessions of our practice and she will be completely mine. Judging by her state, she still has a moment of acceptance. It's not so bad. I'll send Sai somewhere to the Kumo border, and at the same time I'll send with him, for example Chuji. Although, maybe the fat man's still fit to distract Shikamaru. But you can generally send them all away so as not to interfere. The idea is good. Thinking about it for a bit, Naruto turned his attention to the second reward regarding the village, most likely related to Yamanaka, because Ino is the direct heiress, and maybe something else. But I thought it all depends on the general respect and obedience of each person, combined in the total percentage of residents. Well, I'm better. 5 points a drop in the ocean, but at least something. As soon as I completely subdue Ino, I will immediately fulfill the fourth objective. Ino Yamanaka, trust, 63, depravity, 55, submission, 41, villages, Hidden Leaf Village, submission, 65, respect, 12,600, countries, Land of Fire, submission, 15, respect, 4,580, general submission, 341. So, completely satisfied with the situation and satisfied with the hot girl, the 7th Hokage just dozed off in his office, and did not even notice how the cute blonde flew away. Ino quickly put on her clothes, straightened her hair and stroked the calmly dozing man with a smile of love. She smacked him on the forehead, touched his nose with her lips, folded her hand seal, and simply disappeared. It was worth going back, because she is still married, even though she never put on that same wedding ring again. Chapter 65, Akita Inuzuka. An enchanting world, immersed in thick fog, appeared before Naruto's eyes. He only watched, because the spectacle that opened in this amazing phantasmagoria was simply mesmerizing. Again and again his wife brought pleasure to her excited nipples, this time they showed up again, allowing her mistress to enjoy this intoxicating feeling of pleasure to the fullest. Hinata's other hand slowly slipped under her white robes, touching her wet pussy. The girl's thin fingers slowly began to caress themselves there too, forcing her vulgar moans to manifest. Meanwhile, Naruto approached the bed and continued to watch this obscene scene in fascination. What a view! The man licked his lips and smiled. Hinata! The girl's fingers trembled, and she sharply turned her misty eyes to the side, but not at all to where the Hokage was standing. It was then that he began to realize the strangeness of the situation, frowning. "Hinata, hey, and Naruto?" A languid voice broke from her beautiful lips, and the girl's face showed concern. "Where are you, my dear?" "I'm here." "Hey." Naruto tried to get closer to the bed, but suddenly realized that it was moving away. Even Hinata's voice was gradually muffled. "And Naruto? Naruto?" Suddenly, the Hokage felt a strange pressure on his chest, and then exhaled sharply and opened his eyes. Suddenly waking up, he stood up a little and immediately collided with Shizen's face. Moreover, her lips were stretched out in a rather interesting situation. The girl savored the man's impressive penis to the fullest, as if not noticing his awakening. Naruto blinked, scratched the back of his head and sighed. "Just a dream. Although, I liked it. Yeah. Instead of a wife, I had fun with Ino." So it was her. Shizen's gentle voice suddenly came out. The girl licked her throbbing head and smiled. "It's quite tasty. But, I cleaned you up. I did not expect anything else from my master. You have already managed to conquer Ino." The Hokage closed his eyes and nodded calmly. "Nothing special, everything turned out well with her, unlike Temari. Here you have to sweat. I think it will be no less difficult than Hanabi." Gh. Swallowing deeply, Shizen's eyes turned red and Naruto helped her take his cock to the very foundation. Continuing to press on the back of her head, he enjoyed her playful tongue, which was full of frolic with a couple of his balls. "Ha, Shizen, you've become very good at this. Who would have thought? Ha!" The girl deftly released a thick wand from her mouth and licked her lips. "Well, if you told me about this a couple of months ago, I would have gone crazy with embarrassment, but now everything is so good." Smacking her head, the kunoichi smiled sweetly. She so skillfully acted as if everything was fine, although she was on her knees with her kimono open and her lips wet with saliva. "Awesome. I feel so happy. By the way, I've dealt with Tsunade-sama here and..." "Not so fast." Naruto pushed her mouth back into her mouth. "I can roughly imagine what you would say. But until then, I've already got some business planned with Tsunade. You will give her a message, but a little later. For now, I decided to focus on Tenten. She has some very vulgar little secret." "Are you sure she's a virgin?" Continuing to fervently suck and lick, Shizen was distracted after a couple of seconds and sexually licked her lips. "Who knows? I'm just trying to believe her words. I doubt she would lie to Tsunade-sama. Although, after I had an unknown man, Tenten somehow pulled away. We haven't talked much before, she's very secretive. She really has a secret, I have no doubt." While Shizen continued to work with her mouth, her hands were already walking with might and main under her kimono. Naruto, in turn, stroked her head and adjusted the depth of penetration, thinking aloud along the way. Okay. I could use the Byakugan to help. But, okay, I can handle it myself. All you have to do is distract her tonight and I'll check her house. Can you do it, Pitch?" With an obscene sound, Shizen let go of the Hokage's cock and nodded confidently. "I can handle it, master." "Ha, I had no doubts." The man groaned with a chuckle. "Here is your reward." The girl's eyes sparkled with greed, and she began to work with her mouth even harder, quickly connecting her throat. As a result, the scalding seed quickly filled the kunoichi's mouth, making her even more hungry. Gh. Shizen's face changed dramatically, a white liquid splashed from her nose, but she frowned and quickly began to cope with all the stock. How could she not take such a large portion? She was looking forward to her reward. What a nit and so delicious. Savoring this taste, the girl opened her mouth and showed Naruto all this appetizing obscenity. Pulling a couple of hairs out of her lips, Shizen grinned playfully and finally swallowed it all. Opening her mouth, the girl showed her success. This vulgar place quickly smelled of debauchery and small clouds of steam rose. Damn, she can't be fixed now. He only smirked as he thought so. Now she has become the perfect Hokage nipple. Shizen was aroused in earnest. A large puddle of fragrant female juices had already gathered on the floor under her. And Master I. With a pleading look in her eyes, she looked ingratiatingly at Naruto. What to do with you? I want your pussy. The Hokage grinned and stroked this little slut. I'm already ready. For the next hour, Naruto enjoyed invigorating morning sex with his faithful assistant. As a result, waving her ass, she left his office and went to fulfill her duties. After all, no matter how much Shizen had changed because of him, she still took her work seriously. One might even say that now she acted even more decisively, because she perfectly understood for whom she was doing all this. With a confident step, Shizen walked past a couple of girls in white coats and mentally chuckled, "Science squad again. They're always with their inventions. The two young girls behind looked at each other in surprise. By age, both could be given no more than 25. The girl on the left stood out for her beauty and voluminous forms. She came from the Inuzuka clan, so her facial features seemed a little wild, while this gave her a special charm. A dark choker around her neck and thin-rimmed glasses made the girl even more attractive and sexy. Next to her stood another, no less attractive, with a short white bob and a pair of beautiful scarlet eyes. It was this girl who reacted first as she watched Shizen walk away. Wow! Akita, did you see that? The girl smiled charmingly, flashing a pair of her snow-white fangs. She smells interesting. Oh, really? The blonde chuckled a little. Shizen is so sexy, I'm already jealous. She always seemed so hot to me, but now. It seems she finally found a man for herself. Akita continued to savor this exciting aroma and smile. She had a good time. I wonder who this male is. This is the first time I smell such a scent. Incredibly strong, the girl giggled and turned to her friend. Maybe so. In any case, we came to see the Hokage-san. Are you coming? Well, as always. Are you not interested? I wouldn't be interested. Akita mentally chuckled. I'll find the owner of this smell. Turning around, the girl calmly waved her hand. I'm not interested in gossip, let's go. Well damn. You're an Akita as always. Chapter 66, Who Doesn't Happen to? While Naruto was toying with the cloning and reincarnation technique in his office, he had no idea that he was about to meet a couple of new guests. However, he did not even suspect how interesting the return home of his night guest was. Ino returned in the morning. Slightly disheveled hair and clothes, slightly swollen lips and pinkish cheeks. She looked extremely charming. Although she was obviously not up to her sexual appearance, now she was more concerned about the possibility of hiding the traces of her nightly adventures. Having quickly taken off her shoes, the girl already knew what would happen next, as she clearly felt the presence of her husband and son in the kitchen. She had no choice but to pretend like nothing had happened. So, pull yourself together. Nobody will guess anything. Sigh for sure. I doubt that he even noticed my absence. After a wry smile, Ino straightened her skirt and went out into the corridor. Hello. The man nodded gloomily and carefully examined his wife, and then thought a little and said, looks like you drank a lot. Ino involuntarily remembered the taste of Naruto, and blushing with shame, she slightly averted her eyes and pursed her lips cutely. It just so happened, shortly before her departure, she warned her son that she would be late with her friends. No wonder Sai knows about this. Although, mentally, Ino only chuckled. Just as I thought. He didn't notice anything. Sai, on the contrary, continued to examine Ino suspiciously, when suddenly Inogen's voice was heard from the other side of the table. Mom, you said you'd be back late, didn't you? I was just a little late. I haven't relaxed like this in a long time. Smiling, the kunoichi looked at her husband again and said, I am going to take a shower. Sai nodded and suddenly noticed something. This. The girl already breathed a sigh of relief and began to climb the stairs, when she suddenly heard his voice. Ino. She abruptly tensed and turned her head. Sai was already standing behind her and asked a little uncertainly, your ring. Did you lose it? He noticed. Crap. The kunoichi smiled stupidly and abruptly put her hands behind her back. WL. Yes. I didn't mean to upset you, ahem. But, I'll definitely find him. Okay. Sai calmly shrugged his shoulders and all his alertness instantly evaporated. It happens to everyone. Ino took a deep breath and quickly climbed up to the second floor. Leaning against the wall, she breathed quickly, her heart was ready to jump out of her chest. Damn. Wow. He doesn't notice traces of sex on me, but he did notice the ring. Yeah. God, what am I doing? Quickly mincing her bare feet along the floor, she made her way into the bathroom, pulled off all her clothes, and then her underwear. Left completely naked in front of the mirror, Ino once again sighed shamefacedly. How so? Examining the numerous bruises from the fingers, hickeys on the nipples and neck, Ino blushed more and more and bit her lips. God, did he specifically tag me? So it went. I cheated on Saya. Ino lightly hit her head on her reflection and grumbled nervously. And what should I do now? We have families. My god. Previously, you had to think. Now Ino couldn't deny that she liked it. The feeling of forbidden sex was slowly changing her mind, gradually causing her to become more and more depraved. The old moral foundations were shaken, and she embarked on a special path. Looking at the marks on her pale skin, she again began to be ashamed and remember that amazing pleasure. The body reacted again, now there is no way back. In his office, Naruto listened with interest to some chatty blonde and often glanced at her attractive girlfriend with glasses. In fact, he had long been accustomed to beautiful girls, so the presence of a couple more did not bother him at all. The blonde girl's name was Kane, she looked cute and tried to be funny. The other was called Akita and she acted strangely, as if she was sniffing something out and often gave Naruto strange looks, each time more and more suspicious. He had already begun to guess who the girl in front of him was. However, she could still make him a little surprised, yet her beauty could be compared to the best girls in the village. Some kind of passionate, even wild sexuality sparkled in her dark eyes. "Are you an Inuzuka?" Naruto suddenly asked, interrupting the flow of endless words of the blonde's chatter. He didn't even listen to all this nonsense. Akita was suddenly surprised and looked at the Hokage strangely. Well, yeah, clear. The man sighed and looked at Kane. "You can be free, your girlfriend is enough for me." But, the girl was about to protest, but seeing the Hokage's serious look, she quickly nodded, bowed and left the office. So Naruto was left alone with Akita Inuzuka, probably the first girl who smelled a lot of things that could cause unwanted problems. Science department, huh? How is this one? How is his? That one, your boss. Are you talking about Teacher Katasuke? The girl asked quietly. From the heavy atmosphere in the office, all her enthusiasm disappeared in an instant. She immediately realized that she was too hasty with her actions and sniffed out something that she shouldn't have. At the beginning it seemed funny, but now it's completely the opposite. Still, the 7th Hokage in Shippuden, this is quite scandalous news. Damn, looks like I'm in serious trouble. It's up to you, Naruto said as he read her mind as he stood up from his seat. He slowly walked around the table and got close to the girl. Lightly adjusting her white robe, he narrowed his eyes. Inuzuka has a good nose. How sad that I forgot about the appointment, otherwise this conversation would not have happened. In fact, Naruto missed this moment, since the appointment was not entirely for him, and he inadvertently did not take into account all the visitors who could pose a threat to his plans. Now the question is if she sensed Ino and Temari. If so, that would be even more of a problem and I would probably have to silence her myself. Chapter 67, I'm Not Your Dog. The air in the Hokage's office was quickly getting heavy and even the sun seemed to decide to bypass this place. Akita's breath was already caught from the pressure caused by the Hokage. She lowered her eyes sharply and said in the same bewitching voice, I won't say anything. I swear by Hokage-sama, it's none of my business. What are you talking about? I didn't even say anything. The girl raised her trembling eyes and whispered softly, you understand everything, don't you? Well, you're an Inuzuka, why be surprised, it's my fault. You can say you got into trouble because of my carelessness, pulling away from the girl. The Hokage sat on the edge of the table and clicked his cervical vertebrae a couple of times. Okay, it's not that important. Tell me how it is, what do you understand? Don't you dare lie, I don't want to go from a nice conversation to something problematic. Akita shuddered and shifted uncertainly from one foot to the other, and then nevertheless raised her eyes and spoke. I smelled your scent from Shippuden, then I still didn't understand that it was yours, but... Then, when Kane and I sent here, everything became clear to me. You and Shippuden, Lu lovers. Naruto tilted his head slightly and squinted. What else? More? Akita shuddered, I do not understand. Come on, Naruto chuckled, don't make such an innocent face, I see the true essence of people very well, I have the ability to easily convince even the most dangerous enemies. To do this, you need to look deeper. The Hokage continued to smile slyly, he involuntarily released his power and basically did not lie, because he really had a special skill inherent only to Naruto. Who but him could force Nagato and Obito to switch sides? However, a simple threat will work against such a shy girl. Akita swallowed nervously and nevertheless said, more. You were also here with another girl, Timur like too. Oh, not so bad. Do you know who they are? And no. Akita looked away hesitantly. The Hokage chuckled. Are you asking me? Well, I can find out if I follow the trail. Naruto smiled. Akita, you're doing well, so honest. That's all I need to know, good girl. The kunoichi immediately frowned and looked at the Hokage with displeasure. How his tone changed and she did not like the appeals at all. I'm not your dog. Chuckling, Naruto waved his hand. Don't make such a face. The smell cannot be considered as evidence, but even rumors are useless to me. I don't like problems, but you can create them for me. That's why Akita, I need to understand that you really will be a good girl and you will not start spreading rumors by walking out this door. I will certainly deal with them, those who dismiss them will pay, but all this takes time and my attention, and I really do not like unnecessary work. Why don't we solve everything at once? Akita glanced nervously at the Hokage. I'll decide right away. What do you have in mind? What's the point of me spreading rumors about the Hokage? You think I sniffed something? Who would believe that? I'm telling you, even if no one believes it, it will still attract attention. Naruto shrugged calmly, as if he was talking about something taken for granted. I don't need it. So, you have to convince me that you will remain silent. And how do I do that? Already asking this question, Akita shuddered involuntarily, especially when she saw Naruto's look. She saw something terrible in him. Lust, excitement, greed, power. The girl was instantly thrown into a fever, and she stepped back 2 steps. Her heart began to beat faster, and panic began to slowly take over her mind. Everything became clear to her even before he began to speak. Wait. No need. I really won't say anything. Inuzuka's instincts. Impressive, the Hokage smiled slightly. You react nicely, but don't be afraid, I don't act like a mad dog. I'm not going to jump on you. You need an incentive to keep quiet, and I need reasons to trust you. Mentally, he remarked, too shy, it's even funny. Worth some more fun. Actually, Naruto wasn't even angry, he just liked to take advantage of the situation. The girl not only considered herself capable of sticking her nose into other people's business, she also made it clear to him about this, really naively. It certainly won't hurt to tease her a little. Akita swallowed and asked uncertainly, holding her hands to her chest. And what do you want? Naruto chuckled as he raised his index finger and slowly walked around his desk before rummaging through his closet and pulling out a camera. After fiddling with the screen and lens, he finally figured it out and turned on the shooting. Interesting thing. I think it will scare her, stronger than my words. Even for the first time days, rummaging in his office, he found a camera. Now it could finally come in handy. Looks like there are phones around here. I should get myself one, anyway. Turning his attention back to the tense girl, Naruto said, I suddenly wanted to visit your scientific department. Okay, take off your clothes. Returning to the table, the Hokage raised an annoyed eyebrow. What else? For a girl, honor is an important thing. Am I not right? Show me without underwear and take pictures. Of course, I will not show them to anyone, this can also cause problems. We are in different Akita positions, even if your pictures come up, nothing will harm me as a whole, I have strength and capabilities. In your case, special photos will be enough pressure. Don't make eyes like that, I can't think of any other way, that's my methods. Chapter 68, Rudeness and Tenderness. Akita has already reached the point where, almost crying, she pressed herself against the door and sniffed. Please. I promise, I swear I won't say anything. Just please, don't make me do thing. Oh, well, it started. Naruto sighed and lowered the camera, a dark shadow instantly crawled over his face and he shook his head. Good move. I can't stand tears and please. Continuing to look at Akita's legs, the Hokage sighed. At least a word. If at least one wrong word leaves your little mouth, I promise you, we won't get by with photographs, I'll plug it with something bigger. He put down the camera and slowly approached the girl, she still continued to panic. As if facing a wild predator, Akita saw the true essence of the strongest in this village. He is like a demon, exactly as he was considered in the past. Even his eyes could make him tremble. I can't believe. The Hokage slowly approached the kunoichi and leaned slightly, as he towered noticeably over her. Now I don't have time for you, Akita, consider yourself lucky. But, Naruto sharply extended his hand to the girl's dress. Ai. Before she knew it, she suddenly said, ah. The Hokage easily penetrated her short dress and touched her dark panties. He did not penetrate them with his fingers, but, as an experienced hunter, he easily felt one weak spot. Ah sir, please don't. Naruto said, grinning at her cute face overflowing with panic and unexpected pleasure. Remember this feeling well. Chakra flows can turn your head, do you like it? My new fun technique. If you want to use your sharp tongue and skillful nose in my office or somewhere else, remember, they will immediately be in my crotch. Releasing his fingers, Naruto turned around and waved his hand. Tell your bespectacled man to drag his ass to me, I don't need his servants. Akita slid down the door and panted heavily, her panties soaking wet so fast she couldn't even figure out why. She swallowed involuntarily and raised her trembling eyes, meeting only with an imposing back, from which the entire body of the girl was on fire again. How so? His smell and hands. God, I need to run. Trying to get up, Akita quickly straightened the hem of her dress and said with a tremor in her voice. Sorry. I'll go. Yes, you can be free." The Hokage no longer paid attention to her and simply waved his hand, put his legs on the table and yawned. "If you want to continue, you know where to look for me." Akita quickly bowed and did not even notice how she flew out of this dangerous place. As soon as she was outside the door, the heavy pressure instantly disappeared, the smell subsided and the body became lighter again. Taking a deep breath, the kunoichi rejoiced for the first time in such fresh and light air. Yes, what kind of person is he? Remembering his words and that tart smell of masculinity, Akita shuddered and decided to get out of here as quickly as possible. 10 minutes ago, she had no idea how simple curiosity would play a cruel joke on her. For her, this male was really dangerous. The weakness of all Inuzuka is sense that can affect their emotions and instincts. To her dismay, the Hokage smelled so strange that the mere presence of him near him made her both awe and fear of him. As if leaving a dangerous trap, Akita quickened her pace and fled from the residence. She never thought that the 7th Hokage kept such a secret and was such a scary person. Master spoke of him as a kind and serious man. But he's just ruthless. Akita mentally vowed to herself not to return to this terrible place and not to contact the Hokage at all, let alone mention him in a conversation or even remember the story because of which she almost became his victim. The girl swallowed, remembering how alone his fingers made her almost lose her guard. A little more and she would have simply fallen into his demonic grasp. If it's only through her panties, what if he, blushing deeply, Akita lowered her head and tried to get rid of the sudden thoughts. Her wild Inuzuka blood made itself felt and it was frightening. Stopping in front of this seemingly small door, Temari hesitated again. The third day, another test. This door seemed to her the entrance to the abode of a greedy dragon. He used her as he wanted, and she only had to obey. Terrible bastard. What is this time? Just don't tell me that he will make me shamefully see come again. Temari clenched her fists and let out a long breath. To hell with him. In a month this will all be over, so what if he makes me come? Like I might like it. Who even likes this nasty slug with his disgusting fingers and filthy tongue? Temari got angry again, proudly tossed her head and snorted. Let's see. Even if you're a bastard doing this, I'll never give in. With a confident movement, the girl opened the door and calmly entered the Hokage's office. Immediately, she involuntarily clicked the lock and timidly stood at the door. Silence, as usual. For some reason, all confidence quickly began to evaporate, and she could not allow this, and that is why. I'm the bastard here. Will you ignore me? Naruto was distracted from contemplating Konoha outside the window and slowly turned around. Noticing the beautiful Temari, he quickly glanced at her luxurious figure, wrapped in an unusual outfit. Are you going to war? He chuckled defiantly as he glanced at Temari's battle uniform. She really did wear long dark trousers, a safety vest, a jacket and fingerless gloves. The only areas of skin that she allowed herself to expose were those same fingers and toes. The collar of the jacket even covered her beautiful neck, and the forehead protector. Naruto had never expected such a sight. However, it rather pissed him off. Although, Temari seemed to be hoping for a different reaction. Wow! I like. Dress like this more often, the Hokage chuckled as he got closer to the beautiful kunoichi. Now he walked only in dark trousers and a white t-shirt, not at all like the Hokage usually walks, only she was no longer led to such a good environment. He was clearly up to something. Approaching the girl, bandaged fingers touched her protector, he decided to start with the most serious move. You are beautiful Temari. Loose clothes suit you more than this armor, because you are petite and very sexy. One of the most amazing qualities in you is slender legs, a toned figure and such a bewitching smile. You decided to hide it from me, how sad, but I am even glad, because this combat outfit emphasizes everything that I was talking about, and even though you are frowning now, I like it too. Ha! The kunoichi's eyes fluttered suddenly. Naruto slowly touched her lips and acted unusually gentle. She did not even know how to react to this. He did not look at her predatory and lustfully, but rather with admiration and love. What the hell? It was the first time she had seen such a look from a man, even her husband had never shown such a look. To think, the man she had a child with didn't look at her like that rapist. Temari had always considered Shikamaru indecisive and incapable of taking the first step. With every second in this office she became more and more convinced of this. Even if it's half the same. Why? She could not believe that the person in front of her, being so mean and vicious, could be both incredibly rude and surprisingly sensitive and affectionate. Why are you doing this? She involuntarily lowered her eyes. Without removing his hand from her lips, she had long realized that it was useless. Why are you doing this? I like it, Naruto replied calmly, smiling. Temari abruptly looked up and meeting his bright smile, she began to get angry again. I'm not your toy. Stop torturing me, do what you decide, and I'll leave. Don't make yourself look good. I see right through you. Really? All the emotions of the Hokage evaporated in an instant. Involuntarily everything turned cold in Temari's chest. All the trembling disappeared as if her heart was covered with an ice crust. I don't understand. She didn't know how to react. For some reason she suddenly felt unwell from the way he jerked his hand back. A rude order followed immediately, tenderness as unprecedented. Take off your pants, lie down on the table and spread your legs. We'll finish quickly, I still have a lot to do. Bastard. He talks like he doesn't need it. What a scoundrel. It's like I'm here and he's doing me a favor. How I hate him. Temari's eyes simply burned with fiery rage. The resulting emptiness was filled with a flame of hatred. Chapter 69, Punishment, 18. Naruto sat comfortably in his chair and coldly looked at the kunoichi overflowing with anger. You yourself decided to finish quickly, so come on. I'm sure, no matter how I behave, you, as usual, will pour everything on me here. You only think about yourself. Unfaithful little wife. Fuck you, she snorted in disgust, went to Naruto's table and looked at him with contempt, took off her pants and panties, and then sat right in front of him and calmly spread her perfect legs, revealing a beautiful view of her trembling bosom. Already wet, Naruto glanced slightly at this appetizing place and snorted with a sneer, your body is too depraved. Shut up and lick. Oh. The Hokage narrowed his eyes. Yes, you completely got out of hand. From his sinister gaze, Temari shuddered sharply. Damn. She realized too late that she had said too much. Before the girl had time to squeak, she began to moan furiously. Ah. Naruto used his fingers, both of his hands went into action. He naturally wasn't going to lick that impudent bitch, she would have to beg for it herself. You want it harder, bitch? I'll show you whose toy you are. Continuing to pull two fingers right into Temari's narrow hole, Naruto laughed evilly. You should understand how to behave with your master, whether we have a month or not, but you are mine. Continuing to pinch her clit, one of the man's fingers began to tease the second fluttering hole. Temari at that moment just swam, biting her lips, she completely leaned back on the table and screamed furiously. In the past, Naruto had given her pleasure, but this time, he just fingered her hard. Pain mixed with pleasure became something shocking. Do you like bitch? The Hokage snarled, answer me. I. And no. Z. Ah, slapping her clit, he snorted. I cannot hear you. Temari shuddered all over and screamed. I don't know. You know everything. The Hokage laughed while continuing to wiggle his fingers hard. Finally this bitch started squirting like crazy. Her squeals and moans were just worth hearing. Enough. Will not be enough. Naruto continued to finger her. You didn't answer the question. Do you like Temari? It's nice when the Hokage strokes your clit and your married hole. She oozes from the fingers of another man. You are a whore. Pushing his free fingers into her mouth, Naruto chuckled. Good for you. Farefo, a muffled voice was heard, filled with amazing charm. Temari was already drooling, and savored the man's fingers to the fullest. What are you muttering? Naruto asked with a sneer as he added his third finger to the process. Farafo. I'm Farafo. Fat it. Temari's eyes rolled up with her mouth stuffed and she started squirting like crazy again. All Naruto's clothes were already soaked and he snorted contentedly. Fine. I respect Temari in you. Licking his fingers covered with the girl's saliva, the Hokage grinned. Back up your words with actions. I may not be able to kiss you, but I tasted it well. You're just addicted to this. You know. I decided to accustom you to my taste. If you don't want to kiss my lips, then you will kiss my dick. Maybe that's what you were hoping for. Slapping her wet pussy, Naruto received a sweet moan in response, and then took off his pants. His wand was already ready for battle, and he immediately decided to attach it somewhere. MMPF. Naruto calmly climbed onto the table and insolently placed his heated wand in the free wet hole. Teeth could be a problem, but he didn't care anymore, he himself was turned on in earnest. Stop screaming, they'll hear us, chuckling at the way she scratched him with her fangs, trying to threaten him in this way. Naruto simply turned to her wet pussy and bit his clit himself. Mha. Temari is shaking. It really became fun. Do your thing. A member is not a lips, you can kiss it, and my tongue and fingers can play with any of your holes. The contract is not broken, so work with your mouth. I got it. I hate it. Temari has already regained her sobriety of thought. Don't be conceited. I'm doing all this to protect my family. Freak. As long as he doesn't cross the line of what's allowed, I'll manage. Blushing with excitement and shame, the kunoichi with a displeased face began to move her head, sweating and constantly splashing. She quickly got used to it. Who would have thought, right on the table, Temari worked with her mouth, spreading her legs in front of Naruto. Shikamaru could not even imagine that his proud wife was generally capable of treason, and even more so, he could not even imagine that right now she, with a lustful face and sparkling eyes, indulged in debauchery with the 7th Hokage himself. It was the first time Temari sucked another man's cock, not her husband's, and indeed the first time she sucked cock. She never thought that he could be so big, hot and strong. Her jaw cramped, and the smell just melted her brain. How long will she have to endure all these tests? After half an hour, when Temari's mouth as a whole did nothing but salivate, and legs trembled non-stop from frequent orgasms, Naruto finally decided to finish. Moving to the other side of the table, he grabbed the girl's head and began to furiously enter her to the very throat. In the end, as it happens, get everything. A burning stream of male seed irrigated Temari's wet and tired throat. An incredibly strong stream hit right into the accessible hole, directly flooding all the paths and splashing even through the nose. Ah! Pulling out his cock covered in saliva and his own juices, Naruto smiled contentedly. Great! Temari continued to blow funny bubbles and ended up trying to swallow everything with a silly expression on her face. So viscous, gee god, she was crazy about the taste, smell, and viscosity, and how her traitorous body was reacting. The aroma and astringency of a man simply overwhelmed her. Temari no longer had the strength to continue. Her consciousness began to disappear somewhere to the stars. She had never experienced such strong excitement. Every time, in this office, she seemed to lose something, getting something new in return. Quickly turning Temari onto her side, Naruto sighed and patted her cheeks. Don't sleep. Hey! She really almost choked, and even at the moment of her jet orgasm. Well, what a woman. The body arched and just gushed. What a sight. I don't understand what she's balking at. Her body is already addicted. Awakening her became a difficult task. Naruto spent almost a minute on it. After another resounding slap, Temari suddenly screamed and began to look around in bewilderment. In time, her eyes focused, and she grunted, "Bastard! I almost suffocated. Don't you dare come in my mouth." What a quick reaction. It looks like I didn't fuck that deep and didn't get to her lustful brains. It's a pity. Naruto's body was glistening with sweat. He shook a couple of drops from his hair and stretched his shoulders. That's enough for you. Was it tasty? Watching the man's body in fascination, Temari blushed again, and then turned away. I despise you with all my heart. Grimacing, she suddenly pulled a hair out of her mouth and began to spit. Ugh! Ugh! Bastard! The kunoichi jumped up and started walking away. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. But even if she tried to escape, her consciousness had clearly not yet recovered, as well as her trembling and oozing body with juices. Hey, you forgot your pants. Naruto chuckling lifted his dark panties and inhaled the sweet scent. It smells like you. I love this depraved smell. Ah! Give it back. Completely red with shame, Temari tore her panties out of the hands of the Hokage and, gritting her teeth, began to pull on her pants. But she overestimated her strength and simply fell to the side. The body still couldn't recover from the orgasms. Enough already. She got up again and began to dress, but suddenly a loud slap came on her juicy ass. Ah! Turning around, Temari growled, but pulled herself together and turned away. Be patient. Everything for the sake of the family. The time will come and he will pay. Looking askance at the naked and grinning Naruto, her anger seethed. But the body. Yes, what's wrong with me? How she hated it all. Finally, she managed to get dressed somehow. As always, before Temari had time to leave, Naruto threw after her. Shikamaru hi. He mumbled under his breath and added rather loudly. Little cheating slut. The kunoichi stopped abruptly and shuddered. Her lower abdomen suddenly felt tight. His last words, full of mocking mockery, touched on something important, and the excitement surged with renewed vigor. But why? Clenching her fists, Temari tried to suppress this disgusting feeling and quickly escape from this cursed place. Again, how I hate, from the moment they secured this agreement, this obscene feeling reminds of itself again and again. Temari tried to hide him, never touch him, but with each meeting with Naruto, she became more and more aware that it was impossible to escape just like that. Chapter 70, Taste of Hokage. Slamming the door, Temari moved away from the office and let out a long breath. Once again, he deprived her of almost all her strength. Her legs were still trembling and the hot feeling below did not go away. Not surprising. He didn't let me finish. The feeling of dissatisfaction is not pleasant. She just got used to it. when suddenly he just brushed her off. He seemed to laugh. Temari sighed again, wiped her lips and blushed once again. This smell. The taste of the Hokage remained on his lips. Ah, the already wet panties became even more wet and Temari involuntarily extended her hand, when suddenly, about. Temari? The kunoichi almost jumped in fear. She quickly put her hands behind her back and swallowed. Why yes. Shikamaru stepped closer and scratched his head chuckling, what are you doing? I haven't seen her like this for a long time. Admiring the pinkish face of the girl, her sparkling eyes, the man involuntarily became embarrassed himself. Now she seemed quite beautiful to him, it's not clear why. And even these clothes. As soon as Temari saw her husband right next to the Hokage's office, a slight panic seized her. For the second time she was almost caught red-handed. Kunoichi quickly pulled herself together and became more serious, in contrast to her trembling womb, which treacherously oozed depraved nectar. What are you doing here? Her cold tone wiped out all the sudden attractiveness in an instant. Shikamaru sighed heavily and slyly replied, and what do you think? I'm taking a walk. I have nothing else to do at work. I'm not at all surprised, it's in your spirit, it's not clear why, but he was so annoying now. Yes. What did you forget yourself? Temari averted her eyes and grinned mischievously. Was with Naruto. Ah. There it is, Shikamaru nodded, that's clear then. Well, I need to see him too. Paying no more attention to his wife, the man walked towards the Hokage's office and simply ignored the situation. As always, Temari suddenly grimaced and something flared in her chest. She just went through such a humiliation to protect her family, and this bastard continues to act like this. The kunoichi abruptly took a step forward and blocked Shikamaru's path. He stopped abruptly. What are you doing? Yes, here, approaching the man's face, the girl grinned and kissed him on the cheek. I want to wish you good luck. Temari's wet lips touched her husband for a couple of seconds, as if trying to leave something there, and then she slyly grinned and went on her way without turning around. It is not clear why, but now she felt a strange satisfaction. Even a moment and she could not hold back. What the Shikamaru didn't understand what happened at all. He touched the wet spot on his cheek and smiled involuntarily. Yeah. Women, he couldn't even think that these obscene lips had recently been drowning in debauchery with a thick member of the Hokage, walking all over its base, perfectly licking every soiled millimeter, and all its taste and smell went nowhere. Disappeared, passed through this innocent kiss. With her actions, Temari expressed very different feelings. A minute later, left alone, the girl shuddered sharply and realized the situation. Only now did she realize what she had done. Something clicked in her head and she snapped. How angry she was that Shikamaru didn't do anything. All resentment and sadness, all this was contained in that treacherous kiss. Well, why? Temari herself did not understand what was going on in her heart. Meanwhile, Naruto calmly listened to Shikamaru's request before leaning back in his chair and rubbing his chin with a grin. Are you saying you want a day off? 2, Nara corrected. Even 2. Well, maybe 3. Oh, that means 3. The Hokage actually wanted to slash this insolent man well, but found the strength to restrain himself. Still, not so long ago, his little wife sucked him quite tasty. Remembering this scene, Naruto broke into a satisfied smile. Why not? It's 3 days off from me, and from you. Thoughtful, he nodded. Exactly. How about all your clan techniques? Shikamaru looked surprised and then shrugged indifferently. Yes, why not? But why would you? Yeah, why not? Naruto replied with a question, looking at his old friend with a sly grin. Okay, don't you want to talk? No need. Do you need everything? All. Okay. So exactly 3 days off? Naruto nodded briefly, still smiling. Shikamaru began to worry a little about this. For the first time in his memory, the 7th Hokage seemed so mysterious and even dangerous. While he was clearly happy about something. Why are you so happy? Nothing special. Naruto narrowed his eyes, thinking of a fun way to have fun with Temari near Shikamaru. Alcohol or jutsu? I'll give her a present when she finally gives me her slutty pussy. Usually I don't come indiscriminately, but on this day you can. Yes, knocking up a bitch at the side of her husband, what could be more fun? Noticing Shikamaru's condition, the Hokage finally replied. Just an exam in almost 3 months, I'm really looking forward to it. Well, yes, I actually do too. Choji and I plan to place bets. Yes. Don't waste time, your day off has already started. Naruto waved it off and closed his eyes. Don't forget to close the door. Okay. Shikamaru looked at his old friend a little more and, without revealing any oddities, calmly shrugged his shoulders and quickly left. Something too suspicious. Come to think of it, it started not too long ago. Chapter 71, Dangerous Future. Left alone, Naruto opened his eyes slightly, lost in his own thoughts. Temari. Unfortunately, she's not ready yet. She already knew how good my fingers are and how easily I can make her come. Today, I completely marked her with my scent, and she tasted my taste as it should. Her body adapts easily, but her heart still clings to the old life and pride. Now it is worth focusing on the main thing. She needs to get used to come, and then she just won't be able to resist when it comes to sex. Feelings are not so important. They're and not far from complete submission. Speaking of this. Temari. 2 Trust. 5 Depravity. 5 Subjugation. Condition Lust, Depression, Annoyance, Dissatisfaction, Shame, Sadness. While admiring the data, Naruto chuckled evilly. Yes. She didn't finish in the end. It's funny. But the guilt feeling has disappeared, but trust has fallen once again. It was already not so hot, but now it's almost worse than ever. It's even worth thinking about, but are there negative values? In general, logically, there should be. I think if it is at 0, it will not aggravate everything too much, but if it is lower, who knows what it will suit me. -100 should certainly make me wary of some kind of mental breakdown, with bloody consequences. That's the benefit of the system. In fact, it is reasonable. Trust is also important. Trust me as Shizun, and the moment of falling in love is not far away. It all comes down to feelings, and girls are special in this. If there is someone in their heart, and even this someone acts decisively, success is guaranteed. Another problem is if you act, and there is already another in her heart. In such a situation it remains only to become ruder. Should I show you care? It's not always tough to act. I'm not sure. It's better not to get inflamed with kindness with this girl. She herself is not one of the weak. If I show a little care, she will bite off my hand. Although, perhaps it is worth rewarding her, then she will understand that it is worth obeying. Also part of the training. From this side, I could convince her how much more reliable I am than any other man in her life. Besides, it's true, my property is inviolable. I think it will be a good blow to her heart. Thinking about everything, Naruto quickly moved to the table and crossed his legs under him. He wanted to chat with one fox. Now the situation is not suitable. Temari has not yet fully accustomed to my taste and her body has not yet completely obeyed. It takes time. Once that happens, we can attack her heart and mind, but for now, let's focus on the basics. Girls are important, but the future should not be forgotten. Penetrating into his own subconscious, Naruto immediately met with a cute snoring kurama. The huge fox was dozing quietly, and he looked completely harmless, except, perhaps, for his huge teeth and claws. No, still, even in a dream, he looked intimidating. However, Naruto was not afraid. He approached the face of the fox and flicked his nose. Kurama sharply opened his scarlet eyes and growled, "Naruto! How many times do I have to say, don't sneak up?" The Hokage chuckled. "Buddy, who is so carefree sleeping? Suddenly someone will attack, and you are resting here. Dubina, who's going to attack me here?" Kurama crouched down and wagged his tails. "They'll have to finish you off first, huh?" "Yes. I have no doubt." Naruto didn't deny it and sat down in front of Kurama. "We have to talk. Again about the same thing?" "Well, that too. I also want to know something else. I'm curious, how compatible is Mokuton with your chakra?" The Ninetales thought for a moment, scratched his outstretched chin with his claws, and replied menacingly, "Yes, I didn't think about that. Would release and my chakra?" "Actually, I'm not sure, Naruto. Ask a simpler question. If you think about it, it is unlikely that there will be problems with this. The time actually, that day against Orochimaru, that would release guy showed pathetic abilities. Hashirama's Mokuton is a completely different story. I think it has to do with our origins and nature. You and I read that scroll, remember?" Naruto flatly denied it. "No, but I'm interested in your opinion now, after so many years." Okay. I suppose it won't hurt you and me, but only if Mokuton belongs to you. Simply put, transplanted cells, like in your hand, will not work. They will try to absorb you and overwhelm me. In general. As a result, you should not rely on this element. I'm not sure that you can develop it with training, even in your case. Naruto nodded slowly and then remembered something. "But what about Moegi?" That girl with the stupid hair?" Kurama snorted. "She's just lucky, she won't be able to show even abilities close to Hashirama anyway." "Forgot. He, like you, possessed Hagoromo's chakra. What is the outcome?" she's just a little girl. Although, I don't deny, maybe she can do something, like that guy with a terrible face. Are you talking about Yamato? Yes, yes. I somehow don't care what his name is there. The Hokage smiled and shook his head. You, as usual. And, what, have you thought about the reincarnation? Ask later, while I'm considering all the options. Naruto frowned a little. This answer didn't really surprise him, and that's why he wasn't happy. Apparently, we need to act even more decisively. It's foolish to hope to get something if you just want it. He closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. A couple from Akatsuki will arrive in this world soon. Moreover, there was another one with Kaguya in the past. Now he is on this planet and is probably preparing to make his move. I'm afraid even you and I will have a hard time fighting this whole alien problem. Sasuke intervenes, but with his help. Kurama interrupted sternly. You are sure? How did you know this? I told you, Naruto sighed, something happened to me. I got some kind of suspicious power and seemed to wake up from all my delusions. Now, more than ever, I need to become stronger. You are my supporter of Kurama, that's why I'm talking to you about this. Before, I would not hesitate to ruffle this to the others, but, now. You saw for yourself, I let these lazy people go too far. Chapter 72, The Importance of Kurama. Kurama was silent, he continued to piercingly look at Naruto, and then he nevertheless grunted. Did you finally understand? Which of these scumbags is even trustworthy? I don't know what the power is there, but how is this related to such important information? Didn't God himself whisper this to you in a dream? Yes. Not a god. This is not a whisper, but knowledge. I saw pictures of the future. Ha, don't make such a face, I know how crazy it sounds. But, as it is, the Otsutsuki will attack in pairs of two, one will turn the other into a chakra fruit and simply devour it, and then Sasuke and I will start fighting against him. They will try to extract you, but because of the huge reserves of chakra, they will never succeed. Kurama chuckled. I had no doubt, fuck them, not my chakra. Grinning along with the fox, Naruto finished. Boruto will awaken a Jogan, some strange dojutsu. Also karma, it's some kind of Otsutsuki's method to be reborn again, he'll get it. Reborn? Kurama narrowed his eyes, so. One Otsutsuki will eat the other and end up dying anyway. Well, apparently, Naruto didn't deny, the worst thing is the other. The fact is that the third Otsutsuki will also arrive, he's not that much of a threat, but the fourth. Kaguya's partner, Hokage stopped and sighed. It wasn't that he cared that much, but in front of Kurama, he acted more worried about the situation. One way or another, in any case, he must intervene. How will he endure the destruction of Konoha, his power, and even so many beautiful kunoichi? How can this be allowed? This guy is very strong. We have about half a year, if not less. Naruto remembered the events of the new generation, albeit with some reservations. All these days he was not just fucking and enjoying life, he was remembering and planning. He didn't want to rely on Sasuke to fight, and he didn't want to die. Having gained strength and combat experience, combining this with knowledge of the future, he already had a couple of trump cards up his sleeve. Kurama nodded thoughtfully, he believed Naruto as much as he believed himself. If this vision of yours really comes true, then it's worth getting ready. What exactly did you see? I understand what you're talking about. The Hokage shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't remember the exact order of the battle. The first one like Momoshiki or something like that. You shouldn't be sure of a complete victory with him either, I don't trust these visions. In any case, I can roughly guess the strength of the enemy from fragments in memory. Memory? Kurama narrowed his eyes. Maybe. No, Naruto immediately dismissed the possible idea. Yamanaka is not an option. I don't want them to dig where they shouldn't. In this case, I have Ino, but I'm still working on it. Ino? The fox grinned. Are you really attracted to blondes? The Hokage grinned wickedly. I'm drawn to all the hot beauties. Ha! Really remembered the lessons of this old pervert? Who knows? If it gives strength to protect the village and everything important to me, I'm quite willing to act even like that. Kurama slowly lowered his head and chuckled. I recognize you less and less. Although, I can't say that I don't like it. There's just something different about you, and that's what I don't like. Is it that bad? No, the fox waved it off. What's the difference now? Anyway, you're not so frank with me now. I'll fix it, and don't stare at me like that. If only you kept secrets from me, don't forget who's been with you since the cradle, boy. Ah, you're so caring. Naruto smiled, I can't wait for your new looks. Shut up, Kurama snorted, better let me tell you what kind of forces the enemy has. Well, he's Otsutsuki, chakra, physical strength, everything is on top. He can easily deal with any of the Kage, except me, of course. The Byakugan and the ability to fly, That's about it. This is his normal state, without absorbing his partner. Ha! Well, you'll finish those weak Kage yourself, even without me. In principle, I didn't expect anything else from Otsutsuki. I still remember that terrible woman. Well, Kaguya is definitely no match. Kurama nodded. I have no doubt. So what is it like in its enhanced version? Naruto clapped his fist sharply. Exactly. He also has a pair of eyes in his hands. Red Rinnegan's. He could absorb chakra and techniques with those eyes. One eye absorbs, and the other releases them again, already in an enhanced version. Oh, not sickly. Kurama was clearly impressed. You could use that ability. Sure, the Hokage agreed. I would have had enough of the Byakugan. With my taijutsu, and all of our modes. Just perfect. Well, it's not harmful to dream. What else does he have there? He can make chakra fruits using the same Rinnegan, but he naturally needs to suck it out first. Naruto started twiddling his thumbs. When transforming, he uses black receivers, gets another Rinnegan in his forehead, moves through the dimensions, manipulates all 5 elements, creates monsters from chakra, the size of Susanoo. Basically, he's a dangerous guy. Perhaps. Kurama nodded and looked up. Do you have a plan? Yes. But, it's probably secondary, because right now I'm not exactly sure about my abilities, or rather, how much they will increase and change before the battle with the enemy. Reasonably, the fox again scratched his chin with his claws. I need to collect my thoughts. After all that has been said, I have to decide something. While you train. Since everything is so serious, you should not sit out your pants. Yes, I didn't intend to. Standing up, Naruto waved his hand. I'll go. There are at least 3 more months. The first enemy will arrive just in time for the exam. About the 4th of the Otsutsuki, unfortunately, I don't know anything yet. Everything is abrupt, but he beat us with Sasuke, I saw that for sure. Sucks. Kurama frowned. You should work harder. I will do so. The Ninetales immediately added. Since it turned out like this. I was thinking about it recently. If you need girls, you have plenty of them in Konoha. The easiest targets are the little ones from the academy. They are stupid as corks, and besides, weaklings, they are the easiest to fuck. Have you gotten to them yet? The Hokage looked at the fox in surprise, and then shook his head with a grin. I thought about it, but now is not the right time. Taking just anyone is not my style. Is there a difference? Kurama did not really understand the tastes for human women, so he snorted. As for me, the main thing is to become stronger. However, it's up to you. Naruto only nodded in response and simply disappeared. Here he did everything he wanted. It is difficult with the Ninetales, perhaps more difficult than with anyone, but you can't leave the situation to chance. A whole future is ahead and the fox must become the most faithful ally in the most difficult battles. Chapter 73, In Search of Compromising Evidence. Left alone, Kurama thought for a long time. He did not like the situation with Otsutsuki very much. He perfectly understood the reason for their arrival and what it would lead to. And Naruto's words didn't really surprise him. One day it had to happen. Kaguya came to this planet for a reason. The situation is getting worse and worse. Naruto wouldn't lie even if he changed. Although, it's a pity that I couldn't understand anything at that time. He's obviously hiding something from me. Now also Otsutsuki, they'll probably want to get all of us. A new look, It's not like gender matters, I didn't even think about it. With a wicked smirk, the fox nodded. On the other hand, human girls are smaller and more agile. In battle, my appearance can confuse the cards of the enemy, and even with such a chakra. Size matters. In this case, a small and large form will come in handy. Thinking about it, Kurama didn't even notice when he accepted Naruto's offer. Besides, this brat is clearly eligible in girls. If I decide on the gender, maybe I can help the dunce. He's right, it makes no sense to take just anyone. And we've been together for a long time, who if not me will help him? Reasonable. In fact, Kurama could consider himself a male, but he never even thought about it in the past, and in fact, kitsune do not quite have a gender even in legends, and if they turn into a human form, then a woman is preferable. Bijus also have no gender and no attraction, as they are just chakra monsters and were treated accordingly. Kurama didn't have time to think about his orientation and gender. In addition, he listened to Naruto, and even if he considered the girlish appearance slightly ridiculous and even hurting his pride, on the other hand, he also understood its advantages. It's not like he was doing it for Naruto. Rather, for the first time, Kurama seriously thought about it, and even about whether someone might like him. Well, nonsense. Cursing, the fox closed his eyes and snorted. Thoughts of such nonsense annoyed him too much. Every time his Jinchuriki got intimate, he always refused to watch this depravity in disgust. Only this time he was slightly annoyed that Naruto was hiding everything on purpose. Meanwhile, the Hokage continued to deal with his memory and past personality experience, also learning the skills in the system. He mostly understood certain abilities, but some were still a mystery. For example, skills such as luck. In addition, bloodline abilities also seemed too vague and unclear. It seems that this can only be dealt with by experience. Well, or I have too little information and understanding. Thinking in that direction, he decided to wait and review everything later. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes and turned his attention to the door. It's already evening. So, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Charming Shizun quickly entered the office and smiled sweetly. Hokage-sama, bowing, she immediately said, I'm distracting Tenten right now. So this is a clone. Admiring the appetizing forms of the girl, Naruto let out a sad sigh. And I wanted to reward you so much. Shizun swallowed, don't tease me. I can't help it. The Hokage chuckled slyly. Tomorrow you will get everything, be patient. Rising, he waved his hand. I went. Naruto disappeared almost instantly, he wasn't going to delay his opportunity. Shizun sighed, she knew perfectly well that he was only teasing her. There was nothing left but to lay down the hand seals and dispel the clone. Perhaps tomorrow she really will be rewarded. Meanwhile, the Hokage headed towards Tenten's house. Later, he stopped in front of a small two-story house with a beautiful flower garden. He easily identified all the people nearby and calmly nodded. Shizun didn't lie, Tenten really wasn't at home. If so, then finally you can act. Cute. After admiring this well-groomed female dwelling, Naruto without thinking twice moved to the window on the second floor. So he ended up in the women's bedroom. The first thing that caught my eye was a large bed with red silk sheets, thick red curtains easily hiding all the views from the street, as well as the smell. Here, obviously, someone plays with himself very often. Naturally, Naruto could not confuse that same feminine scent with anything. However, it didn't mean anything right now. Still, a single woman in her bedroom has the right to pervert as she pleases. Rather, it would be surprising if she did not touch herself. Surprised, perhaps, her tastes. Tenten kept only a couple of photos on her cabinet, otherwise the walls were decorated with frames with various Fuin inscriptions or weapons. In principle, not a particularly strange room, Naruto expected just something like that from the shinobi of her direction. Noticing a few soft toys on the bed, he smiled in surprise. Really cute. So innocent. Although, it's hard to believe, continuing to search, he looked into the nightstand and under the bed, without finding anything interesting. It all seemed rather suspicious. Someone could draw a simple conclusion, Tenten is an ordinary girl and there is nothing special about her, that's just. Naruto immediately dismissed this option. 10 minutes later, he searched the whole house and returned to the bedroom with a disgruntled face. As a result, left with nothing. It's unpleasant. Why did I decide to search her house in the first place? Thinking about it, Naruto sat down on the bed and sighed. Did my instinct let me down? No, I'm sure she has a secret, a very dirty secret. It is unlikely that this is just virginity. Such a persistent smell in the room says a lot. Just fingers? I doubt it. She should have at least one toy, even Shizun had one, and she was inferior to her in depravity. But, Tenten has a house like an exemplary girl, she doesn't even have underwear. Frowning sharply, Naruto got up and quickly walked over to a large chest of drawers with a mirror. He opened it again and came across dozens of scrolls, then clothes in the second section, weapons in the third, and then several more scrolls, 3 in total. Glancing back at the outerwear closet, Naruto narrowed his eyes. There are only 3 pairs of shoes in the closet, 5 kimonos, belts and more scrolls. The girl wears so little. Does she really not wear underwear? Is this her secret? Naruto couldn't believe this. Even if Tenten doesn't have enough clothes, it's all too flimsy. And now his attention was attracted by the scrolls in the lowest locker, in the very department on which he stopped. 3 scrolls? Why aren't they with the others? At that thought, he eyed each one suspiciously. They did not differ in size, the most standard scrolls with a red cover, not marked. There were at least 2 such boxes in his office and all empty. That's why he didn't even pay attention to them the first time. But they are needed not for simple records, but for. So that's what it is. He finally got it. Chapter 79, A Different Approach. The world cleared up. Naruto opened his eyelids, yawned, and slowly stood up. Looking around, to his surprise, he noticed his wife nearby. This time, Hinata didn't wake up earlier than the others, she was sleeping quietly next to him. The Hokage yawned again, looked around and quickly found his trousers. Unfortunately they were wet, so he rummaged through the closet and found others there. After changing his clothes, he quickly took a shower and went down to the first floor. Before that, complete silence reigned in the house, but as soon as he went downstairs, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who was brought there at such an early hour? Still yawning, Naruto took a bottle of milk out of the fridge and squinted at the bottle. Curious. Do they have cows here? Somehow I hadn't thought about it before. After all, someone is working on farms and fields. Shrugging his shoulders, the Hokage took a couple of sips, and then frowned in annoyance. Someone kept ringing at the door. Hopefully not Tsunade. That cowardly girl could very well cheat and meet Hinata. Although, it's unlikely. If she wanted to, she would have done it a long time ago. Sighing, Naruto grabbed a raw egg from the refrigerator and punched a hole in it with a sharp movement of his finger. With my hobbies, squirrels definitely won't hurt. Throwing back his head, he quickly refreshed himself, and then, with a displeased look, crept up to the door. Let me open it. Stop pushing the button. The Hokage swore as he clicked the lock. About. Together with the beautiful rays of the rising sun, a stunning beauty looked into the house. From her beautiful face, Naruto even drowsiness disappeared like a hand. Goddess? As always, she looked delightful. Have you decided to go down to the mortal world? Hanabi didn't even know what to answer from such words. Moreover, the Hokage stood naked to the waist. The rays of the sun ideally described his entire relief torso. This was the first time Kunoichi had seen a half-naked man so close. In the clan, such behavior was a real taboo, but Naruto. For a moment, she lost her composure, though she didn't show it. Naruto, are you okay? She finally pulled herself together and returned her carefree smile. Just fine. Looking up from the contemplation of this beauty, he slightly stepped aside. Come on, I'll cook something. Oh, well, I've actually. You decided to argue with the Hokage? No, but... Naruto couldn't stand any objections and waved his hand. Come in already. Well, okay, she chuckled, unable to resist. You are so kind, Hokage-sama. I had a very pleasant night. I hope not for papers in your office. Smiling enigmatically, he replied. You cannot even imagine. When Hanabi walked into the kitchen and took her place at the table, her eyes were fixed on Naruto's back. Again he seemed strange to her. Once again, some kind of invisible charm that she encountered for the first time emanated from him. He had never seemed so interesting before. She seemed to want to listen to him, to watch him, to study him. All the Kunoichi's innate curiosity was trying to break free. Moreover, it seemed that during these days that they did not see each other, this intention only intensified. You will be delighted with my pancakes, you know the old recipe? Naruto grinned at an important point. Still, this is one of the few that I remember from my past. Although, according to the recipe, I added quite a few interesting ingredients to these pancakes. Yes, in the past I preferred not quite useful things. I didn't know you could cook. Once again her charming voice gently touched the strings of his soul. As if a spring breeze quietly enveloped the whole body, whispering something charming and bewitching to him. Hanabi really impressed with her amazing ability to influence men. I'm too impressionable. The Hokage involuntarily muttered, and this could not escape Hanabi's sensitive ears. Now she tried to catch his every word. In this quiet room, not a single sound could escape her curiosity. What do you mean, impressionable? It's a different question. Naruto said with a slight smile. It's about you. You are incredibly attractive, your face, body, even movements. All this is mesmerizing. It's not easy for me to get used to this and behave normally. Without even turning around, he continued to stir the dough, waiting for her next move. So far, everything was under control, but one wrong word could create unnecessary problems. Naruto was well aware of what to talk about and what to keep silent about. For a girl of her beauty, pathetic compliments were worth nothing. The question is, where will this lead? However, Hanabi was not a little surprised by such a sudden compliment. Is he serious now? If you remember, last time he behaved like a pervert. Why did he suddenly? She could not understand the reason, yet she saw through men almost always. With her appearance, it would be too strange that she hadn't been told something like this in the past. But, it's too unclear why Naruto suddenly began to behave like that. He had never stared at her before, and then he suddenly showed a lustful look. And now he behaves like a caring gentleman. And is it okay to say that to your own wife's sister? If he wasn't my sister's husband, I would have thought that he wanted to get into my panties like all these jerks. But why didn't I answer then? He didn't just blurt it out like that, did he? Realizing everything, Hanabi abruptly looked up and abruptly met his sparkling cunning eyes. Naruto looked straight at her and smiled calmly. He didn't show any lust or desire to possess her. Almost the most ordinary look, with secrets hidden in its depths, to which one really wanted to find answers. Maybe I just imagined. That day with Hinata, he didn't look like this. Clutching the kimono under the table, Hanabi revealed her innocent smile and calmly replied, I am often told about my attractiveness, but thanks for the compliment. Naruto chuckled, it's not that simple. Do you think I'm only interested in the picture? Eh? Of course you are very beautiful. But, there is something special here. The Hokage smiled enigmatically and slowly poured the batter into the pan. As soon as the first outlines of pancakes appeared, he again turned his gaze to the girl. She was still waiting for his words, blinking curiously. The fact is that female beauty is not only reduced to appearance, the smoothness of their skin, the size of their hips and breasts. Only jerks with small dicks that they don't know where to attach think so. Of course, you are already used to this laughingstock. With a mocking smirk, the Hokage poured the dough over a couple more pancakes, while Hanabi quietly chuckled at his rude comment. He hit the nail on the head, that's what all these people looked like. As soon as Naruto's hand twitched, the kunoichi immediately stopped smiling and quickly returned to her former innocent expression, remaining with the same interested gleam in her eyes. Naruto spoke again after a couple of seconds. There are more important things, and they are considered true female beauty. The Hokage closed his eyes for a moment in thought. Voice. It means a lot. The way it caresses my ear. I love it. Also, the smell, the way it makes my head spin. Indescribable. I'm just in love with this feeling. And where without femininity? The charm of graceful movements and, of course, a special sparkle in the eyes, the way sexuality sparkles on the skin of a beautiful kunoichi. And also, after a pause and with a grin, throwing a short glance in the direction of the bewitched girl, the man whispered, the main thing is her core. That hidden entity hiding behind that mask. Something hidden, much more intimate than a place in her panties. After all, the underwear can be torn off, and the mask is something deeper and more hidden. Sometimes, even for years, lovers are not able to touch this intimate part of their partner. How unhappy they are. The true essence, fears, their perverted thoughts. As soon as the girl demonstrates them, one can choke in this beauty. This is where the truth lies. Chapter 80, Weakness. The sudden silence was replaced by another hiss of a frying pan. What? Hanabi did not understand anything, but at the same time she blushed, unable to contain her emotions for the first time. Imperceptibly, the kunoichi's trembling eyes noticed how Naruto was in front of the table, put a plate with a couple of pancakes in front of her and smiled. I just love it when this mask slowly crumbles before my eyes, as if the whole veil covering a beautiful face instantly falls off without a trace. I am dreamily in love with this feeling and such an essence of female beauty. Naruto grinned right in her face and waved his hand and unrolled. Bon appetit. They are not as fun as with my special recipe, but they seem to be delicious. Yeah, I can scratch my tongue. My legendary skill in action. Yet this girl also has a weakness, she really loves to listen and ask questions. She is trying to figure everything out, even the dregs that I rattled her. As Hinata said, all Hyugas love to listen, see and analyze, and even how my wife used the Byakugan in her youth to watch me. Creepy, but cute. Let's see where it leads. I can philosophize. While sipping milk, Naruto decided to make himself a portion, while Hanabi stared stupidly at the cranberry sauce drizzled with pancakes on a plate. She involuntarily swallowed. What does it mean? Was he talking about me now? The girl did not know what to think. The way he spoke simply could not fail to charm. And Naruto, turning slowly towards the man, Hanabi's gentle voice once again swept through the kitchen. But, old man. Hanabi's sister, Boruto appeared suddenly and broke the whole awkward atmosphere. You cook. The guy was surprised, looking at his father behind the stove. I would never have thought. Where is mom? Resting, we had a hot night. The Hokage replied with a grin, winking at Hanabi. He was not at all annoyed by the sudden appearance of his son. Now he felt power over the situation, so he was already worried about something else. Besides, this sucker will soon learn respect. The kunoichi was surprised at Naruto's actions, and then suddenly realized everything. So that's why he's in such a good mood. Restraining herself so as not to be embarrassed, she turned away and nodded to her nephew. Hey Boruto. Yeah. Why are you here early in the morning? Indeed. You never said, Naruto remarked as he poured sauce over his plate of pancakes. He settled down opposite the girl and began to have breakfast. It's really not that bad. The kunoichi smiled slightly as she watched him eat, and then explained. I came to Himawari. Her father asked her to test her Byakugan. Yes, don't look at me like that. I said nothing. For now. I know that you and Hinata are against her training, but, you know, at my age, it was quite normal. She is a real genius and the longer you wait, the more time you lose. What enthusiasm, as long as there are no awkward topics, she shines like that. Naruto took a sip of milk and looked at his son. Boruto, sit down. Ah, yeah. The boy obeyed and sat down next to his father. Then the Hokage handed him a piece of pancake. Try. The guy did not even have time to refuse, as a piece fell into his mouth. He was uncertainly worried, and then surprised and nodded. Tasty. Well, still. Turning to Hanabi, Naruto smiled. Fresh pancakes are always the best. Young beauties are also good. Although, it is better to use a different analogy for women. Still, tasty at times and very young or even very mature. Putting his sticks aside, the Hokage chuckled, looking at the surprised Kunoichi, who still didn't understand the reason for the change in conversation. You're right, I fully share your opinion, it's really better for her to start training, but, pointing a wand at the girl's cute nose, the man smiled slyly. It's better to wait until she gets ready, after all, a sleepy girl is clearly not as good as a fresh and cheerful one. Smiling at the bewildered faces of this couple, Naruto put the last piece in his mouth and held out contentedly. I'm really good. Standing up, he looked at the surprised Kunoichi. You can stay with us today. If you want to train my daughter, you better do it under the supervision of her mother. We have a spare room, Boruto will arrange everything. But father. No buts. Asking for a frown at his son, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Do what they say, and then you'll get your reward. Reward? Wait, why would I even? Don't ask boring questions, go eat and get ready, you and I are training. I'll get dressed. In a tone that brooked no objection, Naruto ordered his son, waved his hand and left, leaving the boy and Hanabi alone. Damn old man, what's wrong with him? Boruto muttered under his breath and looked at the pensive girl. Hanabi's sister. Something happened? No, it's alright, she smiled charmingly, as always, embarrassed herself for some reason at some dangerous thought. If you remember, the last time I stayed with him in the same house, everything changed too much. He didn't do it on purpose, did he? It doesn't seem like it, because I myself proposed, but... Why does this strange feeling not leave me? Hanabi lowered her eyes and calmed down. It's fine. I just didn't get enough sleep and overworked in the morning workout. Oh, I understand. In any case, even if he behaves strangely, it does not mean anything. At least Naruto had something to talk about now, and it was different than anything she had experienced in the past. Chapter 87, Now he definitely won't stop. After a little training with his son, as well as the main reason for everything that happened, Sarada, Naruto decided to test his abilities properly. Last time, Kurama prevented a full test of all skills and testing himself in sparring with a clone, so now he wanted to see it through. The Hokage left Konoha and swept through the forests and mountains at impressive speed, stopping at a rather significant place, the Valley of the End. Although, now, this place is more like a huge crater with a small pond. After the battle with Sasuke, the lake in the center of the valley almost completely evaporated, and only headless silhouettes, covered with cracks and chips, remained from the two statues of Madara and Hashirama. Over the years, the grass has grown a little here and the place no longer looked so abandoned, but still, one could notice traces of the battle of the past, like fragments of stone statues. Naruto stopped at the edge of the lake, entered Kurama mode and took off. Last time, in the Forest of Death, he managed to test the very basics of his abilities. It is no longer possible to concentrate the truth-seeking balls, but special elements remain, magnetism, lava and boiling. He wanted to test them first. One hand seal and 3 shadow clones appeared instantly, followed by an orange chakra aura, and then a Rasengan appeared in each of their right hands. Scorching red, hazy and hot, and gray, with lumps of soil and dust gathered under it. Exchanging glances with his copies, the Hokage ordered, "You 3, attack me, don't hold back." Even if he had gained all of Naruto's combat experience, he still felt a little nervous about facing such dangerous ninjutsu, fully aware of their overwhelming power. With clones, I can't really go all out, but I can definitely test my Rasengans and get used to fighting a little. Once I receive the perfect FA, my strength will completely change, if I understand my limits now, so that I can compare with them in the future. I think this test will come in handy. Once I figure this out, I need to work on developing the control jutsu. Capturing villages is the most important step in development. The thought flashed through his mind as quickly as he broke the distance and took off. Even though they are clones, he was not going to relax. A clone appeared behind him and roared, attacking with the Rasen Shuriken of the elements of magnetism. Immediately, blue chakra sparkled on Naruto's hand, forming an identical sphere. He decided to respond with the same technique. The clone snorted derisively and accelerated, the original responded in kind. They just weren't going to give in to each other. There was a deafening roar as the two technicians clashed in an attempt to destroy everything in their path. The shock wave shook the ground, blasting nearby rocks into dust. Even though they were 10 meters above the ground, dozens of deep cracks scattered across the stone surface next to the lake. Ha! Naruto was knocked back by the shock wave. He did not even have time to regroup, as two clones from two sides already rushed to the attack. They chose the perfect moment to strike and were not going to give their creator any indulgence. Naruto was counting on it. Grinning harshly and getting rid of the torn pieces of his shirt, he extended his arms to the side, straight in the direction of the clone jutsu. Damn Naruto, he's got nothing but Raisengans. Before, he didn't think much about all of his attacking techniques, but now the drawback is clear, he couldn't respond to powerful attacks from both sides. It is impossible to create two Super Raisen Shuriken, the control did not allow, so I had to act easier. Letting out a disgruntled sigh, Naruto closed the seal and rapidly began to overgrow with chakra, reaching the full-tailed beast transformation in a matter of seconds. Kurama. Understood. The fox realized the situation in an instant and Naruto gained full control of this form and then extended his arms to the sides in an attempt to hold back the clone jutsu. At the same time, the huge claws of the avatar collided with the lava and boil release Super Raisen Shuriken. The ground under the giant paws immediately shuddered and sank for a whole meter. Stones shot up into the air, Kurama growled furiously. Grah! After a terrible roar, the Hokage still withstood two point-blank attacks. With a menacing grin, chakra immediately trembled on his two huge paws, and then, right in the avatar's head, he folded the seals, forming three more shadow clones of Kurama. Now he was fully aware of the destructive power before the transformation, and now he wanted to test the full potential of Asura's completed form. One of the clones gathered enough natural energy in a matter of seconds, and then there was a roar. A terrifying stream of natural energy burst into Kurama's main avatar, and then the other two immediately merged into one. The sky trembled with incredible strength. The Valley of the End seemed to remember all the incredible strength of Naruto, even the earth heeded his power, and the water in the lake just went crazy. Naruto no longer lost concentration. Deep inside, he was content with strength, but not too happy either, knowing full well that even with all this, he was still no match for his future enemies. And finally, the final version of Asura's transformation was reaching full completion. 6 arms, 3 faces and 9 tails. The strongest form required a huge chakra boost, but even so, its appearance in this world caused space itself to tremble. Not bad. Kurama nodded excitedly, you really have gotten stronger. The Hokage didn't argue, he got a little better thanks to completing the first goal. But that wasn't enough. Listen Kurama, recently, trying to be persuasive, he paused, and then finished. I know about the Villian regime. What? Fox sharply tensed, I am aware of the consequences of this method. Against Ishiki, you and I will use it. The sky seemed to darken even more, Naruto's words made even the Nine Tails flinch. He was silent. Everything came to what he secretly feared. What the heck? There was no doubt that everything Naruto had said earlier would actually happen. There's no way he could have known about this method, which means, damn. So it's all come to this. Is this Ishiki really that strong? Yes. Naruto sighed, Sasuke and I couldn't do anything, I only know that you helped me with this and risked everything. That's why I don't want to sit still. If I remain as weak, you and I will have to risk our lives. You're even worse. Trying not to reveal unnecessary details, the Hokage sighed. I know how dangerous this is for you, so I need to focus on development. Even if I have to act violently, I won't stop. I won't let you die. There was an infinite determination in his eyes to go to any lengths for his friend. Naruto. You. The Nine Tails did not answer, he was silent for a long time. He had known for a very long time about the Villian regime and how dangerous it was for himself. Only in a really critical situation, he was ready to tell Naruto about this, on the day when there would be no more chance for salvation. Who could have known what he would tell him himself, clearly aware of the consequences? That guy. What the hell was I thinking? Knowing Naruto, now he definitely won't stop. The fox could only smile wryly, the last days he thought about many things, and now. After a heavy sigh, he said, let's not talk about it, this is the last thing I want to discuss with you. Better tell me what you're thinking. All this training with clones, what is it for? Naruto did not insist, his plan was different, so he replied, just a test. I will become even stronger very soon, but there is another method. I'm going to have to tell you one way or another, so while I'm done, Chapter 88, True Purpose. Naruto abruptly extended his huge paw and a huge dark ball immediately began to form on it, then covered with the element of wind, turning into the strongest jutsu, Raisin Shuriken-tailed beast ball. Let's see how powerful she is. As soon as the technique was completely completed and filled with all the accumulated natural energy, the avatar growled sharply. The black skies rumbled, sparks of lightning crackled. In the next moment, Naruto suddenly tensed up and immediately threw out his hand in the direction of the remains of the Hashirama statue. He was going to end it all with one attack. Without a worthy opponent, he only had to evaluate his strength in the simplest way. A ninjutsu of terrifying power, the fusion of different types of chakra, and the power of the tailed bomb erupted into the air. At an impressive speed, the Raisin Shuriken swept through hundreds of meters, and then finally crashed into the target. An explosion of this magnitude instantly blocked the horizon, and then a terrible shock wave reached the avatar. All the remains of the waterfall and the two statues turned into dust. The mushroom cloud slowly grew in the sky as Naruto fully exited tailed mode and covered his head with his hand. Waves of the wind element cut into the skin and literally repelled him, but he stood an unbreakable fortress. Even huge chunks of rocks separated and the ground cracked, but Naruto stood and waited. Finally, after a full minute, the power of the technique weakened, and then the dust dissipated. All that remained was a huge crater at the site of the former waterfall. A truly sad sight. There was no trace of the fragments of the statues, and a giant hole divided the mountain through and through. The storm from the explosion subsided, the skies began to brighten again. Naruto did not even doubt that such an explosion could be noticed in Konoha, but he was not worried, but simply sat down on the ground and exhaled in relief. Come down. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, "Do you think Sasuke can handle this?" Kurama thought about it and then shook his head. "Most likely, he can just dodge, with his eyes." Reasonable, Naruto didn't argue, he would have done the same if he had spatial jutsu. Unfortunately, the speed of the Raisin Shuriken failed, but the destructive power could level half of Konoha with the ground. However, with the Rinnegan, it is possible to destroy the entire Konoha. Here the power of this dojutsu could reveal itself completely. Although, in a direct encounter, the Raisin Shuriken combined with the tailed bomb is just a terrifying jutsu. When I get the perfect FA, consecutive 5, 10, 15% will make me much stronger, and that's not to mention Mokutan. I have speed, flight, suppressive attack technique, sensory and huge reserves of chakra. In principle, not so bad. I can understand the reason for focusing on Rasengan. After all, there is no point in other techniques if there is all this. Naruto only needs to catch up and hit. But that won't work against a Shiki. I need a trump card like absolute suppression in Baryon mode or Sasuke's Rinnegan. In the worst case, I will have to take him by force. There is nothing wrong with that. After all, we are not friends with him. Rather, it is worth calculating whether Sasuke and I are stronger in a team or whether I, with the Rinnegan, are stronger. Getting rid of a useful ally is stupid, but there are also two problems here. First of all, Sasuke is not Shikamaru. If Shikamaru hasn't noticed anything yet, and even if he did, he's not a threat, but Sasuke is a different case. He's a better friend, more observant, and also the kind of person who can provoke me, just like Sakura. If some leftist calls me a fool, I won't like it. And finally, the second problem is Sakura. I won't lie, I liked playing with Kunoichi, not so much because of self-development with the help of the system, but simply because it is enjoyable and even fun. Sasuke is her husband, he automatically gets in my way. It is doubtful that it will be possible to lead him by the nose like Shikamaru. At least it's stupid to count on it. Although, no one bothers me to manipulate her. I have compromising evidence, only she herself has the strength and, Sasuke in support. If only I could force them both to submit. Naruto sighed in annoyance. Something I digress. This is a matter for the future, in any case, it all comes down to strength. Kunoichi is no longer enough for me, the subjugation of the villages, this is the true goal. Just then, Kurama asked again, "And what did you think, can you finally say?" Everything came to where they left off. The villages are the goal, but the relationship with the Ninetales is still a barrier. It's simple, the Hokage relaxed, as you already know, subjugating girls gives me strength. I can't say everything, I just hope you trust me on this. Fox frowned in annoyance. You do not trust me. And this is after all. He asked exactly what he needed. You're right, Naruto sighed. He really did not want to let others in on his secret, but, unfortunately, there is no point in hiding it for a long time. Kurama is the only one who should know the basic principle of his ability. Demanding trust from him when you hide it yourself is not very reasonable now. After all, who would get worse if he told? Naruto still saw the fox as a threat, yet he wasn't the one Naruto that he would sacrifice himself for, which is why he withheld everything about his new ability. But if you continue to do so, it will just create problems. He and Kurama are in the same boat, living in the same body, now secrets will only separate them. Naturally, he was not going to reduce everything to mutual trust, but rather to ensure that the fox unquestioningly believed him and stopped doubting. You could say it's ideal if he just obeyed him, like all kunoichi. That is why in the past he offered the fox to become a girl, because Naruto would be able to find a common language with them. In one body there cannot be two masters or friends, there is only a master and a subordinate. He did not believe in other relationships. That's why. I got some kind of power, you already know that, but I didn't say the main thing. First, I get stronger not because I sleep with girls, but rather because I subdue them. I know it sounds strange, but the essence is simple. Once I get the so-called submission points, I reach a certain stage by completing the goal. What kind of nonsense? Kurama snorted, are you trying to fool my brain like that? You wanted me to tell you everything, here's the truth. Whatever it is, you have to accept it. I already said that I saw the future, do you already have doubts about the truth? Kurama was silent, and the Hokage continued. Accept the fact that I have received some kind of power that allows me to convert relationships with women into points, thereby receiving rewards for this. The first reward strengthened me, and the next one, once I reach 500 points, will be even more useful. Naruto paused and then asked with a sly grin. And what do you think I'll get? Are you asking me? The fox frowned, too unnerved by what he couldn't understand. That's just, obviously, Naruto did not lie, so Kurama was not stubborn. I don't like this power at all. Do you just subdue others and get something? Everyone should develop like this. This is some unreal scam. It's right. Naruto shrugged calmly, he couldn't argue with that, but what choice did he have? Work out? If only it were that simple. Over the past weeks, the residence has piled up over the roof, and that's only because the Hokage didn't create clones or do other people's work. Everyone in this Konoha relied on him, isn't that a scam? Rumors have already begun to circulate around the village that the great Hokage has stopped taking grandmothers across the road. And this is not an exaggeration, Naruto actually did it. In this developed city there are no ministers, no normal management structure. Naruto just couldn't have time to train, and even if they did, what's the point of them? It is worth looking at everything objectively. Sasuke and Naruto got their powers not quite by hard work, but to strengthen the already existing one, by an honest method, is too unrealistic an achievement. He could take the time to practice, but what's the end result? Is it possible to strengthen yourself to the level of a shiki in 3 months? Doubtful. Besides, if there was an opportunity to become stronger, even by this method, he didn't care how it looked. Scam. Let it be. But the process is pleasant and interesting. Chapter 89, Plans for Everyone. In any case, Naruto knew about the benefits too much firsthand. So he was amused by this situation. I was born and got you, and also Azura's chakra did its job. I have excellent genes, the father of the Hokage, and I am also the child of prophecy. I'll survive cheating somehow, believe me, it's better to be a cheat than a dead man or a slave of Otsutsuki. Kurama smiled proudly, also, I'm glad that you understand thanks to whom you became so strong, and even managed to survive. That's why I'm saying all this. I hope you heed the proposal to change the form. You're talking about it again, the fox sighed. I've already decided everything, you don't have to bother. And what have you decided? Finish what you started first. What is the power there? Naruto didn't insist as he had already roughly guessed Kurama's answer. If he wasn't angry, the answer is probably yes. Great. One problem less. Finally, the Hokage spoke. It's Mokuton. What? Kurama stood up in shock. Are you kidding? Not at all. It's actually weird since what I get will grant me all the elemental genomes, including ice, storm, speed, and so on. That's just Mokuton for some reason goes separately, something like the assimilation of Senju genes. Although, logically, this is not an expanded genome and also elemental, like ice, for example. Although, the rank of Mokuton is comparable, perhaps, with the expanded genomes, you cannot argue here. Our regeneration and collection of natural energy will reach a new level, that's for sure. Moreover, our strength will increase proportionally by 5, 10 and 15%. If we imagine that you and I have 1,000,000 chakra points, then with all the enhancements, it increases by no less than 300,000. Not bad, right? Fox sighed in shock. Is it real? Are you sure? That's almost a half increase. I'm sure. Amazing. Kurama just couldn't believe that it was possible to become stronger so easily, and for this you need to subordinate the girls? So simple. Not really. The Hokage smiled confidently. Finally, the very stage of preparing the Ninetales came. The main reason for Naruto's frankness lies precisely in this moment. He was going to steer the fox in the direction he needed. Not really. He asked the expected question. Naruto explained with a smile. Girls are just the first step. I trained for them, but my main goal is the hidden villages and countries. Are you kidding? Kurama understood everything. Are you talking about subjugating other shinobi villages? Yeah, but it doesn't really fit with what Jiraiya taught me, you know. Naruto sighed heavily. It's Madara's method, and I know it's not your favorite, so you're against that, aren't you? The fox didn't say anything. He couldn't argue. Madara was still such a bastard, especially when he took control of him. In addition, Kurama roughly understood what Naruto was leading to if he mentioned this Uchiha. Are you going to take control of them? He didn't answer yet, but he had to ask. Still, for him, war or peace did not really matter. He was more worried about Naruto's safety and his own, and only then everything else. Besides, there was a lot at stake now. Even if Naruto had changed, now he was acting openly. The Hokage paused, trying to show an internal struggle, and then nodded. This is one of the ways. It's easier with kunoichi, I know how to deal with them, but men are a completely different problem. Subjugating or manipulating are two different things. Even over Temari, I don't have full control yet, but I have the power to make her satisfy me. Kurama blurted out in surprise. Are you sleeping with this girl? Not yet, but I'm close. This is what distinguishes submission from manipulation. If she were completely submissive to me, I could count on absolute control of the situation. That is why it is easier with a woman. I can influence her feelings and body. Pleasure, love, security, and even banal attention. You can influence in different ways, even train and hook on the simple pleasure of humiliation. Sounds strange, the fox snorted. I don't like this. But I roughly understood you. You can't do the same with men, can you? Naturally. The main reason is that I don't like them, not that I am unable to do so. The truth is that we men are not too different from women in terms of feelings and affections. A sexy beauty is quite capable of twisting us as she pleases, and it is foolish to think that girls do not creep in front of the same male. But it does not matter. Against men, I can only come up with a simple method of submission, jutsu. The village and the country are first of all people, and the power is predominantly in men. I'll take them under control and everything is decided. Kurama exhaled heavily and shook his head. Is there no other way? Well, as I said, this is one of the ways, and the most reliable. There are others, but I don't really believe in them, because I don't really understand the method of capturing villages. Subdue the Kage, or maybe you need to subdue all the inhabitants in general. Difficult question. The roughest method of forceful submission, I immediately cancel because of the Shinobi alliance. That is why jutsu is the best method, no matter how much you and I would not mind. A person controlled by us may not be aware of the situation himself, he will live as before. We will only limit his freedom, at best. I don't need power, I just need obedience points, that's all. I am not going to make them slaves and somehow harm them, rather the opposite. This will allow us to prevent conflicts. Jutsu will give us the necessary anonymity, will allow us to completely get rid of violent submission. That is why. Kurama grumbled sharply, unable to listen any further. Do what you want, I need to think. You. Naruto sighed. Okay, you're right, it's not time yet. He couldn't pressure him, knowing full well that Kurama wasn't the type to like to control someone in general. But, are there options now? Naruto basically didn't care about the method, as long as it didn't cause problems for him. He didn't shy away from the mind control jutsu either. The question is where to start. Chapter 90, Complete List of Konoha. After what happened in the Valley of the End, Naruto returned to the village and alerted the Umbu special forces of the situation. Passing everything off as his training, he easily suppressed the resulting panic. Yet such a terrible surge of chakra, and even a roar from the collision reached Konoha. Even if people identified their Hokage by chakra, they didn't understand who he was fighting. After his words, everyone finally felt better, so Naruto dispersed the entire squad at the gate and returned to his residence. Some time later, in his office, the Hokage boredly looked at the photo of the kunoichi. He felt that the fourth goal was approaching, and after the Valley of the End, his desire to capture the hidden villages only increased. It's going to be more difficult. Right now, I'm prioritizing the complete fall of Ino and Temari. Tenten is ready, with Tsunade, too. Everything is already thought out. The feeling that I'm marking time, but still, it's worth waiting for now. It takes Temari a week to get his scent and taste into her head. By that time I will meet Ino, I will cross with her a couple of times in the shop and fuck her well. Then I'll fix everything with some kind of perversion. As soon as the submission gets closer to 400, I'll take on Tenten. In the end, I will finish everything on Tsunade, and then I will think. It will be Hanabi and Sakura's turn. Shizen, skillful mouth and juicy body. Sex with her is generally average. Faithful and in love. Unquestioningly carries out any order. I am her weak spot and any threat to me can drive her crazy. Subordinate, Hinata Hyuga, sensual body and inverted nipples. The opposite of a sister. Loves rough sex and cream pie. From fetishes, sex behind children's backs. Subordinate, Ino Yamanaka, lover and personal slut. Of the fetishes, it is worth emphasizing, forbidden sex behind her husband's back and insults on this basis. Doesn't feel much remorse. In sex, she does not differ in experience from Shizen. Passionate, prefers sex of medium roughness, while loves spanking. She loves to kiss and feel her partner with her breasts. The husband is passive, a small penis and zero sexual activity, does not pose a threat. In the process of submission, Temari, personal sex toy. Inverted nipples and amazing fellatio abilities. Against kissing. Sexy and trained body, quite sensitive to my caresses. She is clearly gnawed by guilt, but she justifies everything by protecting her family. Of the fetishes, it is worth highlighting only her enjoyment of rudeness. The body is proud, but easily opens under strong pressure. A very tight pussy is extremely hungry, she clearly lacks caress. She is very stubborn, does not acknowledge her enjoyment of forbidden relationships, and does not reveal her own feelings at all. A tipping point is needed, and I've already planned it. In the process of submission, 10-10, there is compromising evidence. A target with significant depravity. Anal weakness. Vulnerable because of her secret. Amazing ass, completely superior to all girls, trained and sexy. Preparation. Tsunade, has feelings for me. Very strong female pheromones. Femininity is superior to all. Amazing body, more curvaceous than Hinata's. Her mature sexuality along with her virginity and inexperience make her the best live sex toy. Her weakness is age and innocence. Quite shy when excited. Note, be careful. In the plans. Sakura Haruno, a bitch with a filthy character, while possessing amazing beauty and sexuality. The body is hot and trained. In sexuality, it is not inferior to Ino, in Tenten's training, and thanks to its disgusting character, it makes you want yourself even more. Difficult goal and mandatory. Note, the bitch should get what she deserves, I will make her the most faithful sex slave. A daughter can be a good method to get close to her, as well as an old friendship. Her husband, apparently, absolutely does not pay attention to her, it's not worth talking about intimate life, in this respect she even loses to Ino. It is worth emphasizing an even more unbearable attitude towards men than Temari. Study needed. Hanabi Hyuga, beautiful and very cold. The sexuality of her body is not even worth specifying. How much can a goddess attract? I'm exaggerating, but the answer is obvious. Difficult target due to its nature. Lack of reaction to a lustful look, skillfully keeps emotions under control. As it turned out from the provocations, this is just a mask. Side note, she recently showed her cute side. Most likely it is connected with frequent provocations from men. She closed up and does not take them seriously. This should be corrected with a stronger provocation or perhaps a more thoughtful method of attracting attention. The plan is to make her think of me, no matter what method. Study needed. Karui, Choji's wife. Sexy body and attractive face. Impulsive. No data. I haven't met her yet, but judging by Shizen's stories, Choji isn't doing well with her. Just a note. Akita Inuzuka, attractive and very sexy due to her special wild appearance. Young and fit. Note, according to Shizen, female Inuzuka are weak to strong males. In general, in my experience, I noticed this point. Knows one of my secrets, an unwanted nuisance. Capture is necessary, but usefulness is questionable. Karen, attractive and smart. May be useful. No data. Yugao Yuzuki, mature and attractive. No data. Zero importance. Moegi Kazumitsuri, young kunoichi with Mokutan. Appearance is average. The complexity is not defined, the benefits too. No data. Kurina Yuhi, mature and still attractive. The goal is average, because it is not protected in any way and has abstained from sex for years. Questionable. Note, mothers and daughters are good, I wouldn't mind testing their treacherous nature. I am, Ichiraku, an ordinary person. Easy for rough grip. Appearance is average, use is 0. Like a toy, it will do. Enko Mitarashi, appearance questionable. Note, as it turned out, in this reality, she is still fit and not deprived of sexuality, according to Shizen. I have not yet been able to get to her and make sure this is true, but I prefer to believe the brunette. As a result, no data. The list has clearly grown since last time. Now Naruto made a lot of notes and highlighted the main points, and added to the list of many others. Shizen brought him extra photos and data so he could do a lot. Naturally, he also made notes and indicators such as height and so on, place of residence and all the most important. In general, at least 10 kunoichi will become mine. I could cross it off the list, but I think she will eventually find a place. Now I want to diversify my path of submission, and it would not hurt her to abstain. The more she wants me, the sweeter will be the reward and her humility. Otherwise, subdue everyone. Not sure. I haven't looked at some yet. For example, Kaguya Otsutsuki or Delta from Kara. Besides, if I had a chance to bring the most beautiful girls back to life, that's when I could have some fun. Plus, it's not a bad method to get obedience points. The question is how to check it. Naruto thought for a moment, and then he heard footsteps near the door. Did you finally come? Will it take 5 minutes to tune in again? Such a cutie, he already understood that Temari was there. Each time she prepared herself, it had already become her ritual. While she was putting her clothes and hair in order, the Hokage covered his noteboard, sat down at the table and put his feet on it. In any case, if we talk about the capture of villages, I still haven't found out anything. There is no information and I'm not sure how everything will go on. There is no need to think too much here. If I still don't understand anything, then I will have to go to the weak hidden village and defeat the strongest people in that place. That's just. It's one thing to train Kuratsuchi and put her on a leash at your fly, and another to deal with the men. I don't know the method of control, and this is a huge problem. Fingering, Naruto frowned. I remember Madara planted a seal in Yaguru. Chapter 95, Sharingan. After receiving ninjutsu and experience in using them, the Hokage was finally able to move freely throughout Konoha, as well as his residence. Now he possessed almost everything except Naruto's memory. Until now, he had not met knowledgeable people who were able to ask him dangerous questions from the past, the answers to which he did not know. Without ninjutsu, this could have been a problem, but now it has been resolved. Even if there are individuals like Sasuke who suddenly decide to ask him about something, it is unlikely that they will move from suspicion to action. Without Sasuke, the village is completely in his power, no one can object to him and interfere with his plans. He can just ignore everyone. For example, during this week, several important clan heads arrived to him, such as Inazuka Akimichi, but Naruto calmly handed everything over to Shizen, who happily followed her master's orders. However, delaying his absence for a long time was also not an option. He had a special plan for this. Now he wanted to take care of the administration of the village properly and to visit an important place beforehand. So he ended up in the treasury. A place directly connected to the power of the Hokage. Knowledge, dangerous weapons, records of secret missions and much hidden from the eyes of ordinary people were stored here. Basically, it all boiled down to more than a dozen shelves full of scrolls. Well, what a mess. Looking at this part of his own possessions, he, as usual, sighed in disappointment. Now he was delving into the scrolls, but still he did not get rid of the feelings, as if he had been deceived somewhere. In this place, everything was covered with dust, except for 2 departments. Quite large scrolls were stored there, including the one that Naruto had stolen in his time, during his genin past. There was also an impressive Hashirama scroll and a mass of Danzo's notes obtained from the root. Unlike the third Hokage, this type turned out to be a real collector and to some extent Naruto was indebted to him. Since it was in Danzo's scrolls that he managed to find the Hyuga clan's exact technique for sealing the Byakugan, as well as the seal of the cursed tongue. However, even this pair of Juinjutsu ultimately couldn't cover his puppet creation requests. Thus, in his spare time, Naruto rummaged through this vault and sorted through the records of the past. There were even his father's techniques and research, which, of course, he privatized in time. He also did not ignore the scrolls of Kushina and Mito. It was then that Naruto came across an interesting scroll belonging to Root. Surprisingly, it turned out to be not a simple scroll. It contained the jutsu of the Yamanaka clan. This is actually a rarity, as the clans of Konoha carefully kept their techniques and only the Hokage had the right to look at them. Moreover, even this right had some limitations, and in the records he found, it was, one might say, almost everything, even the most secret jutsu. So for a while, Naruto focused on that. Time passed. After evening training with Sarada, he was completely immersed in his studies. Thanks to the experience and knowledge of many jutsu, as well as his talent, he was able to achieve in a matter of hours what his father would have taken years to accomplish. So Naruto learned all the techniques of Minato and the Yamanaka clan in just a couple of days. At one time, he wanted to persuade Ino to give them to him, and on this basis to create a unique technique for splitting consciousness for his cloning. This jutsu could not only diversify the sexual experience, but also help in combat. Controlling a shadow clone like a limb is clearly better than letting it have a mind of its own. But, after some thought, he decided to wait with it for now. After all, I'll ask Ino to give me the scrolls, they've probably developed new techniques over the years. Shikamaru will soon bring me a fuller one with the new Nara jutsu. I don't expect much from this, but at least I'll keep myself occupied with something other than constant sex. In the evening, in his office, the Hokage sipped sake, burying himself in his notes. Shizen passed away not long ago, so he was in high spirits. She progressed as fast as Hinata. The sun was setting, and it was stuffy in the office. Glancing at the giant scroll by the window, Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Jiraiya's techniques aren't too bad either. They'll do. Returning to reading the Juinjutsu under the imposing title, Puppet Mind Transfer Cursed Seal Technique, Naruto frowned. This is already something. Based on it, I could take the minds of people I don't like, and put something like threads in their bodies that I can pull. The only problem is that it will require too much manual work. It doesn't suit me. Now, if there was a jutsu of pure mind control of the victim, and she would become a compliant slave. This is the best option. But it seems without the Sharingan. Naruto looked up sharply and lowered the scroll. Sharingan. Throwing away a dozen useless notes, he slapped the table in annoyance. There is so much nonsense here, at least one normal technique. Hiroku had something similar, but... damn, there's no fucking thing. But there is a Sharingan. The Hokage sighed and continued to read through the scrolls. Clearly there was still a lot of work to be done. He could rely on Sarada's skills, but in the end, it was still worth having a backup plan. After all, if I had such a handy jutsu, I could turn everyone into slaves. But, what's the point? Doesn't risk and the process of submission make life more fun? Laughing, he continued where he left off. Chapter 96, Prohibition, 18. After distributing intelligence to several hidden villages, the Hokage enjoyed Shizen's company as usual and often rewarded her for her efforts. This sweet girl was completely perverted, but at the same time she remained just as sweet and submissive. She tried to please in everything, although she spent most of her time under his table. Temari got it right in 7 days. Earlier, Naruto noticed her enjoyment of orgasms, which is why the next 3 days brought the girl to the very edge and allowed her to properly taste the taste of his seed, which once again made her shudder in orgasm. Temari's mouth was too sensitive, so Naruto didn't doubt the rest of her holes. At the same time, he did not insist on kissing, allowing her to feel a kind of security and control of the situation. Naturally, he did not penetrate the member in other places, only the mouth, a simple workout with impressive results. In the end, she finished, drank sperm and got used to it. But, during the last 3 days, everything has changed. The Hokage moved to a new stage, the most important and key in her training. He wouldn't let her come, wouldn't even let her touch him, he would push her to the limit and then just pull the dick out of her cute mouth and kick her out of the office. So, hungry, angry and disappointed, without another pleasure and a portion of sperm, all she had to do was obey. Cruel, you can't argue with that, but it definitely worked. Naruto understood, of course, that she herself will not ask to give her pleasure, but 3 days have passed. Yesterday Temari's trembling fingers were ready to finish what they started with their wet hole, but he did not allow her. Who knows what face she will build today and how long will this proud kunoichi last? He wanted to know the answer, and also to taste the results of his labors. Getting her hooked on the taste of cum and then getting her to spread her legs should work, in theory. It's not that she will start begging for a cock in her pussy, but rather the thirst for cum will make her desire to protect the family weaken a little and she will certainly not mind experiencing the treasured orgasm not from fingers, but from rough sex. Of course, she probably wouldn't have resisted even before that if Naruto had pressed and inserted at the moment of her orgasm, but why not let her loosen up enough that it would be even easier for her to spread her legs in front of someone else's cock? Why not make her womb flutter with lust? It's easier to enter by force, and then teach her to have sex, but it's much more pleasant to make the girl herself weaken her defenses and let him do it. He had been trying to achieve this for a whole week, and then the day came when he wanted to take one more step towards subjugating her body and heart. In his office, Naruto, as usual, sat in a chair with his legs spread out to the sides. His trousers had been down for a long time and anyone who entered the office would have realized what was happening without further ado. Sweet muffled moans were accompanied by obscene smacking. No one would have believed that right now, the famous Temari, the wife of the Hokage advisor, was taking Naruto's impressive cock all the way, slurping and savoring its taste with a lewd face. A week ago, she would never have shown such a perverted expression, but now, even without the opportunity to play with her pussy, she sucked hard, swallowing to the throat and, not that Naruto forced her. Hate him. How I hate it. But, eyes full of passionate desire were constantly looking at the hot cock, pulsating, fragrant, juicy. It was covered with saliva, the result of her obscene actions. Temari could no longer argue, but she didn't want to admit it either. How can you admit that even one suction to an outsider can bring pleasure many times greater than any experience by her with Shikamaru? To admit this means her downfall as a woman. That dick, Temari's fingers continued to make lewd noises, reaching for her dripping panties. Her female juices literally poured from them in a stream, as if she was urinating under the table. All the black fabric became an unnecessary barrier that the lecherous liquids could overcome without problems. Temari herself did not notice how she began to wear dark lace with a thin thread in the ass area. Naruto just told her to put them on and she did it for some reason. Isn't it for the sake of the family? Yes. That's right, she has to obey him just to protect them all. Protect. Ma, pulling the oozing tip out of her mouth. Temari licked it with her sharp tongue with a depraved gleam in her eyes, while the nectar from her pussy continued to drip non-stop. Everything seemed simple, but this feeling in my stomach made me go crazy. He wouldn't even let his fingers touch his nipples. Even though she was kneeling and skillfully moving her mouth, it was more like ruthless control. Naruto glared at the kunoichi, thwarting any attempts to touch him. Bastard. Like I want to caress myself because of this club. Sharply spitting on the trembling head, Temari pulled away, fascinated admiring the viscous threads of her saliva covering this club. She herself did not understand why she liked this view. How infuriating it was. Chapter 97, he's definitely up to something. 18. Naruto's massive cock throbbed, covered in a ring of red lipstick at the base, it continued to glow hotly. Smiling at this sight and the depraved face of Temari, unable to stop her tongue, the Hokage stroked her head. Today you are so active, put on lipstick, put on such sexy lingerie and swallowed it up to the throat. Are you trying to seduce me? Shut up, Temari didn't scream, she just swallowed and looked away shamefacedly. Her body was on fire. On her beautiful face, excitement and shame mixed into something terrible. How she was annoyed by his comments during the blowjob, especially the mention of Shikamaru. Now you don't even put on your armor, you just throw a kimono over that depraved body. Your nipples have gotten bigger, and all your rebelliousness has turned into a desire to get fucked. Is it easier to undress in front of another man? Shikamaru should have seen you, now you look like a cock-hungry slut. Temari did not answer, she approached the fat head and began to play with it. Junk, shut up. One mention of her betrayal and the whole situation just pierced the entire body with currents of electricity. I'm doing all this for my family, so why? I hate it. So much that. GLH. Suddenly the girl herself took deeper and closed her watery eyes. Naruto just chuckled at her activity, her talent is simply incredible. Shizen was no match for her. After blowjobs from Temari, he just got hooked on them. Again and again, she seemed to be trying to vent her anger and frustration over her depravity on that thick cock. Ha! Temari, you are just a real oral whore, I admire you. Said Naruto, enjoying so much amazing suction. Kh, but suddenly he grimaced, feeling a painful sting down below, and then the kunoichi's perky gaze, full of challenge and provocation. The Hokage showed his anger on his face sharply. Oh you! He grabbed her by the hair and pulled her up. Temari screamed and stuck out her tongue, only her voice clearly did not contain fear or panic, rather some kind of anticipation. In that hard bitch's smirk, for sure. Naruto noticed this and bared his teeth hard, got closer to the girl's wet lips and whispered, "Slut of the Nara clan. How do you like that?" Reaching out to the table, he took out the camera and immediately turned on the recording, aiming the lens at Temari's face. The girl immediately panicked. Hey! Don't take it off, you fool! Grabbing her by the hair, Naruto put the girl back on his cock and forced her to swallow even harder. From her displeased, full of resentment look, he only made his way to laughter. I love it when you get so angry. Temari looked straight into the lens with lips stretched out on the penis and actively sucked. Naruto did not even help, she was angry and worked with her mouth on her own. Shikamaru would be shocked by your bitch side, the Hokage chuckled again, noticing how the girl's lips became more active, and she began to bleed even more juices. What a slut! Who would have thought? And suddenly, he asked, how about a kiss? To which he received an angry look and snorted in response with a sneer, who wants to kiss a cum hole? Goor! You! I'm not your hole. Jish! Naruto covered her filthy mouth again and grinned. When I call you a toilet, a whore or a perverted cheater, you become so sexy. I've noticed your fetish for a long time. Do you like the feeling of cheating? Are you even letting Shikamaru touch your tainted mouth on purpose? Or... wait, are you kissing him yourself? Temari's face changed dramatically, to which Naruto burst out laughing. Bastard! She continued to swear, working more actively. I do not like it. D don't like it. How I love this bitch face. When you work with your mouth and look up from the bottom up with the same defiant look. I really want to look at your animal side, that part of you that will do anything for a penis. I can't wait for you to be completely my slut. This will make you perfect. You'll break off. Temari suddenly felt a quick orgasm and quickly got rid of unnecessary thoughts, pushing her head to a sensitive throat. At that moment, she didn't care at all. Her hard work has finally paid off. Who would have thought that she had a weak point there? Naruto suddenly narrowed his eyes, noticing how the girl's fingers trembled, but did not move. He studied it so well that he quickly understood everything. Temari's perverted reaction, rough throat sucking and... as expected. Words about betrayal are her weakness. But, if she ends, it will be inopportune. Abruptly, the Hokage grabbed the kunoichi's hair and stopped her. Under the puzzled look of Temari, he pulled this amazing mouth from his cock and spat well on her tongue. She swallowed reflexively. He did it again. Another angry expression on the kunoichi's face changed after the following words. Today I'll let you finish. Eh? She didn't expect this. All these days he seemed to mock and torture her body. He did not let her experience an orgasm, and then he suddenly decided to let her. He's definitely up to something. Suspicion flickered in Temari's eyes, but at the same time, she felt anticipation. The girl swallowed, still savoring this obscene taste in her mouth. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, she herself admitted her worst side. He taught her how to be a woman and for several days did not allow her to release the accumulated lust. It's too cruel. It would be a lie not to admit that Temari did not try to release this desire on her own. She did it, she tried from time to time, but, for some reason, everything was completely different from how hard she finished in this office, in front of this man. It was this feeling that made her so angry, to hate that rotten cock and Naruto's smirk so much. He seemed to know everything and use it. Temari slowly realized the danger of the situation, but now, kneeling in front of him, she only looked up from the bottom up, waiting for his words. Chapter 98, Is Temari Free? 18. Admiring Temari's submissive reaction, Naruto reached out and touched her wet lips. The girl's cilia trembled, and her brows frowned, but she was silent, pursing her lips and angrily glaring at him. How scary. He chuckled as he reached over to the table and pulled a sparkling package out of a drawer, then let go of one finger. Even then, Temari with a shiver understood everything. The condom tape instantly unraveled and fell with its end onto the kunoichi's blonde hair, then she finally whispered. And no. You're going to. Naruto raised his index finger sharply. A week. I won't touch you for a week if we use one of these things today. After all, condom sex isn't that close, our genitals don't even touch. What do you think? He was ahead of her, did not even let her get angry. As always, with a sly smile, the Hokage watched the girl, naturally realizing how difficult it was for Temari. But he also saw through her, saw her excitement and, like a tempting demon, tempted her to take this forbidden step. In the depths of her soul, Temari understood this, but the sight of a whole tape of condoms, a pulsating and fragrant male cock in front of a sensitive nose, and also this unbearable hunger below, the desire to come. Everything pressed so hard on her that she, and weak. Gritting her white teeth, she blurted out sharply, a month. I will let you enter me only once. And you won't touch me with your dirty paws for a whole month. She could not believe what was said, but, feeling a flutter in her stomach, she could not stop. Naruto didn't really care if it was a week or a month, he already had plans for another moment. But, he still wanted to make her give in, which is why he snorted and shook his head. In a month you will just go crazy without my penis, I'm not that cruel. Oh you. But who needs this stinking club? No normal woman would want him in herself. Yes. While you are building a virgin here, how many women, in your opinion, have been on this club? Naruto looked at Temari's surprised face with a sneer. It looks like she first thought about it. What? Don't act like that. You're special to me, but I'm too greedy. If you want me to be with you, get on the table. I give you a week and only. And don't play dumb, you know I can take you right now. You won't even resist, am I right, bastard? How I wish you were dead. Temari growled, I swear I'll be so narrow you won't even get in. Damn you. Okay, we're done. Naruto turned cold again and the kunoichi immediately shuddered, lowering her eyes. She felt that uncomfortable feeling again. How cruel you are, she clenched her fists and then whispered. I agree. She couldn't help herself as he kicked her out with a cold stare filled with indifference. That's just the worst of it. About? Is it true? When his voice became so warm again, Temari grimaced as she felt that annoying tremor. Shut up already. Getting out from under the table, the kunoichi immediately appeared before Naruto in his sexy lingerie. His hands involuntarily touched her amazing thighs. She shuddered and threw a reproachful glance in his direction. Don't paw so unexpectedly. You're so sensitive. I still can't believe our genius Shikamaru couldn't make you come. Temari blushed deeply and clenched her fists. Yes, what would you? I finished. Yes, yes. Compose your fairy tales as much as you want. 2 days ago you betrayed yourself. Shut up. Suddenly Naruto grabbed her in his arms and carried her somewhere. Ah! Don't grab me like that. Her cheeks were on fire and her chest was trembling. She bit her tongue and weakly hit his chest with her fist. Let me go. I can do it myself. Your words lack confidence. Naruto chuckled and finally sat Temari on the table and then began kissing her neck gently, quickly moving down to her sensual breasts. Unlike Hinata's lovely boobs, Temari's nipples would slip out to play when aroused. Her body was too honest and sensitive, the holes were narrow, and her mouth was simply mesmerizing, so soft and at the same time pleasant. He really wanted to take her kiss, but she always shied away. You will be mine. Looking at her with such a greedy look, his thoughts seemed to come straight to her heart, which made her blush more and more angry. Temari was filled with conflicting emotions and now, her bra flew to the side, and then her wet panties slid down her slender legs. She again appeared in front of him completely naked, bringing her hips together and trying to forbid him to look at her wet pussy. As always, so proud and shy, innocent and lonely. Her body wanted affection so much, that was her weakness. A woman needs to be loved and cared for. Naruto was going to give her that in full, albeit in his perverted manner. Slowly, the Hokage parted Temari's trembling legs, which did not try to resist at all. He acted gently at first, kissing passionately and gradually, starting with her lovely fingers, going down further to the inside of the thigh. Her body attracted him very much, so tasty and clean, even this smell embodied the proud feminine beauty. Ah, Temari moaned sensually. She had long ceased to restrain herself in front of him, because she knew that he would still make her open her lips and make vulgar moans. In fact, after so many days of abstinence, she could no longer refuse him. As he said, it was only necessary to put pressure on him. Why is he so? These kisses and caresses made me tremble, but the realization that it was all just for his ego made me sad. Then why? So tender, it didn't seem to make sense. If he wanted to take her, why did he hesitate? Why did he always show his good side? You've changed. Naruto whispered as he kissed the cute little intimate haircut on her flat tummy. Temari slightly shortened her hair, leaving a small streak. It looked too playful and sexy. As soon as she heard his words and understood their true meaning, she suddenly felt uneasy. That's. I just decided to change my look. Yeah? This place is, like, just for me. Kissing her a little lower, he whispered, maybe you decided to return your sex with your husband. Don't make me jealous. Don't say that. I'm still his wife. So you've had sex recently? Naruto asked with a squint, his words suddenly piercing with cold. Something tightened in Temari's chest. She denied. None of your business. Until you tell me, I won't let you come. You! The furious look quickly changed to shame. She lowered her head and whispered, he didn't. He couldn't. Naruto stretched out his fingers and squeezed the sensitive nipples of the kunoichi, who had long since come out of his hiding place. So you tried to sleep with another guy? But, she panicked, he's my husband Ann. I'm doing this to you Ann. I'm his wife, that's not fair. Chapter 99, what is it all for? 18. Naruto continued to squeeze Temari's nipple in displeasure, and then, extended his finger and slowly lifted her head, meeting her trembling eyes. He looked so piercingly, all his tenderness seemed to have been replaced by disappointment. Now she did not know what to say. She did not think that he would be so angry because of her attempts to make amends with her family. Already when the desire became unbearable, that day she tried to try it with Shikamaru, she herself did not want to, one has only to remember. Night. For the first time in many years, she came to his futon, without further ado pulled off his pants and shuddered. That's... I forgot what he was. Remembering Naruto's size, Temari swallowed. Guilt stabbed in her stomach like a stabbing pain. Even without being aroused, Naruto's size barely fit in her palm, and then... The empty pulling feeling continued to pierce the bosom, it is not clear why, but she did not want to touch it with her tongue. And Shikamaru would never have understood this, since she had never stooped to such behavior before. It seemed that during these days she sucked Naruto so often that she forgot herself. Shikamaru was shocked that she suddenly decided to be with him. After she showed him her sexy body, transformed by Naruto's caresses, spewing sex pheromones with might and main, Shikamaru finally turned on, amazed by the stunning views. He did not think that his wife could be so sexy. That's just. As a result, a couple more hand movements and he finished. Such a pitiful drop did not even reach Temari's fingers, as she jerked her hand away. It even smells different. This pulling pain and emptiness, mixed with guilt and lust, just drove me crazy. For the first time, so much disappointment flashed in her eyes. Enraged, Temari tried to make him stand again with that same disdainful look, but he didn't get up even when Shikamaru begged her to stop. Later, with tears in her eyes and holding back disgust, she washed her hands and, feelings completely confused, she kissed her husband with lips wet after suction, stained with someone else's sperm. She kissed him a couple of times, even after that incident at the residence. That feeling was completely different from everything, causing such a wild desire. Now she understood that she simply would not be able to overcome it. It's not that her body and views have changed, rather they have remained the same, but perverted in a way that only Naruto needed. He made her body like that, addicted to his taste and smell. Even the sight of Shikamaru now made her feel disgusted and made her think of something else. Remembering this, she couldn't stop shaking. The feeling of guilt was slowly replaced by something else. Now, the same tears came to her eyes. She did not know why this man in front of her makes her such a strong desire to be with him, when even her husband seemed to her more and more unpleasant. Realizing this, 2 tears slipped down her cheeks. She couldn't contain the feeling. Sorry Shikamaru, but, In fact, she already knew for a long time that her feelings for Shikamaru had greatly weakened and became different, even before this unfortunate situation with the Hokage. But after her relationship with Naruto, she realized something else. I'm a mean pervert. Why? She still did not want to admit it. She fought to the very end. To admit the truth about how much she likes cheating means her complete downfall. Then what is all this for? And right at that moment, with 2 fingers, Naruto pulled a rubber band over his cock without any problems and led him to the kunoichi sweat hole. One move and everything changes. If his fingers and tongue were so cool. What would happen if he? It's time for you to understand who is more important to you. Naruto growled and moved quickly. The next moment changed everything. Tears and juices splashed in an unstoppable stream. A wild groan escaped his lips and Temari's eyes just rolled up. She clenched her fists in front of her chest and pulled out her lips in the most obscene way. He literally broke into her without warning. Not her husband's cock just plunged into her defenseless pussy and moreover, he did the most depraved thing he could. Touched her uterus. Even with the rubber band, she could feel his heat and desire to possess her. A never-before-seen sensation burned the bosom. With this one movement, he seemed to have marked her and appropriated it for himself. She could not restrain her feelings. She had never been so pleased. She finished in one moment and the orgasm did not end. What kind of D-dick is this? Is this S-sex? She just couldn't believe it. Shikamaru could never reach places like this. Never been like this. Perfect. Naruto literally filled everything in the right places and just touching them without moving already made her tremble, as if, all her life, this was exactly what she lacked. What an amazing pussy. Naruto swallowed himself, marveling at how hard she squeezed him like she was a virgin. Even Shizune, when he took her the first time, didn't squeeze that hard. He expected anything from the sensitive Temari, but for such a vice. Did you really decide to kill me with your lie? The man asked reproachfully, looking at the kunoichi's face, which was spread in a lustful smile. Temari even salivated on her lips. She felt so good. Looks like orgasm containment training has gone beyond all reasonable limits. She heard every word, pulled herself together, involuntarily licking her lips. Shut up. I just haven't done this in a long time. Yes. And why yours? Too big. See, come on already, it hurts. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. If it hurts you, I'll just pull it out and that's it. Already when he began to slowly draw out his wand, Temari abruptly grabbed his shirt breasts and hissed. Toy. If you pull it out, why I can't. What are you muttering? Temari, don't be embarrassed. When you talk to me, make eye contact and don't mutter under your breath. Why you? Clenching her teeth, the girl raised her wet, embarrassed face again. Anger mixed with pleasure and uncertainty was red on it, but she still said, don't take it out yet, do not. I finished. I didn't finish, got it? Are you satisfied now? I've never fucked a dick like that. I'm so happy that I can't think. Keep on fucking and don't say anything. Wow. Naruto chuckled and wiped her saliva off his face, nodding contentedly. I understand you little whore. But, if you want me to take you, then, of course, for the sake of your family, you will have to ask me properly. Understand? R for the family? Temari shuddered at these dangerous words. Again he touched on this topic, causing involuntary tremors in her body. Naruto had already seen through her, saw her special fetish, making her pussy shrink and get wet even more, and her heart beat even faster. Deep inside, she enjoyed cheating as much as she couldn't stand it. He's in a condom, why yes, for sure, what's the difference? Until he crosses the line of what is permitted, it means nothing. For a whole week I will get rid of this scoundrel. Continuing to look into his impudent eyes, Temari bit her lips. I hate this face, I hate it, and yet, her eyes lowered down to his thick cock, the smell of which was still swirling in her mouth. She was already saturated with it. As long as we are with a condom, this is not treason. As long as we do not kiss, I keep the pride of my wife and mother. I can handle it, can't it? Isn't it going to hurt once, I'm sure? Why yes. The words she didn't even think to say began to intertwine on her depraved tongue. Naruto, I want your delicious, fat and fragrant cock in my wet married pussy, I want to come from him. Blushing wildly with shame, she only became lewd. Please let me feel like a woman even more. It seemed that something had broken in her chest, but in the womb of fire had never been seen before. God, what am I doing? Nice mouth. Naruto grinned, flashing his snow-white fangs, and then abruptly leaned forward, making his way to the uterus again. Haha how deep. Yeah! Naruto burst into her with even more pressure and Temari was not holding back at all. Ahi! With an amazingly sexy moan, Temari simply leaned back on the table and grabbed the edges of the table with her hands, exposing her elbows, thus revealing such a bewitching chest. Naruto just couldn't help it, he threw her slender legs over his shoulders and quickly approached those sexy nipples. Meanwhile, continue to forcefully thrust your fat cock right into the kunoichi's squelching pussy. He's got her. Finally he fucked this proud bitch and she loved it. More. Naruto couldn't hold back anymore. Squeezing juicy boobs with all his might, he nibbled on her sensual nipples, at the same time driving his fat cock from above. Temari's love juices sprayed in all directions, her slender legs continued to tremble endlessly on his shoulders. She had never been possessed in such a shameful pose. She was used as a woman for the first time and she fucking loved it. Temari wanted to feel at least something on her lips so badly that she involuntarily began to think about a forbidden kiss. In a fit of passion, she would not be able to resist. That thought made her heart tremble. But the last bits of reason and the look directed at her squelching, juice-squirting pussy, made the kunoichi bite her lips and hold back. She could not. After all, if he kissed her, she no longer knew what she could keep intact. I cannot. Want. Her lips were so sensitive right now. Many of the girls would never attach such importance to kissing, but with such lips and tongue, even they would look at it very differently. Chapter 100, Souvenir for Shikamaru, 18. Breaking away from biting his nipples, Naruto licked his lips and made his way to the sparkling droplets on Temari's neck, savoring the delicious feminine scent. The kunoichi continued to moan passionately under him, trying to fight the urge to kiss him in confusion. The Hokage didn't seem to notice, his lips wandering everywhere she could, but not where she wanted. Right now, in the back of her mind, maybe she wished he would do it, but he lifted her hand and moved closer to her fingers. Temari's pretty blue marigolds fascinated. They turned white from how tightly Temari held on to the edge of the table. The Hokage passed a kiss on them, biting her little finger, continuing to listen to the bewitching moans. Aha, ooh. She just succumbed to her feelings and leaned back screaming. Naruto couldn't even count how many times Temari's pussy contracted and cummed in that miserable minute. Her amazing reaction was simply amazing. More. Although he wanted to take her kiss, but he only kissed her on the cheek and then snuck behind her ear. I want you to fall in love with me, he whispered, biting into this cute treasure, making Temari's heart flutter once again. Don't say that. Such words just drove me crazy. Falling in love with another while having sex, how obscene. He was at the same time gentle with his lips and tongue, and overly rude with his ruthless cock. He just hammered into the very uterus, constantly kissing her with his tip. As if trying to break even further and make her completely his, he did not slow down the pace, and in response she only squelched and succumbed. At that moment, Naruto felt extremely good. This tormenting feeling made Temari's trembling womb shed tears of happiness and unbearable anger again and again. Like the mistress, even her uterus behaved too proudly. More Naruto. I'm again. Keikumaea again. The kunoichi succumbed to orgasm once again, unable to count them anymore. In this life, she had never finished so often and intensely. One by one, they covered her head. Juices spurted from the hungry hole, flooding the already wet table. The squelching slaps only intensified, they continued to merge in this depraved sex again and again, until Naruto got close to her lips and only barely touched. He grinned. "You will be mine." Ha! Fear and desire seemed to grip Temari's heart, but he didn't kiss her. Leaning forward sharply, Naruto closed his eyes and threw back his head. At the same moment, the kunoichi felt something burning in her lower abdomen and trembled. It is not clear why, but her uterus sank. Like a bomb, all the rising heat exploded, touching the most sensitive places, making your way to the hungry and trembling uterus. The legs shuddered and stretched up. Temari simply squealed. Ayahahaya. She had never experienced such an orgasm in her life. Her bosom seemed to start to melt, it became scary from such heat. I'm dying Gawaewa. Her pupils quivered like crazy, and her eyebrows drew together as she cummed insanely over and over again. Naruto poured inside and almost tore the condom with his stream, but Temari was lucky, but her bosom pricked unpleasantly, continuing to shrink in this discontented non-use. It was as if she had been deceived and taken away from the most important thing. That's just Temari finished. Euphoria just overshadowed all feelings, she seemed to soar to heaven. In his strong hands and with a cock in her pussy, with a smell on her lips, she just gave herself up to pleasure. Too narrow. Naruto closed his eyes, the corners of his lips slowly twitching in pleasure. His cock was almost melting in that amazing pussy. It was worth recognizing again, it is incredibly narrow. He slowly pulled his still trembling cock out of the wet hole, and then whistled. She contracted so hard that she didn't even let him out of her greedy grip. That's why the condom remained inside. The Hokage admired with a grin its transparent tip hanging from a charming hole, constantly oozing nectar. Here's a souvenir for Shikamaru. Temari was still trembling. For the first time she was covered with her head so much, Naruto just outdone himself. The orgasm never went away, which made the Hokage even jealous of such fun, and then decided to distract himself and drink sake by the window. Well, there's nothing left, I'm getting close. As for my cute kunoichi. In the past week, she's the only one who's shown good results, now even more so. Over the past 7 days, Temari, 5 trust, 15 depravity, 10 submission. Right now, Temari, 5 trust, 20 depravity, 15 submission. The differences are obvious. Perverted sex with elements of betrayal is a real treasure, like Temari's body. Amazing lips, inverted nipples, and also narrow holes. The face and body are natural things, they don't even need to be mentioned, it's already clear how attractive she is. Although it's worth highlighting her character from everything, it's quite fun to play with such a rebellious girl, especially when she tries to justify all her behavior with a desire to protect her family. Now she does it way too often. In fact, if you subtract the last 3 points of trust, over the past week they have dropped by almost 15, only surprisingly they have begun to grow out of the blue. However, as well as the depravity of the girl at night, she was clearly changing, exactly to the Temari that he so wanted to make of her. From that it came out, Temari, trust, 0, depravity, 60, submission, 45. It was not even worth talking about her current state, only that euphoria indicator was enough to describe the whole situation. Yes, and guilt was replaced by something like humility, attraction and shame. In general, now Temari was just enjoying herself, but as a result, she will most likely start introspection again and try to sort out her feelings after such a vivid orgasm. A rapidly changing confidence indicator returning to 0 is already an indicator of how slowly it is changing. We should help her make the right decision. Unfortunately, submission did not grow to 400, even in a situation where Ino also helped a little. Ino Yamanaka, 3 trust, 5 depravity, 3 submission, although, such figures certainly do not make sense to take into account. Naruto hadn't made time for the hot Yamanaka these days. He wanted to tease her a little, and then give her so much attention that she just finished with happiness. Only the fallen trust spoke just about how angry Ino was at the absence of his friend. He already understood how easily she makes contact, so he wanted to give her the opportunity to appreciate his attention to the fullest. Unlike Sai, who didn't show it at all, Naruto acted with the bait, but didn't go overboard with pulling on the prey either. Now, like Temari, Ino is experiencing a mixture of different emotions, and the abrupt appearance of a bad guy who again began to corrupt her will play into her hands. She will finally get her bait, only she will already fall on the hook and most likely forever. Although, if you think about it, she's already on him. Chapter 101, that's enough. 18. As a result, Naruto got only 374 points in a week. From the coveted reward of 400, he was held back by some miserable 3 dozen. Since Hinata and Shizen were completely subdued, there were only 3 targets left. But the Hokage was greedy, he wanted to collect a whole 100 in one move. Tenten and Ino. If everything goes well, you can also make a move towards Tsunade, and as soon as this happens, the 5th goal will be just around the corner. Although, it is worth considering the changes. It is doubtful that I will always be only 100 points from a future goal. Otherwise, why in this system such paths as the conquest of villages? This is not easy, but my method should save me from too long development. This skill, perfect law, shocks even me, a person who has come to terms with his terrible power. One has only to imagine what I would be capable of if I could develop it. The pitiful experience and skills of the previous Kage simply fade against the background of this power. I finally got to the point where I can say for sure, the system will help me become much stronger. It's annoying though. Oh, a heavy groan was heard and Temari's legs finally relaxed, although they still continued to tremble. She was lying on her side, right on the table, putting her charms on display. Her sexy thighs made Naruto want that amazing body again. I'll be patient. But this little slut should be addicted to this and want to experience my cock again. At this thought, Naruto began to dress quickly. He really wanted Temari, her holes at the moment were the narrowest of all those that he had experienced. Except maybe Shizen's virgin ass or Himawari's mouth. Come to think of it, I still haven't taken Hinata's first time. I should have unsealed her juicy hole, she always beckoned me. Yes. Create a new jutsu and then celebrate. Today there is still a lot of work. Thinking, the Hokage decided to bring Temari to his senses. She made a painfully depraved face, although she obviously did not lose consciousness. She lay wet and fucked on the table of the village leader, exposing all the lewd places on display, and she didn't get rid of the cum-filled gum in her hole. Hey, Temari. Continuing to poke his finger into the excited pink nipples, Naruto smiled mockingly, not taking his eyes off the kunoichi's quivering eyelashes. After a few seconds of such flirting, she was clearly beside herself with anger. As soon as she relaxed and had fun, he ruined everything. Enough! The girl barked, covering her sensitive papilla. The face of the kunoichi blushed deeply and she whispered, "I'm not your toy." Of course not. Naruto laughed, slapping Temari's ass, "You're my fail-safe hole. Shut your mouth." Sharply, Naruto approached the beauty's ear and whispered, "But I love you, eh?" The girl snapped her eyelids open and turned a startled look in his direction. What nonsense. It's not nonsense, Naruto shrugged calmly, "You're a perfect hole. If I weren't married, now you would become my first Temari." While she blushed with trembling in her chest, the man said with a grin, "I don't understand how I could have missed you before. After all, you are Gaara's sister. I should have fucked you in that exam as a child." Temari suddenly got up and sat down, continuing to cover her intimate areas and squeeze her legs cutely. "What are you wearing?" "Only the truth. What's the point of me lying? I love everything Temari about you and I want you to keep it for me. Your pride, your spirit. I will make you weak next to me, but I don't want you to lose it because of constant losses to me. Understand?" The girl lowered her head, her neck and cheeks continued to glow. "What nonsense. He's right, of course, I give in to him again and again. But how can I give up? Even if his cock, if..." The girl's eyes involuntarily focused on Naruto's naked torso, and she swallowed uncontrollably. I hate you. Yes. You've already said this 100 times, the Hokage waved his hand, "Your body is more honest anyway. By the way, I want you to no longer wear underwear, you can leave it to me, but you better take the condom in your pussy, you need it more." Temari abruptly skewed. It was so warm and pleasant inside, but this moment just flew out of my head. Naruto laughed. "Get rid of it at home or put it in a frame next to a photograph of your husband." "Yes, you went." She again felt immense irritation, staggering, she slid off the table and looked at Naruto with hatred. "Go to hell. Like I'll do it." "You will, for the sake of your beloved husband." His ridicule did not end, because he knew that it was only for her pleasure. These words of his did not contain any force or threat at all, they rather served as a simple excuse, which she must seize on in the end. As she ignored her wet panties and reached for her clothes, Naruto mentally chuckled. I love her. She goes on about her secret desires and easily accepts ridiculous excuses. Just a little more, don't be arrogant. Temari snorted contemptuously, noticing the guy's gaze on her ass, like I need these defiled things. Her gaze quickly turned into a smile. You have a whole week, you need these dirty panties more. Wow, the Hokage shook his head with a grin as Temari didn't mention the condom in her hole at all. She cheated again. I'm glad that you learned to joke in this position, but be careful, without these dirty panties, my present may start to flow out of your hole. Temari blushed sharply and his fingers trembled, and then, she sharply tightened her kimono belt and snorted. I said it myself, I'm very narrow. I'll flush this slop down the toilet. Yes. How I adore you. Naruto laughed, admiring the girl from the side. She continued to behave like a cutie, without noticing how she had already become accustomed to her position with might and main. Her sharp tongue was as good at talking as it was at sex. Suddenly, Naruto moved. Ah! Temari screamed as soon as he grabbed her from behind by her delicious ass, and then slipped playful fingers under her clothes and began to caress her swollen clitoris. Ah, oh and no. Why you promised, not so brave anymore. Naruto began to bite the kunoichi's ear. Well, stop me, I won't resist, you can even hit. Please. Stop, she breathed heavily, bit her lips and began to get excited again. Just his touch was enough to make her weak, how could she hit him? After his cold attitude, she could no longer physically resist him, only her mouth had the courage to resist, but even he was now losing ground. Enough. You promised after all. That's right. 7 days, Naruto abruptly released the trembling girl, and she momentarily lost her balance, staggering. Throwing an angry look at Naruto, Temari whispered, You're mean. It's just that your body is too honest, I can't help it. That's enough. If everything goes according to plan, you won't be able to escape. Since he had scheduled a meeting with Temari before 7 days, he just tested her compliance. Even if she had just had sex with him, he was sure that she would no longer be able to resist him, especially on that day. Okay, then see you my favorite toy. Naruto smiled enigmatically, keeping a gleam of lust in his eyes as always. Just looking at him made her feel even hotter. Temari snorted in annoyance and staggered towards the exit. She didn't even bother to take care of her appearance. Her hair and clothes were still disheveled. Because of the poorly tightened belt, her charms almost fell out, and the cute intimate place sparkled in all its glory. Only after leaving his office, she more or less brought herself back to normal. This torture is finally over. Chapter 102, Get By. After everything that happened, Temari straightened her hair, and after that she put her chest in order. Damn, the nipples, though faintly, were visible through the clothes. Without underwear, she felt like the last whore, perfectly feeling the most obscene in her bottom hole. Condom filled with sperm. He takes pleasure in mocking. Bastard, blushing with shame, the kunoichi continued to flow juices, realizing another stream of arousal. After all, in fact, in his office she felt at least under some kind of protection from external eyes, but now everything is different. This sense of danger irritated. Why was it so good? It was stupid to deceive yourself. I could not even imagine that intimacy with a man could be so pleasant. Temari never finished in her life like today. Even all the past times with Naruto, his fingers and tongue paled in comparison to his cock inside. For the first time in her life, she felt her bosom tremble. Until this day, it seemed to be asleep, nothing could bring it back to life. This time, her femininity suddenly awakened, and she could not even imagine how she would live on. Can she ever be her former self again? Naruto and his cock. The mere thought of it made her womb tremble again. I'm such a fool. Even the time he touched me, I realized that his fingers were just the beginning. I knew everything, but still I let him. Temari involuntarily fixing his hair, she covered her eyes with her hand and sighed. How is it? Who am I now, after this? Suddenly, the kunoichi shuddered, she suddenly heard muffled footsteps. Damn. Not now. The pussy was flowing as Naruto's cum slowly mixed with the juices and began to drip lightly down the inside of his thigh. Not only that, but, I even smell of sex. I smell of it. Naruto's scent soaked into her lips and mouth, it soaked in everywhere it could, it defiled almost every part of her body. Temari bit her lips and nervously straightened her clothes, trying to put herself in order as quickly as possible. Wet, sparkling skin, a blush on her cheeks, the aroma of sexuality, it was as if she had just taken a hot shower, with wet hair. That's just, hot was only sex with another man. Suddenly, Temari shuddered. The unknown climbed the stairs, and immediately came into view. It was him. Shikamaru, what the hell are you doing here? And no. Idiot. The kunoichi swallowed, folded her hand seals and did the first thing that came to mind. She tried to use the jutsu and escape, but, Temari? The shocked voice made her freeze in place. Shikamaru felt it and watched in bewilderment as his trembling wife tried to escape. Temari did not know what to do, the white liquid slowly slipped down her slender legs. One wrong look and Shikamaru could see. One move and he could lift her kimono, notice her ass pinkish from spanking with a condom obscenely peeking out of a wet hole. And what would he do? Just the thought of this made Temari stop, although her body was trembling, but in the lower abdomen everything was just on fire. Once again she experienced this forbidden feeling. Right now, she could run away, but, slowly turning her head, the embarrassed girl smiled strangely. "Sate Shikamaru, are you here again?" The man slowly approached his wife. That's the thing with the laboratory. Why yes. It's alright." The corners of Temari's lips twitched, she tried not to look in the direction of her husband. Surprisingly, for some reason, he blushed in embarrassment. Now his own wife seemed even more charming. What the hell? She's been getting more and more attractive over the last week. Yes, and she's acting strange. Shikamaru did not understand the reason, and Temari, biting her tongue, looked in his direction. He did not notice. HM. Well, of course, with an open mockery, the kunoichi suddenly turned around, her nipples stood out with might and main on her kimono, but she didn't even think to hide them. Temari suddenly took a step towards her husband and said with a grin, "What is that look?" "And no, nothing," Shikamaru coughed and averted his eyes, he was just amazed. She didn't wear a bra. What the heck? She's never. What the Shikamaru suddenly remembered something. More precisely, the night when she suddenly decided to do something to him. At that very moment, understanding suddenly came to him, and he smiled smugly. So she is for me. I didn't even think that she would suddenly start on her own. To admit, Shikamaru always considered his wife terrible in sex, she behaved rudely and arrogantly, as if the very fact of intercourse, even kisses, was disgusting to her. However, he also did not notice his problems. Temari slowly leaned over, allowing Shikamaru to enjoy the views of her cleavage. The man smiled bewitched and was already preparing for a kiss, but, the girl abruptly crept up to his ear and whispered languidly, "You'll get around." Throwing a mocking look at him, Temari simply walked away, shaking her hips. If Shikamaru had not been so amazed and excited at the same time by such a changed wife, he might have noticed how a white liquid was already very noticeably flowing down her legs, constantly dripping onto the gray floor of the residence. Like drops of rain, a trail of her love juices, and sometimes the seed of the Hokage, stretched behind the girl. How depraved. And she felt it all without even turning around. Shikamaru could not even think that his wife had just been properly fucked and sent home to the eyeballs filled with sperm, and her exciting smell, which so aroused his masculinity, did not belong entirely to Temari. He would not have believed it if he knew that so much hot breath that touched his ear was saturated with the aroma of sperm and someone else's penis. Shikamaru swallowed and turned around. Damn. She got too hot, but she's still the same vixen. And why are Chuji and I so unlucky with wives? I would go now as a bachelor and enjoy life. Shaking his head, he finally made his way to his old friend's office. As always, he saw no reason to knock. With Naruto they went through a lot, why such courtesies between friends? As a result, Shikamaru calmly entered and once again felt this smell, only more concentrated. Blushing and excited again, he shook his head. Yeah. Temari, are you trying to seduce Naruto? Laughing at his thoughts, he naturally dismissed this idea, because he remembered well how, in his youth, Temari broke one guy's nose just because he called her hot. If she even treated her husband like garbage, then it was not worth talking about others. Shikamaru wouldn't have believed it in his wildest dreams. No, she would never do that, especially to Naruto. I'd rather shave my head. Stopping in front of the Hokage's desk, Shikamaru without thinking twice folded his hand seals and in a flash of smoke a large scroll of techniques appeared in front of him. Keep it as agreed. Placing the scroll on the table, Shikamaru explained, I wrote something new in there. Lately I've been so lazy. I wanted to send Shikade, but that brat is chilling somewhere again. Anyway, I'm on my way. How's my day off? Naruto finally looked up and looked away from contemplating the photo of his 7th team. Ah, it's you, Shikamaru. What do you have there? Doesn't matter. Naruto put the photo back on the table and nodded at the scroll. Is everything there? Yes, I have nothing to hide from you. Commendable. The Hokage patted the scroll and waved his hand, then you can be free. You're too serious again. What's the matter with you in recent days? Working on a new jutsu, need more information. That's how it is. Shikamaru nodded and didn't bother, he himself wanted to go on a very well-deserved rest as soon as possible. Then I went. A few chunin will do my job and bring everything to you in a couple of days. Don't overdo it. Yes, B. Thus, Naruto received an additional scroll with the techniques of the Nara clan. The method of obtaining it made me think about an interesting detail. For example, what is wrong with this clan system? Why are there those who still keep secrets from the Hokage? Shikamaru only gave him the scroll because they were friends, and the desire to relax and get a day off played a role. But, what would be the answer if it was a Hyuga scroll? It was here that an interesting problem opened up in the power of the leader. However, Naruto decided to put that matter aside for the future, as did the Nara scroll. He managed to successfully get rid of Shikamaru, but otherwise, everything went on as usual. Finally, the moment has come to take the next step and get closer to the fulfillment of the fourth goal. So, tonight is an evening with Ino. The exam is less than 3 months away, so everything is going according to plan so far. It remains to wait. I hope Ino will do everything that I asked and Himawari will not let you down. Smiling confidently, Naruto closed his eyes and continued to think about his submission technique. No matter how hard he tried, right now it only caused one headache. Chapter 104, It's him. Naruto stepped out of the shadows and slowly walked towards a lone figure near the public restroom. In a black cloak that completely hides her form and even her face, she skillfully hid her personality. Only one strand of blonde hair betrayed a girl in her. Ino stood to the side, with a slight trembling all over her body, very nervous and often looking around. Her legs were trembling, not from the cold from their clothes, but rather from fear of stumbling into someone familiar in this place. This can be a real disaster. Admiring her condition, Naruto suddenly stopped and chuckled playfully. It will be fun. He folded his hand seal with a grin, and at the same moment his appearance noticeably changed. This time he wanted to play especially hot. Today, Ino will experience a lot of emotions, such strong ones that she has never experienced before. Pretty quickly, the Hokage's appearance changed to a rather pale-looking man, thin, in an open outfit. If Ino saw him, she would be able to recognize him instantly, especially now. Definitely, this face would be the last person she would like to see at the moment. Almost naked under a cloak, she came to a meeting with another man, and even to the park, by the toilet, to the place where sheer debauchery is sure to happen at such an hour. Ino was not a fool. She understood that something like this should happen as soon as Naruto appeared, but she came anyway. Suddenly, "Hey, sorry," heard from behind. Ino shuddered. She was struck like lightning. Her knees almost buckled, she barely stood on her feet, and with a terrible panic, she simply froze in place. Impossible! Impossible! She could only scream in her head. She recognized this voice instantly. "Hey you, in a raincoat." Again, his voice made her freeze in horror. Moreover, she could not escape, because she perfectly understood how she looked now. A suspicious type is standing and waiting for something in the park. Yes, she is just a real target for Shinobi. One wrong move and the chase will start after her, and, okay, it will be only one sigh. In the end, after all, more people may appear, and then what? Will they catch her and take off her cape? God, she understood how badly her life could end. We need to hold him back, if I attack unexpectedly. And no, it's dangerous, damn it. Maybe change shape. No, now it's too suspicious, he's definitely already looking at me. That's just, although Ino panicked, she did the first and most important thing. She began to think through everything and knitted herself in her hands. As a result, she was faced with an amazing discovery. His chakra. I don't. The kunoichi frowned. Even though she heard Sai's voice, she couldn't feel his chakra and, "Gotcha!" he suddenly shouted, suddenly appearing right in front of the girl's face. Ee. Ino already squealed and recoiled. The hood of her cloak was almost thrown off by a breath of wind, but she grabbed it in time and trembling lowered her head, trying not to even look in his direction. Sai! It is he! What the hell? Naruto? What have you done? She didn't know what to think. Where are you? You're coming, aren't you? All she could do now was hope with a shudder for her friend. She knew very well that Naruto could resolve everything, but he still did not appear. Wait, I think I know you, Sai said with surprise, which made Ino scared again. No. You're kidding. It's impossible. Crap. She was about to close the seals and try to use the genjutsu, when all of a sudden, Ino, and no, shivering and panic in her chest seemed to explode. Ino turned pale. If earlier she could turn and lie, then how will she explain her current situation? Quickly, the decision came by itself. She did not hesitate. Sai, the girl laughed nervously and pulled off her hood, trying to hold on to the rest of her cloak. She decided to act more confidently. In the end, the Sai she knew would never touch her and tear off her clothes, and usually he didn't notice her clothes at all. He probably wouldn't even ask about the cloak. She thought so, but, what are you wearing? His unexpected question again became a resounding slap in the face on the girl's loyalty. Sweat broke out on Ino's face. but she continued to smile nervously, while the corners of her lips twitched treacherously. It's just me, Anne. With Sakura, we have. There's such a thing. It's important, I'll explain to you later. Why you couldn't leave me. Chapter 105, Will you come back? Ino had already completely forgotten that she did not feel the chakra of this person, she was only panicked, because such a familiar life in marriage was at stake. She's not brave enough. Naruto saw everything and was a little annoyed by it, especially as she was afraid of revealing the truth. In his opinion, such nonsense should not bother her at all. All she should care about is him. That is why he took a step forward and said menacingly, Ino, I saw Sakura 5 minutes ago, she was in a hurry to perform an operation in the hospital. There was no mention of you. What does all of this mean? The last days you are too strange, that's why I took the task and decided to scout everything, and here you are alone, in this cloak. Are you hiding something? Abruptly, the man reached out with his hand, wanting to tear off this hoodie, when suddenly, slap! A ringing slap fell on his thin arm, from which Sai involuntarily took 2 steps back. Ino? He asked with a tremor in his voice. What does that mean? Don't touch. Don't touch me. The kunoichi suddenly got angry and backed off. Go away, Not now, but, not now. Get away. Sai sighed and lowered his head. It seemed hard for him to say this, but he found the strength in himself. So this is how. Will you come back at night? Or in the morning? The girl gritted her teeth, but did not answer, lowering her head. Go away, please. At that moment, it seemed to her as if everything around was collapsing. He asked it as if he understood everything, and she could not answer otherwise. Instinctively, she didn't want to go back with him. God, Sai. Why now? Why? Her shoulders trembled. I went too far. Naruto stopped pressing, he saw that Ino could no longer hold on, so he abruptly folded his hand seal and dispelled the transformation jutsu. Instantly, a familiar smiling silhouette appeared before Ino's shocked gaze. Naruto glared down at the kunoichi's body and chuckled. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Why you? Ino's face turned red in an instant, and for the first time she yelled at him, fool. Idiot. I nearly burst into tears of embarrassment. Do you think this is funny? What are you smiling about? And at that moment she finally broke down and cried. Feelings of guilt, desire and resentment mixed up and burst out in a furious stream. Fool. Ino walked over to Naruto and started punching him in the chest while still sobbing. Jerk. Deceiver. He gave her only a moment to express her feelings, and then caught her fragile hands and pulled her sharply to him. Sorry. I just wanted to know if you would leave me if he interfered. And not funny, her sad whisper captivated her, as did those alluring lips. Naruto couldn't tear himself away as he kept touching them. The tears didn't want to stop rolling down her beautiful cheeks. You didn't leave. Couldn't. You made me put on such depravity. Her languid breath burned, Naruto could barely hold on, starting to often cover her with tender kisses. Don't do that again, Ino began to answer, gradually forgetting about this insult. At that moment, she wanted to forget about everything and experience this amazing pleasure again. Lips continued to touch each other non-stop, it was like simple kisses, but there was so much desire and passion hidden in them. They became like preludes before the true kiss, in which Ino so desired to dissolve. Enjoying the pleasant sensations, she whispered, I feel stupid. You're not stupid, we just suit each other. He began to touch her sweet neck with his lips. You are the best sex friend of all. Why you can't argue with that, biting her lips, Ino groaned, oh yes. How good. I want you already. You're mean, you've been ignoring me all this time. I wanted to make you feel as comfortable as possible. Ino screamed as she felt the weightlessness. Naruto picked her up and carried her towards the nearest building. The girl already understood that all this was not just so she continued to burn with shame. In a place like this. What if someone? Don't worry, I have an idea. The Hokage smiled enigmatically, you'll like it very much. Okay. How could she argue if she herself came here and even forgave him after such meanness? All she could do was look at his face in fascination. Ino did not yet know that the place was chosen for a reason. Naruto had known for a long time that people might appear here soon. After all, many train in this park late at night. Therefore, this is the best time to have fun in a public toilet with your pervert girl. By the way, I bought your size, Ino involuntarily whispered, breaking away from the man's lips. Her womb was still burning with desire, so she mentioned this moment. Naruto laughed. I think they were surprised. Kicking open one of the toilet cubicles, he deftly seated the girl in a free place, right next to the area of /U200B /U200B's fly. Still, before you took other sizes. And no. Ino blushed sweetly, I've never bought before. This is the first time. I thought you liked it when I come inside. The girl turned away and grumbled sweetly, I don't want to take pills, they spoil the figure. Yeah? Naruto licked his lips, or maybe you want to get pregnant. Ino remained silent, pouted her lips and looked eagerly at the noticeable bump on Naruto's pants. Maybe already. Oh yes. The most important. Naruto abruptly folded a series of seals and suddenly changed outwardly again, turning into a young boy. He just took and turned into a 16-year-old. The same forehead protector and even an orange jacket. Eh? And Naruto, the girl blinked in surprise, what does that mean? What? I always wanted to fuck you at that age. Come on, now it's your turn. You. The kunoichi playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly, you were drawn to younger girls? Right now I only care about one girl, touching her nose, the Hokage grinned, I want to fuck you properly. So that's why he asked for this. Before that, Ino was still wondering why he told her about such a strange outfit, now everything fell into place. Although, in fact, the idea of sleeping with Naruto again becoming a 16-year-old girl turned her on in earnest. Chapter 106, Not This Time. 18. A couple of hand seals and the mature Ino was replaced by her young copy, still beautiful and miniature, even brighter and only slightly losing her mature sensuality. Only her charming eyes were not too different, they were still blazing with lust. Naruto slowly reached out and pulled the useless cloak off the girl. At the same moment, he slid under her feet, revealing all the stunning charms of the kunoichi. The Hokage swallowed hard. Great, her outfit under that black bag was simply amazing. Even Naruto had no idea what was so special she would wear on this date. Like? Ino giggled playfully, actually. I didn't say, but I bought it a long time ago, just about the age you see me. You might as well start molesting me then. Would you agree? Ino's grin made her slightly embarrassed. In fact, she herself did not know, these words just escaped by themselves. The best answer, he licked his lips, starting to gently feel the nipples of the blonde. Naruto had no doubt that he would have done just that if he were 16, but he was thrown into this world much later. The kunoichi groaned as she surrendered to his skillful fingers. Good. The young body was different, Ino retained her former sexuality, but also the youth inherent in this age, while her smell has not changed. Still the same appetizing. But the main thing is a completely mesh suit, it was he who struck Naruto so much. Bare shoulders and a small cutout in the intimate area were the only places without mesh fabric. Otherwise, Ino was covered with thin intertwining threads, in other words, she was completely naked. No underwear, just a full body mesh, she couldn't hide absolutely nothing. That is why, her whole amazing figure seemed even more incredible. Young and hot in such a lewd look, perfect. On top of that, Ino was wearing high black high-heeled shoes, so she looked incredibly slutty. Naruto had never seen anything more vulgar before. The courage of this girl was simply amazing. Wearing this under a cloak as a married woman is indeed a talent. Impressive. I saw her talent as a pervert and now she has proved it. Certainly, if he pressed lightly, she could give herself to him even then. Even if this relationship is only for the sake of sex, Ino somehow quickly accepted everything and began to enjoy. An ordinary married girl would obviously not allow herself this. It looks like she really wanted female pleasure. Ino's papillae received amazing pleasure. Naruto crushed them and bit them, giving himself up to this matter literally with his head, drowning in her amazing boobs. Ino was already drooling and reaching for Naruto's long-awaited boner that was trying to rip through his trousers. Is he this big before? The kunoichi swallowed, damn, why did you just now think of me? Still holding an ounce of resentment, she quickly began pulling down the Hokage's pants, ignoring his desire to play with her nipples. Naruto chuckled at her activity, and then simply decided to help, pulling out an impressive dick, slapping it right on the girl's lips. Damn, I still can't get used to it, Ino smiled charmingly, enjoying the intoxicating aroma, he's so handsome and, she swallowed. It smells so good, Sai would have hurt you. He wouldn't have been happy to see you sniffing my cock. Don't say that, the kunoichi puffed out her cheeks cutely, it's not just the size, it's different, you're different with me. I'm not even sure that I loved him, admiring the beauty of the wreath on at its base, Ino smiled tightly. Like that time with Sasuke, I just chose and that's it. Sounds terrible. But, I tried to be normal, like everyone else, to find a guy. Dating, kissing, having sex. Stupid, right? Looking up sadly, Ino shook her head in mockery. You can't change anything now. I'm probably really a pervert. I'm so drawn to you, I want to feel you, your cock, your kisses, your smell. I've never felt so good with a single man. Not that she spoiled the situation with such a frank confession, but Naruto stopped smiling, he just sighed and stroked the girl. Are you so worried about the fact of infidelity or your choice? I don't know. It's just, I want to be with you, but... Hinata, Inogen, Sai, and all our other friends, Ino hesitated, unable to finish. Even if Naruto treated her a little rudely, he still brought something special to her life. He changed her like no one before, and all this made feelings that were steeped in boredom and frustration change. Just as she was about to open her mouth to share, Naruto suddenly moved closer and encased Ino in a lecherous kiss. Not this time. The kunoichi quickly surrendered herself to the process as she started playing obscenely with her tongues. Ino fucking loved to kiss, and as hot as possible. Naruto suddenly wanted to interrupt the flow of her feelings and see that passionate Ino, which he admired so much. A woman ready to take off her ring, the symbol of her marriage, just to have sex with another. He wanted exactly the greedy and vicious bitch. He didn't dismiss her feelings, but rather wanted to let her know they weren't important. He was surprised by her acceptance and quick change of emotions. Ino surpassed everyone in this. To cool off so quickly for her husband and feel for another, it's just incredible frivolity. This is what Ino differed from others, she could change like no one else. A girl's heart is really fickle. She had already begun to forget about her husband, as soon as she gave a little caress. Naruto was not at all happy that this cutie lost all the taste of treason, he wanted to make her even more pervert. Naruto wasn't going to turn this relationship into pathetic pink snot, he wanted the most obscene relationship with the passionate Yamanaka. Her husband and son are just a tool that can develop this girl to her ideal. Chapter 107, Ino's Hidden Essence, 18. The kiss dragged on, Ino completely surrendered to her lust. She was already hooked on these kisses for the first time, and now she was sucking like crazy. She wanted to use her tongue again and again and feel his taste more strongly, when suddenly, ha! That's better. Grinning, Naruto pulled back and admired the reddened face of the beauty. Ino was breathing heavily, her glossy lips were trembling, while saliva flowed right down her chin, often dripping onto her gorgeous chest. In the eyes flames of desire were burning, the nose was reddened, and it smelled so much that it drove you crazy. Naruto swallowed again and then smiled back. Don't worry, I accept your feelings, so who cares? You don't wear rings, which means you don't cheat, remember? He approached Ino's ear and whispered, but you can make a ring in another place, as a result of our connection. The girl's eyes trembled and she swallowed nervously. Why you mean? Yeah, there are nipples and one cute place, touching Ino's navel. Naruto played with his finger. I want it here. Everyone will see it. Do you understand? Enjoying those lewd words and his touch, Ino broke into an obscene smile. It's also impossible, really? The Hokage chuckled, but I think it will only make you feel better. Njich. Clenching her teeth and dripping with juices, Ino groaned. Depraved nectar was already flowing down her slender thighs in the grid, she could hardly hold on. And he also began to pinch her nipples. Suddenly, Naruto's hand penetrated lower, touching her most sensitive places. Ikon. Nope. He jerked his hand away and licked his wet fingers. Today you will come only from my cock. Ha. Ino breathed heavily and looked at this tormentor with displeasure. So mean. I'm still going to finish 100 times, so why? Well, since you are so sweet and honest today, I would like to reward your uterus with my seed. What? Ino's insides trembled and tingled, the bosom began to contract again and again, as if understanding who these vicious words were addressed to. She couldn't believe that her body reacted like that to such things. Why you want me to? Naruto reached over to the girl's cloak and pulled out a long purple ribbon. A dozen condoms, she actually bought them. Ino swallowed. Naruto looked at the girl with a smile. Don't be afraid, if I kill you a child, I will come up with a better method in place. Have you forgotten? It's just sex without commitment, isn't it? You're a big pervert. I like it. If I make you a baby, it will be the most depraved moment in your life. The Hokage chuckled harshly. Maybe I'll even invite Sai and your son to it, eh? In response to this, her pussy tightened up, and everything in her tummy fluttered. The mother became even more greedy. What's happening? Ino swallowed, unable to stop her lustful trembling. Her womb seemed to be jubilant at the idea, and she didn't know how to react. So you like the idea? Why you? The kunoichi blushed and looked away. Very funny. Who would like that? Terrible perversions. I'm not like that. Meanwhile, in the intimate places of Ino, a complete flood began. About? Naruto licked his lips and looked at the kunoichi's wet pussy. She was clearly trembling at his last words. Ha! She definitely looks like Temari, only that pride doesn't allow her to admit the truth, and Ino has long since accepted the situation. Otherwise, why would she act so decisively and obscenely? She's too weak on the front. But that's exactly what I like. With a wicked grin, Naruto abruptly ripped off the package of the first condom with his teeth and tossed it up. Catch, eh? Ino shuddered and reflexively caught the rubber band. Hey, did you forget? Today you are a dirty whore, and they catch it with their mouths. What? The girl's eyebrows twitched in displeasure, but then she stretched her fingers to her mouth and marked the gum between her lips, looking defiantly into the Hokage's eyes. Damn! Why be rude? It's not fun. Even though she thought so, she's already turned on in earnest. Unconsciously, she fucking loved the situation, and his every word that created this forbidden trembling was addictive. It suits you, Naruto smirked. He liked Ino's lewd look. She stood up and spread her legs right in front of his cock. What a complete whore. If Inogen saw you now, what would he think? He probably would have ended up like his mother. Enough. Ino bit her lips while stroking her long-awaited cock. It is not clear why she allowed him to mock and affect the family like that. It pissed her off, but, remembering his son's face, imagining his reaction to something like this. With every such thought, the lecherous puddle under Ino's feet only grew larger. God, he's a virgin. He would probably go crazy, imagining how he would look at her, showing lust or contempt and condemnation. No! Everything has gone too far. Naruto seemed to see her desires and smirked. Ino lowered her head and licked her lips. I really am a pervert, she swallowed, feeling too ashamed and hot at the same time. Ah, he's so bad. Looking at Naruto's magnificent torso, Ino could no longer keep her tongue in her mouth and prepared to put it into action. At that moment, all her depraved essence could no longer remain inside. The mention of her son and her betrayal completely broke all boundaries and barriers. Now she wanted to pounce on the coveted penis and suck it hard. It was at that moment that Naruto's mocking voice was heard. Start. With uncontrollable greed, Ino got loose. Chapter 108, Observation, 18. Like a wild animal, with one rough and depraved movement, Ino abruptly swallowed the entire cock to the throat. She coughed, stuck out her tongue and rolled her eyes, letting Naruto enjoy the narrow walls of her hungry hole. The condom lay alone on the sidelines. She just spit it out. The Hokage exhaled in shock, feeling the tremendous pressure at the very tip, as well as the pleasant tongue play on his thick balls. Ino seemed to use all her whore instincts, wanting to achieve one single goal, to get sperm as lewd as possible. The stronger and the longer the stimulation, the more pleasant the partner and the stronger his orgasm will be. Ino did everything to get what she wanted. Squishing her mouth, she gave herself to a rough suction. Although she was inferior to Temari, who, as if by magic, coped with everything perfectly, Ino could well be compared in skill with the diligent Hinata. She sucked with such dedication. Something like that could break Sai's heart 10 times over. Seeing someone else's wife so selflessly treats your cock is an incredible feeling. Kakich, most often swallowing deeper, the blonde did not let go of the hard shaft from the deep part of her mouth, while her tongue was mainly serving Naruto's balls, and her eyes were constantly following his reaction. Ino grabbed onto his legs and fought the pressure as she pounced on the delicious cock for the last time. Naruto did not expect such wildness from the always passionate Ino. Probably something happened to her this time. A horny girl can sometimes go off the rails. The girl's mouth worked like a jackhammer. Saliva and steam came out in the process of hot swallowing, most often flowing straight onto the kunoichi's tits, and also splashing on her legs spread apart. Her pussy throbbed, and several large strings of nectar were already sagging to the floor. She wanted sex. I so wanted her to work even harder. Naruto decided to help her anyway. Ino started to slow down, so he grabbed the back of her head while she hugged his waist, and then he started moving even harder. Obscene sounds of a throat blowjob immediately scattered throughout the public toilet. Stunningly obscene spanking, moaning and squelching saliva drove crazy with their depravity. Naruto pounded his blonde's mouth for several minutes. Ino's jaw was tired and trembling, and all the lower holes were madly compressed. Even her ass throbbed greedily, swelled and began to salivate. It was at that moment that the Hokage accelerated and began to pick up the pace. Poor Yamanaka began to squish her mouth and throat even more. The saliva that covered the entire member scattered on her noble face and well-groomed hair. Instinct struck alarm at the same moment. The pulse on the tongue spoke better than any words. The kunoichi rolled her eyes and braced herself. Naruto shuddered and growled as he pressed Ino's little nose right into his crotch. Che! He started to come furiously down her throat. The scalding stream of the first portion of sperm filled the entire mouth of the kunoichi in a ruthless stream. The milk splashed down her throat and escaped even through her nose. Just at that moment, Ino's pussy could not stand it. The girl abruptly began to stimulate the clitoris with her palm, greedily and aggressively masturbating. It only took a second, when suddenly, psh, with a perverted sound, the fountain began to squirt from the hungry pussy. The bosom trembled, and all the sperm had already begun to escape even from the mouth. It got on the tongue and in the tummy, the taste and smell began to be absorbed and dizzy. Ino's legs gave way, and she just fell to the floor. At that moment, a pulsating and aggressive cock slipped out of her weak mouth and, continuing to finish violently, began to pour over her with a strong stream of sperm. A whole milk rain was pouring on the kunoichi, and all she could do was open her mouth and take the entire supply on herself, unable to swallow the past. Saliva and cum dripped all over Ino's body as she moaned and blew funny bubbles from her nose. So perverted. Naruto exhaled and looked at his cute girl with a grin. This was not enough for him. This is not the time to relax. After wiping his trembling cock with her beautiful hair, he grinned lewdly. And now, let's start. Pulling Ino closer, he seated her in an empty seat in the booth, and then spread her legs apart. Heels immediately touched the narrow walls of the room. Naruto even had to slightly bend his legs to enter it properly, and finally, everything worked out. Paired with a passionate slap, Ino let out an amazing moan. At the same moment she reached the second incredible orgasm. Naruto smiled and let her legs tremble without removing his cock. As soon as Ino somehow recovered from the orgasm, Naruto began to move faster and faster. He had studied all the weak points of the passionate Yamanaka the last time, so it was not a problem for him to bring her to the next final. More. Chapter 109, Yamanaka's Depraved Face, 18. Under the gunpoint of the camera, Ino did not even notice how her lustful face and sexy body in a mesh outfit were filmed from the most obscene angle. If she hadn't given herself so much to this hot sex, she could have easily caught surveillance, but not this time, especially not after her face was covered with sperm and this intoxicating smell. Now she is completely blown away. Perhaps she even hoped to be noticed, because of that she moaned louder and louder. And Naruto, she wasn't even shy about shouting his name. She's great. The Hokage picked up the pace, brought Ino's legs together and put her heels on his free shoulder, starting to move faster and faster, clapping faster, and also using his free hand just like she likes. The slaps on her pale ass were accompanied by even more passionate moans. Ino loved it as much as such a fast pace. She thrived on the slaps on her juicy ass, almost as hard as the close sex during the kiss. Except this time Naruto didn't hug her, he used her to the fullest, letting someone capture all the most amazing moments with this mature slut. Finish. The fourth orgasm came immediately after the third. Then Naruto finally could not restrain himself and poured out with all his strength right inside the girl. He filled it a second time. Another wave of chakra penetrated even through the defenses that barely contained the set of his deflated semen. Ino was shocked and she bent over, just starting to scream from the buzz. Naruto threw back his head and gave himself up to pleasure. Fucking in a public place, and even right under the camera lens, turned out to be damn pleasant. The first condom was followed by the second, Naruto deftly tying them into a knot and attaching them to Ino's mesh. Like small awards, they adorned her slender tummy one by one. The Hokage hung out his wealth, feeling better and better each time. From his obscene actions, Ino felt like a complete whore. Today she was used not as a girlfriend or friend, but as a hard sex toy and, for some reason, she really liked it. The pose changed one after another, and the elastic bands simply disappeared before our eyes. Slaps and moans, the smell of debauchery and constant orgasms, the whole place was literally saturated with sex. The Hokage did this again and again from time to time, lowering into an elastic band. By the 10th time, when the condoms began to run out, Ino almost didn't think. Only a protruding tongue, a trembling body and a red ass from constant slaps. Then Naruto picked her up and entered at a furious pace, pressing against the wall, and all the kunoichi could do was continue to maintain his pace, no longer able to speak. Her body shuddered again. With the last of her strength, Ino grabbed her lover with her slender legs and let him slide right inside. Ino shuddered, feeling a completely different heat now. She finally understood why her brain almost melted from that last time he entered her. Inside. He came inside without even asking permission. Just thinking about it, she was overwhelmed by another wave of pleasure. A beautiful finale ended with a plentiful portion of sperm that splashed straight into the uterus, filling the girl's insides to the eyeballs. Before Naruto had time to pull out his cock, a stream of female juices sprayed from Ino's hole, followed by whipped cream. Over a dozen filled condoms trembled on Yamanaka's body, and then Naruto sat her down. Naruto nodded contentedly and, with a vicious gleam in his eyes, settled himself into Ino's free mouth. Before she had time to recover from such a hard fuck, he planted her deeper and started cleaning. Come on, clean it up for Hinata. Ugh, Yamanaka's eyes expressed only lust, and the tongue itself set to work. As soon as the blonde slut released the cock sparkling from saliva from her skillful mouth, the Hokage nodded contentedly and stroked his hot bitch. Good job. Ino could hardly speak and only nodded, continuing to tumble to the side with a trembling gaze and disheveled hair. If Naruto had not held her, she would have fallen into a puddle of depraved juices long ago. Lucky, they didn't seem to notice us. Although, here's how to look. Grinning, Naruto admired the result of his work. Unlike the moment they started having sex, now Ino, to put it mildly, was completely different from her former self. If earlier in her mesh lingerie she looked like a slutty slut, now filled condoms girded her tummy and hung under their own weight like New Year's toys on this lustful girl. Her entire mesh was torn in many places, her body was covered with stains from fingers and slaps. Her nipples, barely recovered from Naruto's previous bites, were marked again, and her wet pussy. The milk continued to trickle down her thighs, reaching her ankles. She looked too used at that moment. Even Sai would understand at a glance. Lipstick and shadows had long flowed, along with tears and saliva. Ino's face looked no worse than the face of the dirtiest whore. Now she is fully consistent with her image. That's exactly what Naruto wanted. He wanted to unleash Ino's potential to the fullest. This is another step towards success. Ha! Well, I went, without thinking twice. The Hokage waved his hand and left without turning around, without even slamming the booth. Ino just lay there, trembling, unable to collect her thoughts. All she saw was the man's silhouette moving away, leaving her here all alone, weakened and used in a public restroom. How mean. Bastard, Ino whispered as she swallowed the last of her cum on her tongue. Chapter 110, An Unexpected Encounter. The smell of sex followed Naruto. As soon as he left the public restroom, the Hokage stretched contentedly and let out a sigh of relief. That's what I understand. I just lacked something like that. I got simple sex. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto walked out onto the road and waited, stopping in the shade of a tree. If Sakura arrived at this moment, it would be foolish to miss him. Here, it seems to be chasing me. I believe in fate. But, no, this is definitely some kind of shitty case. We see each other more than the rest. I don't like such coincidences. Crossing his arms over his chest, he simply closed his eyes, concentrating on Sakura's chakra. And then half a minute later, wearing a sporty red top and black tight shorts, the kunoichi was jogging, and even with her stamina she was sweating. The sweat-stained clothes highlighted her curvaceous curves quite sexually. Ha! Ha! Sakura seemed to have a hard time moving. Naruto immediately noticed this and drew attention to her legs and unusual bracelets, a kind of bandages on her hands. These signs, he easily recognized the fuin and understood their purpose. It turned out that Sakura used weights in her evening workouts. It is commendable that she did not forget about her own development even after so many years. Maybe it's just a coincidence. In the end, she did not notice anything, continuing her training. As soon as the kunoichi ran past Naruto, his lips stretched into a sly grin. Hey Sakura, eh? The girl shuddered and turned around sharply, frowning. She peered into the shadow and spotted a barely distinguishable silhouette there. Who are you? His blue eyes sparkled mysteriously, which alarmed her even more. Stop hiding, or what? There was a sneer in response, and then Naruto stepped out of the shadows. Are you going to jump on me again? And Naruto? Sakura relaxed, then narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working? Work? The Hokage just chuckled. If what he did before was called work, then this is not a funny joke at all. Naruto came close to Sakura, as if he was not interested in the boundaries of personal space, from which they almost bumped their foreheads. It was at that moment that Sakura changed her face and stepped back. What kind of shape is this? Carefully examining the guy, she frowned. Why do you need henge? Ah yes. Calmly folding the hand seal, Naruto quickly regained his former appearance and cracked his neck. It's obviously better. Sakura smiled. Why did you change your appearance at all? Wanted to surprise me? Do you have a high opinion of yourself? And no, Sakura started to get angry, but then she stopped and sighed. Sorry. Her timid behavior surprised him, and even an apology. Well, She seemed to be trying to squeeze out the words. I'm sorry Naruto. I'm sorry for what I told you earlier. I didn't think it would bother you at all. Wow, Naruto clearly didn't expect such a revelation and that she would simply ignore his appraising look with an admixture of lust and start apologizing. Yes, this girl is too strange. When I behaved with her in a friendly way, she wiped her feet on me, and as soon as she began to tell her everything that I think and treat her like a bitch, she suddenly becomes like that. The Hokage admired her guilty expression for a little while before chuckling. Frankly, you surprised me. Why all of a sudden such changes? Sakura was a little pleased, yet he did not insist on past grievances. Meeting Naruto at such a moment was indeed a stroke of luck, yet she couldn't apologize in public, and now is a very convenient moment. She believed that he would forgive her and between them everything would be as before. Chapter 111, I Love Him. Sakura tried not to raise her voice and speak as calmly as possible. She even managed to seem cute, just like the day she lied to Naruto about her feelings. You really did a lot for me. I thought it was normal, the way we talked, but we really aren't children anymore. We are not at that age to quarrel over stupid things. We have a family and children. Maybe we can forget everything and talk. We stopped talking after you became Hokage and you know, I still want to be friends. That's it. Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Alright then, I accept your apology, thanks. The girl obviously expected otherwise, so she frowned. Thank you? Do you accept an apology? What does it mean? As expected. She's funny. Naruto mentally chuckled and then simply shrugged. Understand how you want, Sakura. Is my forgiveness so important to you? Come on, don't you care? What? The girl's eyes trembled. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, are you? And what? I thought I would smile and forgive you as before. You treated me like some kind of jerk for years. His cold gaze and words made Sakura shudder in pain. She didn't understand why he acted like that. Why so angry? I want to remind you that this moron has done more for you than anyone in this world. Do you want to argue with this? Naruto started to get excited, even though he wasn't really talking about himself, but for some reason, he himself was worried about this situation. He was very angry with people like Sakura, at least now he understood it. But unlike Naruto's past, he was clearly not tolerant. This selfish girl took everything for granted, and even resisted his will. I didn't just do more for you, I was ready to die for you, and what is the result? Look at you, you're so pathetic. You don't value yourself so much that you chose a guy who was ready to kill you. Where was Sasuke while you were crying? Where was he when you needed him the most? As she lowered her head and clenched her fists until they cracked, her whole body trembling, Naruto finished her off with the last word. His grin just cut into the soul. You like being humiliated and weak so much that you preferred not those who cared about you, but a bastard who valued you no more than dirt. Shut up. She could not stand it. The palm flew right on target and Naruto's head slightly deviated. Instantly, a fingerprint appeared on his cheek, but he didn't even flinch, but only looked with a grin at the teary face of the blushing Sakura. She was shaking. Shut up. Like I don't know that? I understand it all. But you don't understand me. I love him. And he loves me. The girl lowered her head again and whispered through her tears. You don't understand. It's not as it seems. Why yes, he hasn't returned in years, but so what? Such is Sasuke. But, we love each other. Naruto rubbed his jaw in displeasure and looked at the girl with annoyance. You are amazing. To be honest, I treat every girl in a special way, but you are just something. And you thought I was a fool? With a sneer, Naruto waved his hand and turned away. He's not bad for you, brainwashed. Wake up already, you are no more than an incubator for the continuation of the Uchiha clan. Although, why should I teach you? Like peas on the wall. Naruto didn't continue this idle chatter. Every time he met Sakura, she annoyed him on a physical and mental level. He would never have thought that someone could infuriate so much. And it seems that she did nothing to him, but still she had such an influence on him. Amazing. But, she's even sexier this way. He simply could not admit this. Each time Naruto wanted her more and more. Perhaps that's why now he could not restrain himself and said all this. Indeed, this is not a reason to bring her to tears, but, how could he miss the opportunity and not plant seeds of doubt in her soul? Naruto understood that in this case he was not quite right, continuing to put pressure on her, but he did not strive for a peaceful solution and friendship, he wanted otherwise, so he acted ruthlessly. Sakura is the type of woman who doesn't appreciate friendship and concern for her. The only thing Naruto could rely on was her anger and resentment. In this case, indifference or bonds of friendship are much worse than pain and anger. Naturally, if in the depths of her soul Sakura completely trusted her Sasuke, she would have found 1,000 arguments in the dispute and would not even shed a tear. Still, it's too strange that his best friend started talking about him like that, and Sasuke didn't just chill out on his travels. That's just clearly the case. Sakura always kept gloomy thoughts on this matter. Therefore, everything that Naruto, one of the closest people to her, said now, became something too painful. He was ruthless, but absolutely not sorry. He was going to make her his, now he was sure of it. She was damn attractive to him, perhaps even no less than Hanabi, and in his eyes she was almost the perfection of female beauty. That is why the Hokage was ready to use any method to lure her into his network. Sasuke was not his friend, and the feelings of Naruto's past did not matter at all. He retained only a tiny part of them. This was clearly not enough to stop his campaign to the complete subjugation of everyone and everything in this world. As soon as Naruto left Sakura's field of vision, she groaned sadly, hugged her elbows, and slowly sank to her knees. Her body continued to tremble, and she sobbed loudly. Why? The non-stop stream of tears just didn't stop. She herself knew how Naruto was right. How could she stay strong if her husband didn't come home for years? Sasuke didn't even send her any news, and he could just use the power of his eyes and return, but he never showed up. All these years, she raised her daughter alone, with faith in her heart, holding back her pain. She could not even think that one of the people closest to her would say such terrible and painful words to her. They still echoed through her mind and, like sharp pieces of ice, cut into her fragile heart. And Naruto, why? Does he really hate her that much? But why all of a sudden now? Maybe he's always hated her. Sakura involuntarily felt cold all over her body, as if she had lost a loved one. A feeling of pain and sorrow pierced her limbs, and as if a mockery of her condition, that very feeling throbbed again in the lower abdomen. And no, she knew better than anyone else what that meant. At such a terrible moment, she began to get turned on. Sakura hated this the most. She just despised her body for it. At her worst, saddest hour, her body always treated her so meanly. Chapter 112, Something is Wrong Here. The flow of tears finally stopped. Sakura had not given vent to her emotions for a very long time, therefore she could not restrain herself. All these years she kept everything to herself and believed in the best, but today it did not work out. After a heavy sigh, she wiped her reddened eyes and pursed her lips. Why is he like that? I thought we were friends. The kunoichi's eyes involuntarily landed on the small gray building of the park, and she immediately swallowed. As a child, I spent a lot of time here. No one knew this secret, but even when she became addicted to masturbation at a young age, everything did not seem so hopeless at all. Then this occupation brought her amazing pleasure, and Sakura, just like a madwoman, could not stop. She did it at any convenient moment, and even in crowded places. In this park, where Sasuke once said goodbye to her and left Konoha, she may have masturbated thousands of times. Of course, this place wasn't the same place after being destroyed by pain, but it was perfectly rebuilt. It was all evocative. For the first time in this place, Sakura achieved a jet orgasm and began to play with her ass, increasing her stimulation, and this is where she first tried toys. But the more stimulation she received, the stronger the feeling of pleasure was dulled, and with age the pain in the uterus only grew. Now, looking at the public restroom, in the eyes of the kunoichi, the sparks of anticipation from depraved pleasure no longer sparkled. Now they burned with a dim light of loneliness and hopelessness, as well as a slight longing for the past. Sakura knew well, no matter how she played with herself, she would only succeed in delaying her pain until the next time. There was no talk of pleasure. Enjoying an orgasm has become just a dream. She will only succeed in delaying her pain until the next time. There was no talk of pleasure. Enjoying an orgasm has become just a dream. She will only succeed in delaying her pain until the next time. There was no talk of pleasure. Enjoying an orgasm has become just a dream. What a fool I was. I know then where this will lead. God, Naruto's sharp words filled her head again, and Sakura sighed. Nothing can be done. I need this, otherwise I won't be able to finish the training. She knew well how much the pain could increase if not restrained. It can easily surpass the pain of labor pains. One has only to imagine at the same time a stabbing and pulling pain deep in the abdomen, for which there is only one cure. No drugs helped, and years of research turned out to be useless. In this case, even Sasuke could not help her. She must handle it herself. With her head bowed, trying not to remember her childhood and brush off Naruto's terrible words, Sakura headed to the public restroom. Her legs perfectly remembered every step to this place, and having already reached the entrance, she suddenly stopped when she heard someone's quiet steps ahead. There's someone here. The sense of danger was accompanied by a sharp tingling in the uterus, which made Sakura wince and clutch her stomach. Now, beads of sweat were dripping from her forehead, not only because of the recent workout, but also because of this unpleasant feeling. If nothing is done, a black heel and fishnet stockings suddenly appeared before Sakura's eyes, only for a moment, and then they were hidden by a long black cloak. What? The girl involuntarily raised her head and barely noticed a white curl that flashed very close to the hood, and then the silhouette in a raincoat quickly left this place, leaving behind an amazing aroma. Sakura continued to stand motionless with a pulsation in one secret place. The smell of a mysterious stranger only increased her pain. Involuntarily, the girl's gaze moved to the ground. It was there, almost every meter, that small dark spots were imprinted. Remembering the incredible smell of the man under the cloak and her appearance, Sakura understood everything and blushed, swallowing her saliva. Turning back to the already empty street, the kunoichi frowned. It seems I have already seen these somewhere. No, this is impossible. Although her fair skin, white hair, and familiar outfit made Sakura hesitate for a moment, she still resolutely dismissed these thoughts. I need to de-stress, I'm definitely not myself right now. How could she believe that Ino, who once showed her special outfits, would put on one of these and go to a place like this? This is just unreal. Reality seemed like a nightmare to Ino. She tried to speed up her pace as much as possible in order to quickly get to a safe place. Crap. Continuing to squint, the girl cursed. Yes, how could he? Threw me away. Here's the bastard. Played enough and left exhausted. Perhaps it was worth considering in what form Ino remained there, completely defenseless with cream oozing from the hole. If Sakura hadn't been so tense and in pain, she might well have been chasing Ino and would have learned the shocking truth. But now she was more worried about her hole. Thus, hung with condoms filled to capacity, Ino returned home. Because of her panic, she even forgot about the situation under the cloak and was in a hurry to escape from this place. In any case, Sai was on a mission and Inogen had to sleep. She comforted herself with that. However, both kunoichi couldn't know that Naruto never left the park. He only stayed for a short while to see to Ino's safety and then watch Sakura. He wanted to see what she would do in the end, if her emotions were sincere. What was his surprise when she crossed paths with her best friend and did not even understand who she was, but Ino, on the contrary, understood everything and clearly panicked. Funny, the situation turned out to be funny, although Ino's movements were understandable. After such sex she could hardly even control her chakra and perhaps forgot about more normal ways to escape, or maybe even secretly enjoyed such danger. The Hokage naturally did not cancel this. Anything can be expected from this pervert. In the end, the kunoichi just disappeared. Although Naruto wanted to see what she would do when she returned home, he still decided to stay, because it was Sakura who looked really strange. She seemed to be in pain and, the strangest thing, for some reason she was sweating and blushing, as if something were bothering her. She seemed to suddenly fall ill. This made the Hokage wary and made him doubt the conclusions about this girl. Besides, Sakura clearly showed sincere emotions, so why did she suddenly rush to the toilet? If only. Of course, Naruto thought about the most probable, but why suddenly Sakura caught so unexpectedly? It's certainly possible. But something isn't right here. His instincts told him to keep watching. So he, like a hushed predator, waited until the target was safe, and then he himself went to the public restroom. Even if he saw something dirty there, in the worst sense of the word, he was ready to put up with this sacrifice. However, after all, someone likes this, right? No wonder the perverts install cameras in the toilets. By the way. Naruto took out his camera, turned on the recording and chuckled. Maybe this is a good chance. The thought is not so hopeless. Even if he can film just nothing, it can be used against Sakura. Chapter 113, What Kind? 18. As Naruto prepared and waited with anticipation for Sakura's next move, she had already reached the last room in the public restroom. The girl seemed to be following the smell, and as soon as she opened the cabin, in which not so long ago Naruto filled Ino, the kunoichi suddenly froze and realized everything. This is. The floor was flooded with a clear liquid, and several filled condoms lay on the toilet lid and right in front of my feet. Those purple rubber bands involuntarily attracted the eye, causing Sakura to take a step back. Now she finally realized what this girl was doing here. But she went out alone, didn't she? Sharply coming to her senses, Sakura quickly checked the two remaining booths, and then breathed a sigh of relief. She was lucky, there was no one here. Returning to the same place, she swallowed again and leaned over, continuing to examine the traces of recent sex. God! What kind of perversions? This girl is just sick. And in general, paying attention to the nodules with sperm, Sakura averted her trembling eyes in disgust. Is a normal man capable of so much? There are more than 10. God! Maybe there were several. Disgusting! Filled with judgment and contempt, the kunoichi snorted and turned away. It was the first time she had encountered something so depraved, but even though Sakura said so, but the aching feeling in the uterus only intensified, she could no longer leave, but of course, she could also stay in this booth. The smell of sex circled in the air, mixed with the familiar aroma of female desires. Sakura she knew better than anyone what the true essence of this smell was. Maybe from the time of her youth, even a particle of her scent remained here. The girl swallowed, and then quickly closed herself in the next booth, closed her eyes for a moment and tuned in. I'll do everything quickly and leave. Biting her lips, Sakura began to pull off her tight shorts. The stench is disgusting. It's like the animals were mating here, phoo. At the same time, her panties continued to get wet, although not as much as in her youth. This surprised her. For a long time she was not excited and did not become so wet. My body, ha! As always, she was no longer surprised, although she considered this debauchery disgusting, but she had to admit, one thought about that depraved girl in a raincoat, her outfit and shoes, as well as condoms and recent hot sex in the next stall, brought both pain and forgotten pleasant sensation. It is difficult to deny obscene thoughts, even filled with condemnation and contempt, especially when the body itself reacts. At the very least, thanks to these animals, perhaps Sakura will experience a little more pleasure for the first time in years. Thinking about it, she only sighed bitterly, and then smiled tightly, looking at her perfect legs and beautiful tummy. Her body was striking in its sexuality, but who would have believed that it brings only pain? So, Sakura's fingers went straight into her pink panties. She never took them off. With her second hand she began to play with her tongue, and then direct her wet fingers under her topic. Without even trying to act depraved, her every movement was overflowing with amazing sexuality. The old habits remained, no one ever saw her hidden side. She, like a real artist, with amazing grace, licked her fingers, pinched her nipples and slowly, with tenderness, touched her pussy, and then shuddered softly. The first stunning moan that escaped her lips was striking in its femininity, and the pale fingers caressing a small trembling bead seemed to be moving in some kind of unearthly rhythm. If Naruto saw this, he would just lose his temper. At that moment, bitchy and rude Sakura did not seem to masturbate, but created a heavenly melody, flirting with thin fingers, with this wonderful bell. The quiet moans of the kunoichi came from the very soul, pierced by sadness and longing. It was surprisingly pleasant. Maybe this place really is perfect for such sad music. The silence in the park was accompanied by a slight breeze and an accompanying rustle of leaves. Meanwhile, Naruto got close to the target. Without making too much noise, he easily made his way into the building and listened. The strange moan was accompanied by heavy sighs. It was at that moment that Naruto felt something was wrong. He suddenly became too sad. What the? There was no passion or hot depraved desire in Sakura's moans, rather something opposite. Dissatisfaction? Loneliness? Or pain? Naruto frowned. It was the first time he had heard such moans. He remembered how Temari had reacted for the first time, but she rather expressed resistance and non-reconciliation, slowly giving in, and here is something more sad. One might even say desperate. How strange. Is that Sakura? Though, Naruto suddenly frowned. What the hell is she even doing? Because of such unusual sounds, he only now realized that the girl was obviously not doing a need there. And she does it in a public place and after their quarrel. Coincidence? Well, yes, of course. Another coincidence, just like the sounds of some injured cat made by her. God, what's wrong with her? Is she feeling good or hurt? It was no longer worth doubting that she was masturbating now, probably. That is why he decided to check it just in case, and in any case he needed to get closer. One movement and Naruto was in a free booth. He made no sound at all and easily hid his presence. For a shinobi of his rank, doing so was a piece of cake, especially in a situation where Sakura was, in fact, not at her best. Although, Naruto would have argued when he saw a girl with legs spread and fingers in wet panties. What a view! He wanted to whistle, but restrained himself. The view from above was amazing. He even wanted to let her know of his presence and watch her reaction later, but he still left the fight with Sakura for another day. Although, he turned on the camera and decided to record the whole process of her fun. Even then, Naruto began to watch what was happening with disbelief. He was enchanted. The girl acted too incomprehensibly, but at the same time, for the first time he saw someone play with his body so mysteriously and beautifully. At the same time, Sakura frowned and moaned strangely. She seemed to be trying to force herself to reach the final and end everything. It's kind of creepy. But, it's so beautiful. Damn. Naruto swallowed, although he noticed how Sakura seemed to be trying to hurt herself. Sometimes she went too far with caresses. Maybe she's a masochist. Although, it doesn't look like she's really into it. As Naruto continued to watch, his frown deepened. He was amazed at how she expressed her sadness in such a strange way. Involuntarily he was imbued with her not only desire, but also something else. Right now, I even feel sorry for her. Chapter 114, Sakura's Feelings, 18. Watching Sakura's sad face, her sad look and bitter smile, Something seemed to tighten in the Hokage's chest. Even when she cried, he did not feel even a bit of compassion. But now, it feels like she was trying to kill herself, throw out all the hatred, no affection or love, no vulgar perversions or passion, just dull pain and incredible charm. It took only one movement of thin and beautiful fingers, as well as faint languid sounds flying from her sparkling lips, to express everything in this sad melody. With only one look, Naruto could feel all the longing and sadness hidden in Sakura's soul. He couldn't even get excited watching such a sight. The shots were recorded excellent, but otherwise, to see all this. Is it because of Sasuke? He could not understand the reasons why a girl could do this at all. Did she miss sex? Did she relieve stress after a fight? Had he hurt her that much? Because of me? Once again, he was faced with a situation that he could not understand without proper information. Right now, it looked like Sakura was upset after their fight, and naturally she was connected to both Naruto and Sasuke. But it was not like stress relief, but torment. I made a mistake. She's bitchy, but... missed something? No. From the looks of it, she might bleed, not as much as any of my women, but it's something. She doesn't look like Temari. However, judging by her moans, she feels more than just pain. Something is tormenting her. Continuing to study the girl's face, Naruto thought, Sarada could solve my problem, and if you think about it, she has something to hide. Does she really know something? So, it's worth speeding up your workouts and moving on to an important stage faster. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to see her like this anymore. I wouldn't wish that on any girl. Damn Sasuke, does he know? If yes, then why did you leave it? Naruto was suddenly surprised. Sakura bit her tongue and quickly pulled her top up, exposing her stunning halos in an instant. Wow, pink papillae, unusually large and long, they looked too vulgar and somehow even drawn out. Sakura was smaller than Hinata in breast size, but still had decent forms and elasticity, especially when sparkling sweat dripped down these charms and her slender tummy, and then rolled beautifully into a small hollow with a pretty little navel. Naruto swallowed. Now he's starting to get excited. Sakura licked her finger sexually and flashed her red manicure, and then began to pull back her right papilla, increasing the stimulation. She clenched her teeth and continued to play with her wet pussy, not even knowing about the secret spectator. Impressive. Her body is wildly sexy, there is something about her that even Ino finds it hard to fight. However, I would not say that Sakura is better, rather, they are just different. Her body is literally tempting, just like Hinata's, besides, it is very fit and at the same time damn feminine. She hid this from me, how selfish can she be? Corresponds to the bitchy character, now I want her even more. Sakura's body had a charm comparable to Hinata's and, like her sensei Tsunade, took many of the best qualities and combined them into one. Amazing femininity, chic shapes, beauty and sexuality. It can be said that this is the real ideal of a girl, only Hinata rather simply differed in greater juiciness and size of forms, and Sakura opposed her smartness and harmony, along with this interesting skill of working with fingers. In general, they are ideal rivals. In addition, Naruto could not hide, he liked this type of girls much more quiet and modest, more fragile, slim and sexy, as well as very playful and, one might say, bitchy. Although, it rather depended on the mood, at the moment admiring Sakura, she was his favorite, and recently he was admiring Hanabi, and she clearly surpassed everyone, and before that there was Tsunade. All in all, Naruto couldn't stop staring at this amazing scene. The kunoichi suddenly trembled and accelerated with a flick of her fingers. Could you finally do it? He chuckled wryly. Sakura worked so furiously with her fingers, but in the end it took her quite a while even at that pace. In addition, now her moans have become somehow pathetic again. As a result, she finally finished. Clenching her teeth, the girl suddenly pulled out her fingers from the completely soaked panties and began to stretch the shiny strings between her nails. She seemed to be admiring the result of her actions, the sparkling masterpiece of her finale. Sakura's forehead showed a few shining beads of sweat, and then she bit her lips and quickly lowered her top over her erect nipples. The slight pleasure passed even faster than she could blink. The end result is a complete disappointment. She wanted to cry, but it didn't work out either. Only a couple of tears rolled down her rosy cheeks after the painful finale, and that was it. Naruto noticed that too, but was surprised by something else. The fabric of Sakura's clothes easily hid her arousal, and even without it, the girl's nipples were too elongated, but the clothes perfectly hid everything. As if nothing had happened, not even a single drop of moisture was left. It's not that simple. She obviously knows what she's doing. Sakura definitely knew how to disguise her condition, which meant that this was definitely not the first time for her. Though it's not that surprising. Naruto frowned, he wanted to see more and understand everything. The only pity is that this is the finale and, apparently, Sakura was not happy with him. Chapter 116, Ino, the first step in. 18. Ino returned home after midnight. Her body was still trembling after everything that had happened, not only because of the fear of being caught in such an obscene way and not only because of meeting her best friend, but also because of the intoxicating feeling in her whole body. In the end, just like Naruto said, she loved it. Liked it so much that her switch just broke. Ino enjoyed not only forbidden sex, but even the situation she found herself in, and even more trembling and emotion brought this final moment when she returned home in silence. She not only cheated, but also did it in the very clothes in which she was now going to enter the family house, and moreover, she carried with her evidence of her debauchery right under her cloak. Covered in condoms, she was flowing like crazy. Ino came alone, opened the door with her own key, took off her shoes and walked down the dark hallway, stopping right there at the intersection of the hallway and the kitchen. She knew better than anyone else that now her son was sleeping, and her husband was on a mission, and only she, like the last dirty whore, substituted her holes in the public toilet of the park to another. The Hokage himself tore her in various depraved poses, lowered her into elastic bands and all of them now they were right on top of her, hanging down, pulling off obscene and slightly torn clothes. She was taken advantage of behind her family's back, and she let it happen and got such pleasure as she had never experienced in her life. Standing right here in the dark, she wanted to indulge in even more debauchery. Under the cold moonlight, Ino's beautiful face was adorned with an obscene smile full of longing desires. In her sparkling blue eyes, not even a shadow of shame flashed, she only licked her lips, anticipating how much everyone would be surprised if they found out her vicious secret. Juices continued to drip onto the carpet. Involuntarily, the kunoichi's fingers unbuttoned the top buttons, and then the dark cloak slid down her frail shoulders. At the same moment, her obscene body appeared in the moonlight, pale and incredibly sexy. At that moment, Ino seemed to have reached the highest point of her sexuality in all her years. In the cold moonlight, her blue eyes sparkled with feminine charm, and the figure shocked her with her appearance. Hung with dozens of awards from her sex friend. Now, Ino began to understand that this was already more than just friendship for the sake of sex. Naruto played with it, used it as some kind of hole he could descend into, and he did it when he wanted, because even now, stretching her fingers to her still wet hole, Ino calmly scooped up a white cream with her finger and brought it to her shiny lips. How did it go? That very smell made her swallow. And then she stuck out her tongue and licked her soiled finger in the most obscene way, quickly starting to lick her palm. Because it was she who touched his penis today. Exactly. She fucking loved the way he made her heart tremble. She had never felt so desired. So free and alive. God, what am I doing? Still swallowing, a trembling Ino began to move towards the stairs. She didn't know why she stopped, but she wanted to enjoy a moment of calm in her own house. An unfamiliar feeling made her aroused even more, because now she had sperm poured right into her uterus, and she didn't mind at all, flaunting naked around the house. Well, I'm still on the pills. I wonder if I suddenly stop taking them. Giggling, she licked her lips as she continued upstairs. Suddenly, a shocking thought flashed through the head of the kunoichi, the most terrible and incredibly exciting. For the first time, Ino wanted so badly to slow down time and do something dangerous. Stopping right in the corridor on the second floor, the sparkling eyes of the kunoichi involuntarily stopped at one door with a pair of dark kanji. It was this room that belonged to her son, Inogen. What would he think? Ino understood everything. Now it was this obsessive thought and all those teasing Naruto made itself felt. Every time he mentioned her son and she couldn't handle the shame and her being. No, turning away quickly, she swallowed. But, oh my god. Slowly, trying not to make too much noise, the girl scurried to her son's room, and then slightly turned the knob on the door. Her thin fingers trembled slightly, but she wanted to look at him with just one eye before she washed away the traces of betrayal. After a soft click, she peered into Inogen's room. Even now, if he noticed his mother's face, he could suspect something was wrong. After all, only a girl could wear such a face, with smeared makeup, after the maximum rough suction. When Ino noticed her son's bed and how he was snoring softly on the pillow, she swallowed and, with a tremor in her fingers, opened the door and took another step towards her depraved essence. One step and Ino walked straight into her son's room, fully opened the door and appeared in all her obscene form. In the moonlight, her blue eyes sparkled with depravity, her wet lips beckoned with burning passion, her wet thighs covered with Naruto's finger marks and flowing with female juices. At the end, a mesh suit hung with filled condoms. She appeared to her son in all her depraved charm. Look the way Naruto made her. Ino's lips trembled, involuntarily they turned into a vulgar smirk, and her eyes trembled uncontrollably. The depraved juice flowing down the thighs of the kunoichi had already begun to drip onto the floor of his son's bedroom. Now she knew better than anyone else, one wrong move and he would open his eyes and see everything, every obscene part of his mother's body. Realizing this, Ino wanted to go to the bathroom so much that she could hardly contain herself. She almost blew the roof off. She shuddered at her own vulgar moan and quickly covered her mouth. Finally she realized everything and was scared. She burst into her son's bedroom and wanted to intensify her lustful desire, indulge in this depraved instinct. Yes, what kind of mother am I? God, gathering her thoughts, she quickly ran away until she did something stupid at all. She wanted so badly to release this stream of liquid, which had already crept up to the very edge, that if she had not stopped, she would have broken completely and would have done it right in her son's bedroom. If this were the case, then Ino was more than sure of her inability to contain her lustful side and would start screaming in orgasm, like then with Naruto. At that moment, he finally said such tempting words. Go to your son's bedroom and you will be too pleased. What did he do to me? She not only obeyed him, but she almost crossed the line. Ino was starting to get scared just how much he knew her twisted side, because she didn't even know herself. Still, in the end, she really turned out to be a whore, a depraved pervert. After all, what kind of mother would do that? How can I look into his eyes now? Burning with embarrassment, she imagined a smirk to Naruto, resulting in obscene licks, and then quickly left her son's bedroom. She managed to hold back again. As soon as the door to Inogen's room slammed shut, Ino quickly ran to the shower in order to wash off all this depravity and at least somehow remain normal. But in the end, she still left a large volume of drops that continued to sparkle on the floor of Inogen's bedroom, and the boy continued to doze, completely unaware of the most depraved spectacle in his life, which he was not lucky enough to miss. If he saw mother like that, what would he do? Would he be aroused or would he begin to despise? Ino visited such thoughts again and again. No matter how much she washed her holes, they continued to get wet depravedly. Perhaps any reaction of her son would become the nominal one that her vicious essence secretly craved. After all, no matter how Inogen would answer, he still would not get anything but a spectacle, because Ino wanted only facial expressions from him, no more, no less. And even more so, he was not the object of her sexual fantasies, but rather a tool for fulfilling her own secret desires. She has already found the one who will always possess her, it remains only to reveal her depraved side completely. However, unlike her, Naruto didn't anticipate Inogen's reaction, he had already planned everything. Even if her switch was flipped, this time she was able to find the strength to stop herself. The only scary thing was that she was absolutely not going to refuse communication with Naruto, and it was not known what this would lead to. Chapter 117, Tell Me Who He Is. Sakura returned exactly in time for a family dinner, or rather, dinner only with her daughter. Involuntarily, the kunoichi looked at the same photo of Sasuke, in his akatsuki cloak, and inhaled. Where are you, dear? Now you are so needed. Something is wrong with Naruto, I really don't like it, but I'm powerless. He clearly needs our help, nothing will come of it without you. Hi mom. Sarada suddenly appeared in the kitchen and smiled. How was the run? Why yes, it's fine, the kunoichi replied with noticeable nervousness. Although she had already taken a shower, that dirty feeling after all those smells had not completely dissipated, she still could not believe that she had met such debauchery. In that park. Now I definitely won't run there anymore. Although, that girl. It feels like I've seen her somewhere before. Is it true? Sarada sat down at the table and smiled. I also think about running in the evenings. I think I've gained some weight and... You? Sakura was surprised. Are you kidding? And no. It's just, I think. Sarada, I think it's too early for you to think about this, and what kind of extra weight? With a grin, the kunoichi approached her daughter and pinched her cheeks. Just look at yourself. You are so cute, slim and beautiful, you have nothing to lose weight. And mom. Sarada protested, tears coming out of Sakura's actions. I'm an adult, enough for you. Yes. Are you an adult? Sarada narrowed her eyes and asked suspiciously. Didn't you fall in love with your dad at the same age? Well, Sakura pursed her lips in embarrassment, and lowered her eyes. Maybe. The girl giggled. Can't I fall in love? Of course Amo. The kunoichi broke off and looked at her daughter in shock. Why you? Have you fallen in love, eh? Sarada realized that she had blurted out too much, and lowered her head, and no of course. I just said so, yes. Sakura put her hands on her hips and nodded slowly. Since the conversation has already started, remember it well. If there is a guy that you like, be strong and confident, show him it. And if there are fools who interfere. The girl suddenly shuddered, her eyes darted, and she coughed. Ahem, well. If anything, don't be too rude. Love sometimes hurts, guys, by the way, too. Thinking back to Naruto chasing after her as a child and the way he treated her recently, Sakura's fists clenched involuntarily. She understood what hurt her, but she was only aware of one part of true pain. Sarada raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you talking about someone specific? Of course not. Yes. The Uchiha chuckled with a sneer. Well, okay. In any case, it's not as simple as you say. Why? Sakura didn't understand. What if, let's say, the girl timidly pursed her lips and lowered her eyes? Well, if a girl likes an older guy and he also already has, a girl. Wow. Sakura's eyes shone from such words. So you still like someone? Also an older guy. Marvelous. Tell me who he is. If he has some girl, it's not a problem, we'll get rid of her. Not no. Sarada immediately denied. I was just guessing. She has already seen how her mother began to react violently, and this never leads to good. Besides, talking about him with her is just the height of embarrassment. Sakura narrowed her eyes at Sarada. How could a mother not understand her daughter? In the end, she just smiled and extended a couple of fingers to Sarada's face, and then just touched her small forehead, just like he used to. Sakura smiled softly. If you like someone, even if he is older or he has someone, fight. I think so. Did you know how many girls ran after your father? Yes, a whole bunch. But I didn't give up. Fight Sarada, always. The girl's eyes trembled, and then she smiled a little and adjusted her glasses. Mom, I understand. I understand. You're overreacting again. Look, you broke the table. Oh no. Sarada smiled sweetly as she watched her panicked mother. And yet, in this smile, there was something else hidden, a quiet, hidden determination. Hanabi? Naruto was no longer surprised by the presence of Hinata's beautiful sister, but rather by her strange state. She came out of the bathroom all red and hurriedly walked to the guest room. Even when the man called out to her, she only barely slowed down, and then quickly disappeared into her room. What's wrong with her? Listening, Naruto heard the sound of water, and then realized something. Hanabi? Is she really? Smiling, the picture formed by itself. I think for Hanabi it would obviously be a shock that she could see there. Still, Himawari was not distinguished by restraint, she very often played with her holes alone, and she still didn't know how to close the door, well, or didn't do it out of harmful. So now, she was waiting for daddy so much. That brat, she needs to be punished for this. Naruto was pleasantly surprised by the presence of Hanabi. After all, he also contributed to this, inciting his daughter to invite his hot aunt. Naruto knew it was a risk, but it didn't matter anymore. That night he was going to devote his wife to all his plans. Even then it will be possible to take a step towards Hanabi. The current Hinata can do almost anything for him. Force sister to spread her legs in front of her own husband. This hot wife only gets more turned on by this. Naruto knew her too well. Incest is Hinata's weakness, and in the case of Hanabi, everything is much more obscene. In any case, it's worth it, and Naruto didn't plan much. He wanted to show Hanabi interesting views and thus take her out of her comfort zone. As he already noted, she is not exactly an ice queen, she has a completely different type of mask. After that conversation in the kitchen, he had already planned some moves. Naturally, it depended entirely on Hanabi's reaction. If she just decided to run, it would be a problem. Counting on her to enjoy the types of sex is foolish. Naruto wished otherwise. He wanted to show her how rude he is to his wife and what a true Hinata is in bed. An innocent girl will obviously not hurt to see a real woman in a fit of lust, and then, all that remains is to take drastic measures. Chapter 122, Truth, 18. Naruto got out of the shower. All wet, pleased with himself, and also completely naked. After what happened, he wanted to quickly taste his beautiful wife, because the day had come to fully open up to her and devote to his plans. It wasn't that he was going to be honest with Hinata about everything, but rather it was about perspective. She is Hanabi's sister, Kurenai's student, and she in turn is Mirai's mother. If Hinata takes his side, then getting those who trust her will be much easier. Naturally, Naruto didn't plan to go that far in the near future. He was more worried about other goals, but it would not be superfluous to devote his faithful wife to the plans. In addition, this can allow her depraved essence to open up even more, as well as avoid all sorts of troubles. If someone has the idea to tell Hinata the truth, it can become an unpleasant problem. Let's see Hanabi's reaction. It will be fun. The main thing is not to shine a relationship with Sarada or Temari, otherwise it will hurt the plans. 10-10 fit for the next step. I think if this night goes well, tomorrow I will be able to have fun for glory. And so he went to the family nest, which had long been saturated with the smell of sex. Now he was here, the true and undeniable master. He marked his wife, and now he will strengthen this connection even more. Meanwhile in the bedroom, Hinata was finally fully prepared. This morning she managed to choose a rather revealing underwear, and now she planned to show everything to the only worthy man. The only one with the undeniable right to possess her. There was a tall mirror against the wall, in front of which Hinata was right now assessing her appearance and muttering a little embarrassed. Well, it doesn't seem so bad. I didn't choose the most open one, but, although Naruto had perverted Hinata in recent days so much that she was even ready to fuck behind the backs of her son and daughter, putting on sexy lingerie on purpose, and even herself, was a novelty for her. Usually Hinata followed the words of her husband and did not resist, but lately, she wanted to please him so much that she could not resist and asked Hanabi to help her pick out new underwear. Remembering her embarrassment in the fitting room and her sister's playful smile, she couldn't help but blush in front of the mirror. He must like. She really changed. Hinata's embarrassment was now present only in words and her usual look, with a bit of the old tenderness and something new, making even her tremble with slight delight. Now she could not hide her own excitement and ardent anticipation. After all, she finally decided to take her own step. Hinata had never felt such passion in a relationship. She madly wanted to see his reaction, to feel that desire-filled look again. All Naruto's changes every day only made her happier. Feeling so needed and desired was indescribably pleasant. More than Hinata did not doubt her body and sexuality, she knew how much he wanted her, so now she was looking forward to see how he would react. I wonder if he will immediately attack me. Or maybe I was dreaming too much. Biting her sensual lips, the kunoichi smiled vulgarly and immediately shuddered. As soon as she saw the smirk in her reflection, her body blazed with renewed vigor. Even though Hinata had already seen her lewd expression many times, especially when he took her right in front of this mirror, but now, everything was realized. Now she wanted this pleasure with all her heart. Have I always been like this? Admiring her sexy figure, she began to smile again. Why didn't I think about this before? My body really seems depraved. In the past, she didn't even attach importance to sex, but now it has become so important that it makes her dizzy. Continuing to admire, she got more and more. She liked what she sees in front of her. While enjoying the views, she felt even more confident and light. She had experienced so much pleasure in the last days. Her heart fluttered with happiness. Not only did she finally get close to Naruto to such a perverted degree, but she also finally felt like a real woman. This feeling is incomparable to anything. Since that Chunin exam, that encounter with pain, she had not felt so complete, ready to go forward at all costs without giving up. And all this just because of one person. He again and again made her the happiest wife, and no matter how he changed, this new Naruto awakened a true woman in her, and she was not going to give up anymore. She decided to go with him to the end. Suddenly, a familiar click was heard. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open. Hinata yelped cutely and abruptly pulled on her sweater, and then quickly began buttoning her pants. Her fingers trembled amusingly. She did not even turn around, trying to hide her sexuality. Wow, what have you? His voice made the kunoichi's fingers stop. At the same moment she understood everything. There was no need to worry, because it was he who came. Once again, that smile bloomed on her beautiful face. So sweet and loving. Naruto, she no longer thought to cover her views, allowing him to see everything below the waist, but there was something to look at. The panties could not even cover her pubic hair, from which one of their depraved appearance made her aroused. No wonder, because this rag was not even intended to hide something. The only thing it is here for is to excite the male. And he reacted. Noticing Naruto's cock trembling sharply, Hinata involuntarily bit her lips and lowered her pants even lower so that he could see the place where the belt straps were attached to her black stockings. And he reacted again. The way he looked at her made the kunoichi's panties get wet at an amazing rate. Hinata was burning with uncontrollable passion. The mere naked sight of her husband made her take such rash actions as, for example, a slight attempt to move her panties slightly in order to show him a more depraved spectacle. Cha! Naruto swallowed. He liked that greeting more than any chatter. Juicy cock instantly filled with blood and rose into a combat stance. Hinata really liked it. She smiled obscenely and took off her trousers completely, not paying attention to her behavior at all. Now she wanted to please him, and it didn't matter at all what she would have to do. She wanted to show herself all, as well as her hidden woman, whom he awakened in her with his skillful caresses. Hinata! Do you seem to be in a good mood today? Naruto remarked as he slowly moved closer to his hot wife. She nodded slightly. Why do you like it? Fabulous! The Hokage whispered, abruptly appearing next to the kunoichi, pressing his bare torso against her imposing chest. Hinata's papillae have long been visible through the fabric, clearly demonstrating his desire to break free. Naruto approached his wife's ear and said softly, "You do know that Hanabi is at our house right now, don't you?" Hinata shuddered and lowered her embarrassed eyes. The barrier, you're going to put it up, right? You're so used to doing it under the barrier, you little whore. Naruto pressed Hinata's entire body against his, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. Now he began to fully enjoy her amazing smell of femininity. These pheromones are intoxicating. She smelled just too amazing. At the same time, thanks to the excitement, she also emitted an obscene fragrant tone, mixed with her timid essence. This made the body react involuntarily. Ha! Hinata, you smell good. Biting her lips, she weakened and flowed. Thank you. Why you too? Heh, you think so? From his sly grin showed debauchery. This is the smell of ours. Like? Hinata flinched in surprise, discontent flickering in her eyes. Again. Why were you with? Are you jealous? Well, Hinata couldn't deny. At first she was against bonding with, and now she herself, not believing her feelings, felt jealous of her own child. A little. The kunoichi acted honestly and timidly as always. Today is our night. I have no doubt, even your own sister did not stop you from our night. In one move, Naruto simply flipped Hinata's trousers aside, revealing sexy views of the black stockings that fit perfectly around her mouth-watering thighs. Don't say that, Hanabi. I didn't know she would stay, but I couldn't kick her out, could I? Himawari asked for help and while moaning, Hinata licked her lips. It doesn't matter, you're with me now. Don't talk about others, please. Naruto sighed and suddenly pulled away from his wife's ear, while pulling out absolutely wet fingers from her thin panties. From his serious look, the girl suddenly felt uneasy. What are you doing? The reason why I haven't ripped that sexy lingerie off of you yet is just this, eh? Hinata didn't understand, but the sight of Naruto's scowl made her worried. Even though his erection wasn't about to drop at all, he walked over to the bed and sat down, and then leaned back, putting his hands under his head, making himself comfortable. Sit down. In a good way, I could tell you at the moment of sex, and you would not be able to resist, but now I have other plans. Kunoichi slowly nodded, quickly took off her sweater, and then timidly sat down next to her husband. His seriousness at this moment was a little surprising, because usually the Hokage always acted tough and did not waste time on empty talk. So now, since he did this, something unusual was definitely going to happen. He wants to talk about Himawari. And probably, since Naruto had already visited his daughter, Hinata could only assume that, but before she could think of anything else, he uttered shocking words. I'm cheating on you. It seemed like time had stopped. Chapter 123, the most enjoyable moment. That facial expression. Beauty. Naruto even managed to gloat. He did it not out of malice, but rather he simply liked the situation in which he found himself. In the end, he was not burdened by oaths, and he also understood women a little differently. Sometimes even betrayal can be turned into something special. Well, or he was just a bastard. Oh, how much he wanted to see Hinata's reaction. He just couldn't resist, which is why he tried to do it before sex and even pre-entertainment. Indeed, in the end, no matter what she did, she always melted and obeyed, from which she could agree to anything. That weakness was also an advantage, but he wasn't going to use it now. He wanted to make it a little embarrassing, and also bring in a little pressure of arousal, along with a touch of jealousy from his recent relationship. Hinata had reached the point where she should have known the truth. Of course, Naruto did not even think about breaking up the relationship, because good sex decides a lot, and Hinata loved him very much. If she accepted his relationship with her, then she could accept this. But the priceless reaction was not to be missed, was it, eh? And, as expected, she was clearly surprised, or rather pretended not to understand anything. What? What did you say? I'm cheating on you. I had sex with at least 3 girls today. What? Hinata's eyes trembled, but why? She could not even intelligibly answer and cope with the words. Naruto sat down again and looked at his wife's sad face. Hinata didn't scream, and even accepted his words to some extent. She didn't act like a stupid aggressive woman, but that didn't mean she didn't experience pain. Although he originally wanted to do this, now, seeing her reaction, he felt uneasy. Definitely Naruto did not consider himself a man of the most honest rules, and he had rights, yet these people are strangers to him, or rather, he himself is such to them. He enjoyed himself, he took whatever he wanted, but anyway, her gaze, like a blade, touched his icy heart. But, you should understand that he could not lie. If you continue to do so, it will only get worse. It's not easy, but it can't be done otherwise. As expected, this is what he expected, although he had the option that she would take everything easier or, on the contrary, cry. The latter option, of course, is less preferable. Even having become so depraved, she is still a person, a loving wife, for whom such a thing is not so easy to accept. It was worth acting here not only honestly, but also with a drop of cunning. The Hokage could not waste time on sentimentality, he acted in cold blood and with his usual degree of derision. Have you noticed how I've changed lately? Naruto asked and immediately found a slight frown on his wife's face, so he nodded and began to repeat the old story. That's right, it's not that simple. It just so happened that I encountered a strange power and got the opportunity to become a better person. It sounds crazy, but the choice was simple. Either be loyal and stubborn, or decide and do what is necessary. In addition to the new power, I learned that dangerous enemies from the Akatsuki clan are moving into our world, so I went for it. Grinning, Naruto shook his head. Such nonsense made him laugh. But this had its share of irony, because in reality, this is almost the pure truth. The question is, what would the old Naruto have done? Although the answer is probably obvious. Enemies? Hinata did not understand anything, but clung to his words as if for an excuse. Is it true? Hope shone in her eyes. No matter how cunning, if you decided to tell the truth, do it. Naruto did just that. Actually, I just love it. Abruptly, he threw his wife on the bed and pulled off her bra, immediately colliding with her excited nipples. Surprisingly, they had long since left their houses and beckoned to feast on them. That's right, he just liked sex, as well as the most enjoyable moment of corruption. Conquest and Submission. Chapter 124, The Last Move, 18. Before Naruto had time to taste his favorite goodies, Hinata began to moan. And Naruto, licking and kissing these charms, he continued. The thing is, I fucked Shizune and then I did it with a few more. I fucked Ino, Temari. You understand? Ino? Temari? Those two, Hinata was expecting everyone, but for them. Okay, Ino, but Temari, how is that even possible? She couldn't even imagine how far they had come and how Naruto managed to take them all. Sharply approaching the flushed face of his wife, he smiled. I also made you happier. Now you are so honest with me, you don't even mind that 10 minutes ago I raped someone in the ass. Eh? In the ass? Hinata's eyes trembled and she swallowed. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The girl's eyes involuntarily dropped to her husband's thick penis, and she swallowed again. He put it in her. For some reason, Hinata felt a desire to see how she is now. That's just. Naruto began to nibble on her nipples. Now he wanted to smooth everything over and get rid of this unpleasant feeling. Honesty is bullshit. From everything he understood only this, therefore he decided to move from chatter to action. It's hard for me to find the excuse you deserve. I know you're jealous, but at the same time, I don't want you to worry too much. You see, kissing the hollow between her beautiful tits, Naruto got up and began to suck on the nipple. I love you. You're my wife and I'm not going to change that. I know it sounds so, but I can't lie to you. I want to show that I still need you. Her heart beat faster. Is that so? It's not clear why, but she felt joy. Hinata didn't resist anymore, she seemed to unwittingly support his every decision. From such words and his caresses, the kunoichi simply melted. On the one hand, he really admitted to cheating, but he was so honest, and also, as always, rude to her body. He passionately took it despite the fact that he has others. Hinata did not understand why, but it was so nice. After all, he was now enjoying her, not anyone else. The realization of this turned into lustful groans. Your body is too honest, Naruto whispered as he approached the kunoichi's face, which once again wore a vulgar smile. It makes no sense for me to hide Hinata anymore. I become stronger by having sex with women. This does not justify cheating, because in reality I get unimaginable pleasure from subordinating married whores or young perverts like ours. When he started calling the likes of Ino and Temari whores and his own pervert, Hinata's body trembled involuntarily. It was a shock even to her how much she liked his tone. Kunoichi swallowed and looked away. She suddenly felt ashamed. Haha. I knew that you would support me. Naruto showed a bright smile and kissed Hinata on the cheek. He mixed rudeness with tenderness and she simply had nowhere to go. Yes, it turned out that even the fact of infidelity, his debauchery and imperious greed made her so wet and excited. There was one last move. I like to fuck proud sluts like Temari and I fucking want to take bitches like Tsunade or even your sensei Kurenai. Isn't it fun? Would you like to watch these bitches come under me? While she was trembling in shock, bleeding an incredible amount of juice, Naruto approached his wife's ear and whispered even more forbidden words. Doesn't the thought of it excite you? Fuck me with your sensei. Do you want to make this whore spread her legs in front of me? Just imagine how dirty her face will be when you make her surrender to me. I will fuck her unconscious in the ass, right next to her own student, and then let's have some fun with her little one. I'll let you take her virginity. Doesn't that turn you on? Ayahawk, she was already trembling as he spoke, heading straight for another forbidden orgasm. It was not his tongue next to her ear that made her come, but the most obscene words about her sensei. Her own husband directly offered to fuck Kurenai in front of her, and then let her go around for a couple. What is it all about? Ayah. As a result, she could not resist such a dirty desire. Hinata finished like a complete whore. Chapter 125, Hinata, Truth and Acceptance. 18. Hinata's body was splattering non-stop, Naruto didn't even touch it, and she continued to pour all over the bed. As always, she was amazing. Sensitive Hinata knew how to come properly. I wasn't mistaken. Naruto immediately smiled and then licked his lips. As he suggested earlier, this girl is still that whore. Unlike the whore Ino, who trudged from cheating on her husband, Hinata was a pervert of a different level. She dragged herself from forbidden relationships and her debauchery behind the backs of loved ones, and now she has moved to a new level. Now she was ready to betray her own sensei in order to enjoy another debauchery. Here is the secret side of Hinata, a lewd woman, a traitor who enjoys her own fall and deeds that normal people would simply condemn. Getting fucked right on your son's bed, daughters? Easily. Yes, she is only a joy. Substitute Kurenai and show her lustful face in front of her eyes, this would make her come insanely. To some extent, Hinata herself did not understand her true nature, but that was how she was. Her shyness and insecurity led her to this, and as soon as Naruto showed her her own sexuality, she changed even more. An exemplary housewife, in fact, has a hidden side. That is why it was worth dedicating it to your plans. Hinata will open access to others, and to trust such a woman. Naruto naturally did not trust. He didn't trust women at all. Like Ino, they need to be well fucked and subdued. This is an instinct, they must obey him and faithfully follow their master. Therefore, there is no place for nobility and feelings, you need to be strong. To some extent, Naruto was disappointed at this moment, he really wanted to find someone he could trust much more. But, perhaps, this is impossible, it was worth just reconciling. Ha, ha. Finally, after almost a full minute, Hinata stopped spraying. Unfortunately, she did not manage to finish everything with a golden rain, but she did not lose consciousness, and this is already an achievement. Come only from words, yes she has talent, even if this slut was a traitor capable of framing a teacher, Naruto was not at all disappointed, as he fully believed in himself and his ability to contain her true self, and also believed in his the ability to fuck her well or throw her out altogether. She is obliged to obey, there is no other way, he did not doubt himself. The point is not that he depended on them, but that it was they who depended. Will such a whore betray? This is absolutely impossible, because her body, heart and soul belong only to him. Besides, Hinata is still not quite a toy, she's human and she still has principles anyway, it's too hard to get rid of them. She could obey her husband, put up with infidelity and even find her fetishes in this. Thinking about betraying Kurenai, but doing it is another matter altogether. That was the principle of slow corruption. It's not about the main betrayal, but about who is betrayed and for whom. That is why such training is needed. Such are the females, if they gave their heart and body, then in the case of Naruto, this is forever. Hinata was gorgeous, the Hokage nodded contentedly and slapped her sensitive pussy a couple of times. After such tenderness, the kunoichi groaned sweetly and turned her trembling eyes to her husband. And Naruto. You finished with simple words, congratulations. We are perfect for each other, after all, isn't this the best moment of our marriage? Surprisingly, Hinata couldn't argue, his words were the purest truth. She had never been so happy. Is it all because of how he has changed? With his new perspective on women, their marriage is stronger than ever. Amazing. The kunoichi immediately lowered her eyes. It just so happened that she simply could not control her orgasms. She felt too good with him, and she became different, became some other person. It's not that it's bad, it's more exciting. The girl swallowed, but did not dare to look at her husband. Now so many thoughts and feelings had piled on her that it was too easy to cope with everything. Meanwhile, the Hokage enthusiastically inhaled the depraved scent of his hot wife. The freshness of the girl who had just finished was too intoxicating. Since we have decided this moment, I hope you will not be too upset by my games on the side. Hinata was silent, and then hesitantly answered, if you're fine, then. She lowered her tone, I don't mind, but... You're not leaving, are you? Stupid, pointing his finger at her cute nose, Naruto smiled brightly, the same smile that could outshine the sun. Hinata blossomed in a moment. You are my first wife, that cannot be changed. If I choose a few more, it won't change your position either. You bore me 2 children, remember? You are forever mine. Naruto immediately frowned. Moreover, I hope you didn't perceive our relationship as free. You are only mine. Even kissing with is still doubtful. This little one is just waiting to get your tongue. Hinata blushed even more and smiled. Why are you jealous of your own? The man squinted. It's not that I'm jealous. As a person of progressive views, I don't treat the relationship of 2 women and their sex as some kind of stupid games. Sex is sex. But, only I can fuck you. The same goes for my other women. Suddenly, Hinata chuckled. You're so bossy. It's so unlike you. You do not like? And no. I really like it. I feel so happy when you say that. Are you not jealous at all? He finally asked, with a slight squint. He understood his hypocrisy, but was not going to retreat. Hinata could only accept reality. The girl pursed her lips and whispered, a little. And with whom? Well, with whom have you already done this? Except for Shizune and the others. Are you with Sakura too? Sakura? Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. What about her? Well, the kunoichi started fiddling awkwardly with her fingers. It's just that you loved her when you were young. Ha, there it is. Naruto laughed, to which Hinata only puffed out her cheeks cutely. Do you still like her? You're such a cutie. The Hokage still didn't tease her and shook his head. Don't be afraid, this bitchy pink-haired girl will only get hard anal from me if it comes to sex. Until she learns respect and gratitude, I will be cruel to her as much as possible. Hinata shivered from her husband's evil grin, and then smiled. Poor thing, her ass will obviously hurt. Do you want to talk about it? The girl thought for a bit, and then bit her lips and nodded. I want to hear about Temari and Ino. You seem to like blondes. Well, Naruto pulled his excited little wife, who obviously began to like such depraved conversations. It all started with Shizune. Just before that, I realized how to become stronger. Besides, she was in love with me. Yeah? Hinata's surprised face was worth seeing. Why, she flooded the toilet in the residence all day with her depraved juices. Pervert, Hinata whispered with a slight sneer. What else? So, on that day. Chapter 126, I would let. 18. In the family box, for the first time in recent days, peace and tranquility reigned. Rough sex faded into the background. Hinata did not moan under her husband's hard cock, and there was no need to even hide behind a barrier. As a result, the conversation became a kind of prelude. It is not clear why, but along with a slight bitterness from the truth, gradually replaced by excitement, Hinata felt pleasure. Her body gradually warmed up from every detail about her husband's adventures, and especially from how skillfully Naruto treated Temari and forced her to serve him as a personal whole, behind her husband's back. Even more interesting was the fact that Ino easily succumbed to friendship sex, and then completely went for a perverted fuck in the park. Every detail about such depraved scenes caressed Hinata's sensitive parts like Naruto's fingers, and she got more and more turned on. She herself did not notice how much she wanted to see what would happen next, how much he would corrupt others, whether Kurenai or Tsunade would really be there, and possibly Hanabi. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Hinata instantly blushed and lowered her eyes in shame. How could I even think of such a thing? God, sometimes she didn't control herself at all. The Hokage, meanwhile, continued his story. In general. In the end, I returned home and gave ours a good reward. Her ass turned out to be of the highest class. Yours is damn soft and juicy, but hers is too narrow. It's even hard to say with whom I was more pleasant. It's a matter of taste. Hinata smiled strangely and pursed her lips. I still think it's wrong. This? She's only a year old. Naruto blinked in confusion. Ha! What is this number? I'm amazed. He thought he hadn't heard, and then he laughed. This is not funny. Did you see what she has become? The kunoichi frowned. She has completely changed. Now she doesn't even want to study and keeps talking about how she will become a strong kunoichi for her daddy. Oh, the Hokage grinned fervently and pressed his wife even tighter. So you're jealous? Hinata, I told you I'll take care of all my girls' holes. From such words she blushed in an instant and timidly whispered, well, no. It's just that it's too early for her in the ass, and in general, I wasn't against blowjobs, but sex. Sure. Putting his finger sharply on her wet lips, Naruto smiled. She's so happy, how can I just do that? Besides, don't tell me you don't like it that much. I remember how you get wet from the sight of her wet pussy. Ah, as he began kissing her behind the ear, the girl began to melt again, and Naruto. It's not so. Liar, I know you better than anyone, you say one thing, but you feel everything in a completely different way. You were like this as a child. Pretty quickly, Naruto switched to Hinata's juicy boobs as she moaned non-stop and tried to justify herself. And not true. I just couldn't tell you about my true feelings. Ah, admit it, if I insisted, would you sleep with me? The man abruptly pulled away from the delicious nipples and stared intently into the violet eyes of his depraved kunoichi. He loved so much to contemplate in them obscene lights or her embarrassment, mixed with debauchery. Ah. You know.